This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Young Warriors of the Samsara Youth Training Camp. With a sentence. Congratulations to the Blue Rain team for defeating the Tiny Herb team and winning the 6th season championship. This is their first championship in team history, and they interrupted Tiny Herb's dream of winning 2 consecutive championships. The 6th season ended perfectly. Blue Rain completed Nirvana in the 6th season. Sword and Curse was famous in the league. And of course Huang Xiaotian Mouth. The grand banquet was held in Blue Rain's home city G. But all this had nothing to do with Samsara. Like Blue Rain, Samsara is a veteran team in the league. But in the first 4 seasons it has been a weak team in the lower middle level of the Glory Professional League. It was not until the end of the 4th season that Fang Minghua strongly recommended Zhou Zikai to Samsara and squeezed out the original captain Zhang Yiwei. And Zhou Zikai did not disappoint their expectations. In the 5th season, Zhou Zikai took over the one-shot piercing cloud and emerged like Jia Shi. He won the best newcomer of the 5th season and led this weak team into the playoffs, which they had never entered before. But unfortunately, they fell in the quarterfinals. However, for the weak team that has been in the lower level of the league for a long time, it is already proud enough. Their problem is also obvious. That is, although the captain Zhou Zikai is strong, he is introverted and taciturn, which makes it impossible for other people in the team to effectively understand Zhou Zikai information in the team competition. And they can't keep up with Zhou Zikai pace. This is the reason why the performance of the 5th season of Samsara can break through the playoffs, but cannot go further, because they only have Zhou Zikai. In fact, due to Zhou Zikai's strength and the foil of his teammates, the outside world gave Samsara a nickname, called One-Man Team. However, in the 6th season, under the advice of the team pastor Fang Minghua, Samsara found the new player Jiang Buitao, who debuted in Hawu, and brought him to Samsara. And Samsara gradually improved, because Jiang Buitao and Zhou Zikai had a strong chemical reaction. Jiang Buitao could understand Zhou Zikai meaning. So the Samsara team began a colorful running-in period in the 6th season. After the running-in period of the 6th season, Samsara gradually entered a good state. However, Samsara still has a problem to solve. That is, due to the lack of firepower, the only thing to do about defeating Samsara is to target Zhou Zikai. This was also reflected in the 6th season. That is, after restricting Zhou Zikai madly, the others could not stand up to it head-on. So for Samsara, one of the problems that needs to be solved at present is that the lack of firepower in the team makes it difficult to stand up head-on. Samsara now urgently needs to find a character who can help Zhou Zikai one-shot through the cloud share firepower and attention head-on. And this character is in its own youth training camp. In the 7th season, a teenager in the Samsara training camp was fighting fiercely. You have too many flaws. Only 2 battle mages were seen fighting on the screen. But they were not evenly matched but one-sided. It's boring. What do you think of this young player from our youth training camp? Watching outside were the manager of the Samsara team and the deputy captain Jiang Buitao. Jiang Buitao has been mentioned before. He is a new player acquired from the Hawu team in the 6th season of the Samsara team. Since joining, he has had a strong chemical reaction with the team star Zhou Zikai, and is known as Adhesive, Panacea, Tinker, Timely Rain. Not bad. Both his familiarity with tactics and awareness can be called professional level, but he is still a little immature. I hope to quickly promote him to the first team starting lineup, so that he can get experience. The youth training camp can no longer satisfy him, which is also a good thing for our future strategic deployment. Jiang Buitao smiled at the boy in the youth training camp. He will be the last piece of the puzzle for Samsara to win the championship. So who is the boy? The boy's name is Zhou Yichen. He is a newcomer who used tactics in the Samsara youth training camp, who joined last year. However, when he entered the Samsara youth training camp, Zhou Yichen did not use the battle mage. It is also interesting that Zhou Yichen became associated with the battle mage. At the strong request of his friends, he watched the 3rd season finals online, where Ye Jiqiu defeated the double flower with one shot. This game brought a great shock to Zhou Yichen. From then on, the young player fell in love with the battle mage, and even asked the youth training camp coach to change his job and abandon his previous career. After the youth training coach tried his best to persuade him to no avail, he could only agree to let Zhou Yichen try it. And this attempt opened the door to a new world. Xiao Zhou, come out for a moment. The team manager waved to Zhou Yichen. This is our team's vice-captain Jiang Buitao. Vice Captain. This is the genius battle mage who joined our youth training camp at the end of last year. Zhou Yichen. The team manager introduced. Hello. Vice Captain. I am Zhou Yichen. My idol is Jia Shi, and my goal is to become the man with the best battle mage in the league. Zhou Yichen shook hands with Jiang Guotao, with a confident light in his eyes. Hello. Xiao Zhou. I can call you that. I am Jiang Guotao, and my profession is a magic swordsman. Jiang Guotao said with a smile. Xiao Zhou. You like Zhanfa and Senior Yiqiu so much. Why don't you go to the Excellent Era Youth Training Camp, but come to our reincarnation? Jiang Guotao asked in confusion. Because Excellent Era didn't invite me. No, it's true that I like Yiqiu and Yi Yiqiu. But isn't it more interesting to defeat my idol than to follow him? I want to be the strongest Zhanfa in the league. Xiao Zhou patted his chest and said. Are you interested in playing a game with me? Jiang Guotao said. Come on. Deputy Captain. Don't underestimate me. I'm very strong. After that, the two walked towards the battle room. Are you ready? Of course I'm always ready. I've been looking forward to the duel with the players of Team 1 for a long time. After playing in the youth training camp for so long, I feel that no one is my opponent. My playing style is more fierce, and I can usually pin the opponent to the ground and rub it. Chapter 2 Zhou Yichen vs Jiang Guotao. Both sides of the arena have begun to prepare for the confrontation. Jiang Guotao did not use the account of the youth training camp, but directly used Wulong to fight. The fighting method used by Zhou Yichen is called Yushinchen, which is different from his idol Ye Zhiqiu. Zhou Yichen. Yushinchen. The duel began. Wulong rushed straight to Yushinchen, and a wave of cracking restricted Yushinchen movement. Yushinchen did not retreat, but walked towards Wulong. Like to play frontal attack? Jiang Guotao frowned and thought. Because he was competing with the youth training in the team. Jiang Guotao would subconsciously be humble, such as giving the offensive rhythm to the opponent to see how the opponent's offensive ability was. Suddenly, Yushinchen dodges Wulong flaming wave sword with a very beautiful Z-shaped shake. What? Jiang Guotao was shocked. Yushinchen continued to attack Wulong. After using low-level skills to create dazzling patterns, he did not choose to entangle with Wulong, but chose to directly launch the dazzling patterns to set the rhythm. Retreat? Jiang Guotao was a little unsure of Zhou Yichen's thoughts. His purpose was just to test Zhou Yichen's strength, so he did not pull away, but controlled Wulong to rush towards Yushinchen. In fact, Jiang Guotao had given the advantage to the opponent by doing so. It depends on whether Zhou Yichen can grasp it. At this time, Zhou Yichen suddenly sped up and increased the speed of swinging his weapon. Wulong chopped hard with a knife, but was hit from the side by Yushinchen. Wulong lost his balance due to the inertia of the forward swing. It's over. This is Jiang Guotao's first thought. Zhou Yichen sees this flaw, and after the sky strike was launched into the air, the 4 consecutive stabs followed to make the fighter will stack passive. However, Jiang Guotao was not incompetent, and adjusted his position in time with a cracking wave slash. The circular wave sword hit Yushinchen, who blocked it with a gun, and then Wulong lightning wave sword was launched. Yushinchen turned over to avoid it and jumped up. Jumping behind Wulong, Jiang Guotao controlled Wulong to turn around and slashed, and Yushinchen stabbed with a precise dragon tooth from behind, successfully hitting Wulong. Jiang Guotao was shocked, and this attack made Jiang Guotao sweat profusely. The dragon tooth hit caused Wulong, who was controlled by Jiang Guotao, to fall into stiffness. Halong Peyuan followed Fulong Xiangtian and successfully hit Jiang Guotao Wulong during the last stiffness time. Originally, Yushinchen had 56% of the health in the previous fight, and Wulong had a slight advantage with 60% of the health. However, this set of big moves caused Wulong to only have more than 20% of the health. Jiang Guotao did not sit still and wait for death. He chose to stand up and fight back. Wu Lang opened the Ice Wave sword and caught the back swing of Yushinchen Fu Long Xiang Tian. After successfully freezing Yushinchen, Jiang Guotao did not give up this opportunity at this time. This was his only chance. The Flame Wave sword followed, and then a broken Wind Wave sword broke the ice. Yushinchen health dropped sharply from the original 56% to 40%. Just as Wu Lang continued to attack, Yushinchen moved flexibly to avoid the attack, and followed up with a falling flower palm to blow Wu Lang away. Lost. Zhou Zikai stood next to the team manager without knowing when. What do you think? Xiao Zhou? The team manager asked. Of course. This Xiao Zhou is Zhou Zikai, not Zhou Yichen. Very strong. Josuke said expressionlessly. Who will win if he fights you? I don't know. Wu Lang was blown away by Yu Xingchen. And before he landed, Yu Xingchen followed up with a sky strike to float Wu Lang in the air. This time, Wu Lang was not so lucky. Angry Dragon pierced the heart, followed by a 180-degree round dance stick. And Jiang Buitao Wu Lang was killed instantly. You are very strong. I hope you can come to the first team as soon as possible. We need you. Jiang Buitao lost. But he was not depressed but looked happy. Okay. Thank you for letting me go. After all, if you consume me remotely and don't fight me in close combat, it would be difficult for me to win. Zhou Yichen said happily. Jiang Buitao smiled at Zhou Yichen. This kid is sensible, and he should take better care of him in the future. By the way, your weapon. The damage is so high. Jiang Buitao asked. During the battle, Jiang Buitao felt why Zhou Yichen's silver weapon had such high damage. Well, I put all the attribute points into attack. And it's not finished yet. Zhou Yichen said. Give your silver weapon to the team's equipment department and let them finish it as soon as possible. Since you added it to attack. What about the attack speed? Jiang Buitao said. The attack speed will be improved later. But it will mainly focus on attack. Come here. Xiao Zhou. This is our team captain Josuke, the user of one shot through the clouds. The team manager waved. I've heard of your name for a long time. I'm Zhou Yichen. You can call me Xiao Zhou. Zhou Yichen shook hands with Josuke and said, Hello. You can call me. Just call me Captain Zhou. Josuke still had a blank expression on his face. Like a little lamb. Since then, the genius battle mage of reincarnation has stepped onto the big stage of the Alliance. Chapter 3 The first battle of Season 7. The 7th season of the 2021 Glory Professional League officially opened. And the opening battle was the 6th season champion and runner-up duel Blue Rain vs Tiny Herb. The first opponent of Samsara was the 100 Blossoms team. A team full of regrets. Team captain Zhang Jiala used 100 Blossoms to advance to the finals twice, but unfortunately lost. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Pan Lin. And the coach sitting next to me is Li Ba, a former member of the Tyranny team. Hello everyone. I am Li Ba. Today's two opponents are Samsara, which entered the quarterfinals last season but was eliminated in the first round, and 100 Blossoms, which entered the semifinals. In terms of team personnel, the two newcomers of the 100 Blossoms team are Zhou Yuan, who is an ammunition expert, and Tang Hao, who is a rogue. And the Samsara team is the youth training camp player Zhou Yichen, who is a battle mage. Which team do you think will get off to a good start today? Pan Lin said to Li Ba. I am more optimistic about Baihua, because I think Baihua's tactical system is more complete than Samsara. Not to mention that they have Zhang Jiala as a stable core. So I am more optimistic about Baihua. Really? Then my conclusion is different from Coach Li. I am more optimistic about Samsara, because since last season, Samsara introduced Jiang Buitao. They have started a half-season run-in phase. Although they lost in the playoffs, I think they have run in better. As long as they make good use of Josuke, Samsara will be a very terrifying team. Okay, everyone. Now, what I am watching is the first week of the 7th season. Samsara vs Baihua. Baihua is at home. In the first round of the singles match, both sides sent out a new player. Samsara side is Zhou Yichen battle mage character Yu Xingchen, and Baihua side is Tang Hao rogue character Delilo. The game map is the street market, and it's a map that requires skills. We can see that both sides went straight to the center of the map. Are they not going to waste time and just start fighting? The new player is destined to be a stepping stone on my road to the championship. Tang Hao thought to himself. The two sides met. Yu Xingchen took the lead, and Delilo counterattacked, but the attack distance was not enough. An inch longer. An inch stronger. Delilo threw out a poison needle, but unfortunately Yu Xingchen twisted it sideways. Delilo approached Yu Xingchen, with his hands behind his back ready to use the numbing needle. But unfortunately this detail was captured by Yu Xingchen. At the moment when Delilo used the numbing needle, Yu Xingchen's sky strike successfully floated Delilo in the air. Delilo was in danger, and the 4 consecutive stabs in the air were perfect combos. Delilo felt like he was going to be hit to death. Fortunately, Delilo activated the fighting skill Steel Bones in time to get away. It's so disgusting. Tang Hao released the mouse and quickly hammered the table. Although Tang Hao was cursing, He quickly held the mouse after the hammer, and did not stop the operation in his hand, throwing sand to blind Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen turned around to avoid the sand, and DeLillo followed up with a close throat lock, and then kicked Yu Xingchen with a knee kick. Yu Xingchen stabbed at DeLillo with a gun, but DeLillo grabbed the gun. DeLillo kicked at Yu Xingchen, and Yu Xingchen blocked DeLillo's kick with the gun handle. DeLillo successfully closed the distance with Yu Xingchen with the help of a Yu Xingchen weapon. DeLillo used the Overlord combo to strengthen the knee attack and wanted to attack Yu Xingchen frequently. Yu Xingchen retracted his weapon and quickly avoided DeLillo's grab, but was still pushed back a distance by the strong knee attack. Yu Xingchen's health was decreasing, but when DeLillo received the elbow attack, Yu Xingchen seized the opportunity. Dragon Fang hit DeLillo and caused DeLillo to stiffen. Since the steel bar was still in CD, the sky attack followed, and DeLillo was floated again. This time Yu Xingchen did not let DeLillo go. He used the floating combo followed by the Halong Pijuan, the Nulong Chuanqin, and finally the Fulong Xiangtian. A beautiful combo took DeLillo away. This kid is good? How come he debuted in Samsara? It's a pity that he debuted in Excellent Era. Yichio was also watching this game. I wanted to see if both teams had anything new, but he actually found a treasure boy. If this kid can continue to maintain the state at the beginning of the game, then Samsara will become very scary this season because they have made up for the problem of positive output. Let us congratulate Yu Xingchen and Samsara for their first victory. The current score is 1-0, and Samsara is temporarily leading. Chapter 4, First Victory of the Season. Next, let's move on to the ring match. Samsara vs Baihua. The current score is 2-1, with Samsara leading temporarily. Let's congratulate Samsara for winning the ring match. The current score is 4-1. The current situation is not favorable for Baihua. If they lose the team match, they will lose by a large margin. Panlin said. Yes, Baihua needs to adjust in time. The team match is very important to them. After all, this is the first match of the season, and a good start is still very important. Li Ba said. The lineups of both teams in the team competition are as follows. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, Yiqiang Chuanyun, Sniper Jiang Butao, Wulong, Magic Swordsman, Fang Minghua, Xiaoda Zirua, Priest, Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen, Battle Mage, Lu Buiyuan, Yu Shanwan Judo, 6-person Du Ming, Wu Shuanggo Yue, Swordsman, Baihua, Zhang Jiala, Baihua Liaowan, Ammunition Expert, Zhou Yuan, Huafan Sijin, Ammunition Expert, Mo Chuchen, Alphancan Hua, Priest, Xu Xiaoping, Finka, Summoner Zhang Wei, Sun Luo, Magic Scholar, 6-person Tang Hao, Delilo, Rogue. The battle is about to start. Baihua chose the Rainforest map. You can see that Samsara has taken the lead in entering the center of the map and adopts a 212 split position. At this time, Samsara is like a hunter waiting for the prey to take the bait. Something is wrong. Zhang Jiala frowned as he operated Baihua Liaowan. Hua Fan Si Jin, what's wrong? Captain? Zhou Yuan turned to look at the captain. Baihua Liaowan, it's too quiet. Everyone be careful. Zhang Jiala reminded. Wu Lang, prepare for a surprise attack. Chan Yu Xingchen, go straight to the priest. Zhou firepower support. The others fight and destroy the fire. At this moment, Ao Feng Kanhua has walked into Yu Xingchen attack range, not noticing that there is a man hiding in the bushes. Yu Xingchen is ready to go straight to the priest. Be careful of the battle method to protect the priest. After saying that, Yu Xingchen has already approached the priest, and he must take down the priest by opening the dazzling pattern. Firepower cover. A gun piercing the clouds came out from the other side, restricting Sun Luo in the air. At the same time, Yuan Shanwan also came to Yu Xingchen and prepared to kill the priest. The priest's health is decreasing quickly. Baihua should make a choice. Yu Xingchen fighter will has been stacked up. Choose to protect the priest or give up treatment. Panlin explained excitedly. At this time, Zhang Jiala stood up and used Baihua Liaowan to use the Baihua style to force Wulong back. At the same time, Zhang Jiala gave the order change priests. Hua Fan Si Jin cooperated with Baihua Liaowan to suppress the front firepower, and the others prepared to look for Xiaoga Ziruo. But where is Xiaoga Ziruo? No. Where is the priest on the opposite side? At this time, Wu Shuanggo rushed out from the side. Oh no! They changed people. It turned out that Xiaoga Ziruo went to replace Wu Shuanggo as soon as Yu Xingchen started the team fight. Baihua formation is now in chaos. Alfing Kenhua is going to die. Baihua must make a decision. Baihua Liuwan, save! Kill Chen. Sun Luo rushed straight to Yu Xingchen. At this time, Yu Shanluan had left Yu Xingchen to cooperate with Yiqiang Chuanyun to attack the front, because they believed that Yu Xingchen had no problem with a priest in 1v2. Sure enough, even if Sun Luo came to break the fire, he was killed by Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen has gone crazy now. What should Baihua do? Priest is dead. Sun Luo is going to die too. Is Baihua going to go away? The fans of Samsara have already started celebrating. In their eyes, their team has always been centered on Yiqiang Chuanyun. Now with the addition of their own youth training, Yiqiang Chuanyun has become a free man. And this new young player did not disappoint. From the slaughter in the single game to the strong 1v2 in the team game, fans saw the hope of winning the championship. There is no hope for Baihua. Let us congratulate the Samsara team for defeating the home team Baihua team 9-1 in the away game. This game showed us that the performance of the newcomer Zhou Chen was really eye-catching. That's right. He maintained a high competitive level in both the single game and the team game. Sure enough, the MVP of this game was also given to the newcomer Zhou Chen of Samsara. It seems that with the addition of this newcomer, Samsara is expected to upgrade from a one-man team to a twin-star team. After the game, the reporter asked Zhang Jiala about his opinion of the newcomers of Samsara. Zhang Jiala said, "This tactic reminds me of a shameless person. I don't want to comment." The winner also interviewed Zhou Chen, the MVP of this game. "How do you think you performed in this game?" "It's okay. SOSO. What is your goal?" "Of course, to break through the rookie wall and win the championship," Zhou Chen said confidently. At the same time, the result of another opening match between Blue Rain and Tiny Herb was also decided. Blue Rain lost to Tiny Herb 4-6 at home. As for the reason, why did the league close the modification rules? Why? Why? Are they afraid that we will monopolize the championship? Huang Xiaoyan said angrily. That's right. In the 7th season, the league issued a new rule that people who died in the team game were prohibited from sending messages. Not only within the team, but also globally. And the voice function of the game was turned off. Chapter 5 Samsara vs. Excellent Era. The 7th season is in full swing. In the first week of the competition, Micrograss defeated Blue Rain to complete revenge, and Samsara defeated Baihua to get off to a good start. Excellent Era, Tyranny and other teams also won their first victory. Last week, Samsara played against Xuanxi team away and defeated the opponent 10-0 without hesitation. Zhou Chen even completed a 1-on-3 in the first match on the ring. Samsara leads the league with 19 points. The second place is Micrograss, which defeated the Void last week and scored 14 points. Zhou Chen's outstanding performance has attracted more attention from the outside world. Some people think that he will become the second talented rookie to break the rookie wall after Jia Shi. Of course, some people think it is the rookie mad swordsman Sun Xiang of Weiyun team. More and more people are looking forward to the duel between Zhou Chen and Yiqiu, the user of the first person in the league. One Leaf Autumn. This week, Samsara will play against Excellent Era at home. The duel between the rookie tactics and the fighting god becomes the hot topic of the week. Welcome to the Honor Professional League. Hello everyone. I am the commentator Pan Lin. I am the commentator Xiaowei. Hello Xiaowei. Welcome to the commentary booth. This game is Samsara vs. Excellent Era. Which team do you think is better? I actually think Samsara is the current #1 team in the league. I think Samsara is very strong now. They solved the communication and running in problems last season. This season, the addition of newcomer Zhou Chen has supplemented Samsara frontal firepower. He and Zhou Zakai are currently the duo with the highest damage in team competitions. I feel that they have a chance to compete for the best combination of the 7th season. Yes, it seems that Samsara is very strong this season. So who do you think will win between the newcomer warrior Yu Xingchen and the god of war Ye Zhiqiu? Xiaowei thought for a while. I think the current match between the two depends on the team competition. Yu Xingchen is more likely to score points in the single competition. The ring competition is still led by Yiqiang Chuanyun, and Ye Zhiqiu should also be in charge of the ring competition. So the two should not meet in the front, and the team competition will be considered later. Okay, then let's take a look at the single competition. Sure enough, the first match of Samsara is Zhou Chen and Jia Shi set Lu Hao. What do you think of this match? Nothing good to see. Lu Hao can't beat Zhou Chen. Xiao Wei said confidently. Oh, so confident? Let's get into the duel. Humph. Yichio praises you for being awesome every day after the game. I want to see how good you are, Lu Hao said insidiously. Yu Xingchen, Battle Mage, versus Darkness, Magic Swordsman, entering the duel. Yu Xingchen also chose to go hard without any maneuvering. After hitting 4 flat attacks, Zhou Yichen prepared to attack from the back. As a result, Lu Hao chose to hit the Earth Shatter Wave Sword followed by the Frost Wave Sword. And the after swing was too obvious. He was caught by Yu Xingchen and used a combo in the air. At the same time, Zhou Yichen also typed in the chat box. A set of combos directly killed him. He died without even triggering the blood rage when his health was red. There was only one question in Zhou Yichen's mind now. This guy is pretending to be a professional player. If he gives me a chance, it's a sure thing. Ah. Yichio sighed secretly. At the end of the singles match, Samsara temporarily led 2-1. The lost point was earned by Su Maicheng. In the ring match, Yichio performed well and led Jia Shi to overtake Samsara 3-2. Entering the team competition, Reincarnation, Zhou Zikai. One shot through the clouds, Sharpshooter, Jiang Buotao. No waves, Magic Swordsman, Zhou Yichen. Yu Xingchen, Warfare, Fang Minghua. Smile and Sing, Priest, Lu Buiyuan. Yu Shanwan, Judo. The 6th person was replaced by Wuqi Assassin, Cruel Silence. Excellent Era, Yichio. One Leaf Autumn, War Mage, Su Maicheng. Mu Yuqingfeng, Gunner, Lu Hao. Darkness, Magic Swordsman, Guiyang. Chu Yunxiu, Qigong Master, Zhang Jiaxing. Jing, Priest, 6th player He Ming. Fa Rongqing, Elemental Mage. We can see that both sides have entered the map. Excellent Era still uses the same lineup as before, while Samsara chooses to change the lineup. Wuqi replaced Du Ming. And it seems that he intends to use a life-threatening attack to deal with Excellent Era. But will Yichio be fooled? Both sides were very conservative when entering the game, and adopted a 41 tactic to move forward. Excellent Era's side was One Leaf Autumn, and Samsara's side was Yu Xingchen. The two sides were about to meet, and Yu Xingchen found that One Leaf Autumn was not in a hurry to attack, but typed in the team. 1. No one else. Explore. At the same time, One Leaf Autumn also discovered Yu Xingchen, and neither of them was in a hurry to attack in case the other side had a trap. When the two sides met, they both chose to wait and see, and did not rush to take action. It seems that both sides are still quite cautious. At this time, Yiqian Chuanyan found Mu Yucheng Feng, who was about to go up to the high platform, and fought. In an instant, Yu Xingchen took the lead in attacking Yi Jiqiu. While Mu Yucheng Feng was going up to the high platform, he was attacked by Yiqian Chuanyun. There was no way. Yi Jiqiu could only fight and retreat, shrinking to protect the shooter. Qi Changyanshui and Mu Yuqingfeng merged. And suddenly, help! Hey! What's going on? Yi Yuxingchen suddenly gave up chasing Yi Jiqiu and turned to another direction. It's Jia Shi priest. Why is the priest alone? Where is the person he is protecting? It turned out that Yi Yuxingchen suddenly found the crutches in the hands of the priest in the distance during the pursuit. He ran straight to the priest without stopping for a moment. 23.40 Priest. The priest was chased by Yi Yuxingchen. Where did the magic swordsman who was protecting the priest go? It turned out that An Wuxianri found the priest of the reincarnation, Xiao Ziru, while protecting Jing. But he did not send the location message of the opposite priest, but ran straight to the opposite priest. But Xiao Ziru was left with Wulong. So An Wuxianri and Wulong were entangled together. What is An Wuxianri doing? Abandoning his own priest and entangled with the opposite magic swordsman. Lu Hao. Are you happy? Panlin said excitedly. Yi Jiqiu could not support Mu Yuqingfeng, and could only turn around and run towards the priest, while Yazhikyu was rushing. Cruel Jingma suddenly rushed out and used a life-threatening attack, crippling Yazhikyu. He was also taken down by Yazhikyu and became the first person to be eliminated. However, Yu Xingchen had already given up the priest and chose Yazhikyu, because Yazhikyu had too little health. Yu Xingchen sent him out. Yazhikyu is rushing. He is leaning, but Cruel Jingma is already waiting for him on the road. Wow! Cruel Jingma took action and hit with a life-threatening attack. Yazhikyu had no choice but to kill Cruel Jingma. Yu Xingchen came over and killed Yazhikyu. Jia Shi is in danger, due to Yazhikyu elimination and the priest being alone. Jia Shi formation was already in chaos. and it was soon wiped out by Samsara. Let us congratulate Samsara for defeating Jia Shi 7-3 at home. Without saying much, Lu Hao is the center of Jia Shi. He is simply pretending to be a professional player, Xiaowei explained angrily. After the game, Yi Qiu did not look at Lu Hao, who was already stunned, and left the game field without saying a word. The other teammates stared at Lu Hao, especially the priest Zhang Jiaxing, who was already greeting Lu Hao parents in his heart. The MVP of this game was given to Wu Qi Cruel Silence. Although Yi Xingchen and Yi Qian Chuanyan performed perfectly, Yi Xingchen even found the priest of Jia Shi. However, Wu Qi's life-threatening attack was the key to Samsara victory. After the game, Zhou Yichen asked questions about Jia Shi to reporters. Zhou Yichen said, "One Autumn Leaf is my favorite character, and Yi Qiu is also my idol. I think everyone can see who is responsible for excellent era defeat in this game. Of course, we and Samsara played very well. Do you think you have surpassed Yi Qiu to become the best player in the league? This is just a regular season game, which doesn't mean much. Besides, I haven't won the championship yet. It's not time yet." After defeating excellent era, Samsara continued to lead the league, while the Thunder next door defeated last season's champion Blue Rain 6-4. It's no wonder that Xiao Shiqin defeated the strong with the weak. Blue Rain's current situation is not very friendly. Chapter 6 Defeat. Pressure from Tiny Herb. After defeating excellent era last week, Samsara welcomed the challenge of the Wuji team, and unsurprisingly, they gave their opponent a big gift with a score of 10-0. At present, it seems that Wuji's hope of relegation is a little slim. They have gone through 4 rounds of duels. 3 rounds were shut out, and there was another game against the Void. If it weren't for the vice-captain Wu Qin one-man match, it would have been another shutout. While Samsara currently ranks first in the league with 37 points. This week, in addition to facing Wuji, they will face Tiny Herb, the runner-up of last season and the champion of the 5th season. Tints currently ranks second with 32 points, second only to Samsara. And the situation is very good, just like Samsara. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 4th week of the Glory Professional League. I am the commentator Pan Lin. I am the commentator Li Bao. Today's game is very exciting. The first-ranked Samsara team will play against the second-ranked Weichao team. What do you think of this game, Coach Li? I actually think Samsara will win this game. After all, Samsara is in hot form, and the newcomer Zhou Yichen is also playing well, Li Ba said. In the singles match, Samsara still sent Zhou Yichen to start, while Wei Chao sent Ding Fusheng, the vice-captain. Yi Xingchen, Warrior, versus Baihua, Knight. Let's congratulate Samsara for winning the first singles match. Zhou Yichen has won all 4 singles matches. Zhou Yichen walked out of the battle seat, but his face was not good, because the Knight was disgusting, especially when playing against warriors. If you don't show your hand speed, it's no different from scraping. If you show your hand speed and lose balance, you won't feel good. In the end, you were really disgusted and vomited. Are you okay, Aiken? Du Ming asked with concern. The other people also looked at Zhou Yichen. It's okay. Zhou Yichen laughed. Have a good rest. Zhou Zikai looked at Zhou Yichen. Yeah. Don't worry, Captain. Okay. After the 2 single-player games, Samsara sent Jiang Guotao and Du Ming to get 2 points, facing the heavily guarded Wei Chao in the ring game. They got 2 points. Currently, Samsara is temporarily leading 3-2. Entering the team competition, Samsara lineup has not changed. Wei Chao, Wang Jieshi, Wang Buliexing, Magic Mage, Ding Fusheng, Duel, Knight, Fan Shiqian, Cordyceps, Priest, Lu Xiubia, Fideogen, Swordsman, Zhou Yebai, Shijunzi, Ghost Swordsman, the 6th person Xiao Yun, Dodgy, Warrior. The 2 sides entered the map, and it was still the conventional 41 opening. Wei Chao's side was Wang Buliexing, and Samsara's side was Yi Xingchen. The 2 sides met, but it was not as harmonious as last time. Wang Buliexing took the lead and Yi Xingchen resisted. Both sides entered the competition field. Wang Buliexing opened the way. Seeing Yi Xingchen, what did he say to observe first? No. Wang Buliexing took the lead to attack Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen hit the round dance stick to catch the falling flower palm. Wang Buliexing fought and retreated. At this time, Yi Xingchen found the cordyceps hiding beside him, and rushed straight to the priest without a moment's delay. Yiqiang Chuanyun took over Yi Xingchen's position and suppressed Wang Buliexing. Yi Xingchen approached cordyceps. However, A set of silky small combos was dodged by cordyceps. And Zhou Yichen was shocked. Damn! I have never seen such a fierce priest before. Zhou Yichen found something wrong and planned to retreat. Dongkong Xiakeo dodged Yu Xingchen attack. Yuk Xingchen wanted to run, but Shi Junzi had already launched the ghost array, and the flying sword came to kill him. Yuk Xingchen was in danger. Zhou Yichen knew that he had been tricked at this time. He wanted to retreat, but was stopped by the ghost array. He had no choice but to force 1v3. Lu Shubia was indeed a master of hand speed. The swordsman dreamlike attack made Yuk Xingchen very uncomfortable. Zhou Yichen also planned to show his hand speed. What? Yuk Xingchen was 1v3. He was like a god. He was swimming dragon. Yes. Yuk Xingchen resisted. But Wang Bulixing got rid of Ichiang Chuanyun and killed him. Fortunately, Yan Shanluan broke the fire in time, and Wulong was always protecting the priest. However, an accident happened. Yes, Zhou Yichen's hand speed was unbalanced. Affected by the single-player game against the knight, Zhou Yichen's hand cramped in an instant. Wang Bulixing found this flaw and went straight to Yuk Xingchen. It's over. Yu Xingchen's hand speed is unbalanced. It got stuck for a while. Wang Bulixing found out. Yu Xingchen is in danger. After discovering that he was unbalanced, Zhou Yichen made up his mind not to retreat, but to face the Wei Chao into the encirclement. Yu Xingchen, don't worry about me. Be careful of the opponent's surprise priest. Fight around the captain. Yu Xingchen didn't retreat. He fought hard. Can he replace the priest? No. But he still injured the gentleman and the flying sword. Yu Xingchen is too fierce. It's a pity that he was useless and became the first character to be eliminated in this game. After killing Yu Xingchen, Wang Jieshi and Fang Shiqian breathed a sigh of relief. This kid is too fierce. I have never seen him play like this. Luan Samsara, which lacks the main force in the front, can only shrink. And Duhua has already carried it in front of Wei Chao. Even if Wu Shuanggoyu arrived at the battlefield in time, he still couldn't resist the attack of Wei Chao. Let's congratulate Wei Chao for defeating Samsara 7-3 at home. Although they failed to surpass Samsara to get first place, they were only 1 point away from Samsara. After the game, Samsara returned to the club and reviewed the game. Aiken, don't rush your hand speed anymore. It's not good for you either. Jiang Buotao said to Zhou Yichen. Well, this game is my fault. I will correct it. Are you okay? Zhou Zikai looked at Zhou Yichen. It's okay. Captain, don't worry. That's good. Our next opponent is Yinyu. What do you think? Jiang Buotao pointed at the schedule. No opinion. Just do it. Zhou Yichen said excitedly. Why are you so excited? Fang Mingwall looked at Zhou Yichen in confusion. That's Yinyu. Chu Yunxiu. A beautiful woman. Zhou Yichen was like a pervert. Hey. I didn't expect you to be such a chin. Du Ming said disdainfully. I didn't expect it. Zhou Zikai said expressionlessly. Hey. 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 Everyone loves beauty. Zhou Yichen said speechlessly. Hey. If you dare to let me go, I kill you. Lu Buiyuan threatened with his fist. Chapter 7 Samsara vs Misty Rain. Zhou Chu first met. As the season progresses, the All-Star voting is also in full swing. Currently ranked first is Yi Qiu from Excellent Era. Second is Wang Jieshi from Tiny Herb. And third is Han Wenqing from Tyranny. Following them are Huang Xiaotian, Zhou Zikai, Chu Yunxiu, Su Macheng, Yu Wanzhou, Xiao Shiqin, and Zhang Xinjia. Zhou Yichen was selected into the top 24 of the All-Stars for his outstanding performance, and ranked 16th. Second only to the vice-captain Jiang Buotao, who ranked 15th. Welcome to the 6th week of the Glory Professional League. The two sides are Samsara, who rested last week, and Misty Rain, who defeated Thunder last week. I am the commentator Pan Lin. I am the commentator Jianbin. Welcome Jianbin to our commentary booth. Since Samsara rested last week, the second-placed Wei Chao surpassed the number 1 team in the league after defeating Wind Hao last week. So Samsara must regain its number 1 throne today. Pan Lin said. Yinyu has been stumbling so far this season. After 6 weeks of wins and losses, it is currently ranked 8th in the league. Although this position is in the playoff zone, it is not solid, Jianbin said. Okay. Both sides are ready. Let's enter the first singles match today. Samsara still sent out Zhou Yichen, while Yinyu sent out this season's rookie Li Hua, using the ninja Lin Nko Jing. Let's enter the duel. Lin Nko Jing did not choose to go straight up. As a ninja, He chose to observe the terrain first. Just as Lin and Ko Jing was observing, Yu Xingchen rushed out from behind the wall and caught him off guard. Lin and Ko Jing used the earth core slashing technique to escape with a fake body. Yu Xingchen used the round dance stick to try to keep Lin and Ko Jing. But the assassin was too flexible and was allowed to escape. This kid is quite powerful. Li Hua doesn't seem to be his opponent at all, Chu Yunxiu said in shock as she looked at the big screen. In her opinion, Li Hua, who debuted this season, was already a relatively powerful newcomer. She didn't expect this kid to be even more powerful. Although she should have heard about it before the fight, it was still incredible to see it with her own eyes. Such a powerful fighting method actually came from Samsara instead of excellent era. It's a pity for my Muchung. As soon as the voice fell, Lin and Ko Jing no longer chose to sit and wait for death, but took the initiative to attack. However, all this was within Yu Xingchen calculations. The round dance stick followed the falling flower palm and launched a floating 4-combo stab in the air, and finally followed the Fulong Xiangtian to end it. Beautiful. The ring match ended. Samsara was currently leading 4-1. The point lost was due to Du Ming's own carelessness. Entering the team competition, the lineup of Yinyu this season is not bad, but it lacks frontal attack, and the explosive frontal ability of Samsara has become the nemesis of Yinyu. The team competition confrontation can be said to be broken at the first touch. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen, and Zhou Zikai Ichiang piercing the clouds. One in front and one behind. The two directly pierced through Yinyu formation. Yu Xingchen even played with 3 people's output. The result was not surprising that Samsara defeated Yinyu 9-1 at home, and the first place of Wei Chao was taken back by Samsara before it was warm. Hello. I am Chu Yunxiu. Are you interested in meeting me, kid? Chu Yunxiu said to Zhou Yichen with a smile after the game. Of course it's my honor. Isn't it? After all, you are my idol. Here are my QQ and phone number, Zhou Yichen said with a smile. Isn't your idol Yichio? Jiang Buotao said in front of him in confusion. Chu Yunxiu smiled at the child in front of him. The child smiled awkwardly and said, that was my former idol. Now my idol is Chu Yunxiu, the top female player in the league. The clown Lu Boyuan said. Of course. He didn't say who it was, but everyone knew it. Interesting. I added you. Keep in touch in the future, and you can find me if you have any questions. Chu Yunxiu smiled and turned back to the team. Woohoo. Yeah. I'm famous. Even Chu Yunxiu knows me and wants to meet me. Zhou Yichen clenched his hands and shook excitedly. Oh. You're miserable. You fell in love. A guy who is tempted by beauty looks down on you, Du Ming said with his hands on his chest. TSK. Jealousy. But it doesn't matter. You don't have it. I do, Zhou Yichen pouted. I can't stand the captain. I want to kill him, Du Ming said angrily, holding Zhou Yichen with his hand. Okay. Let's go after a little fight, Fang Minghua said as they separated the two. Well, let's go, Zhou Zikai said and turned to leave, not interested in what had just happened. Chapter 8. Battle against defending champion Blue Rain. Season 7 has entered the midway stage, and the major teams have begun to chase points for the playoffs. Currently, the first-ranked Samsara and the second-ranked Vici Gaming are only 4 points apart. It seems that the first place in the regular season will be determined until the next time Samsara plays Vici Gaming at home. Ranked 3rd is Tyranny, and ranked 4th is Baihua. Zhang Jiala is still strong. I feel that Baihua is more suitable for a one-man team than Samsara. After all, Samsara now has Zhou Yichen in addition to Zhou Zikai, and the double Zhou combination shines in the league. Defending champion Blue Rain is ranked 5th. Although Blue Rain experienced the pain of the league's ban on voice chat at the beginning of the season, Blue Rain also stabilized in the middle of the season. The game currently in progress is between Samsara and Blue Rain, but this is already the second game. Before this, Samsara defeated Blue Rain 7-3, which also made Zhou Yichen recognize Blue Rain's core Huang Xiaotian. Hey, your fighting style is quite powerful. Much more powerful than Lao Yi. Are you still playing in the singles match this time? How about the ring match? I wait for you. I can't wait to fight you, Huang Xiaotian said to Zhou Yichen excitedly before the game. What's the name of your weapon? It's quite cool. Even cooler than Ye Zhiqiu Chuexia. You guys are very powerful this season. But I tell you that the champion is still Blue Rain. I won't show mercy. Zhou Yichen's mind is dizzy now, before the game starts. He is almost dizzy because of Huang Xiaotian nagging. Let's go. Xiaoyan. It's time to start. Yu Wenzhou grabbed Huang Xiaoyan in time. Hey. What do you think of my suggestion? Let's play in the ring match. What's the point of the singles match? I wait for you. How do you feel? Fang Minghua said with a smile. The alliance is right to introduce rules. Otherwise I might collapse in team battles. Fortunately, I didn't debut in the 6th season. Otherwise, I would be disgusted by him. Zhou Yichen said with a roll of his eyes. In the first singles match, Samsara sent out Zhou Yichen, while Blue Rain sent out Zheng Xian, the gunner's ammunition expert. He didn't listen and still played in the singles match. Huang Xiaoyan laughed. It's very stressful. Zheng Xian smiled bitterly. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Both parties entered the map. Senior. Where are you? Come to 4076. I'm going crazy because of Huang Xiaotian nagging. I'm going to use you as a scapegoat. Hee. Zhou Yichen typed. Forgive me. Every grievance has its perpetrator. Go find Huang Xiao. Zheng Xian typed. I'm here. Why can't I see you? You little bastard. Are you lying? Senior. I'm clearly there. Why can't I see you? You're lying to kids too. The audience has started laughing now. Because both parties have actually arrived. But because of the wall blocking them. They are typing with their backs against the wall. Suddenly, Yu Xingchen heard the sound of gunfire. Yu Xingchen used a round dance stick to hit the wall. And the wall collapsed instantly, shoddy construction. Zheng Xian was startled and swung at the wall that was about to fall towards him. At this time, Yu Xingchen suddenly rushed out from behind. And immediately fired a stiff bullet in the rain of bullets. Yu Xingchen gave up getting close to avoid the stiff bullet. At the same time, he turned on the dazzling pattern shooting. And fired a burning bomb in the rain of bullets, while looking for cover to avoid. Yu Xingchen turned into a demolition worker, and knocked down the walls in front of him one by one. What shoddy construction. Alliance. Zheng Xian thought while dodging. Senior. Don't hide. Let's have a melee between men. Do you think I'm stupid? The ammunition expert and your battle mage are fighting in close combat. Please spare me. Finally, with the collapse of the last wall, there was no way to avoid the rain of bullets. With nowhere to hide. Gun Lin Dan, you could only throw smoke bombs to block Yu Xingchen vision. However, just when Gun Lin Dan Yu was about to leave the range of the smoke, Yu Xingchen suddenly knocked down the careless Gun Lin Dan Yu with a crushing blow. Gun Lin Dan Yu hurriedly threw a flash bomb. But unfortunately Yu Xingchen turned his back to avoid the blinding effect. Gun Lin Dan Yu staggered to his feet when Yu Xingchen turned around. Just when Gun Lin Dan Yu was about to use the explosive grenade to increase the distance between the two, Yu Xingchen Tianji successfully floated Gun Lin Dan Yu, who was still holding the grenade. Send. Chapter 9 Du Ming vs Song Xiao. With Zheng Xian voice. Under great pressure. The first singles match ended. Zheng Xian returned to the Blue Rain player seat. It's all your fault. Master Huang. Why did you provoke him? You made me so stressed. It's okay. I went back. Song Xiao said encouragingly. Yes. Song Xiao went up the second time. And Samsara sent Du Ming to fight. Du Ming. Wu Xuango Yu. Swordsman Song Xiao. Tao Luo Shaming. Qigong Master. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The game started. The map was the arena. Samsara home map. Let's fight head on. You have no choice. Du Ming typed. Hee. Wu Xuango Yu went straight to the opponent. And made a series of thrusts to get close to Tao Luo Shaming. Tao Luo Shaming saw through Wu Xuango Yu's intention. And used the push cloud palm to prevent the swordsman from getting close, while making the chi blade. Wu Xuango Yu dodged the push cloud palm, and used the rising dragon slash to adjust his position. He locked onto the target, and activated the ultimate move Jian Ding Tian Xia. Heading straight for Tao Luo Shaming. Tao Luo Shaming was unable to dodge the move. But fortunately he activated the steel bone tyrant body to block it in time. But he still took the damage from Jian Ding Tian Xia, and was approached by Wu Xuango Yu. This map is really simple and clear. Han Wenqing favorite map. Huang Xiaotian said in the audience. The situation is not good. Yu Wenzhou frowned. Wu Xuango Yu tried to continue the close attack, charging a knife to slash at Tao Luo Shaming. She waved shield. You are so insidious. Backstab. Song Xiao typed. Fortunately, Song Xiao used the Qi wave shield, a Qigong master with extremely strong defense, to block Wu Xuango Yu attack. Just when Wu Xuango Yu wanted to continue the attack, Tao Luo Xiaoming grabbed Wu Shuangguoyu with a cloud-grabbing hand. The situation was reversed. We lost, Zhou Zikai said. Tao Luo Xiaoming caught Wu Shuangguoyu, and then used the reverse flow to float Wu Shuangguoyu in the air. Then he used the ultimate skill Flash 100 Splits to continuously output damage. Wu Shuangguoyu's health continued to decrease, and he had no choice but to temporarily give up the close combat. However, giving up the close combat meant giving up the advantage, because this map was an arena, and there was nowhere to escape. Tao Luo Xiaoming used a long-lasting chi to hit Wu Shuangguoyu, who was releasing the Sword Shadow Step. It was over. This was Du Ming in her thought, and a drop of sweat flowed from Du Ming's head. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be output to death. So he controlled Wu Shuangguoyu to use the reverse wind thorn to try to get close to him again. However, this time Tao Luo Xiaoming did not give Wu Shuangguoyu a chance and opened the distance in time. Wu Shuangguoyu played the Phantom Invisible Sword, which was the last chance. What Wu Shuangguoyu did not expect was that Tao Luo Xiaoming opened the Mind Shield to eat the Phantom Invisible Sword. Finally, he took advantage of Wu Shuangguoyu's 1 second stiffness and successfully took Wu Shuangguoyu away in one wave. Glory! Du Ming was stunned in his seat after the game. His map selection became someone else's wedding dress. Well played, Song Xiao. I thought you were going to give up, but I didn't expect you to turn defeat into victory. Huang Xiaotian hugged Song Xiao and smiled. Well played. Yu Wenzhou also smiled. It's okay, Du Ming. It's just 1 point. We will help you catch up. LV Buiyuan patted Du Ming on the shoulder and said, yeah. However, what LV Buiyuan didn't expect in the next game was that his opponent was Yufeng. You know, Blue Rain has always been the first to appear on the ring with Yufeng, but he didn't expect that he would play in the singles match. As expected, Judo couldn't withstand the fierce attack of the Berserker and was defeated in the end. It's okay. They only have Huang Xiaotian in the ring match. We take these 2 points, Jian Buotao said encouragingly. Well, come on. Sure enough, even though the last player to appear, Yi Yusheng Fan, had already defeated 2, he still lost to Chong Chuanyun, who had a huge advantage in health. The ring match ended, and Samsara was currently leading Blue Rain 3-2. Chapter 10 Team Match Samsara vs Blue Rain. Welcome back after the commercial. You are currently watching the Glory Professional League Samsara vs Blue Rain match. Samsara is currently leading Blue Rain 3-2. And the next match will be a team match between the 2 teams. Team match starting lineup: Samsara, Zhou Zikai, Yiqiang Chuanyun, Sharpshooter Jiang Buotao, Wulong, Magic Swordsman, Fang Minghua, Xiada Zirua, Priest, Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen, Battle Mage, Lu Buiyuan, Yu Shanwan Judo, 6-man Du Ming, Wu Shuangguoyu, Swordsman, Blue Rain, Huang Xiaotian, Night Rain, Swordsman Yu Wenzhou, Soxer, Warlock Su Jingxi, Soul Speaker, Guardian Angel Yufeng, Sharp Sword, Crazy Swordsman, Zheng Xian, Guns and Bullets, Ammunition Expert, 6-man Song Xiao, Tao Luo Xiaoming, Qigong Master. Both sides are ready. Let's enter the team competition. 3, 2, 1, fight! The map used by Samsara for this team competition is the Western Market, which is more suitable for chaos than other maps. Since Blue Rain relies on Yu Wenzhou full command, and Yu Wenzhou hand speed is weak, chaos is not conducive to the display of Blue Rain's formation. So Samsara finally chose this map. Entering the game, Samsara is in full swing, with Yu Xingchen and Yiqian Chuanyun rushing to the front. Blue Rain has already seen Samsara's purpose, and wants to disrupt the battle and force Yu Wenzhou to be unable to type and command the whole team. Yu Wenzhou had made his choice before they met. Xiao and Yu will harass the warrior and the shooter, and Tian will go find the priest. Seeing the captain make his choice, Yi Yusheng Fan left Soxer's side. As the first opportunist in the alliance, Yi Yusheng Fan had already gone to look for his own opportunity. Where are the people? Where are the people? Where are the people? Come and fight! Xiao Qinshan. Yi Yusheng Fan began to harass him with text. Don't be afraid. Xiao Qinshan. Come find me. I let you he. 65. Found the warlock. Yi Yushengchen said in the team chat. Prepare to attack. The moment Jiang Buotao sent the order, Yi Yushengchen and Yiqian Chuanyun ran towards the target. I'm here to find you. Shout Tian. Huang Xiaotian watched Zhou Yichen typing, and changed his perspective, and did not find Yi Yushengchen figure. Xiao Qinshan. You have learned bad things. Samsara looked at the two people running towards him, and did not panic, and used the staff to shoot the curse arrow. Song Xiao watched the two people running towards his captain, and controlled Tao Luoshiming to perform Cloud Catch Hand, but was dodged by Yuxingshan and Yiqianchuanian. Yiqianchuanian used curved shooting during the swing, and the bullet seemed to be tracking and shot towards Saxel and Tao Luoshiming. Yu Feng controlled the sharp sword and entangled with Yuxingshan, and slashed at Yuxingshan in 3 sections. Yuxingshan shook in AZ shape to avoid it, and Longya continued to attack the sharp sword. Return. Yi Yushanfan found Xiaodezirua, and killed the priest with the sword shadow step. Wu Lang could not resist Yi Yushanfan attack. 3 sections slash. Continuous thrust. Rising dragon slash. Falling wind slash. 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 This set of combos made Wu Lang dizzy, and he had no choice but to recall Yun Shanluan, who was close to the gun and rain of bullets. Seeing Yun Shanluan coming back, Yi Yushanfan turned around and attacked Yuxingshan without any hesitation, wanting to kill Yuxingshan with Feng Meng Wijian. Zhou Yichen also saw Lan Yu's tactics, gave up fighting with Yu Feng, and turned to find the gun Rain, who was attacking his back row from a distance. Yuxingshan looked at the gun Rain, who was attacking without pressure on the 2nd floor, and used the round dance stick to hit the building. What is Yuxingshan doing? Is he going to destroy the terrain again? Sure enough, with a round dance stick, the building that had been attacked multiple times collapsed under the heavy load. Gun Rain was not dodged in time, and was pressed under the bricks and tiles, losing a lot of blood. As soon as he stood up, he was hit by Yuxingshan and floated in the air. And then, there was another set of silky small combos, for consecutive stabs in the air, followed by dragon teeth and falling flowers. Gun Rain fell to the ground again, and just as Zheng Xian was operating the gun Rain to receive the body, a skill of strong dragon pressure came. Under great pressure. Save. Force kill. The formation changed again. Blue Rain wanted to save Gunlin Danyu, who was being beaten 1v1, while Samsara wanted to forcefully kill Gunlin Danyu. While Samsara opened the 6-star light prison, he was ready to use the ultimate skill Death Gate to drag Samsara people. Yi Yushanfan had already killed Yuxingshan. Xiao Chenshin is very fierce today. Look at my silver blade falling. 3-stage slash. Continuous thrust. Sword rules the world. Yi Yuxingshan chose to forcefully eat the skill, and the angry dragon pierced through the heart and gouged Gunlin Danyu heart. This time, Gunlin Danyu blood was directly red, and Yi Yuxingshan also lost 15% of his blood and only had 20% of his blood left. At this time, the 6-star light triggered and trapped Yi Yuxingshan, and Gunlin Danyu escaped from Yi Yuxingshan attack range. Just when Zheng Xian and the Blue Rain people were relieved, a bullet broke the situation. Shozakai used a gun to pierce the clouds, and when he saw the Blue Rain people rushing over, he gave Zhou Yichen a look. Zhou Yichen understood, so he used Halong Pajuan to hit Gunlin Danyu red blood, and he was also trapped. Shozakai released the sharpshooter's level 70 ultimate skill, Barrett Sniper. Just when Zheng Xian relaxed his vigilance, a bullet pierced Gunlin Danyu head, becoming the first character to be eliminated. Chapter 11 Samsara vs Blue Rain. As Zheng Xian became the first character to be eliminated in this game, the situation turned to Samsara. Strong killing tactics. As Yuanzhou gave an order, the Blue Rain people rushed to Yi Yuxingshan, who had escaped from the time failure of the 6-star light prison. Yi Yuxingshan also saw through the purpose of Blue Rain and others, and he had only 20% left. So Halong Pajuan followed Fu Long Xiang Tian to play the most lethal move of the tactics. This move hit Yu Feng Meng Huijian. But fortunately Feng Meng Huijian was in the blood fury dominant state, and was not knocked out by Yi Yuxingshan Halong Pajuan. Once Feng Meng Huijian was knocked out, Blue Rain missed the front, and Samsara could kill the opponent at one end. After finishing all the output, Yi Yuxingshan was also sent out by Yi Yushanfan, becoming the second character to be eliminated in this game. However, Zhou Yichen put down his headphones with a smile, because he had done everything he could, and the next step was to leave it to his teammates. Turn. Focus on Yun Shanluan. After killing Yi Yuxingshan, Blue Rain did not stop for a moment, and then turned to Yun Shanluan. Wow. The situation on the field has become confusing now. Samsara and Blue Rain have fought 1-for-1, and the strongest output of both sides is out. Pan Lin explained. Blue Rain chose to turn, and their target is Lu Buyu and Yun Shanluan. Samsara did not sit and wait for death. They were waiting for Wu Xuangoyu to rush to the front. Yu Feng took the lead in attacking, and Yun Shanwan resisted. At this time, Blue Rain's sixth man Song Shao also rushed to the battlefield. Just when he was about to attack, Wu Lang rushed out from behind. Focus on Wu Lang. Give up Yu Shanwan. Yu Wenzhou frowned while giving orders. Where is Yiqian Chuanyin going? When this question came up, Yu Wenzhou realized that it was not good. They ignored Yiqian Chuanyin, who took the gun and rained bullets. The reason why Samsara is called one-man team is precisely because of Zhou Zikai's strong personal combat power. Sure enough, Cloud Piercer made a move, sliding and shooting randomly. And Soxer fled in a hurry. Save the captain! Song Shao sent a message. Yu Feng and Huang Xiaotian realized the importance of the problem and turned to save their captain. However, how could Samsara let Blue Rain have their way? They had been preparing for this moment. In order to fight head-on, Blue Rain had replaced Guardian Angel in the substitution area early. And now Guardian Angel encountered difficulties in the process of rushing over. Wu Xuangoyu stopped the Soul Speaker. Now Blue Rain has to face a big decision. Whether to save Soxer or Soul Speaker. Save the Angel. Yu Wenzhou issued the last order. Because Zhou Zikai had already started rapid shooting at this time. The bullets were too dense, leaving no chance for Yu Wenzhou to escape. And Soxer's health dropped too seriously. Finally, after making a decision, Soxer was shot out by Cloud Piercer. Just as Tao Luoshaming was rushing to his Guardian Angel, Cloud Piercer came out again. Another shot through the clouds. Zhou Zikai, the captain of the Samsara team, stood up and not only eliminated Soxer, but also stopped Tao Luoshaming at this time. Pan Lin explained excitedly. It's over. Tao Luoshaming, who had already been hit by a set of killing moves by the battle method, couldn't withstand the attack of the shot through the clouds at this moment. Then Song Shao Tao Luoshaming became the fourth character to be eliminated. Song Shao took off his headphones and closed his eyes. He understood that Blue Rain had lost. Thingmong Huijian and Yi Yushanfan joined forces to kill Wu Xuangoyu. But Wu Xuangoyu did not retreat, but chose to kill the Soul Speaker. At this time, Yun Shan Wanjiaolang and Xiaoda Ziruo from the Samsara side rushed to the battlefield. What should Huang Xiao do? Turn to kill the priest. Yi Yushanfan had no choice but to save his own guardian angel by turning to the priest to save Zhao. However, Yun Shan Wanjiaolang from the Samsara side stopped the two, forming a 2-on-3, 1-on-1 situation. The reason why stars are stars is that swordsmen are swordsmen. Yi Yushengfan found another opportunity to get close to Xiao Guzi Ruo. It's Sword Shadow Step. How many? 7. Dear audience, you read it right. Yi Yushengfan used 7 Sword Shadow Steps. This is the Sword Saint. Yi Yushengfan killed Xiao Guzi Ruo, and the extinguished flames of Blue Rain fans below the stage ignited again. However, the flames were extinguished again. That's right. Yi Chong Chuanyin arrived and Soul Speaker was sent out. Yi Chong Chuanyin is still killing. He has been killing like crazy. Soul Speaker is out. Fengmang Huijian is out. And finally Yi Yushengfan is out. Blue Rain is destroyed. Yi Chong Chuanyin got a pentacle. This is Zhou Zikai. Pan Lin roared hoarsely. At the end of the game, Samsara defeated Blue Rain 8-2 at home. After the game, the MVP was undoubtedly Zhou Zikai, who had the highest output and the most kills. Yi Chong Chuanyin. When Samsara was in trouble, Zhou Zikai would always stand up. This is Zhou Zikai, a real sharpshooter. Zhou Zikai is getting stronger and stronger. It's going to be hard to play in the playoffs. Yi Chio watched the end of the Samsara game at the computer desk. Excellent Era is not as good as last season. It is currently ranked 6th in the regular season. This is not a good record for Excellent Era, which was in the semifinals last season. Samsara is in a strong momentum. Su Muchen said to Yi Chio. Well, but I am more optimistic about Wei Chao this season. What about us? We. Try your best to get into the semifinals. Hey! On the way back to the dormitory, Zhou Yichen received a message from Chu Yunxiu. You guys are playing better and better. You have hope for the championship this season. Kid. It's okay. You guys are playing well. And can you please stop calling me kid? I'm actually quite big. But in my opinion, you are just a kid. Chu Yunxiu typed with a smile. TSK. I'm quite big. Zhou Yichen typed with a pout. Oh! What's the big one? It's big in every aspect. I show it to you next time I see you. Hee hee. Kid. You dare to tease me. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to watch TV series. Watching TV series. Don't you have a competition tomorrow? Zhou Yichen asked doubtfully. Oh, I almost forgot. It's so annoying. Hey, kid. You're paying attention to me silently. Chu Yunxiu typed happily. Yes, but it's a pity that I don't appreciate it. Right? It's been so long. And I haven't given a definite answer. Kid, if you want to chase me, win a championship first. You don't even have a championship yourself. And you're still ashamed to say that to me. Get lost. Okay. Who are you chatting with? You're laughing like a fool. Fang Mingwall looked at Zhou Yichen with a smile. No one. It should be a girl. TSK. 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 How old are you to fall in love? TSK. 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 Fang Mingwa joked. Remember to rest and stay in good condition for the game. Oh. Mom Fang. What are you thinking? Don't worry. I go back to the dormitory and sleep. Fang Minghua fell into deep thought as she watched Zhou Yichen leave. The child had grown up and was no longer under the control of his mother. Chapter 12: The Battle for the Best Rookie. The 7th season of the All-Stars is in full swing. Currently, the first place is still Yiqiu, the captain of the Excellent Era team. The second is Jia Shi, the captain of the Tiny Herb team. And the third is Huang Xiaotian, the vice-captain of the Blue Rain team. The gap in votes between the latter and the top 3 is too large, and there is no possibility of catching up. The 4th to 10th places are Han Wenqing of Tyranny, Shozakai of Samsara, Zhang Jiala of 100 Blossoms, Chu Yunxiu of Misty Rain, Yu Wenzhou of Blue Rain, Zhang Xinjia of Tyranny, and Li Xian of Void. Although the ranking gap between the two teams in this game is large, the topic is very hot: the battle for the best rookie. The two teams are Samsara and Yueyun. The newcomer Zhou Yichen of the Samsara team has undoubtedly broken through the rookie wall. Not only did he defeat 3 in the ring match, he also maintained a winning streak in the singles match, and won several MVPs in a row. The Samsara team is currently leading the league in the standings. Sun Xiang, the rookie mad swordsman of Yueyun team, also broke through the rookie wall and repeatedly stood up when the team was in danger. Yueyun team is currently ranked 10th in the league, but without Sun Xiang, Yueyun team will even face the risk of relegation. The duel between the two and the victory or defeat between the teams may directly affect the ownership of the best rookie of the 7th season. Welcome to the Glory Professional League. The two teams in this game are Samsara, the 1st in the league, and Yueyun, the 10th in the league. Old friend Panlin said. Then why do we broadcast such a big match? Why? Li Ba said with a smile. Of course, it's the hottest topic recently. The battle for the best rookie published by the Alliance House. Yes, at present, the best rookie of the season should be between Zhou Yichen of Samsara and Sun Xiang of Yueyun. Zhou Yichen will undoubtedly start in the first single match. He has won 15 consecutive games so far. Will Zhou Yichen and Sun Xiang start in the first match? Sun Xiang will play in the single match? It seems that Yueyun has given up the ring match, thinking that Sun Xiang can't beat Samsara in the ring match. Panlin, so it meets the needs of our audience. The battle for the strongest rookie in the 7th season. Yueyun. I'm crying. Okay. Let's take a look at the first game map, which is the arena. Li Ba, wow. It seems that Zhou Yichen is going to face Sun Xiang head-on. The battle method against the wild swordsman. It's a duel between men. Enter the game. Zhou Yichen. Yushinchen, war method, vs Sun Xiang. Horizontal blade, crazy swordsman, 3, 2, 1 fight. The two rushed towards each other in tacit understanding. The horizontal blade used continuous thrusts to get close to the body. Yushinchen dodged and activated the dazzling pattern at the same time. Yushinchen wanted to use the Dragon Fang Sky Strike to hit the horizontal blade in a stiff and floating state. But Sun Xiang was no ordinary person. While the horizontal blade rushed and hit and repelled Yushinchen, a cross slash was slashed at Yushinchen. Panlin, a cross slash was slashed at Yushinchen. Why didn't he lose blood? Director, please replay it. It turned out that during the horizontal blade cross slash, Yushinchen passed through the attack with a very ghostly body movement. Li Ba, this time it has a taste of Yijiqiu. Yushinchen approached the horizontal blade with a shadow step, followed by a falling flower palm, floating the horizontal blade. The situation is not good for Sun Xiang. He will be killed by Yushinchen floating in the air. Panlin explained. But when Yu Xingchen was receiving the Dragon's Tooth, Sun Xiang used the Blood Shadow Mad Blade to blow Yu Xingchen away and landed successfully. After the attack, he immediately started the bloodthirsty fight and rushed towards Yu Xingchen. Li Bo, the horizontal sword now has only 20% of blood, triggering the Blood Awakening plus bloodthirsty fight. Not only gaining attack bonus, but also dominance. Pan Lin, Yu Xingchen was dragged down, and his blood volume dropped quickly. But he was waiting for the dominance of bloodthirsty fight to end. The horizontal sword used continuous thrusts again, but the dominance disappeared at this time. And Yu Xingchen opened the horizontal sword with the falling flower palm. How long Pejuan? Fu Long Xiangtian? Hide. Hide. Sun Xiang controlled the horizontal sword to avoid the Fu Long Xiangtian. Did he dodge it? Ah! This is. The horizontal sword dodged Yu Xingchen Fu Long Xiangtian. No! This is Long Yang Tai. Fu Long Xiangtian bit the horizontal sword. Li Ba explained. Dragon Yang Tai. It's Long Yang Tai. After Yi Qiu, the second person to use Long Yang Tai, Yu Xingchen killed the game. This is the most perfect battle mage after Yi Qiu, Pan Lin shouted. At this time, the audience in the whole venue was boiling, and the atmosphere in the venue reached a climax with a Long Yang Tai. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Awesome. Although it is not a difficult skill, I didn't expect him to master it so quickly. Yi Qiu, an elderly man who rarely uses mobile phones, also turned on his mobile phone to watch this wonderful game. Do you know who I see in him now? Yu Wenzhou was also watching this game. Who? Yi Qiu. No way. At least in terms of heart. Xiao Zhou can't compare with Yi Qiu at all. Wang Xiaoyan said. Of course not. I saw Wang Jia Shi who made his debut in the 3rd season and killed a god in his first battle. Yu Wenzhou said with a smile. Wang Jia Shi. No way. But it seems to make some sense. But Xiao Zhou has not experienced the competition of the first-line gods now. I think he needs me to be a sparring partner. After his game is over, I will go to PK with him. After saying that, Wang Xiaotian went to use his small account to respond to the network trolls. The victory or defeat of this game will also represent the ownership of the best rookie of the 7th season. Although the two teams will have games later. But the gap between Samsara and Yueyun is too big. Your tactics are really good. Sun Xiang shook hands with Zhou Yichen and said, Thank you. Your berserker is also very powerful. I will definitely win next time we meet. Sun Xiang said arrogantly. The result will not change next time. If you want to defeat me, it's still 20,000 years too early. Zhou Yichen responded. Thanks for your hard work. Zhou Zikai said to Zhou Yichen who returned to the team seat. It's not hard. Easy. Zhou Yichen smiled and responded. Oh, what a great scene. Dragon raises its head. Easy. Jiang Guotao said. Brother, you sweat all over. Du Ming said. Well, it's actually quite tiring. This guy is definitely very strong. I even think that the berserker is not suitable for him. The fighting method will be better. Zhou Yichen spread his hands. Why do you think so? Jiang Guotao asked. Because when playing against him, he likes operational skills very much. But the berserker's proud blood-sucking is not often used. Zhou Yichen explained. Why think so much? What he does has nothing to do with you. Wu Qi hugged Zhou Yichen and said. Because Sun Xiang played in the first game. The other players behind him had no resistance to Samsara. Samsara did not show mercy, and shut out the Yueyun team that came from a far 10-0 at home. Samsara currently leads the league with 136 points. And the second place is still Wei Chao with 128 points. This is because they lost 8-2 in the away game against Tyranny. And Wang Jieshi still maintained an undefeated record in the ring match. The third place is naturally Tyranny with 127 points. Tyranny is still stable this season. The teams in the playoff zone from 4 to 8 are Blue Rain, Thunder, Baihua, Excellent Era, and Misty Rain. The teams that will impact the playoffs from 9 to 12 are Void, Howling, Yueyun and Royal Wind. Currently in the relegation zone are Time and Wuji. And these two teams are likely to leave the league. As a team that has just joined the league, Time team is leaving before its butt is warm. The current championship probability of major teams released by the league home. Samsara ranks first with 33%. They believe that Samsara has no obvious shortcomings now. And what they lack is the experience of the playoffs and the finals. Wei Chao ranks second with a probability of 24%. After Weichao lost last season, they will become stronger. Blue Rain ranked 3rd with a 20% probability. Blue Rain was the champion last season, and the lineup has not changed this season, even though Blue Rain was weakened by the introduction of the voice rules. Tyranny ranked 4th with an 18% probability. Tyranny is a candidate for the championship every year, but they still lack a second strong attacker. The probability of other teams combined is 5%. In general, this year's champion is likely to come from the above 4 teams. Awesome. It seems that you are the best newcomer this year. Zhou Yichen was on the phone with Chu Yunxiu. Of course, not only the best newcomer, but also the championship we are determined to win. It's a pity that you are in Misty Rain. Or you can come to Misty Rain during the winter transfer period. Chu Yunxiu joked. It's better for you to come to Samsara than for me to go to Misty Rain. Come to Samsara to guarantee the finals. Forget it. Even if I want to transfer to Misty Rain, the top management will not agree. But kid, as far as I know, there is a team that wants you very much. Chapter 13 All-Star Eve. With the All-Star voting deadline, the All-Star game is just around the corner. The transfer period that opened in December was not very eventful. The biggest topic was that Jia Shi offered 8 million to call out to Samsara. They wanted to buy Zhou Yichen, the strongest rookie this year, as Jia Shi's successor. What do Brother Tao and the others mean? Are you looking for a successor to Yi Zhiqiu so soon? Su Muchen said angrily. Alas, there is no way. The league is becoming more and more commercialized now. I don't want to show up, so my commercial value is naturally low. Plus Zhou Yichen tactics are really good, and he can bear the title of Yi Zhiqiu fighting god. The key is that he is handsome, Yiqiu said helplessly. Of course they won't let me retire. They just want me to give up using Yi Zhiqiu. That's right. Jia Shi wants to buy Zhou Yichen and let him use Yi Zhiqiu, while Yiqiu uses another tactics card. They want to reproduce the shadow tactics. But the shadow is Yiqiu, the first person in the league. What did Samsara say? Tao Xian looked at the team manager Cui Li. Samsara said 8 million is too little. At least 20 million. How much? 20 million. Why didn't he go and grab it? Giving him 8 million for a newcomer is already a big deal. And 20 million. Ask him if he wants to sell Zhou Zikai for 20 million. Tao Xian was broken. He started beeping. So Jia Shi chose Sun Xiang from Yueyun as the second best option. They wanted Sun Xiang to change his tactics and take over Yi Zhiqiu. But Sun Xiang said, "We talk about it later." The winter transfer period of the 7th season was as uneventful as a flat surface. With the end of the All-Star voting, the ranking of the 24 All-Stars was officially released. Yiqiu, who ranked first, used the character Yi Zhiqiu and was named Fighting God. Wang Jia, ranked second, uses the character Wang Buliuxing, and his personal title is Magician. Wang Xiaoyan, ranked third, uses the character Yu Shifan, and his personal title is Sword Saint. Han Wenqing, ranked fourth, uses the character De Mo Gu Yin, and his personal title is Fighter King. Zhou Zikai, ranked fifth, uses the character Yichang Chuanyun, and his personal title is Gun King. Currently he should not be crowned. He should win the championship to be crowned. Zhang Jiala, ranked 6th, uses the character Baihua Liaoluan. Chu Yunxiu, ranked 7th, uses the character Feng Cheng Yanyu. Xiao Shiqin, ranked 8th, uses the character Sheng Ling Ye. Su Mucheng, ranked 9th, uses the character Mu Yucheng Feng. Yu Wanzhou, ranked 10th, uses the character Suok Sar. The next 11 to 24 are Lin Jingyan of Howling, Fang Shiqian of Tiny Herb, Zhang Xinjia of Tyranny, Li Xian of Void, and Jiang Buitao of Samsara, Zhou Yichen of Samsara, Tiansen of Royal Wind, Ding Fuxing of Tiny Herb, Song Xiao of Blue Rain, Fang Rui of Howling, Yu Feng of Blue Rain, Zhao Yang of Linhai, Wu Yus of Void, Yang Tsung of 301. The host of this season's All-Star Weekend is Blue Rain, and the venue is held in Blue Rain's home city G. For Zhou Yichen, the only rookie to be selected for the All-Stars as soon as he debuted this season. This is a supreme honor. As time came to the first week of January, on the eve of the All-Stars, all the major teams came to Blue Rain's home court. As the host, Blue Rain also arranged a dinner. Privately, you can see that all the major professional players are talking about things that have nothing to do with the league. Wang Jieshi and Yu Wanzhou are talking about the recent stock market, Huang Xiaotian was punished by Team Yu to eat okra for half a month because of his mistakes. And he was complaining to Zhou Yichen. Chu Yunxiu and Su Mucheng were talking about TV series. And they secretly glanced at Zhou Yichen. The TV series they were watching was called The Domineering Sister Falls in Love with a Weak Brother. It was hard to hold. Yu Feng and Li Xian were talking and went to a corner to smoke. Fang Shiqian and Zhang Xinjie were talking about how to adjust the latest work and rest time to be more regular. As for our Lao Yi, he didn't come. Is he being a big shot? Of course not. He was playing Honor of Kings in the hotel with his computer. Yu Feng and Li Xian began to sigh as they smoked. And the topic returned to the life in the league. What do you think will happen if I leave Blue Rain? Yu Feng smoked and fell into thought. Why do you have such an idea? Li Xian was confused. Although I am doing well in Blue Rain, the attention is too low. After all, there are Huang Xiao and Yu team in front. Yu Feng sighed. So, you want to leave Blue Rain and become the leader of other teams? Li Xian smiled. Have you considered your next team? Not yet. At least we have to wait until the season is over. Whether we win the championship or not. I want to leave. As they chatted, they had finished their cigarettes and went back to the hotel separately. The quality of the newcomers this season is very high. Whether it is Lu Shubia from your team, Tang Hao and Zhou Yuan from Baihua, Li Hua from Yanyu, or Sun Xiang from Weiyun, Yu Wenzhou said to Wang Jieshi. It's a pity that they have a more powerful newcomer. Zhou Yichen. Wang Jieshi said calmly with big and small eyes. Yes. It will be difficult for us to meet in the finals this season. The momentum of Samsara is too strong. Yu Wenzhou smiled. No matter who it is, Tiny Grass will not lose in the playoffs, and it is impossible to lose. Wang Jieshi said confidently. Yu Wenzhou smiled but did not speak. He was thinking that Blue Rain's road to defending the title this season would not be easy. Tomorrow is the All-Star game. I hope everyone has fun. Yu Wenzhou sent a message in the QQ group. Have fun. Guaranteed. Captain Yu. Huang Xiaotian said he wants to eat okra. Bullshit. I tell you when you're done. Yo. I'm waiting for you to come and get me. If you can't, I piss you off. Be careful tomorrow. This is Blue Rain's home court. Oh. Two kids are arguing. Ha ha. Ad 1. Ad 99. Ad 10,086. Chapter 14 All-Star Weekend. Wait until the snow falls long enough. And the dust will bury the fire. A song that makes people's blood boil and feel full of emotion is played. The big screen on the stage plays the pictures of the previous major teams winning the championship. And the focus of that year is on Blue Rain winning the championship last season. As the song ends, the lights are turned on, and the atmosphere of the entire venue is pushed to a climax. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. The Blue Rain home stadium is full. The audience is cheering. And the barrage in the official live broadcast room is also flying. The All-Star Weekend officially begins. Welcome to the All-Star Weekend of the 7th season of the Honor Professional League. I am the host Aubin. We are now in the beautiful and dreamy G City. Let us welcome today's host, the 6th season champion Blue Rain. We still have many summers that belong to Blue Rain. On the big screen, the Blue Rain players and characters are also displayed in the form of slides. First is Huang Xiaotian. Night Rain Sound Troubles. Huang Xiaotian was at the peak of his career as the golden generation of the 4th season. The most impressive thing about Huang Xiaotian is that he is a chatterbox and types fast, harassing his opponents while operating. Due to the condemnation of other teams, the league changed a rule specifically for Huang Xiaotian. Dead players cannot type. Last year, a large part of the reason why Vici Gaming failed to defend the title was that Huang Xiaotian was still outputting even when he died in a team fight. His output was not only on the field, but also off the field. Because of his excessive output and venomous tongue, Vici Gaming mentality exploded and the team lost. As the MVP of the regular season and the MVP of the finals in the 6th season, Huang Xiaotian played an indispensable role in Blue Rain's victory. Swordsman! 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 Then there was Yu Wenzhou, Soxer, one of the 4 tactical masters who led Blue Rain all the way forward. Like Wang Jieshi, Yu Wenzhou served as the captain when he debuted, and formed the Blue Rain dual-core sword and curse with the team star Huang Xiaotian. Yu Wenzhou is a typical hard-working player. Because of his hand disability, he works harder than others. Yu Wenzhou relied on his outstanding personal talent and good calculations to control the perfect rhythm to cover up his weakness of clumsy hands. In the 6th season, he led Blue Rain to defeat Tiny Herb and win the championship. If the other people are the body of Blue Rain, then you Wonjo is the brain of this body. Wonjo is indeed amazing. But unfortunately he is clumsy. As the host passionately introduced the major teams, the 5th All-Star Weekend kicked off. The major teams walked to their respective team seats. Zhou sat on the chair and looked around, standing up from time to time. Du Ming, what's wrong with you? The chair is nails, and you can't sit still. Zhou ignored Du Ming. Suddenly, he saw the person he wanted to see so much, and then waved to him. Who is he looking at? Lu Boyuan asked puzzledly. Chu, Zhou Zikai said softly. Captain, how did you know? Guessed. Zhou took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Chu Yunxiu. I saw you. Why are you Yenyu and our Samsara so far apart? Chu, I saw you waving. Like a grasshopper. Zhou, what metaphor? I've signed up for the rookie challenge later. Chu, if you dare to choose me, I scold you right there. Zhou, how could I choose you? Just watch my performance. Chu, don't lose. Huang Xiaotian suddenly jumped out from beside him. Yoho, you're chatting with a girl. Didn't you see who it was? None of your business. Why did you come to me when you didn't go back to your team? I saw you looking around and fidgeting, and I was afraid that our Blue Rain wouldn't treat you well, Huang Xiaotian said while hugging Zhou. Blue Rain's team seat was right next to Samsara. Everyone from Samsara and Blue Rain watched the two people quarreling and said nothing. Just two kids. Who are you going to challenge in the rookie challenge? Huang Xiaotian asked. How did you know I signed up? Zhou looked at Huang Xiaotian in surprise. I asked the person in charge. Huang Xiaotian laughed. I challenge you. And then you lose and be embarrassed. Hee hee. Zhou laughed sinisterly. Hee hee. Just you. Forget it. Loser. I'm leaving. Going back. After saying that, Huang Xiaotian slipped away. Okay. Next we start our first part. The Rookie Challenge. Hello everyone. I'm Xiaowei, the commentator of the Rookie Challenge of the All-Star Weekend today. Hello everyone. I'm Jianbin, the commentator. Jianbin, do you have any rookies that you're interested in today? And which Glory Senior will he challenge? Xiaowei looked at Jianbin. Jianbin touched his mustache and said, I actually really want to see Zhou appear. According to gossip, he has signed up. So I definitely want to see him challenge Ichio. Haha. One of the fun things about the All-Stars every year is to challenge Ichio. Of course, if you accidentally get picked 7 times in a row, you have to go. Ha ha ha. Comrade Ichio is so good at this joke. Let me briefly introduce the rules of the All-Star Rookie Challenge. Freshmen or sophomores can choose to challenge their favorite players from 20 professional teams, including their own team. The selected senior professional players cannot refuse and can only accept the challenge. There are 7 challenge matches in total. Xiaowei talked freely in the commentary booth. The staff on site have debugged the equipment, and the first rookie challenge is about to begin. The names and occupations of the 7 registered rookies kept scrolling on the big screen. Beep. Duh. Duh. With the commentator's voice. Stop. The rookie's name appeared. Zhou, a freshman in the reincarnation, debuted in the All-Stars, and currently the player with the highest output. The screen stopped turning, and Zhou name and character card Yu Xingchen appeared on the big screen. In fact, as the organizer, Blue Rain should choose its own rookie in the first game. After all, the first exposure rate and traffic are the highest. Unfortunately, no one from Blue Rain signed up for the Rookie Challenge this year, so they chose the style with the highest traffic and the most comments. They all knew who Zhou would choose, and Huang Xiaotian knew that Zhou was talking nonsense if he chose him. The audience applauded for this Blue Rain fan who reached the peak at his debut and defeated his team twice. They didn't hate him, because Zhou style of play was elegant, and they even wondered if Zhou could come to Blue Rain. For Blue Rain fans, the most hostile team should still be Tiny Herb. After all, Tiny Herb lost last year, and the fans were not convinced. Blue Rain fans can't spoil Tiny Herb fans. These two teams are probably going to become world enemies, like Excellent Era and Tyranny. Let's invite Zhou from Samsara to the stage. The host Ovid applauded and welcomed Zhou arrival. In the Samsara seat, Zhou stood up excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. in addition to seeing Chu Yunxiu again. What he wanted to do most was to challenge his predecessors, check for omissions, and see how good he was now. Shozakai, come on. Jiang Butao, come on. Fong Minghua, come on. Du Ming, lose lightly. Come on. So, may I ask? Zhou Yichen, which senior in the league do you want to challenge? The host had been asked with a smile. The one I want to challenge is my idol, the #1 player in the league, Senior Yi Qiu from Excellent Era. Chapter 15-1 Autumn Leaf vs. Yu Xingchen. Okay. But since Captain Yi is not convenient to show up, he has already entered the battle seat. The host had been explained. Bin asked Zhou Yichen. Does our young player Zhou Yichen have any harsh words to say to the great Yi Qiu? Well, I accept your first battle seat, Zhou Yichen said awkwardly. Puff. Ha ha ha. Come on, little brat. I won't let you down. Yi Qiu smiled while sitting in the battle seat. Okay. Both sides are ready. Let's hand the scene over to the commentary booth. Welcome back to the commentary booth. Next, let's see the newcomers Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen and the 3-time champion of Excellent Era, Yi Qiu, the fighting god, Yi Qiu. In the map selection, I randomly selected Energy City. This map is not conducive to the use of tactics because the center is a high-rise building. Xiaowei is right. But both sides are tactics. And they are the top tactics in the league. What is more tested is the attainment of both sides in tactics. 3, 2, 1, fight! Both sides have entered the Energy City. But the teleportation points are one in the north and the other in the south. It will take some time to rush to the center. Yi Qiu, why don't you let the child have some water? The old man is tired and doesn't want to fight. Zhou Yichen, or the master should surrender. Hee. The audience watching the two chatted also added a bit of fun. With the Yu Xingchen Dragon Tooth, the battle was about to start. Yi Qiu was not in a hurry to take the attack, but kept dodging. Yu Xingchen looked at Yi Qiu, who did not take the attack, and his hand speed went up. Yi Qiu, wow! This young man has such a bad temper. Yu Xingchen, how can I defeat you without being big? Yi Qiu used the round dance stick to catch the falling flower palm to repel Yu Xingchen. At the same time, Tianji wanted to copy Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen adjusted his position in time to avoid being hit by floating, and turned 180 degrees to sweep. With a Z-shaped shake, Yi Qiu avoided Yu Xingchen attack, and the two sides continued to entangle with each other. Wow! It's so exciting. The top duel of two fighting methods. Yu Xingchen attacks were resolved by Yi Qiu one by one. Then Yi Qiu launched the dazzling pattern, and Yu Xingchen chose to resist the damage of the dazzling pattern and forced the blood volume to be reduced. This kid is too reckless, Ye Qiu thought. Both Yu Xingchen and Yi Qiu use war spears, and Yi Qiu's silver weapon is the famous Jia Shi in the alliance. Yu Xingchen's silver weapon was made by Samsara with great effort, and Zhou Yichen named it Longdan. Yu Xingchen Longdan has higher attack power than Yi Qiu Jia Shi, but its attack speed is not enough. So in team battles, Yu Xingchen Longdan is matched with Zhou Yichen hand speed, plus Zhouzakai firepower output. Samsara can be said to be the team with the strongest frontal ability in the alliance. But now it is a single-player battle, and the opponent is the ancestor of the battle method. Zhou Yichen set can no longer get any benefit from Yi Qiu. Zhou Yichen, who is eager to defeat his idol, is getting more and more anxious. How long Pejuan? Yu Xingchen can no longer sit still. Can this attack hit? Yi Qiu dodged it. Xiaowei is passionately explaining. After Yi Qiu dodged, he used a dragon fang and then a sky strike. It was over. Zhou Yichen was startled by a drop of cold sweat on his head. Yu Xingchen floated in the air. Yi Qiu rushed forward and continued to exert pressure with the shadow step. Not good. Yu Xingchen was found to float in the air. Yi Qiu's hand speed was soaring, and he stabbed 4 times in the air. Yu Xingchen blood was drained very quickly. Jianbin was commentating. Zhou Yichen heart tightened. If he continued like this, he would lose. There was no other way but to fight. Tyrant Smash followed by Phantom Dragon Fang. Audience, wow! Did you see that? There are so many phantoms. Just as Yu Xingchen was about to continue attacking, Yi Qiu rolled to the left and walked towards the tall building. Yu Xingchen chased after him. His hand speed was still soaring. Zhou Yichen's hand speed is still soaring, and has now reached 440 APM. Yi Qiu's hand speed has also reached 400 APM. One Leaf Autumn is still climbing the stairs. And Yu Xingchen is following behind One Leaf Autumn, trying to backstab One Leaf Autumn. Who does Captain Han think will win this game? Zhang Xinjie asked Han Wenqing. Yichio. Han Wenqing said expressionlessly. The rhythm is completely in Yichio's hands. Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaotian on the Blue Rain side were also discussing the ongoing game. What do you think? Old Fong? Wang Jia asked. Don't you know Yichio better than me? I don't need to comment on his tactics. As for the kid Samsara, he's too young. Fong Shiqian responded. Yichio, has anyone told you that you will suffer a great loss if you play the playoffs like this? Zhou Yichen, I will do it. One Leaf Autumn has reached the top. And the round dance stick swept 180 degrees. Yu Xingchen failed to dodge in time, and was swept to the ground. But Yu Xingchen did not slack off at all, and succeeded in receiving the body. Oh! Yichio smiled. What a powerful newcomer. But the senior has to exert his strength. Yu Xingchen rushed towards Yi Yichio. And Yi Yichio made a precise sky strike with his back. And received the falling flower palm. Not good. Yu Xingchen is about to be knocked off the high building by Yi Yichio. Yu Xingchen used the war spear to pierce the high building in an attempt to stop the rapid fall. Yu Xingchen has landed. And his health is still lost. Yu Xingchen stood up and adjusted his position. This is the last chance. Zhou Yichen thought. How long Pajun? Nu Long Chuan Xian. Fu Long Xiang Tian. Can Yu Xingchen Fu Long Xiang Tian hit it? Yi Yichio dodged. Didn't hit it? Dragon raising its head again. Player Zhou Yichen hit Dragon raising its head again. Let's congratulate Yi. Yi Yichio? Let's congratulate Team Yi for winning. What happened just now? Didn't Dragon raising its head hit it? The audience had already stood up to celebrate for Zhou Yichen and congratulate him on his success in killing the god. But Zhou Yichen lost. Huh? This was the first thought in the audience's mind. What happened? The audience was discussing among themselves. Although Dragon raising its head is very cool, the stiffness after releasing Fu Long Xiang Tian has become a burden. Zhang Xinjie said. Flower boxing and embroidered legs. Han Wenqing said. It turned out that when Fu Long Xiang Tian rushed towards Yi Yichio fell from a high altitude and accelerated to Yu Xingchen. Even if Yu Xingchen hit Yi Yichio with Dragon raising its head, Yi Yichio had already approached Yu Xingchen. Glory! Zhou Yichen opened his eyes wide, staring at the screen, and was reluctant to get up. Why are you so obsessed with Dragon raising its head? Is it because you used Dragon raising its head to defeat the best newcomer of the season last time and gained unparalleled popularity? Yichio looked at Zhou Yichen seriously. Zhou Yichen was silent. If you use other skills after Fu Long Xiang Tian to cancel the stiffness caused by Fu Long Xiang Tian closing move, you still have a chance. Yichio said. I've learned a lesson. Idle. Zhou Yichen smiled bitterly. Dragon raising its head has little practical value. There is no need to use it all the time. Everything is for victory, not for showing off. Let's settle down. Yichio walked towards Zhou Yichen and patted Zhou Yichen on the shoulder. It would be great if you were in excellent era. After that, he left the battle seat. Let's welcome Zhou Yichen to the center of our stage. Although he lost, he also gave us a wonderful game. Let's applaud and encourage our new young player. The host shouted. Zhou Yichen walked back to the Samsara battle seat with heavy steps. Are you okay? Yichen? Fong Mingwall looked at Zhou Yichen worriedly. It's okay. Fong mother. Just learn from experience. Zhou Zikai said. I go wash my face. Zhou Yichen waved his hand and walked to the bathroom. Tick. 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 Are you okay? Is the kid shocked? You don't really think you can beat Yichio, do you? Chu Yunxiu came over at some point and handed paper to Zhou Yichen, who was washing his face. No. It's just that the last words the great god said to me made me a little disappointed in myself. You're usually fine. Why do you always think about things that are not for victory at the critical moment? Why did I subconsciously use the dragon head rising? Zhou Yichen looked at his hands in confusion. Chu Yunxiu patted Zhou Yichen's shoulder and tapped Zhou Yichen's head with her finger. You're just a newcomer who just debuted. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Well, I figured it out. Thank you, sister, for your guidance. Zhou Yichen looked at Chu Yunxiu with a smile, and suddenly reached out and held Chu Yunxiu. Chu Yunxiu hurriedly broke free. What are you doing, little brat? Touching me? I'm going back to the game. After saying that, she ran away quickly. Captain, where have you been? Why is your face red? Baihua asked in confusion. It's okay. I went out to get some fresh air. How are you now? I'm not saying this. Ha ha ha. Comrade Yichio is really unlucky. He hasn't played several games in a row. Huang Xiaotian laughed. Chapter 16 Rookie Challenge Swordsman Showdown. When Chu Yunxiu and Zhou Yichen returned to the scene, our Yichio was still on the field. However, Yichio was not interested in playing the coaching match for the three rookies after Zhou Yichen. This also caused public outrage among the audience. Isn't this bullying the rookies? They finally signed up once. And it took more than a minute to finish a game. What if they dropped a small pearl? Finally, after the fourth game, Yichio couldn't stand it and left the battle seat directly. It was hard to rest. But I was exhausted. Finally, the fifth game was not to continue to challenge Yichio. I want to challenge the swordsman who defeated our tiny herb last season. Yi Yushengfan, Senior Huang Xiaotian, Lu Xiubia, Tian Year freshman in tiny herb, a master of hand speed. A PM can even be stable at more than 400. Like Zhou Yichen, he started as a starter and occupied a fixed position in the team competition. Haha. Someone is challenging me. Captain, did you see it? Did you see it? Huang Xiaotian said excitedly. Okay. The host is calling you. Go up. Don't embarrass yourself. Yu Wenzhou said with a smile. Don't worry. A question. Hello. I didn't expect you to choose me. I thought you would choose Yichio like the previous person. If you choose Yichio, he will continue to play. Although I am very happy that you chose me, I will not show mercy. Okay. Although I have seen the strength of Huang Xiaotian text bubbles in the regular season. But after all, there is no voice ban. And this time I am in a big head. Lu Xiubia is regretting it now. Captain Wang, why did you agree to his choice of Huang Xiaotian? Fang Shiqian looked at Wang Jia Shi. It's better to experience it earlier. I'm afraid that he will be arrogant, and something big will happen in the playoffs. Wang Jia Shi said. Huang Xiaotian's mouth is really amazing. Like a fly buzzing in your ear. Zhou Yichen looked at Lu Xiubia sympathetically. Welcome back. It's the fifth game of the All-Star Rookie Challenge. The newcomer Lu Xiubia of Tiny Herb will face Huang Xiaotian of Blue Rain. This is a duel between swordsmen. On one side is Lu Xiubia, a master of hand speed. And on the other side is Huang Xiaotian, the most outstanding opportunist in the league. Huang Xiaotian. Troubling Rain versus Lu Xiubia. Flying Knife Sword. Both sides are ready. Let's get into the game. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Huang Xiaotian, come on. Come on. There's no need to be fancy in a duel between swordsmen. Flying Knife Sword took the lead in attacking Huang Xiaotian, followed by a continuous thrust and a 3-stage slash. Wow. You are indeed a master of hand speed. Your hand speed is so fast that I can't stand it. Look at me dodge. Pick up. 3-stage slash. Continuous thrust followed by a sword drawing slash. Fuck. This is not a sword drawing slash. It's clearly a silver blade falling. Although Lu Xiubia can distinguish the moves Huang Xiaotian shouted and executed. But he couldn't stop Huang Xiaotian words. And there were text bubble attacks. Lu Xiubia soon revealed a flaw, which was caught by Huang Xiaotian. Sword shadow step followed by reverse wind stab. Floating in the air to hit a combo. But fortunately Lu Xiubia's hand speed was fast, and he raised his sword to block. And he quickly adjusted, finding the gap between Yi Yushengfan's sword and pulling away. Phantom Invisible Sword was launched. Flying Knife Sword used Phantom Invisible Sword. Wow. A total of 14 swords appeared. He is worthy of being a hand speed expert, the commentator said. Huang Xiaotian retreated and released Sword Shadow Step. Wow. 7 afterimages were perfectly controlled. Look at the slash. Look at the slash. Look at the slash. 3-stage slash. Continuous thrust. And upward thrust. Looking at the text bubbles that were about to overflow on the screen, and the noisy voice coming from the headphones. Lu Xiubia couldn't stand it anymore. His hand speed was getting faster and faster. And his moves were getting more and more chaotic. Xiubia was affected. His hand speed was too fast, and he was going to lose control. Wang Jia was looking forward to the game. As expected, due to the fast hand speed and interference, Lu Xiubia's hand speed was unbalanced. The consequence was that the Flying Knife Sword's moves were disconnected, and the fast hand speed caused the subsequent moves to be completely chaotic. Yi Yushengfan caught this point while retreating and moved behind the Flying Knife Sword. Yi Shanfan moved to the flying knife sword. And the flying knife sword noticed it. But the hand speed was unbalanced. This time it was judged that the flying knife sword was still making moves. As the most opportunist in the alliance, who can seize opportunities, Huang Xiaoyan naturally did not ignore it. Silver Light Falling Blade followed the swordsman ultimate move. Sword to decide the world. And played stiffness. Lost. Wang Jia Shi said calmly. Xiaoyan is going to win. Yu Wenzhou smiled. A move of phantom invisible sword into the game. Glory. Lu Shibia put down his headphones after the game and looked at his hand shaking. This is the side effect of losing control. Oh my. The new guy is pretty good. But I'm still better. You need to practice more. Maybe you can beat me next time. Wang Xiaoyan shook hands with Lu Shibia. Thank you for your guidance. After saying that, Lu Shibia returned to the battle seat. I'm sorry. Captain. I lost. Lu Shibia said disappointedly. It's okay. Xiaobia. This is just an all-star entertainment match. I may not be able to beat Huang Xiaoyan in this situation. Wang Jieshi comforted. But you have to pay attention to the problem of hand speed imbalance. Otherwise it will easily cause problems. Wang Jieshi instructed Lu Shibia. Well, Captain, I will practice control. Huh? Zhou Yichen suddenly asked after watching. What's wrong? Jiang Buotao looked at Zhou Yichen. Lu Shibia hand speed has not been controlled yet? Zhou Yichen said. It seems so at the moment. Fang Minghua said. What will happen if his hand speed is unbalanced in the team match? Hey. Zhou Yichen grinned. A good idea. Zhou Zikai concluded. After the All-Star is over, go back and plan to target Wei Chao. Zhou Yichen thought. The next two singles matches did not make much of a splash. And they were all small teams signing up to challenge their predecessors. In terms of viewing pleasure, it is not as good as the first match of the battle between Yi Qiu and Zhou Yichen. And the fourth match of the swordsman match between Huang Xiaoyan and Lu Shibia. In terms of reputation, Zhou Yichen is a strong player who has the hope of winning the best rookie this season. He is the second person to break through the rookie wall after Wang Jieshi. Lu Shibia has been called the hand speed master since his debut. The rookie challenge is over. And the first day of the All-Star weekend is officially over. The audience left the venue in an orderly manner. Today is a day of dopamine satisfaction for them. It is too exciting. When Zhou Yichen was about to leave with the team, someone called him. Hello. Zhou Yichen. I am Su Mucheng. I met you last time. Su Mucheng walked over. Hello. What's the matter? Zhou Yichen asked Su Mucheng with a smile. There is a guy who wants to see you and talk to you. Su Mucheng smiled. Okay. Let's go. Zhou Yichen said excitedly. He already knew who wanted to see him. Captain. Deputy Captain. Can I go? Zhou Zikai, Jiang Buotao, and others looked at Zhou Yichen with stars in their eyes. Go. Come back early. After saying that, he left with Su Mucheng. In the hotel, Zhou Yichen finally saw the true face of his idol. You look handsome. Why do you always wear a mask? I thought the idol wore a mask because he was inferior. Chapter 17 Conversation with the Idol. Su Mucheng led Zhou Yichen to Yi Qiu hotel room, where Zhou Yichen saw the true face of his idol Yi Qiu. Okay. I brought him here. I've made an appointment with Yunxiu to go shopping. So I leave first. Su Mucheng said, and left with a smile. What do you want to talk to me about? Master? Zhou Yichen looked at Yi Qiu and said. No big deal. I just wondered if what I said in the previous game would cause you psychological trauma. Yi Qiu smiled. Aw? Actually it's okay. And someone has enlightened me. So I didn't take it to heart. Zhou Yichen said. Master is still playing honor now. Don't you get tired of it? Zhou Yichen asked in confusion. Honor. No matter how long you play, you will never get tired of it. Yi Qiu replied with a smile. What do you think of the current status of the alliance tactics? Yi Qiu suddenly asked. I think the tactics are still very important at present. After all, the tactics have strong frontal capabilities. In addition to specific lineups, the tactics still have a strong proportion in team competitions. Zhou Yichen thought for a while and said, Why do you think of this question? Senior? Hey, if I offer you to Samsara next season, will Samsara let you go? Will you come? Yi Qiu did not answer Zhou Yichen's question, but asked with a smile. I don't know about the senior management of Samsara, but I won't think about the future now. The most important thing now is to do well in the present. Besides, Although it is a cool thing to take over the fighting god Yi Qiu used by the senior. But I will not give up my white robe Yu Xingchen. And I will not give up my teammates. My goal is to use Yu Xingchen to surpass Yi Qiu used by the senior, and become a new generation of fighting god. Win our first championship with my best partner. After saying that, Zhou Yichen blood boiled instantly. Yi Qiu looked at Zhou Yichen with interest, thinking what a good tactic seedling. Even better than Qiu Fei in the Excellent Era Youth Training Camp. It's a pity that such a good tactical talent is in reincarnation. Then your goal this season is to win the championship? Yi Qiu asked. Of course. We must win. Well, you still have great hope this season. But the regular season is the regular season. The playoffs are the playoffs. And the finals are the finals. Yi Qiu said. These are 3 different stages. Some people perform well in the regular season, but poorly in the playoffs, while some people specialize in the playoffs, such as Song Xiao of Blue Rain. Song Xiao, a main player of Blue Rain and a Qigong master, did not perform well in the regular season, but performed well in the playoffs. Are you really not considering coming to Excellent Era? No, idol. But if you can't stay in Excellent Era, I will ask Excellent Era for you. Ha ha ha. Come on, young man. After saying that, Yi Qiu shook his head and stopped caring about Zhou Yichen, continuing to concentrate on playing his own glory. Do you want another game, idol? Zhou Yichen looked at Yi Qiu with interest. Forget it. We see you in the playoffs if we have a chance, Yi Qiu said with a smile. Okay. Zhou Yichen just said it casually. He didn't want to use his brain during such a good rest time. As soon as he came out, he saw Du Ming standing outside the room. Why are you standing here? Not with the captain and the others? Zhou Yichen asked in confusion. Hee. Aren't you just curious about what you talked about with Senior Yi Qiu? Du Ming smiled guiltily. Uh-huh. Let's go. Let's go back. Zhou Yichen pushed Du Ming to his own rest area. Everyone is here. Zhou Yichen looked at the players gathered together. Ah Chen. Lu Buiyuan said intermittently, as if he didn't know how to start. You're all curious about what I talked about with Senior Yi Qiu. Actually, we didn't talk about much. We just talked about tactics and the situation this season. He said that we have a good chance of winning the championship this season. The first championship of Samsara. We will create it ourselves. After saying that, Zhou Yichen clenched his hands excitedly. Didn't we talk about anything else? Senior Yi Qiu also asked if you are interested in transferring to Excellent Era to take over One Leaf Yi Qiu next season. What did Chen answer? Jiang Buotao looked at Zhou Yichen. As for me. Suddenly, everyone became nervous. Zhou Zikai also stared at Zhou Yichen. Of course I refused. My Yu Xingchen is no worse than One Leaf Yi Qiu, Zhou Yichen said proudly. And have you forgotten our agreement? Win the first championship in the history of Samsara. Win our own championship. Not only that, we will win more championships in the future and be on par with Excellent Era. After saying that, Zhou Yichen turned his palm downwards. Everyone saw Zhou Yichen in tension and happily put their hands together. Our goal is champion. I always believe that Samsara can win, no matter who the opponent is. After that, everyone returned to their respective rooms with blood boiling. Others were relieved because they were worried that Zhou Yichen would leave Samsara because of his idol. Zhou Yichen is no longer just a young player promoted from the youth training camp to the first team for Samsara. He has become the most powerful attacker in the front of Samsara. And his cooperation with Zhou Zikai has become more and more tacit. The two don't even need to send messages. A glance can understand each other's meaning. This season, the two have the hope of breaking Ye Zhiqiu and Miyu Chengfeng and becoming the best combination of the new generation. Zhou Yichen lay on the bed, thinking about his experience of the day, and took out his mobile phone to chat with Chu Yunxiu. Zhou Yichen, is my sister asleep? Chu Yunxiu, no. Zhou Yichen, it's 2 o'clock. And my sister hasn't slept yet? Chu Yunxiu, I'm watching a drama. And I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Why do I rest so early? Chu Yunxiu, you still have a fun game tomorrow. Why don't you go to bed early? Zhou Yichen, oh, I forgot. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Chu Yunxiu, good night. Kid. But Zhou Yichen still couldn't sleep. No matter Yi Qiu invited him to join Jia Shi, or the passionate conversation with his teammates later. What a sin! Bored Zhou Yichen chose to open honor and enter the arena. For him, isn't there someone cheating in the arena at 2 in the morning? Where are the anti-cheating people in the alliance? Are they dead? Below is a video of his own berserker being killed by a battle method. Some viewers who were so excited that they couldn't sleep after watching the stars chose to open honor and go up to take a look. As a result, they found that there was a devil wandering in the arena. He didn't use superb skills, because all his opponents were killed by being linked to death. It's not difficult to doubt that it was cheating. The next day, the Alliance forum was full of different opinions. Yuzuzaki is the most handsome. Did you see it? It's haunted at 2 in the morning. There is a devil killing in the arena, and it hasn't been banned yet. My husband is the one who is annoying by the night rain. I saw it upstairs. It is said that the arena was full of screams at 2 a.m. While the players were discussing, the instigator was still sleeping soundly in bed. Chapter 18 All-Star Fun Game. Brutal Joichin. The next day, at 6 p.m., the All-Star Weekend was in full swing at the Blue Rain Home Stadium. Welcome everyone back to the All-Star Weekend. Yesterday we experienced the exciting Rookie Challenge together. So today we are going to have a fun game. The host explained passionately. First, we are going to play Fun Green. The rules of the Fun Green game are as follows. The Fun Green map is a huge football field with 2 deformable football goals on the field. There are a total of 6 professional players who choose to participate in the game, divided into red and blue teams. Then the big screen will draw 4 lucky viewers to join the 2 groups. After the game starts, footballs of different colors will appear in the center circle of the football field. The contestants need to hit the football that appears into the box of the opposing team to get points. Yellow footballs score 1 point. A total of 80. Blue footballs score 2 points. A total of 50. Red footballs score 2 points. A total of 50. The rarest rainbow-colored footballs score 5 points. A total of 10. 10 footballs are randomly refreshed every 5 minutes, for a total of 16 rounds. And the team with the highest points wins. During the game, the 2 teams can attack each other. The defeated players will return to the resurrection point behind their own football goal and wait for the next round to start resurrection. The green life energy bar recovery ball and blue energy recovery ball will be refreshed on the white circular hole on the court every 3 minutes. The participant on the Samsara side is Joichin. Let's guess how the 16 players will be divided into 2 groups. Let's scroll the big screen. Dong dong dong. Da da da. The results are out. On the blue side, Joichin's side is by Yinfei, who debuted from the Tyranny team in the 5th season, using the character Rhoda, and the professional elemental mage. There is also Weichao Yizihu Lu Fei, who debuted from the Weichao team in the 6th season, using the character Yi Xiaohong, and the professional shooter. On the red side, the captain of the 301 team, Yang Tsong, who debuted in the 3rd season, uses the character Feng Jingsha, and the professional assassin, and Li Sun, who debuted from the Void team in the 5th season, uses the character Ghost Lantern Inghua, and his profession is assassin. The last one is the familiar Zheng Xian of the Blue Rain team, who uses the character Gun Lindanyu, and his profession is ammunition expert. The 2 lucky viewers on Joichin's side. One male is a fan of the Blue Rain team, and his profession is swordsman. The other lucky female viewer is a fan of Excellent Era, and her profession is gunner. The red side is full of Blue Rain fans. A warlock and a swordsman. What do you say? Senior? How are you going to fight? Joichin looked at Lu Fei and Bai Yinfei. I can do it. I leave it to you. Lu Fei smiled at Joichin. Do as you say, Bai Yinfei said. The 2 of them are already veterans, so it's better to leave this kind of occasion to the newcomers. What do you 2 say? We just need to listen to the master's command. The 2 lucky viewers said. I have a bold idea, Joichin said with a sly smile. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the All-Star Fun Green. I am the commentator Pan Lin. I am the commentator Li Bo. What does Coach Li think of the lineups of both teams in this game? Pan Lin asked. I am more optimistic about the red team. Li Bo adjusted his glasses and said. In this game, I think the most important thing is to get the ball into the opponent's goal. Then the melee characters are very important. And the blue team only has 2 melee characters, the war method and the swordsman. The red team has only 1 ammunition expert, and the other 4 characters are melee. They only need 1 person to guard the goal, and the other 4 can rush. Coach Li makes sense. Panlin nodded. Both sides are ready. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game starts, and with a ding-dong sound, 10 random footballs appear on the field. The red team is the same as Li Bo said. with guns and bullets guarding the goal and output in the back, and the other 4 people fighting for the ball. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Yu Xingchen didn't run towards the football. The blue team chose to let the swordsman run towards the football. What about the others? Yu Xingchen went straight to the 4 people, and the elemental mage and the gunner provided fire support for Yu Xingchen. The 2 assassins and 2 swordsmen of the red team couldn't bear it at all, and the 4 of them tried to bypass Yu Xingchen. However, the firepower coverage of the elemental mage and the gunner made the 4 of them have no choice but to break through head-on. Yu Xingchen rushed into the crowd. "What is he doing?" the commentator asked in confusion. Yu Xingchen fought with the 4 people. The elemental mage and the gunner output remotely, and the 4 people on the red team were too fragile to withstand the damage. They chose to kill Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen? He was swimming. Pan Lin shouted with his eyes wide open. The audience was also shocked, and the rain of bullets was also providing remote support. But the damage was limited compared to the 2 people on the blue team. However, the blue swordsman had already approached the goal with the ball, and Gun Lin Danyu had no choice but to return to defense. Yu Xingchen swept the round dance stick 180 degrees, and the health of the 4 people dropped sharply. It was not good to retreat quickly. The 4 red people prepared to retreat, but how could the blue team give up? The assassin was killed by the elemental mage, and the other 3 were killed by Yu Xingchen while looking for the green health bar recovery ball on the court. The green health bar recovery ball was also eaten by Yu Xingchen. Although Gun Lin Danyu killed the swordsman who dribbled in, the sacrifice of 4 teammates made him feel overwhelmed. It's stressful. Yu Xingchen dribbled through Gun Lin Danyu defense and scored a goal. Lu Fei in the back also came to the front line. Regardless of his own goal, the 3 long-range characters output firepower. Gun Lin Danyu fell in a pool of blood. The blue team scored crazily, and the points continued to rise. The first round of refreshes was 6 yellow, 2 blue, and 2 red, and all 14 points were won by the blue team. It was a pity that there was no refresh of rainbow-colored football. The first round alone ignited the whole stadium. The audience watched the game on the big screen. It was too brutal. The blue team used the same tactics in the following rounds. Even Lu Fei was so excited that she joined the battlefield directly. The home was given. What's the use of the home? No. Give it. It was obviously a game of scoring goals. But the 10 participating players on the field turned it into a team game. The final result was that the blue team won by a large margin. The red team was not powerless. They thought of using 2 assassins to sacrifice their lives and successfully killed Yu Xingchen. Then let the gun rain and bullets take over. And the 2 swordsmen stealing home tactics also won several rounds. But the final output comparison gap was too large. And with the gun rain and bullets supporting the front, they didn't want their own home. So at the end, you can see that the blue team's round was Yu Xingchen avoiding the life-sacrificing attack, and then the Gauze red team. In the round, the red team succeeded in sacrificing their lives. And both sides didn't want the home. And they scored goals directly against each other. But the final result is that the audience enjoyed the show. And the players played comfortably. Especially Zhou Yichen. The lucky audience also felt involved. After all, the goals were scored by them. Yu Xingchen brutality reminded the audience of the arena tragedy at 2 a.m. Could it be him? Chapter 1924 All-Star Wars. The second day of the All-Star weekend came to an end. For the audience, this fun game was very enjoyable. After the All-Stars ended in the evening, short videos were playing this fun game on the forum. An unknown player on the forum. This Yu Xingchen is too cruel. Just like a devil. Shozakai is my first wife. How can you talk like that upstairs? You are not allowed to say that about my second wife Chinchin. Genius Jia. The upstairs is my sister. I also like Shozakai and Shoichin. At AQ. Sister Yenyu, shrimp head man. Go away. Shozakai is my first wife at Genius Jia. It's okay. But I'm a man. Everyone below was silent. Finally, the time came to the third day. The last day of the All-Star weekend. Of course, it is also the highlight of the All-Stars. The All-Star Wars. This is also the game that every audience wants to see. After all, other games are held every week. But the All-Star Wars is held once a year. And the All-Star MVP is also announced. Welcome back. Today is the last day of the All-Star weekend. And this day will usher in the annual, exciting All-Star Wars. The host explained. The 24 All-Stars are randomly assigned to 2 teams. Are you ready? Ready! The audience responded loudly. Okay. Let's welcome the All-Star Wars, and give the time to the commentary booth. Welcome back. Hello everyone. I am the commentator Bebe. Hello everyone. I am the commentator Li Ju. This is the familiar finals commentary combination of the audience. The Beiju combination. The finals of all generations are explained by them. The big screen flashes the 24 All-Stars, who enter the All-Stars, and their character portraits. Let's draw one by one and divide the 24 All-Stars into 2 groups. Dong dong dong. Okay. The director has divided us into groups. Blue team, Yichio, 1 Autumn Leaf, Su Machung, Muyu Orange Wind, Zhou Zikai, 1 Shot Through the Clouds, Shou Yichin, Yu Xingchen, Jiang Butao, No Waves, Huang Xiaoyan, Night Rain Troubles, Yuan Zhou, Soxar Yufeng, Sharp Sword, Song Xiao, Tao Luo Xiaoming, Fang Shiqian, Cordyceps. Fan Feng, Chu Yunxiu, Windy City Misty Rain, Zhao Yang, Boundless Sea, Red Team, Wang Jia, Vaccinium, Han Wenqing, Smoke in the Desert, Zhang Jiala. 100 Flowers in Disarray, Zhang Xinjia, Stones Don't Turn, Xiao Shiqin, Life and Souls Destroyed, Ding Fusheng, Alone, Li Xian, Ghosts Crying at Every Mountain, Wu Yus, Ghost Carving, Lin Jingyan, Tang Sen Fights, Tian Sen, Sweeping the Floor and Burning Incense, Fang Rui, Ghosts Bewildered, Yang Song, Scenery Killing. Let's turn the camera to the 2 teams that have already formed their groups. The 2 teams should be in a heated discussion at the moment. Blue team. You Blue Rain must play the team competition at home. Otherwise your fans will think we are bullying you. Ichio said with a smile. So what? Yuan Zhou said. So I suggest that the 4 of you Blue Rain players plus Fang Shiqian and Zhao Yang play the team competition. How about we divide the remaining 6 people into individual and arena competitions? Ichio said. Humph. Old Yi. Don't think I can't see what your purpose is. You just want to play the singles competition and finish it early. I don't want to do what you want. Huang Xiaoyan said excitedly. You can let Blue Rain play the team match. And you must play as well. Yuan Zhou thought. Can I not play the team match? Zhao Yang said. Team matches are too tiring. And he finally has time to rest. So he won't play. Zhao Yang thought. How about this? After all, it's Blue Rain's home court. We just listen to Captain Yu arrangements. How about that? Zhou Yichin said. Okay. Zhou Zikai said. So the 4 people from Blue Rain plus Fang Shiqian and Ichio played the team match. Zhou Yichin, Su Machung, and Chu Yunxiu played the singles match. Zhao Yang, Jiang Butao, and Zhou Zikai played the ring match. Yeah. Okay. Chu Yunxiu said. She didn't want to play the team match either. She wanted to finish the match earlier and go back to watch the drama earlier. As for the red team, it was simple. And they decided who would arrange it by playing rock paper scissors. And in the end, Zhang Xinjia, who had a chaotic schedule, won. So the red team's lineup was arranged by Zhang Xinjia. In the end, Fan Rui, Yang Song, and Tiansen played the singles match. Lin Jingyan, Li Xian, and Wu Yus played in the ring match. Originally, the Void Ghosts were supposed to play in the team match. But Li Xian said that the team wanted to find him for something. So he wanted to go down and solve it early. So the red team's team battle lineup is Wang Jieshi, Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjia, Xiao Shiqin, Zhang Jiala, and Ding Fusheng. The lineups of both sides are finalized. Let's officially enter the game. The first to appear in the singles match are Su Machung and Tian Sen. Mu Yuqingfeng vs Sweeping Incense. 3, 2, 1. Fight. As soon as the 2 entered the map, they went straight to each other. Sweeping Incense took the damage from Mu Yuqingfeng and tried to get close to Mu Yuqingfeng. As a result, he was blocked by Mu Yuqingfeng's screen cannon. And at the same time, the Gatling machine gun fired at Sweeping Incense. Used the Acceleration Talisman and the Hard Body Talisman to forcefully approach Mu Yuqingfeng. Tiansen was thinking about quickly dealing with Su Machung. Either she would kill me, or I would kill her. Both sides wanted to end the game quickly and go to rest. And Su Machung saw Tiansen's intention. The stable mount gun started, sat there, and shot at Sweeping Incense, who was running towards him. In the end, even though Sweeping Incense succeeded in getting close, it had little blood left and was killed by Mu Yuqingfeng. The first single match of glory ended. The 2 sides of the second single match were Chu Yunxiu and Yang Song. Originally, Zhou Yichen should have played in the second game. But Chu Yunxiu wanted to go down and rest early. So when filling in the list, a look was sent to Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen naturally understood what he meant. So he could only write Chu Yunxiu's name and write his own name in the third game. Feng Chengyanyu vs Feng Jingxia. 3, 2, 1, fight! Feng Chengyanyu, understand? Feng Jingxia, oh, understand. Then it was over in less than 1 or 2 minutes. It seems that Yang Tsung understood Chu Yunxiu's intention to leave work early. Both sides were more outrageous than the last two. Yang Tsung used Feng Jingxia to sacrifice his life as soon as he saw Feng Chengyanyu. Feng Chengyanyu moved to avoid it. And Feng Jingxia was too lazy to run away. So he just went for it. As a result, Feng Chengyanyu was taken away by Absolute Zero and Thunder and Fire. The audience was stunned. The two commentators didn't know how to make it up. So they could only make it up like this. Yang Tsung failed to launch a life-threatening attack and chose to die standing. And was killed by Feng Chengyanyu in seconds. Before the third game started, the staff of both sides found the two people who were ready to go on stage. Can you two play slower as much as possible? We also have KPIs. Right? If you two play more excitingly, the audience will be happy to watch. Zhou Yichen scratched his head as he looked at the aggrieved staff in front of him. Alright. The third singles match is about to begin. Yu Xingchen vs Gai Mishenyi. 3, 2, 1, fight! The match begins. We see both sides. Why are they not moving? The commentator was stunned. Gai Mishenyi, come here. Yu Xingchen, little senior. Why don't you come over and die quickly? I will kill you without leaving a single piece of armor. The audience was silent, watching the two chat boxes and texting big moves. You two fight. Otherwise it's too fake. And the time is not dragged out like this. The backstage staff was embarrassed and said to the two players with the headset. There was no way Yu Xingchen and Gai Mishenyi walked towards the center of the map. Yu Xingchen played very aggressively. Gai Mishenyi played very dirty. Plus the influence before the game. As a result, on the big screen, Yu Xingchen was chasing and Gai Mishenyi was running. Chasing each other. Yu Xingchen, if you have the guts. Stop. Gai Mishenyi, do you think I'm stupid? Standing still and letting you hit me? Then the two of them were like parkour. Since there was no direct confrontation, the director really didn't know how to give the camera. So the camera gave the personal perspective of both players. Audience. It's too dizzy. Especially when Gai Mishenyi was flipping around. Even the professional players were confused. What were these two masters doing? In the end, this humorous game was won by Yu Xingchen. Because, Zhou Yichen couldn't hold it anymore. Accelerated Xian went to catch up with Gai Mishenyi. And then killed him. This game that made the audience couldn't hold it anymore finally ended. Do you want to say how long this game lasted? This game tortured the online and offline audience friends for 10 minutes. Some viewers left their seats and vomited in the toilet. The singles game is over. Let's have a 10-minute advertisement and then welcome the ring game. After the commentator Bazi finished speaking, he ran to the toilet. Chapter 20 All-Star Battle. The singles match that was comparable to the ultimate torture finally ended. Of course, it was actually quite fast. Especially in the third game. After the third game, some people in the forum and online barrage were already thinking about killing these two people offline. There was no way. If it weren't for the staff to play slowly, it would probably end faster. As the advertisement ended, it was time for a break. Welcome back, everyone. The All-Star Battle Ring match is about to begin. The starter for the blue team is Jiang Guotao. And the starter for the red team is Wu Yus. Both players are ready. Let's wait and see. Wu Lang vs Guiku. 3, 2, 1, fight! Entering the game. Wu Lang earth-splitting wave sword took the lead in attacking. Guiku dodged. And Moonlight Slash followed up. Wu Lang blocked with a knife. And the flame wave sword repelled Guiku. He took the frost wave sword backhand to slow down Guiku. Wu Lang approached Guiku. And Guiku used the ghost step to retreat. Guiku activated the plague array to weaken Wu Lang defense. If it was a regular match, Jiang Guotao would choose to withdraw from the plague array. But now it is the all-star entertainment match. Without considering the health of the ring match, Jiang Guotao chose to fight hard. Wu Lang did not choose to withdraw from the plague array. He slashed at Guiku again with a circular wave sword. The health of both sides dropped quickly. Bebe explained quickly. Guiku was also unceremonious and launched the Ghost Swordsman ultimate move, Feast of Ghosts and Gods. Li Ju explained. Wu Lang can resist it. He didn't. Let us congratulate Guiku for winning the first ring match. Even though Guiku successfully killed Wu Lang, he only had 3% of his health left. The second person to appear on the blue side was Zhao Yang, who played the role of Hai Wuliang. Wu Yuz did not choose to deal with it either, and went straight to Hai Wuliang. As a result, he was taken away by a cannon before he even touched Hai Wuliang. The second person to appear on the red side was Lin Jingyan, who played the role of Tang San. What everyone is watching now is the All-Star Battle Arena, with Lin Hai's star Zhao Yang fighting against Howling star Lin Jingyan. Hai Wuliang vs Tang San. 3, 2, 1, fight! Hai Wuliang, relying on his professional advantage, fired his Sky Blast cannon at Tang San. Tang San dodged it, and then threw sand to hit Hai Wuliang, causing him to go blind. To prevent Tang San from hitting him with a face-to-face combo, Hai Wuliang promptly used his Chi Wave shield to block it. Tang San used a hook punch, a slap, and a knee attack, and then used a series of combos at Hai Wuliang. Even though Hai Wuliang had the Chi Wave shield to defend him, he still lost a lot of blood. The blindness disappeared, and Hai Wuliang pushed Tang San away with his Cloud Palm, hit Tang San with his Chi Wave Bomb, and then used the countercurrent to successfully float Tang San. Hai Wuliang didn't let it go, and used Qiguan Chanhong followed by Flash 100 splits. And after a set, Tang San continued to lose blood. Tang San used the Mountain Blocking Tiger to block, and at the same time, he used the Pain of Scars to enter the bleeding state. Tang San health dropped very quickly, and Hai Wuliang combo was really painful, the cup explained. But Tang San didn't sit still and wait for death. The brick attack successfully hit Hai Wuliang, and Tang San used the Pain of Scars. He was going all in, Li Ju explained passionately. While Hai Wuliang was in a dizzy state, Tang San followed up with a set of silky small combos, with the Numbing Needle and the Throat Lock, plus a powerful knee strike and the Overlord combo. Tang San threw Hai Wuliang to the ground and hit him continuously. Hai Wuliang advantage instantly turned into a disadvantage, and he might even be eliminated directly. Fortunately, Hai Wuliang took advantage of the gap between Tang San attacks and used the skill Qigong Explosion to bounce Tang San away. At the same time, Hai Wuliang grabbed the flying Tang San with the cloud-catching hand, and the airflow went straight down to the sky-splitting palm to successfully kill Tang San. Glory! What a wonderful duel! The points of the game between the two sides are also particularly talked about, the commentator said. Senior Lin Jingyan is not in a good state? Zhou Yichen said while sitting in the Samsara seat. What's wrong? Jiang Guotao, who had returned to his seat, said. The combo just now was a bit strange. A bit uncoordinated. Zhou Yichen frowned. Maybe he was just fighting easily. Jiang Guotao smiled. In fact, this is not the first time Zhou Yichen has had such a feeling. He had it as early as the first fight with Howling. Zhou Yichen also wanted to fight with the first gangster of the alliance before. But after the fight, he found it a bit strange. How to say it is that there are a lot of flaws, and the feeling he gave was not as intuitive as Tang Hao gangster. If the senior doesn't perform well, he will be pushed by the waves behind the Yangtze River and hit on the beach, Zhou Yichen thought. After Hai Wuliang defeated Tang San, the red team's player was Li Xian Fengshan Giki. Fengshan Giki versus Hai Wuliang. The third player on the red team was Li Xian, the captain of the Void team and the top ghost in the league. Entering the game, Li Xian released the Ice Array, and Hai Wuliang wanted to attack, but was accidentally frozen by the Ice Array. The Flame Array was connected, and after the Ice Array disappeared, the Dark Array was connected. Wow! He is worthy of being the first Ghost Array in the league. Hai Wuliang is exhausted, Beige explained. Hai Wuliang finally escaped from the range of the Dark Array, and Li Xian had already killed him. He opened a Plague Array under his feet and followed up with Ghost Steps. Hai Wuliang thought there was no hope of a comeback, so he directly fought Li Xian in the Ghost Array. In the end, Li Xian used his ultimate move, Ghost Feast, to harvest Hai Wuliang. Hai Wuliang also successfully knocked down 15% of Fengshan Devil Cry's health. Can we see that Zhou Zikai is the defender of the ring match on the blue side? Oh, no problem, Beige explained. Zhou Zikai has been the defending general of the ring match of the reincarnation this season. So far, except for Wei Chao, no one has been able to break through the ring match of the reincarnation, Li Ju explained. Both sides are ready. Yiqiang Chuanyuan versus Fengshan Devil Cry. Entering the duel. Facing the Gun King Zhou Zikai. Foshan Devil Cry took the first move, and also started with a hidden ice array. However, Zhou Zikai reacted very quickly. While sliding away from the ice formation, he controlled the gun to shoot through the clouds quickly and indirect. Foshan Devil Cry was caught in the backswing of releasing the ghost formation, and was hit by a burst of bullets. Foshan Devil Cry blocked the road with a dark formation and successfully got close to the gun. Foshan Devil Cry got close to the gun. Wow! Zhou Zikai unique 3-gun physical technique is hard against Foshan Devil Cry. Gun physical technique, as one of the sharpshooter's skills, has been used many times in the process of getting close to the enemy. And Zhou Zikai's most amazing 3-gun physical technique is unmatched in the alliance. And it belongs to his peak operation, due to the disadvantage of blood volume. Foshan Devil Cry gave up the close battle with the gun, and the afterimage retreated, preparing to release the ghost formation. However, Zhou Zikai did not give Foshan Devil Cry the opportunity to release the ghost formation, and chased Foshan Devil Cry and beat him violently. Foshan Devil Cry had no choice but to use the big release of the Ghost Feast to detonate the only ghost formation on the field. Zhou Zikai whirlwind kick swept towards Foshan Devil Cry, and his knee strike followed by a floating bullet successfully hit the target. A set of silky small combos crippled Foshan Devil Cry. The last beautiful long-range Barrett sniper ended the game. Foshan Devil Cry is crippled. How will Li Xian deal with it? But Yiqiang Chuanyun has already prepared Barrett. Let's see this Barrett sniper, which successfully hits. Congratulations to Yiqiang Chuanyun. Oh, it's so cool, the cup said with emotion. Not only is the operation cool, but the person is also cool. Li Ju smiled. The ring game is over, and it's hard for the red team to win at the moment, the cup said. Yes, so the red team in the team game must try their best. Otherwise it will be a bit embarrassing if they lose, Li Ju said. Zhou Zikai is really strong. And with Zhou Yichen, the momentum of Samsara this season is too strong, Wang Jia Shi said after watching. Okay, audience friends, take a break, and we will usher in the team game of the All-Star Weekend later. Chapter 21 All-Star Battle. Welcome back after the commercial. This is the All-Star Weekend of the Glory Professional League Season 7. In the singles and arena matches just now, the blue team did not lose a single game, the cup explained. Yes, so I think the red team should make an effort in the team match. Next, let's take a look at the team match lineup, Li Ju explained. Blue team, Yiqiu, 1 Autumn Leaf, Battle Mage, Huang Xiaotian. Night Rain, Swordsman Yuan Zhou. Soxer, Warlock, Fang Shiqian. Cordyceps, Priest Yufeng. Sharp Sword, Crazy Swordsman, 6th player Song Xiao, Tao Luo Xiaoming, Red Team, Wang Jiashi. Wang Bulixing, Mage Scholar, Han Wenqing. Desert Smoke, Boxer Zhang Xinjie. Stone Bujuan, Priest, Zhang Jiala. 100 Flowers, Ammunition Expert, Deng Fusheng. Duel, Knight, 6th player Xiao Shiqin. Life and Death, Mechanic, the battle is about to start. Let's get into the game. 1 Autumn Leaf, oh. What do you say? Why don't we just end the chaos? Wang Bulixing, the audience is watching. Night Rain, start. 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 I can't wait. Come and die. Night Rain, I told you I won't let you win. Night Rain, chirping. Blue Rain audience, what Mr. Huang said is so beautiful. It's like listening to heavenly music. Suddenly, there was a rustling, and Demo Guyan attacked Yi Zhiqiu, who blocked and fought back. Baihua Liaowan, how about we watch them solo? Sure Bujuan, stop joking. Let's fight and finish early. It's almost time for dinner. Sure Bujuan hit Yi Zhiqiu with a sacred fire, and Dong Chong Xia Chao gave him a small recovery spell in time. Wang Bulixing came on the moon, and Baihua Liaowan also started to attack. But their target was Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu, hey. 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 You're taking revenge in public. Right. Second Sub-King? Baihua Liaowan, beep. 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 The audience was stunned. This? The commentary was also confused. Yi Zhiqiu teammates certainly wouldn't watch Yi Zhiqiu get beaten up, although they were quite happy to see it. Yi Shengfan made a series of thrusts and attacked Shi Bujuan, while Deng Fusheng started to taunt and protect the priest. Feng Meng Huijian rushed into the crowd to rescue Yi Zhiqiu, and Soxer used a 6-star light prison to force back the red team. Yi Zhiqiu, oh my! You almost killed me. What a pity. Zhou Yichen, who was watching from the audience, twitched his mouth. His idol's mouth was really powerful. Asked how to anger all the opponents with one sentence. Baihua Liaowan, I can't help it. Hack him. A precise floating bullet was fired. But unfortunately Yi Zhiqiu turned over to avoid it. Yi Zhiqiu returned to the side of cordyceps. Old Fang. Come on. Big mouth. Fang Shiqian sighed. Then manipulated cordyceps to give Yi Zhiqiu a big recovery spell. The red team would not watch cordyceps chanting to help Yi Zhiqiu recover blood. Wang Bulixing attacked from the air, unceremoniously using the broom to help him win the championship. Fengmong Huijian arrived in time to help Dongkong Xiakeo block Wang Bulixing attack. Damo Guyan came on an eagle, with his fist pointing directly at Swoksar. Just when his fist was about to hit Swoksar, Yayu Shumfan rushed out from the side, and while forcing Damo Guyan back with a silver blade, he slashed at Damo Guyan in 3 stages. The battlefield is very chaotic now. Wang Bulixing is holding back 2 people on the blue side. Wang Jia Shi wants to take away his deputy Fang Shiqian in Tiny Herb, while Yu Feng of Blue Rain is protecting Tiny Herb's priest. The commentator Bazi laughed when he saw the scene. After all, he was the commentator of the finals last year. He understood the grievances between Blue Rain and Tiny Herb. In another battlefield, Ye Zhiqiu and Baihua Liaowan were entangled together, and Ye Yushengfan was still harassing Duhua and Shibujuan. Ye Zhiqiu met Baihua Liaowan, who suddenly turned around on the way to support. Damo Guyan went to support Duhua alone, originally with Baihua Liaowan. But seeing Yi Zhiqiu coming, Baihua Liaowan immediately turned around and killed him directly. Yi Zhiqiu had no choice but to give up supporting Yi Yushengfan and choose to kill Baihua Liaowan, who was blocking the way. On the other side, Soxer released the Death Gate to catch Duhua, and Fengmeng Huijian chose to give up protecting Dong Chong Xiaoqiao. After helping Huang Xiao to hold off Demo Guyan, Shibujuan had no choice but to be taken away by Yi Yushengfan's sword Ding Tian Xia with a combo. The unprotected blue priest Fang Shiqian was also taken away by his captain Wang Bulixing. I didn't expect that the priests of both sides would become the first characters to sacrifice on the field. It seems that our all-stars are having a great time, Beijing explained with a smile. After Yi Yushengfan killed Shibujuan, he immediately turned his fire to kill Duhua, who was attacked by the Death Gate. Wang Bulixing chose to cooperate with Baihua Liaowan to kill Yi Zhiqiu. Although Yi Zhiqiu fought with all his might and crippled Baihua Liaowan, Wang Bulixing timely support let Baihua Liaowan survive Yi Zhiqiu and not be killed alone. Yi Zhiqiu became the 3rd character to be eliminated in the whole game. At the same time, Ye Yushengfan added another one, and Duhua became the 4th character to be eliminated in the whole game. Finally, the 6 people Song Xiao and Xiao Shiqin on both sides arrived, and it was now 4v4. Damo Guyan hit Fengmong Huijian to red blood, and Fengmong Huijian successfully opened Blood Rage to increase damage. But the King of Fighters is still the King of Fighters, and he opened the Steel and Iron Bones to fight against the damage of Fengmong Huijian and sent him out. Fengmong Huijian failed to withstand the damage of the King of Fighters Damo Guyan and was eliminated. But Damo Guyan blood volume was also very low, Li Ju explained. At this time, the opportunist Huang Xiaoyan reappeared, and took advantage of the moment when Damo Guyan's Steel and Iron Bones disappeared, and suddenly attacked and killed Damo Guyan. Ye Yushengfan got a triple kill. Wang Bulixing also entangled to Luo Shiming, who was providing long-range support. Now it seemed to have become a duel between Wang Bulixing and Ye Yushengfan. But the people who survived on the blue side happened to be all members of Blue Rain. It was such a coincidence that their tacit cooperation was naturally quite high. So as the situation on the field changed, the red side became more and more difficult to resist. First, Baihua Liaowan was trapped by Saxol's 6-star light prison, and Ye Yushengfan stole the head. Both sides are trying to buy time. Will Wang Bulixing kill Luo Shiming alone? Or will the other 2v2 decide the winner? It's not good. Baihua Liaowan is trapped by the 6-star light prison. With little health left, she will be taken away in one wave, Beige explained. At this time, Xiao Shiqin could choose to get close to Soxer, who was still using skills. And even if he wanted to win, he could self-destruct and take away the 2. But this all-star game was Blue Rain's home court after all, so it was not good to offend the host. So he just chose to get close to Soxer, but was predicted by Yuan Zhou. After killing Baihua Liaowan, Yi Yushengfan got a quad kill. In the end, Wang Buliuxing and Sheng Lingmi also had difficulty completing a low-health 2v3. And it was unnecessary, as it was just an all-star game. So in the end, the blue team won a big victory. And Yiyu Xiangfan even achieved a 6-kill achievement in the team game, which had never been achieved before. But unfortunately, it was an all-star game, and it would not be recorded in the league's historical records. With the unprecedented 6-kill performance, the MVP of this all-star game was also awarded to Yiyu Xiangfan. Chapter 22. After the all-star game. After Yiyu Xiangfan won the all-star MVP, the exciting all-star weekend finally came to an end. After the game, Blue Rain generously invited all the teams to dinner. But of course, they would not have one table. Hey, old Yi, did you see that? 6 kills. Did you have one? Did you? Did you? Huang Xiaoyan hugged Yi Qiu and laughed. Yi Qiu was not wearing a mask at this time, revealing his true face. Heh. Wang Jieshi sneered while drinking a little wine. What's wrong with Wang Jieshi? Are you dissatisfied? Huang Xiaoyan looked at Wang Jieshi. I'd be satisfied if you drink the wine. Wang Jieshi handed Huang Xiaoyan a glass of white wine. TSK. No. I drink orange juice. Huang Xiaoyan pouted. Let me drink it for him. Yu Wenzhou laughed. Wang Jieshi smiled and handed the wine to Yu Wenzhou. You don't drink, so sit at the kids' table. TSK. Don't sit if you don't want to. I go find Zhou Yichen. After saying that, Huang Xiaoyan walked towards Zhou Yichen's table. In addition to Zhou Yichen, there were also people from Samsara at this table. Hello everyone. Is our Blue Rain's hospitality okay? Huang Xiaoyan suddenly hugged Zhou Yichen from behind. Get out of here. Men shouldn't touch each other. Zhou Yichen hurriedly broke free. Why did Mr. Huang come here? Why don't you sit at the main table? Jiang Guotao asked. After all, Blue Rain was the host. I don't drink. Huang Xiaoyan said. I don't drink either. Zhou Zikai suddenly said. Well, originally the captains of the major teams were supposed to sit at the main table to chat. But considering Zhou Zikai's personality and the fact that he doesn't drink, so Zhou Zikai returned to the Samsara table to drink orange juice. How was it, brother? Wasn't your performance in the team competition today very cool? Do you admire me? Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaoyan laughed. I say you should stop being a fan of Comrade Yi Qiu. He's a very experienced person. Don't learn bad things from him. Huang Xiaoyan whispered in Zhou Yichen's ear. Why don't you speak louder so that Senior Yi Qiu can hear you? Zhou Yichen laughed. TSK. Do you think I'm afraid of him? At the main table, does Vici Gaming have the confidence to win the championship this season? Old Yi Qiu, who was pure in heart, started the topic. Of course. Wang Jieshi, who had a handsome face, said confidently after finishing his meal. Hee hee. We Blue Rain feel that the second consecutive championship is waving at us. Yu Wenzhou, who had a hand speed of over 100 million, said with a smile. Humph. Tyranny will destroy all opponents that stand in the way of winning the championship. Han Wenqing, who looked like a little bird, said coldly. We Baihua will not stand idly by. Zhang Jiala said with a wine glass. Oh, you want to go to Sanya? It's hard for you. Old Zhang. Yi Qiu words directly broke Zhang Jiala's defense. Yi Qiu, you're going to die. Luckily, Li Xian, who was sitting next to him, pulled Zhang Jiala in time. Otherwise he was really afraid that Zhang Jiala, who was so delicate and tender, would go up and challenge Yi Qiu offline. Hey, there's no one from Samsara at our table. What do you think of Samsara this season? Yi Qiu brought up another topic. Everyone secretly glanced at the Samsara table. At this time, everyone from Samsara and Huang Xiaoyan were sitting together and talking and laughing. Samsara is quite strong this season. Wang Jieshi thought for a while, then said, their lineup this season is too good. But the playoffs are the playoffs after all. And they have too little experience. Yu Wenzhou said. Well, it's not easy to match Zhou Yichen tactics with Zhou Zikai shooters in the front. Han Wenqing also said. They should be the best combination this season. Yi Qiu said. That's not necessarily the case. Maybe it's our Void Twin Ghosts. Li Xian said. You still have to rank behind me and Mu Cheng. Yi Qiu replied. What do you think of the newcomers this season? Yu Wenzhou changed the subject. Zhou Yichen should definitely be the best newcomer. Han Wenqing said. This guy is really strong. He is much stronger than Sun Xiang of Yueyun. Xiao Shiqin sighed. Sun Xiang? Too independent. He doesn't care about the team when he plays Berserker. Glory is really not suitable for him. Just last week, Jia Shi played against Weiyun and gave the opponent a 10-0. Sun Xiang played 1 against 2 in the last arena match, but lost to Yiqiu, who was defending the arena. Team matches are even simpler. With a hook from Yiqiu, Sun Xiang seemed to have lost his mind and was completely out of touch with the team. This is not the first time that Weiyun can break through with Sun Xiang alone when facing a small team that does not understand team matches. But if facing a top-ranked team, Weiyun will be easily defeated as long as Sun Xiang is targeted. In comparison, Zhou Yichen is much better, with high combat literacy and good operation skills. What a good successor to Yiqiu. Yiqiu sighed. But this kid also has obvious shortcomings. He is not calm enough and easily panics when he encounters disadvantages. Then he wants to win by relying on hand speed. This is quite similar to Xiao Bi. Wang Jia said, "Your Shibuya is a master of hand speed. I don't know how many people were shocked when he debuted this season. It's a pity that he can't control his hand speed." Wang Jia said regretfully. This is a newcomer. If a newcomer has no flaws, can he still be called a newcomer? Besides, we old guys all have flaws. Yiqiu said. Then what is your flaw? Zhang Jiala asked curiously. Oh, you are interested? Yeah. I won't tell you. Zhang Jiala's face turned red immediately. Although he had seen Yiqiu bottom line, he still couldn't help but want to hack him. In addition to talking about things in the league, everyone also talked about things in life. It was late, and all the major teams had left the field one after another. After all, there were regular seasons to play later. Lying on the bed in the hotel, Fa Minghua's mother, who was in the same room with him, was checking the information of the opponents he would encounter in the next reincarnation. Zhou Yichen had nothing to do, and when he was about to go to bed, his cell phone suddenly rang. Huang Fanfan, PK. 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 Zhou Yichen, get lost. I'm going to sleep. Huang Fanfan, okay. When he was about to put down his phone, it rang again. Thinking it was another message from Huang Xiaotian, Zhou Yichen turned on his phone and found it was from Chu Yunxiu. Chu, sister. I couldn't sleep after watching the TV series, so I came out to walk with you. Zhou, okay. I be down right away. Huang Xiaotian finally let him down. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu walked along the river, watching the high-rise buildings in G City still brightly lit. The evening breeze blew by, and the two did not speak, but just walked side by side. Zhou Yichen didn't know what to talk about, but he was trying to find a topic. Hey, the scenery along the river at night is really nice. Haha. Yeah. Sister, what's wrong with you? You seem to be in a bad mood. Zhou Yichen finally saw that Chu Yunxiu was in a low mood. Is the TV series you are following very touching? Zhou Yichen asked in confusion. No. It's ridiculous. Too ridiculous to watch. Chu Yunxiu replied. Which is more important, the championship or the traffic gimmick? Chu Yunxiu asked softly. Of course, it's the championship. From the moment I became a professional player, my goal was to win the Glory Championship. Zhou Yichen raised his hands and said, the championship is important. But where is Yanyu Road to the championship? Chu Yunxiu stopped. It's okay. Sister, the bridge will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bow. I think Yanyu lineup is actually okay at present, but it lacks a main output. Zhou Yichen analyzed. Well, where is the positive output? Chu Yunxiu stared at Zhou Yichen and said, Me? You want me to go to Yanyu? Will you come? You can meet your sister every day when you come. Chu Yunxiu suddenly said in a low bubbling voice. Zhou Yichen thought for a while. I'm sorry. Sister, I won't leave my teammates. I want to win the championship with them. Zhou Yichen said tangled. Well, if you agree, I will be entangled. I don't want to ruin you. Zhou Yichen suddenly held Chu Yunxiu's hand. Don't be so entangled. The road is walked out, not thought out. You are the core of Yanyu. What if you give up Yanyu? Well, I admit that you have infected me. But this is not a reason for you to take advantage of my sister. Chu Yunxiu pulled out her hand. Oh! Zhou Yichen said disappointedly. Chu Yunxiu saw Zhou Yichen's sad face and flicked Zhou Yichen's head with her hand. Ah! It hurts. Chu Yunxiu walked to Zhou Yichen and whispered in his ear. Kid, if you can win the championship this season, I will give you a chance to pursue me. I will suffer a little loss and go on a date with you. Remember? This is the only chance for a date. After that, Chu Yunxiu left first. Zhou Yichen was stunned, and his mind kept echoing what Chu Yunxiu said just now. Oh yeah. Mom, I'm going to fall in love. I'm determined to win the championship this season. No one can stop me. Sister, wait for me. Zhou Yichen raised his arms and shouted. Chapter 23. The second match between Samsara and Tyranny. After the All-Star game, the major team started the exciting regular season points-grabbing phase again. At present, the regular season schedule has passed halfway. Samsara has maintained a record of 20 wins, 1 loss and 1 tie after 22 rounds. Following closely is Wei Chao with 19 wins and 3 losses. Although Wei Chao defeated Samsara in the first half of the schedule, it lost to Blue Rain, Tyranny and Thunder successively. Today is the second match between Samsara and Tyranny. Samsara home court. In the first match, Samsara played away against Tyranny and was overturned by Tyranny in the team match with a huge advantage of 5-0. And the score was tied. The main reason for Tyranny victory in the team match was to limit the performance of Yu Xingchen. They chose the Death Canyon map. And when Samsara only had Zhouzikai as the long-range output, Tyranny put all its energy on Yu Xingchen and finally defeated Samsara to win the team match. Now that they have come to Samsara home court, it is not so easy for Tyranny to win. Welcome back. You are now watching the 23rd round of the regular season of the Glory Professional League in 2022. So the current 7th season is from 2021 to 2022. I am the commentator Lao Wang. I am the commentator Xiao Wei. The two teams playing today are Samsara, which is currently leading the regular season. They are very strong this season, Xiao Wei explained. Yes, they have relied on the rookie Zhou Yichen's singles victory and Zhouzikai high winning rate in the ring match this season. They can be said to be invincible, Lao Wang said. Yes, their team competition is also strong. Yu Xingchen and Yiqian Chuanyun are also strong contenders for our best combination this season. And their opponent is the old and powerful Team Tyranny that defeated them in the team competition before, Lao Wang analyzed. Hey, this is interesting. Can Tyranny stop Samsara from continuing to lead the league? Let's wait and see. Both parties have arrived at the scene. After shaking hands, they walked to their respective seats without saying any pre-match trash talk. In the first singles match, it was no surprise that Samsara was Zhou Yichen. He is currently on a 21-game winning streak. It seems that he is the king of singles this season. After all, the core of each major team may focus more on the 2 points in the ring match. On the Tyranny side, it was Zhou Guangyi, who used Ji Lung, the great hero who helped Tyranny win the championship in the 4th season. Yu Xingchen versus Ji Lung. Both parties are ready. Let's enter the first singles match of the day. Zhou Yichen chose the Lost Land, which is dominated by large open spaces and collapsed walls. The background is a new moon. 3, 2, 1. Fight! Yu Xingchen walked towards the center, while Ji Lung was circling around. Because this map was too difficult for assassins to play, Yu Xingchen has come to the center of the map, looking for Ji Lung's position. Ji Lung was hiding behind the wall and preparing to find an opportunity to assassinate Yu Xingchen. Suddenly, Ji Lung accidentally stepped on the dead wood at his feet. This subtle sound was discovered by Yu Xingchen, and Yu Xingchen directly attacked the wall that Ji Lung was leaning against. Ji Lung dodged in time, pierced his heart, and then cut his throat. Unfortunately, the dragon's teeth that Yu Xingchen dodged flexibly stabbed out and hit Ji Lung, and he was stiff. Yu Xingchen was not polite. The round dance stick swept 180 degrees to catch the falling flower palm, and while floating Ji Lung in the air, he hit the floating 4-hit combo. After the continuous attack, Ji Lung fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. But Ji Lung did not fall to the ground and wait for death. He quickly got up, stabbed Yu Xingchen with a move, and then assassinated him and wanted to hit him from behind. But Yu Xingchen was not unprepared. Dragon Gallbladder blocked the dagger stab by Ji Lung. After a move of Tyrant Break, he started to attack with 100 Dragon Meteor, and Ji Lung's health dropped quickly. At this time, Yu Xingchen stopped attacking and activated the Ice attribute Dazzling Pattern to weaken the enemy's speed. Zhou Yichen saw that Ji Lung wanted to fight with a life-threatening attack, so he quickly pulled away to prevent being exploded. As expected, Ji Lung failed to make a life-threatening attack and was played to death by Yu Xingchen. Let us congratulate Yu Xingchen for continuing to maintain a winning streak in the singles game and extending the winning streak to 22 wins. How does it feel? Jiang Guotao asked. Simple. E and ZZ. Zhou Yichen said mischievously. Don't be so proud. I'm on the court, Du Ming said. After that, Du Ming patted Zhou Yichen and turned to the battle seat. In the second game, it was Du Ming who was sent by Samsara, and Bai Yanfei was sent by Tyranny. In a tense and exciting tug-of-war, Du Ming Wuxuangouyu still managed to get close to Bai Yanfei Luo Ta. Although Wuxuangouyu lost a lot of blood in order to get close to him, as long as the purpose of getting close to him was achieved, the blood volume advantage no longer existed. And Luo Ta, who was attacked by the close attack, was really uncomfortable. In the end, he was taken away by Wuxuang combo of Goyu and Jian Ding Tianxia. In the third game, Wu Qi played for Samsara, while Wang Qixian, who operated the sharpshooter 09 degree, played for Tyranny. Needless to say, an assassin meets a shooter. Wu Qi Cruel Silence found 09 degree's mistake and killed 09 degree with a life-threatening blow. Samsara led Tyranny 3-0 in the singles game. In the ring game, Samsara lineup, LV Boyuan, Jiang Guotao, Zhou Zikai. Tyranny lineup, Zheng Chengfeng, Yu Tian, Han Wenqing. Today, LV Boyuan is in very good shape, the commentator said with emotion. Yes, just now LV Boyuan successfully defeated 2 opponents in the ring game, and used the remaining 30% of his health to exchange for 15% of Damo Guyan's health. Jiang Guotao, the second player to play for Samsara, did not back down in the face of King of Fighters, one of the 5 famous titles in the league. Instead, he faced the challenge head-on, facing the fierce punch from Damo Guyan. Jiang Guotao chose to resist and exchange blood. In the end, Jiang Guotao fell under Han Wenqing punch, but he used his life to exchange for 60% of Damo Guyan health. Damo Guyan also completed a 1-on-2, but with only 25% of his health. He was still facing the star of the reincarnation Zhou Zikai one shot through the cloud. As expected, Damo Guyan fell under the musket of one shot through the cloud. There was no other reason. His health and profession were not advantageous. The singles and the ring competition ended, and the reincarnation won 5-0 against Tyranny. This is the rhythm of shutting out. The ring match is over, and Samsara is currently leading Tyranny 5-0. Will Samsara shut out Tyranny, who came from afar? Or will Tyranny equalize the score again? Let's wait and see. Take a short break after the commercial, and we will be back soon. Last time, we lost all the points because of the map selection. What about this time? Han Wenqing was furious at the visiting team's training match. The most important thing for the Han team now is to plan how to play the next team match. The same goes for the others. No one wants to be shut out. Do you understand? Zhang Xinjia said calmly. Xinjia, the team match will be as you say, Han Wenqing said with his arms folded. Brothers played well. How can I say whether I have the confidence to shut out Tyranny? Zhou Yichen said with a smile. Last time, we were just a little bit short. This time, we must not let our guard down, Jiang Guotao said. Yes. Tyranny relies on Sherbujuan to counterattack. This is a test we will face today, Fang Minghua said. It's okay. Today is our home game. We will force him to fight us in this map, and leave them nowhere to escape. Zhou Yichen was extremely excited. Yes. Captain. Say something. I said it. Chapter 24 Tyranny Box 1. Welcome back to the Glory Professional League. Currently, Samsara leads Tyranny 5-0. If Tyranny fails to equalize the score, they will be shut out. As far as I know, Tyranny has never been shut out since they entered the league. Yes, this is also the stability that Tyranny has always been proud of. A moment later, the referee came over to greet the players of both sides to prepare to go on stage. And the confirmed team lineup was also displayed on the big screen. On the Samsara side, it is still Zhou Zikai, Jiang Guotao, Zhou Yichen, Fang Minghua, and LV Boyuan. The 6th person is Wu Qi. On the Tyranny side, the 6 players who appeared in the team competition are Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjia, Bai Yanfei, Zheng Chengfeng, Zhou Guangyi and Wang Qixian. The lineups of the two teams have not changed much compared to the first half of the season. Samsara is more of a fixed 5-man team plus Du Ming or Wu Qi. Tyranny, on the other hand, rotated between Wang Qixian and Yu Tian to target the opponent's regular lineup. If there was an assassin, Yu Tian's swordsman would be used. And if there was no assassin, Wang Qixian would be used to supplement the output. And this time, Tyranny obviously guessed wrong. Samsara did not choose the more conventional Du Ming, but Wu Qi assassin to target Shi Bujuan. Soon, the players of the two teams took the stage one by one and walked towards the battle seat. The current state of the two teams can be seen from the facial expressions of the two teams. Samsara was very relaxed. Whether winning or losing was acceptable to them. After all, they were currently in the first place, and they were still leading by a large score. Tyranny was very serious. Although it was influenced by Han Wenqing, it was obvious that Tyranny was very tense. After all, if the team lost the team competition, it would end with a 0 seal. And although Tyranny points are currently ranked 4th in the league, this position is not stable. The 5th place Baihua is only 5 points behind, and the 6th place Yunyu is also within 10 points. As the map is loaded and the characters are loaded, the game between the two sides is about to start. Zhouzikai. A shot through the clouds. Loading completed. Jiangbuotao. Wulong. Loading completed. Han Wenqing. Demo Guyan. Loading completed. Zhou Yichen. Yixingchen. Loading completed. Until the end. As the big screen map came into the audience's eyes, the game officially began. Map. Sark City Warehouse. This is the map selected by Samsara today. This is a map of a town scene. But due to the huge area of the warehouse, and the fact that it is not a symmetrical map, the two sides may face different terrains when loading symmetrically. There are all kinds of goods piled up inside the warehouse. And there are even several small rooms in the warehouse, making the entire warehouse like a maze. And some goods can even have unexpected effects in the battle. This map is excerpted from one of the main cities of the god's domain. The characters of both sides have been loaded. Tyranny is lucky and spawned at the entrance of the warehouse. They can take advantage of their advantages to enter the warehouse, first to occupy an ambush. Samsara spawned to the southwest corner of the warehouse. They did not rush to cut straight, but formed a 14 formation and rushed to the garbage dump of the warehouse with Yixingchen as the information position. It was so weird that Yixingchen felt it as soon as he entered the warehouse. They didn't see the shadow of Tyranny along the way, which meant that Tyranny had been hiding in the warehouse for a long time. Explore. Jiangbuotao issued an order. No, Zhou Yichen replied. Currently, only Yixingchen entered the garbage dump, and he didn't see any shadow in his field of vision. 1. This was the message sent by Tyranny. In the room on the second floor of the garbage dump, 2 people from Tyranny, Demo Guyan and Zhou Guangyi, saw Yixingchen entering the warehouse. TSK. Eyes. Zhang Xinjie issued an order, just as the 4 people from Samsara were about to enter the garbage dump together. Bai Yanfei from Tyranny cooperated with Zhang Xinjie and Zheng Chengfeng to kill from the other side. Yichang Chuan Yunxiu fired a shot, and Zheng Chengfeng Knight blocked it. Priest. Jiangbuotao issued an order, so Yichang Chuan Yun and Wu Lang went up to meet him, and Yun Shangwan protected Xiao Guziruo, while Tyranny fought and retreated. Yichang Chuan Yun took advantage of the victory to pursue. Zhou Yichen heard the gunshots outside the warehouse and prepared to support his teammates. However, at this time, Demo Guyan and Ji Lung fell from the sky and killed Yixingchen. Yixingchen blocked Demo Guyan's straight hook and blocked Ji Lung thrust with the dragon gallbladder in his hand. A 180-degree sweep hit Demo Guyan and Ji Lung, and at the same time a dragon tooth hit Demo Guyan. Zhou Yichen, who originally found that something was not good, was ready to withdraw from the garbage dump. But after seeing Jiangbuotao guard, Yixingchen took the initiative to provoke a war, and Demo Guyan wanted to knock Yixingchen down with a knee strike. Yixingchen dodged in time, and used a gun to pick up the garbage around him, and flew towards Demo Guyan. Demo Guyan blocked with his hand, but the things in the garbage bag blocked Demo Guyan vision. Yixingchen certainly would not give up such a good opportunity, and the strong dragon pressure connected. But unfortunately, it was interrupted by Ji Lung fire. Tyranny wanted to use Box 1 to eliminate Yixingchen, the strongest player in the front of Samsara. However, Zhou Yichen was in such good condition today that he was still not at a disadvantage even when facing the king of fighters, Demo Guyan, and the legendary assassin Ji Lung. He was already very excited, and his hand speed reached 520. Han Wenqing and Zhou Guangyi hand speeds were also brought up. Retreat. At this time, Zhang Xinjie issued an order. Demo Guyan and Ji Ling did not hesitate at all and left in the direction of the main force, in order to avoid Yixingchen pursuit. Demo Guyan swept the garbage towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen held a gun and hit the flying garbage aside. Will Yu Xingchen choose to pursue? No. He didn't. He chose to retreat. Xiaowei explained. It seems that Zhou Yichen is very stable today. There is no blind pursuit. Because from our perspective, Tyranny and others on the other side have already escaped from Yiqiang Chuanyan. Yes. If he pursues alone now, he may be surrounded and killed by Tyranny. Old One explained. Yu Xingchen joined the team and prepared to sort out the target and head to the warehouse again. At present, Tyranny still has a geographical advantage, and they have already figured out the situation inside the warehouse in advance. After being treated by Shiga Yu Xingchen entered the warehouse steadily according to the team's instructions. Of course, Samsara is no longer in a 14 formation, but 221, with Yiqiang Chuanyan covering Yu Xingchen and clearing the way forward. At this time, Tyranny also found that Samsara was approaching them, and they were ready to let Ji Lung sacrifice his life to kill the priest Xiaga. What others have to do is to attract the attention of Samsara and others. So Demo Guyan took the lead in attacking, and the target is still Yu Xingchen. However, Yu Xingchen has a gun piercing the firepower output beside him at this moment, which is not inferior to Demo Guyan. Yu Xingchen rushed forward to attack. Shan Feng Dilai helped Yi Chong pierce the clouds and destroy the fire, and Bai Yanfei attacked from the back. When Lin Hui's attention was on the front, Ji Lung took action and stabbed Xiao Guziru with a life-threatening blow. Chapter 25 Wonderful Chess Piece Exchange. Ji Lung has made his move. Can he hit the target with his life-threatening attack? The audience held their breath. The fans of Tyranny clenched their fists secretly. They must hit it. The fans of Samsara were so nervous at this moment. No. No. The fans of both teams were more nervous than ever before. Finally, in the warehouse full of goods, Ji Lung succeeded. Hit it! The commentator shouted. Nice. The fans of Tyranny started a carnival, and some radical ones even started to mock the fans of Samsara. Opening champagne at halftime? Zhang Xinjia looked at Shiga, who was hit by the life-threatening attack. But he was not happy. What about Yushan Luan? Thinking of this, Zhang Xinjia's heart suddenly tightened. Not good. Sure enough, at this time, Wuqi Cruel Silence came out from behind Sherbujuan, and it was also a life-threatening attack. When did Cruel Silence appear? At this time, the whole audience screamed, including the commentator, and Tyranny became flustered at this time, which obviously disrupted their plan. It's 10 minutes and 20 seconds for Samsara to gather outside the warehouse, and Yunshan Luan is replaced by Cruel Silence. At this time, Xiaowei, as a professional, discovered the blind spot. Yes, after the two sides fought at the garbage dump, Samsara withdrew from the garbage dump, and Yushan Luan was on his way to replace Cruel Silence. But Tyranny didn't notice this time replacement, because they were planning how to kill Xiaga in the melee. Not good. Demo Guyan reacted in advance and ran towards Sherbujuan. However, Yu Xingchen would never let Demo Guyan support his priest so easily. When Longya started to stop Demo Guyan, the round dance stick swept towards Demo Guyan. Demo Guyan was so eager to support that he was accidentally knocked down to the scattered pile of goods. Now the situation has reversed, and Xiaga was taken away by Ji Lung's life-threatening blow and became the first character to be eliminated. But Wulong made up for it in time and took Ji Lung away. In the early stage, Tyranny wanted to attract the attention of everyone on the front side of Samsara, so the fight was basically a life-for-life fight. Samsara had already planned the chess piece exchange drama, so the frontal fight seemed unrestrained. But in fact Tyranny was basically in the lead. Samsara's goal was to consume the opponent's blood volume. So how could Tyranny not see Samsara's intention? But in order to achieve the plan, they could only accept this conspiracy. Now a picture is formed. That is, Tyranny is desperately retreating, and Samsara is desperately chasing forward. Is Tyranny in a hurry now? Zheng Chengfeng Mountain meets Earth Fisher has arrived. Taunting. Xiaowei has already stood up and explained passionately. Mountain meets Earth Fisher taunted Cruel Silence, and Sherbujuan was affected by the life-threatening blow and could not recover his blood volume in a short time. So Sherbujuan chose to use the Holy Fire in conjunction with Mountain meets Earth Fisher to take away Cruel Silence. However, when the Holy Fire was still being released, the gunshot rang. Can Sherbujuan cooperate with Shanfengli to kill Cruel Jingma in seconds? The gun went off, and Sherbujuan was shot in the head. It was a Barrett sniper shot through the clouds. And it was Zhou Zikai again. Old Juan couldn't hold back his excitement and stood up to explain. The fans of Samsara were boiling in the whole stadium and cheered up to the sky. Although this was a regular season, the opponent was the champion Tyranny. Their captain could always believe that wherever the bullet went, Zhou Zikai was the rule. Swordsman became the third character to be eliminated in the whole game. At this time, Tyranny fell into a double disadvantage of number and blood volume. Kill the assassin. This was Zhang Xinjia's last order before his death. Zheng Chunfeng Knight received the order and stuck to Cruel Jingma. But Samsara did not choose to save Cruel Jingma. Turn. Yen. This was the order sent by Jiang Buotao. Samsara chose to switch fire. And the target was De Emogu Yen. At this time, De Emogu Yen was still entangled by Yu Xingchen. And the two sides were fighting a 1v1 man battle. Zhou Zikai shot through the clouds was the first to support Yu Xingchen. De Emogu Yen was disturbed by Yu Xingchen and was hit by the bullet because he failed to dodge in time. Oh no! It's a floating bullet. Yu Xingchen did not miss the opportunity created by his captain. And how Long Pajun took action. On the other side, Bai Yanfei Rhoda chose to support the captain De Emogu Yen, but was entangled by Wu Lang. Where is the shooter? Go to save the captain. Bai Yanfei typed. 1. It turned out that after Sherbujuan was eliminated, Wang Qixian 09 degree was rushing to the battlefield. However, Yun Shanwan, who was ambushing on the road, was like a hunter waiting for the arrival of prey. Sure enough, when Wang Qixian was anxious to support the team, Yun Shanwan's sudden ambush caught him off guard. Cruel Silence was stuck to death by Shan Feng Di Lai. But Cruel Silence relied on the advantage of the character to drag Shan Feng Di Lai away. At this time, Shan Feng Di Lai was far away from De Emogu Yen. Just after Cruel Silence died, Dongmao Gaian health was already low. And with Yu Xingchen main attack and Yi Chong Chuanyun support, De Emogu Yen became the eliminated character after Cruel Silence. Batu has gone far. It seems that they can't escape the fate of being shut out. Xiaowei sighed. There are only 3 people left on Batu's side. The sharpshooter is being stopped by Judo in a 1v1 situation. The knight is moving towards the front battlefield. And the only remaining elemental mage Rhoda on the front battlefield is still being entangled by Wu Lang. Han Wenqing put down his headphones, looking angry, and the players around him could even feel the air getting colder. Zhang Xinjia was thinking about the tactics of Samsara at this time, and how to give the most complete answer to the post-match interview with reporters within a limited time. At this time, Rhoda on the battlefield could no longer withstand the arrival of Shan Feng Di Lai. Yu Xingchen and Yi Qian Chuanyun had already killed to Rhoda's side. 1v3. Even gods couldn't do it. Rhoda was eliminated. And at the last moment of being eliminated, he sent a message to Shan Feng Di Lai. Go help -9 degrees. Shan Feng Di Lai received it, and rushed to his own -9 degrees. However, at this time, Ling Xiaojudu was still being beaten by Yan Shanluan. And Shen Fengli arrived in time to rescue Ling Xiaojudu. However, the other 3 members of Samsara had already arrived at the battlefield. It was undoubtedly 4 versus 2. And the team match ended in less than 3 minutes. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match. This game was so exciting. Whether it was a Yu Xingchen wonderful 1-2 in the early stage, or the priest exchange between the two sides later, including Zhou Zikai fatal shot. Let us congratulate Samsara for becoming the first team to shut out Tyranny with a score of 10-0 at home. The commentator was still not satisfied at this moment. Shake hands after the game. Very exciting performance. Han Wenqing said to Zhou Yichen. Thank you for the praise from the senior. Zhou Yichen was also very humble. Good tactics. Zhang Xinjia shook hands with Jiang Buotao and said, Thank you for the praise from the tactical master. We will continue to work hard. Jiang Buotao agreed modestly. After shaking hands, both parties left. Samsara is such a strong team. Zhang Xinjia sighed beside him. This is interesting. We won't lose again in the playoffs. Han Wenqing said as he watched Samsara leave. After the game, the losing team interviewed the captain and vice-captain of Tyranny. Facing the reporters' questions about the team game, Zhang Xinjia said calmly, Samsara tactics were very successful. I hadn't considered the exchange of chess pieces. The loss of this team game was my fault. So what does Team Han think about being defeated 10-0 by Samsara today? After all, Tyranny has never had a 0-seal record before. The reporter asked sharply. Han Wenqing glanced at the reporter coldly and snorted. Being zero seal means that we were crushed by the opponent. This is a team failure. But this is just a regular season game. Tyranny goal will not change because of a zero seal, Han Wenqing said domineeringly. After the game, the winning team interviewed the vice-captain Jiang Buotao and the MVP of this game Zhou Yichen. Yes, even though Zhou Zikai Barrett's sniper shot was the key point. Without Zhou Yichen stopping Tyranny Box 1, the rest would be out of the question. And Tyranny Box 1 has the King of Fighters Desert Smoke. Today, Samsara tactics were perfect. Can you analyze it with us? The reporter asked. Sorry. It's not convenient to disclose this. Jiang Buotao smiled. Then I want to ask Zhou Yichen. How did Zhou Yichen deal with Tyranny Box 1? After all, the opponent is still Desert Smoke. Another reporter asked. Actually there is no response. I just resisted head-on. I just operated well. Zhou Yichen smiled. The reporter was confused. This is considered an answer? So what is Samsara goal this season? Without a doubt. Of course, it's the championship. Chapter 26 Samsara breaks through the void on the road. After Samsara defeated Tyranny at home last week, this week also started their away trip. Several consecutive games against Void, Time, Xiaohua, Thunder, and Light Kai were all away games. And then, they will face Tiny Herb, which gave them their first defeat of the season. At home again. Currently, Samsara defeated Tyranny 10-0 at home last week, leading the league with a big score of 180 points. While Tiny Herb, which was second, lost to Excellent Era 4-6 last week and fell behind. Tyranny was affected by the zero shutout and was surpassed by the 4th place Blue Rain, causing it to drop 1 place to 4th place. Following them were the 5th place Thunder, the 6th place Baihua, the 7th placed Excellent Era, and Void, which defeated Misty Rain last week. As expected, this season's regular season champion should be won by Samsara. After all, their points lead is too big. Even if Tiny Herb defeats Samsara again in the second game, they can't catch up in points, as the players from both teams took to the field one by one. The 24th round of the game officially began. Hello everyone. You are now watching the 24th week of the Honor Professional League. I am Pan Lin, today's commentator. Hello everyone. I am Li Ba. At present, Samsara has achieved a record of 21 wins, 1 loss and 1 tie, and has maintained an 11-game winning streak. It is estimated that the winning streak will continue to expand before the Wei Chao. Void is in good shape this season, but they have only defeated Baihua among the top 8 teams. However, their explosive victory over Yenyu last week allowed them to enter the playoffs. Today, Void is playing at home against Samsara, the current number 1 team in the league. What do you think, Coach Lee? Samsara is still in hot form this season. Last week, it shut out Tyranny. I think all Void can do now is to get more points, Li Ba said. In fact, Li Ba didn't want to talk about Samsara. After all, he retired from Tyranny and shut out his own team last week. Let's go to the first singles match. Oh, it's not Zhou Yichen on the Samsara side, but Du Ming. What's the intention, Coach Lee? Pan Lin asked. After all, the schedule is halfway through, and there are only a dozen rounds left before the playoffs. Maybe they want Zhou Yichen to practice in an unfamiliar ring match, Coach Lee thought. Oh no, why isn't it Zhou Yichen? Li Xian thought. After all, Zhou Yichen played in the first game of Samsara, and the only time he played was against a team ranked lower. This time, Void miscalculated and sent a rookie. Sure enough, he lost to Du Ming after 5 minutes, and Samsara got the first point. The singles match ended, and Samsara led 2-1. The lost point was still due to the double assassin battle, which he mistake was caught by Li Sun. The ring match began, and Zhou Yichen, Jiang Buotao, and Zhou Zikai on the Samsara side could be regarded as the top 3 ring match lineups in the league. On the other side of the Void were Wu Yus, Yang Haoxuan, and Li Xian. The first match of the ring match was between Wu Yus's Ghost Carve and Zhou Yichen Yu Xingchen. Ghost Carve. Loaded. Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Map, Lost Land. Loaded. Both sides entered the game, and Yu Xingchen took the lead in walking towards the center of the map, intending to seize the center point as soon as possible. Ghost Carve also rushed to the center of the map without hesitation, but Yu Xingchen was 1 step ahead. As Ghost Carve arrived, Yu Xingchen Longya started to attack. Ghost Carb blocked with a sword. And Ghost Claw wanted to float Yu Xingchen in the air. But Yu Xingchen dodged it, and attacked with Moonlight Slash. Yu Xingchen blocked with a gun and hit with Falling Flower Palm. And Ghost Carb was slapped away. Yu Xingchen followed up. But Ghost Carb placed a gray array in advance at the landing point during the slapping process. Yu Xingchen chose to give up the pursuit. But Guiku was a Ghost Slayer, not a Ghost Array. So the skill points were low, and the duration was short. The moment Guiku landed and stood up, the Ghost Array disappeared. And Yu Xingchen rushed over. Guiku stood up and successfully used the afterimage to avoid Yu Xingchen attack. The knife array was launched. And the full moon slash was connected to Yu Xingchen. While Yu Xingchen resisted, a knife array was generated under his feet. Zhou Yichen knew that he could not fight the Ghost Slayer in the array. The round dance stick forced Guiku back, and took a step back to withdraw from the range of the knife array. Guiku used the Ghost Slash to approach Yu Xingchen. Although this knife hit Yu Xingchen, the Ghost Slash was caught by Yu Xingchen. Tianji started with floating Ghost Slash. And the Shadow Step plus combo was played. Get ready to play. Yang Haoxuan tried to reduce his blood volume. Li Xian explained. It's the captain. Guiku was still being hit by the floating combo on the field. He was knocked down by the strong dragon pressure the moment he stood up from the ground. And Longya made him stiff. Guiku was knocked to the ground. And Yu Xingchen launched an attack. Hao Long Pajun, Nu Long Chuan Xian, and Fu Long Xiang Tian. And they hit. Yu Xingchen took Guiku away with a perfect set of silky combos. Pan Lin explained. Void Fan sighed. Although they didn't think the vice-captain could beat Zhou Yichen, a newcomer who emerged this season like Jia Shi. But Guiku only hit 35% of Yu Xingchen health in the end. The remaining 65% of health might be enough for Yu Xingchen to achieve a 1-on-3 achievement again. There were not many 1-on-3 achievements this season, including Zhou Yichen of Samsara once, Jia Shi of Wei Chao twice, Yi Qiu of Excellent Era once, Huang Xiaotian of Blue Rain once, and Zhou Zikai of Samsara once. The second player on the Void side, Yang Haoxuan, was a newcomer to the first team of Void this season. And he is currently performing well. The character he used was Translucent, and his profession was Gunner. You have to know that the opponent is also a newcomer this season. Everyone wants to be known by the audience. If they can defeat Zhou Yichen, who is very popular on the opposite side, they will give more attention even if they are not at full health. Yang Haoxuan thought so in his heart. Translucent. Loading completed. At the beginning of the game, Yu Xingchen did not retreat because of his low health. After all, the opponent was a gunner, and retreating was not a solution. So Yu Xingchen chose to forcefully approach Translucent. And Translucent fired a cannon at Yu Xingchen. This is a Z-shaped shake. Yu Xingchen dodged the cannon fired by Translucent at close range. The young general's body movement is very good. Yang Haoxuan found that his attack was dodged by Yu Xingchen. But he did not retreat. Instead, he swept the green machine gun at Yu Xingchen. At the same time, a quantum cannon followed. And Yu Xingchen chose to take the damage of the green machine gun and avoid this quantum cannon. Just as Translucent was about to use the anti-tank cannon, Yu Xingchen had already approached Translucent. Longya started with a sky strike. And Translucent, who was still charging, was interrupted and floated in the air. He continued to combo. And Translucent's health continued to decrease. But Yang Haoxuan was not a fool. He knew that if he did not break away at this time, he would be connected to death. During the combo of Yu Xingchen, Barbecue attacked when he had a chance, but Yu Xingchen gave up the combo and dodged. Translucent landed and chose to activate the ultimate move Satellite Ray. But Yu Xingchen would never let him do what he wanted. The round dance stick swept 180 degrees to follow up. You should know that Yu Xingchen, Dragon Gallbladder, is mainly used for attack, and the attack speed bonus is more dependent on Zhou Yichen's hand speed and external force. Translucent's gun was knocked out of his hand, but the satellite ray had been triggered, and Yu Xingchen was hit. Yu Xingchen didn't care. He was thinking about killing Translucent now. As for retaining health and hitting 3 with 1, Zhou Yichen thought that he had already done it, so it was unnecessary, and he could leave it to his teammates later. Translucent lost his weapon and was hit to death by Yu Xingchen combo, and the last blow of the angry dragon piercing the heart eliminated Translucent. Glory. 3 with 1. 3 with 1. 3 with 1. The fans of the away team Samsara have already heard the sound of 3 with 1. However, Due to the forced killing of the semi-transparent, Yu Xingqian health has been reduced from 70% to only 20%. Li Xian, who came on the field third, naturally would not let the opponent have his way. Foshan Giki. Loading completed. At the beginning of the game, Yu Xingqian went straight to Foshan Giki, and Zhou Yichen did not think about dealing with Li Xian Array Ghost. Halong Pajun started, followed by the round dance stick and the falling flower palm to deal high damage. Li Xian naturally saw Zhou Yichen's purpose, which was to consume blood. So he hurriedly retreated and released the dark array to blind Yu Xingqian. Yu Xingqian rushed out of the dark array, but entered the flame array that Li Xian had already arranged. Zhou Yichen had no choice but to forcibly release Fu Long Xiantian to make the final blow. And Foshan Giki hurriedly dodged. However, Fu Long Xiantian was not Zhou Yichen's target. After Fu Long Xiantian was released, Phantom Dragon Fang cancelled the skilled backswing and killed Foshan Giki. Foshan Devil Cry was stabbed and bled. But at this time Li Xian Foshan Devil Cry started the ultimate move Ghost Feast. In the end, Zhou Yichen was eliminated, but he forcefully consumed 25% of Foshan Devil Cry's health. Zhou Yichen walked down the competition stage and returned to his seat. Well done. Very calm. And the choice was very clear. Jiang Guotao, who was about to play, said, "Come on, Vice Captain." Zhou Yichen smiled. "Leave it to me. You played well." Zhou Zikai suddenly said, "Thank you, Captain." Zhou Yichen replied. In the third round of the ring match, Li Xian Foshan Devil Cry was ultimately defeated by Jiang Guotao Wulong. But in the end, Wulong narrowly won with 5% of his health. And Foshan Devil Cry's ghost formation brought great trouble to Wulong. If Foshan Devil Cry was full of blood, Wulong would be defeated. The ring match ended, and Samsara currently led the Void with a score of 4-1. Chapter 27 Samsara breaks through the Void away from home. Currently, the singles and arena matches have ended, with Samsara leading 4-1. If the Void loses the team match, the score will be 9-1. The big score may cause the 8th seed of the Void to be taken back by Yinyu, who has not even warmed up yet. The team members of both sides are ready, shaking hands and going on stage. They did not say too much trash talk, but encouraged each other. The team lineups of both sides on the big screen are ready. The starting 5 of the team lineup of Samsara remains unchanged. Still Zhou Zikai, Wu Lang, Zhou Yichen, Fang Minghua, and Lu Boyuan. The 6th player is Du Ming today. On the Void side, there is Li Xian, Foshan Guiqiu, Array Ghost, Wu Yus, Gaik, Array/Dual Cultivation, Gu Zhaoan, Fully Transparent, Ammunition Expert, Yang Haoxuan, Semi-Transparent, Gunner, Tang Lixing, Guardian Angel, the 6th person is Li Sun's Ghost Lantern Firefly, Assassin. The players from both sides have entered the battle seat, and the game is about to begin. Each young piercing the clouds. Loading completed. Yu Xingqian. Loading completed. Foshan Guiqiu. Loading completed. Map, Bull's Town. Loading completed. This is a town map. The Void team is famous in the Alliance for its double ghost lineup, and the Captain Li Xian is the first Array Ghost in the Alliance. Of course, the map he chooses must be suitable for the Array Ghost. This map has many streets and alleys, which is very suitable for the wall release of the Ghost Array. If you don't pay attention, you will be deeply trapped in it. So at the beginning of the game, Samsara did not rush into the maze-like streets and alleys. They chose to move tactically to the right side of the street, while Void was also quite cautious. After all, their opponent was Samsara, the current #1 team in the league. And Samsara was not like other veteran teams. It could be considered a new team, and the longest-serving player in it was Fang Minghua, who debuted in the 4th season. So this not-so-old team played extremely unrestrainedly, and the addition of Zhou Yichen, a newcomer this season, made Samsara even more unrestrained. At present, Samsara team competition was almost entirely based on the frontal pressure of Yu Xingqian and Yiqiang Chuanyun, which was enough to crush most teams. And their tactics were also good, as shown in the last match against Tyranny. So Void chose to move to the left side of the street, and the two sides did not meet at the first time. After ensuring that Void was not ambushing on the right side, the search was completed, and Samsara took the 14th position to move to the only open space in the center of the street on the map. Yu Xingqian took the lead, and Yiqiang Chuanyun supported him on the left and right to ensure firepower support. Void looked towards the center of the map and saw Yu Xingchen exploring the way. Following Li Xian order, Foshan Giki took the lead in starting the ice formation, and Geik rushed out from the left street. Semi-transparent and fully transparent provide long-range firepower output, and Yu Xingchen immediately understood the tactics of the Void. He ignored the oncoming Geik and hurriedly retreated. Sure enough, if he did not retreat in time, he would be frozen by Fengshan Guiqi ice formation and become a target in the eyes of the opponent. Geik wanted to continue chasing, and Yiqiang Chuanyan shot to cover Yu Xingchen retreat, and shot back Geik. It seems that the Void's intention is very clear. There is a road between us. If you have the guts, come and kill me. With the array ghosts on the Void's side and 2 long-range characters, it is obviously unrealistic for Samsara to force a breakthrough. This is why the Void chose this map. This is the most suitable map for the Void double ghost lineup. As long as one side of the street is suppressed, the formation can be kept intact. However, when both sides were silent at the same time, Wu Shuangguoyue rushed out from another street on the left. 1. Seeing the message sent by Du Ming, Yu Xingchen took the lead and went straight to the left lane from the middle, followed by Yiqiang Chuanyan. It seems that both the Void and Samsara sides are frozen, and it depends on who can't sit still first. Hey, Wu Shuangguoyue is coming. Where did Wu Shuangguoyue come from? The commentator was shocked. Yes, where did Wu Shuangguoyue come from? This is not only the commentator's question, but also the question of the audience and the Void people. It turns out that as early as when Samsara went straight to the right lane and found no one, he knew the Void's intention and style of play. In order to occupy one side and see who is more anxious with the middle lane as the center, Yu Shanluan made sure that Xiaoda Zirua was not in danger and then went to the substitution area. Yu Shanluan was replaced by Wu Shuangguoyue. Wu Shuangguoyue did not meet up with his teammates when he came out of the substitution area, but quietly walked from the left. Yu Xingchen also stood in the middle, and Void did not let Yu Xingchen go and chose to attack. When everyone in the Void was paying attention to the front, Wu Shuangguoyue took the opportunity to sneak behind the Void. But Wu Shuangguoyue did not launch an attack immediately, but waited for Yu Xingchen to withdraw and find Xiao Guzirua to recover. Led by Wu Shuangguoyue, Yu Xingchen followed up to disrupt the Void's formation from 2 directions. Sure enough, the Void did not notice Wu Shuangguoyue, who appeared out of thin air. Wu Shuangguoyue's target was also very clear, which was the Guardian. Fortunately, Tang Lisheng was fast and controlled the character to launch the Holy Shield to resist Wu Shuangguoyue's attack. Just as Foshan Giki launched a Dark Array, the Soul Keeper launched a Holy Light attack, knocking Wu Shuangguoyue out of the range of the Dark Array. This wave of Void coordination is wrong. This is a fatal mistake. Yu Xingchen has already arrived. Guiku hurriedly resisted Yu Xingchen, but Yiqian Chuanyan has already entered the Void formation. Wu Lang and Yiqian Chuanyan attacked at the same time, limiting the firepower output of semi-transparent and fully transparent to Yu Xingchen. At this time, the Void formation was completely scattered, and Fengshan Giki hurriedly released the Gray Array to avoid the close interruption of the reincarnation. However, the frontal Guiku could not withstand the attack of Yu Xingchen, and the Void formation shrank. At this time, the Soul Keeper released the Guardian Angel's ultimate move, Angel's Prestige, to repel the 2 people who entangled his own long-range output and caused damage. However, Yu Shanluan rushed out from behind the Soul Keeper, catching the shot with one hand and directly ignoring the domineering effect. With a single-handed catch and an aerial dunk, the Soul Keeper's health dropped sharply. How did Yu Shanluan come? The commentator once again raised a big question. It turned out that after Xiaoda Zirua treated Yu Xingchen, Xiaoda Zirua went to the substitution area to replace Yu Shanluan. These 2 substitutions stunned the whole audience. The Soul Keeper is now in danger. Foshan Giki opened the Silence formation, and all the skills of the characters in this formation will be banned. He used this formation to force back Yu Shanluan, who was beating the Soul Keeper. But Yu Shanluan did not retreat, but stayed in the formation. You can ban it. I can still kill the Guardian Angel with my normal attack. Foshan Giki saw that Yu Shanluan did not stop at all, so he could only force himself to help the Soul Keeper. But Wu Shuangguoyue stopped him from the side. At this time, 5v5 was disassembled into 5-1v1. But the problem was that all those who could support the Soul Keeper were blocked. As expected, the Guardian Angel of the Void became the first character to be eliminated, and was beaten to death by Yu Shanluan. It was too brutal. Void fans felt sorry for their guardian angels. Void's two ranged characters were helpless when being approached, especially Translucent. The gunner was stuck by one gun Chuan Yun, also a ranged character. One gun Chuan Yun gun and body skills made Translucent unable to resist. However, Guico became the second character to be eliminated. Under the powerful output of Yu Xingchen, Guico fell. Then it was Translucent and full Translucent. Li Sun's Ghost Lantern Firefly just arrived and found that only the captain was left. At this time, he thought that supporting the captain would only trap the two of them. So he chose to sacrifice his life and hit Gun Chuan Yun. However, Yu Xingchen blocked him from the side and couldn't sacrifice his life to hit Yu Xingchen, who was eliminated. Li Xian Feng Shan Guiqi was also eliminated by one gun Chuan Yun headshot when facing the beating of many people in the Circle of Reincarnation. Ghost Lantern Firefly, who had already used a life-saving attack, naturally had no way out and was surrounded and killed by the Circle of Reincarnation. Glory. Congratulations to Samsara for winning this game, winning 9-1 away against Void. After the game, the two sides shook hands and exchanged ideas. The tactics were played well. Li Xian said to Jiang Guotao, "Thank you. You played well today." Jiang Guotao replied politely. Li Xian didn't know what to say. 9-1 was really good. The major newspapers and magazines of the season also reported on this game. And the most talked about was Samsara current substitution tactics. Few teams would frequently make substitutions in a team game before. But Samsara unexpected substitutions achieved unexpected results. This has also become one of the focuses of other teams' research on Samsara. Chapter 28 1 Autumn Leaf vs Desert Smoke. After Samsara defeated Void 9-1 last week, Samsara continued their away trip. As of now, the top two in the regular season are still stable, and the third-ranked Blue Rain is far behind the second-ranked Tiny Herb and the first-ranked Samsara. The fourth-ranked Tyranny has a similar score to Blue Rain, and the fifth-ranked Thunder, the sixth-ranked 100 Flowers, and the seventh-ranked Excellent Era are all within 10 points. The eighth place was recaptured by Misty Rain. Last week, Misty Rain had a 9-1 victory over 301. And Void was squeezed down again before but was warmed up. This week, Samsara opponent is Time, which is currently ranked 19th and is in the relegation zone. What made the Time team collapse the most was that the 18th ranked Lai Kai, who was in the relegation zone, gave them a 10-0 last week, causing them to be further and further away from the relegation zone. As expected, the two teams to be relegated this season should be Time, ranked 19th, and Wuji, ranked last. Wuji has been terrible this season, and has not won a single game so far. Anyone can beat them. This week, there is no live broadcast of Samsara vs Time. After all, it is not interesting. What's so good about bullying? This week, the broadcast is Tyranny vs Excellent Era, a battle between two giants, fighting God 1 Autumn Leaf vs King of Fighters Desert Smoke. I don't need to say much about the grudges between these two teams. New members of the league know that these two teams are enemies. And this game is also very critical. Tyranny lost to Samsara last week, causing the ranking to drop to 4th. Even if they adjusted in time last week, Weiyun was getting closer and closer to catching up with Blue Rain with a score of 10-0. But if Tyranny loses to Excellent Era 7-3 in the first half of this game, they will not only be captured twice, but also get further and further away from Blue Rain. After all, Blue Rain's opponent this week is Lin Hai. Excellent Era is currently in 7th place, and Void, which is in 8th place, was surpassed by Smoke Rain in the ranking due to its loss to Samsara last week. Although there is a big gap in points between the 8th place Yunyu and the 7th place Jia Shi. Jia Shi is very close to the 6th place Baihua and even the 5th place Lei Ting, and they want to go further. At present, the two teams have entered the ring match, and Jia Shi leads 2-1 in the singles match. The players on the Tyranny side in the ring match are Zheng Chengfeng, Bai Yanfei, and Han Wenqing. The players on the Jia Shi side are Lu Hao, Guiyang, and Yiqiu. Lu Hao, Darkness, versus Zheng Chengfeng, Mountain and Earth Fisher. At the beginning, Darkness went straight to Mountain and Earth Fisher, and Mountain and Earth Fisher started to provoke, and the shield blocked Darkness's damage. Darkness's wave slash blocked Mountain and Earth Fisher's movement, and at the same time, a fiery wave sword repelled Mountain and Earth Fisher. Mountain and Earth Fisher retreated and launched a charge. Bravely jumping, Darkness turned over to avoid it, and slashed at Mountain and Earth Fisher with a sword. Shen Fengdi Lai used his shield to counterattack. And at the same time, a shield attack hit and stunned in Wu Tianri. Shen Fengdi Lai then activated his ultimate move Crusader Judgment and dealt multiple damage to Wu Tianri. And Wu Tianri's health was reduced to 0. Glory. Lu Hao angrily hammered the table, leaving the battle seat and returning to his seat. Yi Qiu did not say anything to comfort him, and played as well as sure. Guiyang, who came on the field second, successfully won a round and eliminated Zheng Chengfeng. Bai Yanfei took over, but unfortunately, he was defeated by Guiyang with a 1-on-2. Just when Guiyang dreamed of a 1-on-3, Han Wenqing came on the field, and Mo Guyan's fists beat Guiyang so hard that he was so angry that he ran away. It was a complete defeat, and Guiyang only consumed 5% of Mo Guyan's health at the beginning. Yi Jiqiu came on the field, and the classic game reappeared. Yi Jiqiu versus Mo Guyan. Yi Jiqiu. Loading completed. Mo Guyan. Loading completed. Yizhiqiu. Old Han has only 95% of his health left. Do you want me to punch him? Damagayan. No need. Get ready to die. Damagayan punched Yizhiqiu, but Yizhiqiu dodged. Longya attacked, but Damagayan dodged and followed with a side kick. Yizhiqiu blocked with his gun and took a step back. Damagayan kicked forward and Yizhiqiu turned around to take the sky attack. Damagayan went into the white blade with his bare hands and used his whole body to block Yizhiqiu's sky attack. He kicked Yizhiqiu away with a whirlwind kick. He wanted to use this to make Yizhiqiu's weapon fall out of his hand. But how could the god of fighting sit and wait for death? Yizhiqiu moved his hand down to hold the gun handle to block Damagayan's whirlwind kick. Damagayan let go of the Chu Yunxiu, took a step back, followed by the Overlord Fist, and Yizhiqiu's round dance stick swept 180 degrees. An inch longer is an inch stronger. Damagayan Flame Red Fist failed to hit Yizhiqiu, but Yizhiqiu Chu Yunxiu had already beaten Damagayan back. Damagayan Lightning Fast Punch came forward, and Yizhiqiu dodged frantically in a Z-shaped tremor. Yizhiqiu, Old Han, your hand speed has slowed down. Damagayan, humph. You don't have to worry about it. Why is Yizhiqiu so mean? This is at Tyranny home court, and Tyranny fans are all boiling at this moment. Come on, Captain, kill Yizhiqiu for me. The audience's shouts resounded through the sky. But unfortunately Yizhiqiu, who was wearing noise-isolating headphones, couldn't hear them. The Desert Smoke Eagle stepped behind One Leaf Autumn and attacked with a front kick. One Leaf Autumn hit with a back-to-back attack and hit. The Desert Smoke was suspended in the air, and One Leaf Autumn did not miss this opportunity. He even had a gap in the air combo to type and taunt. One Leaf Autumn, Old Han. It's too obvious that you're slow. Han Wenqing didn't reply, but took advantage of the gap between One Leaf Autumn's combos to activate the Iron Bone Tyrant Body and end the landing. At the same time as landing, Fu Hu Tungxian attacked, and One Leaf Autumn was hit to the ground. The Desert Smoke, do you think I can't see that you want to fight the will of the fighter? One Leaf Autumn, oh, I was seen through. Fortunately, he succeeded in the timely recovery, and was not further drained of blood by the Desert Smoke. One Leaf Autumn hit the Desert Smoke with a falling flower palm, and the Desert Smoke blocked it with both fists. A strong dragon pressure was launched. Mo Guyan dodged it with his cloud body, and Yizhiqiu followed up with a furious dragon piercing his heart. Mo Guyan failed to dodge in time, and his health dropped sharply after being attacked. After a round of high-intensity fighting, Mo Guyan still had 40% of his health, and Yizhiqiu still had 60% of his health. Mo Guyan did not retreat because of the health disadvantage. Facing the enemy in front of him, Mo Guyan must use both fists to defeat him. Mo Guyan activated the 70-level ultimate move Tiger Dance. Yizhiqiu blocked with a gun and activated the attributeless dazzling pattern to increase his own movement speed. However, Yizhiqiu still suffered multiple damages from Mo Guyan's ultimate move. But Yizhiqiu adjusted in time, seizing the short skill after swing released by Mo Guyan's skill. How Long Pajun followed by Fu Long Xiang Tian successfully hit Mo Guyan. Mo Guyan's blood was directly red, and Phantom Dragon Fang attacked. Mo Guyan retreated, followed by the Overlord Fist, ready to make a final fight. Yizhiqiu, goodbye. Lao Han, I won again. Mo Guyan, there won't be a next time. Mo Guyan was eliminated, and Jia Shi won the ring match. At present, The score between the two sides is 4-1. Jia Shi is leading by a large margin. And the situation is very good. However, this time it is in Tyranny home court. And the opponent is Jia Shi. So there is still a chance of winning the team match. Just when Jia Shi and Tyranny were preparing for the team match, the other side of the Samsara had finished the game. There is no doubt that they easily defeated Time 10-0. Even though Time's team match lineup targeted Samsara, the gap between the teams was too big. Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyin directly defeated 5 people on Time's side. This is the positive dominance of Samsara in team battles so far. The teams ranked lower seem to be suppressed by Samsara. The next step is the team match between Tyranny and Jia Shi. At present, Jia Shi is leading Tyranny 4-1. Let's take a break and come back soon. Chapter 29: The Death Sacrificing Attack. Welcome back. Next up is the team match between Tyranny and Excellent Era. Excellent Era is currently leading 4-1. As both teams came on stage, they shook hands. Are you ready for failure, Old Han? Yiqiu shook Han Wenqing hand and smiled. Humph. You are the ones who are ready for failure, Han Wenqing said coldly. Be careful, Yiqiu said to Zhang Xinjie. You too. Zhang Xinjie shook his hand and said. The roster of both teams' players for the team match has been displayed on the big screen. The lineup of Jia Shi is Yiqiu, 1 Autumn Leaf, Battle Mage, Su Maicheng, Mu Yuqingfeng, Gunner, Lu Hao, Darkness, Magic Swordsman, Guiyang, Chu Yunxiu, Qigong Master, Zhang Jiaxing, Jing, Priest, 6th player Shinjian, Lian Jin, Boxer. The lineup of Tyranny is Han Wenqing, Desert Smoke, Boxer, Zhang Xinjie, Sherbujuan, Priest, Bai Yanfei, Rhoda, Elemental Mage, Zheng Chunfeng, Mountain meets Earth Lai, Knight, Zhou Guangyi, Ji Lung, Assassin, 6th player Wang Qixien, 09 Degrees, Sharpshooter. Both sides are ready for the game. And all 10 players are ready. 1 Autumn Leaf. Loading completed. Mu Yuqingfeng. Loading completed. Desert Smoke. Loading completed. Map, Maple Forest Ancient Road. Loading completed. This is the map chosen by the home team Tyranny. Maple Forest Ancient Road, which is a very comprehensive map. The long ancient road runs through the 2 corners of the map, and there are dense maple trees on both sides of the ancient road. Moreover, this map is not only composed of an ancient road. Behind the maple trees are hillside rivers and rocky hills, which are very conducive to hiding. This map is mainly diversified and very suitable for positional warfare. When both sides entered the game, Tyranny took the lead in walking towards the ancient road, and Jia Shi chose to let Mu Yuqingfeng go to the high ground of the rocky hill. However, due to the obstruction of the maple trees, Mu Yuqingfeng's vision was not complete. Tyranny took the lead, and Mo Guyan rushed to the front. Flame Red Fist hit Yi Zhiqiu and Wu Tianri, who were exploring the way, before Yi Zhiqiu chose to attack, and Wu Tianri went up to meet him. Return. Zhang Xinjie issued an order. Han Wenqing did not continue to entangle, and chose to return to defense. Instead, Wu Tianri grabbed Mo Guyan and refused to let go. Yi's Hikyu, reply. Yi Qiu also issued the same order, and Wu Tianri could only follow the order and watch Damagayan leave. Tyranny and others entered the maple forest, and Mu Yuqingfeng on the rocky hill saw Tyranny and others. A cannon shot started the war, and Tyranny and others looked for cover. Jia Shi arrived and chose to surround Mu Yuqingfeng to protect Mu Yuqingfeng's stable output. Tyranny also knew that Chun Chun could not be attacked by Mu Yuqingfeng in one direction, and would lose sooner or later. So Damagayan used the cover of the maple tree and cooperated with Rhoda's long-range support to get close to Jia Shi. Just when he was about to get close, and Wu Tianri attacked Damagayan again. Lu Hao played very resolutely today, the commentator noticed. Lu Hao wanted to use Damagayan to prove his strength to Yiqiu. But who was Damagayan? And Wu Tianri fell into a disadvantage soon. At this time, Mu Yuqingfeng's firepower was not on Mo Guyan, but on Sherbujuan, the priest of Tyranny. Yi Zhiqiu, Gua. Aid. Chu Yunxiu received Yi Zhiqiu order to support Wu Tianri. However, even with Chu Yunxiu's help, Wu Tianri was still suppressed by Mo Guyan. On the other side, Shan Feng Dilai was protecting Sherbujuan to reduce Mu Yuqingfeng's firepower output. However, at this time, Ji Lung of Tyranny suddenly rushed out from behind the hillside, aiming at Mu Yuqingfeng and Ji Ying. Unfortunately, he was noticed by Yi Zhiqiu, who blocked Jilung's charge. Jilung did not fight hard, and his shadow clone left. And Wu Tianri had been beaten by Demo Guyan in the front and sent out a distress signal. Yichio frowned and could only rush back to the front to support. It turned out that after Demo Guyan was supported by Chu Yunxiu, he chose to retreat, but Wu Tianri seemed to have lost his mind and chased after Demo Guyan. His HP was obviously lower than that of Damo Guyan, but he was fighting for his breath. He was led into the ambush of Tyranny, and Chi Yunxiu wanted to support him, but was interrupted by Luo Ta. Yi Jiqiu should have arrived at the front at this time, and Long Ye followed Hao Long Pajun to prepare for a breakout. Damo Guyan dodged in time, and seeing Yi Jiqiu coming, Tyranny suddenly shrank its formation. Miu Chengfeng did not choose to stop Shi Bujuan from joining the rest of Tyranny at this time, but chose to support Yi Jiqiu to prevent Yi Jiqiu from being surrounded. However, just when Yi Jiqiu was about to withdraw, Jilung made a move, and the target of his life-threatening attack was Yi Jiqiu. Yi Jiqiu was hit, and Tyranny and others rushed forward. But at this time, Wu Tianri actually chose to sell Yi Jiqiu and retreat. Lu Hao. Are you A? I'm A. The fans of Jia Shi at the scene saw Lu Hao making such a move and cursed directly. The fans of Tyranny were also stunned. They sold out the captain. Damn this guy. Yi Jiqiu was hit by a life-threatening attack and needed cover. And Wu Tianri ran away? What is he doing? The commentator asked a soul-searching question. As expected, Yi Jiqiu became the first character to be eliminated in this game, but he tried his best to replace Jilung. However, Yi Jiqiu elimination was not due to the character. At this time, Yichio and Wang Jieshi were the backbone of the team. Now that the backbone is dead, Jia Shi is in chaos in an instant, even though Miu Chengfeng fought desperately to resist. With the arrival of Tyranny's sixth player, -9 degrees, Tyranny wiped out Jia Shi. Another life-threatening attack. In the fourth season finals, it was Jilung's life-threatening attack that pierced Jia Shi's backbone Yi Jiqiu in the chaos. It brought Tyranny the first championship in team history, and also interrupted Excellent Era 4 consecutive championships. Now it's another life and death attack. But it's Zhou Guangyi Jilung. But the target is also one autumn leaf. Long before the team competition began, Tyranny had already made strategic deployments, and they had only one goal, one autumn leaf. As long as one autumn leaf died, Excellent Era would be in disarray. This is Tyranny tactics. Simple but effective. Let us congratulate Tyranny for reversing Excellent Era 6-4 at home. And it's a pity for Excellent Era. Lu Hao. Why are you running? Yichio asked after the game, frowning at Lu Hao. The other people in Excellent Era also looked serious, knowing that they could have used the terrain advantage to drag Tyranny to death. As a result, because of his stupid behavior, the captain went to rescue, and the opponent seized the opportunity. As a result, the captain was in danger, and he fled. Lu Hao sat in his seat with his hands on his head. Are you thinking about something irrelevant to the team competition again? I have said it many times. Focus. Focus is the most important. Yichio also understood at this moment, and said to Lu Hao very angrily. After saying that, Yichio turned around and left, and the others followed. No one went to comfort Lu Hao. Tyranny didn't expect it either. After all, they initially thought of relying on the Imo Guyan to solo Lu Hao, and relying on Han winching personal strength to let Yi Jiqiu come to rescue. Then Shan Feng Delai followed up and entangled Yi Jiqiu, and Jilung looked for an opportunity to attack. As a result, Tyranny hadn't found an opportunity yet, and Lu Hao ran over to give him the opportunity. Humph! Crappy way, Han Winching said. He naturally saw Lu Hao intention in the team competition. At least we won. Zhang Xinjia moved his glasses and said, with Tyranny defeating Excellent Era, Excellent Era also lost the closest chance to catch up with Baihua, because Baihua's 8-2 home victory over Xiaohua instead surpassed Thunder to the 5th place. Thunder is in danger right now. They lost to Blue Rain 3-7 in the second match this week. Blue Rain avenged the first half. Not only that, they have a devilish journey ahead. The team's Thunder will face our Tiny Herb, Samsara, Tyranny, 100 Blossoms, Miss Rain, and Excellent Era. Among them, 100 Blossoms, Excellent Era and Miss Rain are all key matches. If they lose, it means they may drop to 8th place. Chapter 30 Thunder's Fatal Problem. after Samsara defeated Baihua 10-0 in an away game last week. Their next stop is Thunder's home court. Thunder has been squeezed to the 7th place. Last week, they lost 2-8 to Tiny Herb at home and suffered 2 consecutive losses. After Excellent Era lost to Tyranny at home, they beat Mingqing 10-0 at home last week. At the same time, due to Thunder's loss, Excellent Era came to the 6th place. This week's match between Thunder and Samsara is also crucial. But it is unilaterally crucial for Thunder. Samsara currently continues to dominate the regular season. If they perform well in the next few games, they are expected to determine the first place in the regular season several rounds in advance. Thunder currently needs to get more points. Yunyu behind them is eyeing them. Yunyu's schedule was very smooth in the first half of the season, but encountered a wave of devilish schedules in the middle, which caused the ranking to fall. Now Yunyu has stood up again, and the star Chu Yunxiu has won the MVP of the game in a row. The problem for Thunder is actually very obvious. That is, they have no one else who can stand out except Captain Xiao Shi. Whether it is the individual competition, the ring competition, or the team competition, Xiao Shi needs to make tactical reserves. Thunder can easily defeat the teams ranked lower, but it is very uncomfortable to face the teams ranked higher and with high combat literacy. But Thunder is not without a chance of winning. Among the top 8 teams, Thunder has defeated the 2nd-ranked Wei Chao and the 3rd-ranked Blue Rain. However, in the first half, when facing the 1st-ranked Samsara, Samsara won a big victory over Thunder at home 9-1. The team competition that Thunder is proud of was pierced by Yu Xingchen and Yiqian Chuanyun. In short, Thunder's tactical execution is good, but Yu Xingchen and Yiqian Chuanyun are playing dragons in it. So this is Thunder's biggest problem. The players are not strong enough, and it is difficult to perfectly execute Xiao Shi tactics. The personnel of both sides have come on stage one after another, and shook hands with each other. Welcome to the 27th week of the Honor Professional League. Hello. I am Xiao Wei. Today's commentator. Sitting next to me is Jianbin. Hello. I am Jianbin. The two teams are Samsara and Thunder. The players on the field are debugging the equipment. What do you think of this matchup? Jianbin? I think today may be the same as the previous two teams. Samsara will win over Thunder. Jianbin adjusted his glasses and said, "Oh. Why?" Because Thunder's current problem is very clear. That is, after Xiao Shi was restricted, there is no other hero who can stand up. Xiao Shi was listening to the commentary conversation off the court at this moment, and he was also very helpless in his heart. There was no way that Thunder also wanted a newcomer like Shoichen. But there was none. Both sides were ready for the game, and the names of both sides in the first singles game had been announced on the big screen. Samsara still had Shoichen on the side. Only when playing against weak teams with lower rankings, Shoichen would be allowed to play in the ring to get a feel for it. However, it seems that the probability of Shoichen being the pioneer in the first game of the round from the regular season to the playoffs is still relatively high. The Thunder chose to give up this single game and set a rookie. Sure enough, after a fierce battle, Yu Xingchen found a flaw and took it away with a combo, winning a point for the round. Shoichen currently still maintains the record of winning streak in single games. Last week, facing Baihua, Shoichen did not choose to play in the single game, but played in the ring game to complete a 1-on-2. The second round of the round was Du Ming, and the Thunder was Xiao Shi. Yes, Xiao Shi chose to put himself in the single game. There was no way. This was caused by the overall weakness of the Thunder. Even if Xiao Shi defended the ring, he would probably not be able to take the key 2 points from Jozakai. So Xiao Shi decided to play in the single game. Come on! Du Ming! Shoichen was cheering for Du Ming. Shanglingmi vs Wushuang Goyue Shanglingmi. Loading completed. Wushuang Goyue. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena. Loading completed. Xiao Shi did not choose a complicated map. Just an arena that everyone is familiar with. Both sides entered the game, and Wushuang Goyu took the lead in attacking with a continuous thrust. Sheng Lingmia evaded flexibly and placed a mechanical tracking in front of him. Sure enough, Wushuang Goyu used the sword drawing slash and was accidentally blown up by the small self-destructing robot of the mechanical tracking. Then Sheng Lingmia used a mechanical fist to hit Wushuang Goyu, and Wushuang Goyu lost blood and retreated with sword shadow steps. Sheng Lingmia opened the electronic eye to capture Wushuang Goyu true body, and released the hunter's mechanical dog to run towards Wushuang Goyu. Wushuang Goyu chopped off the mechanical dog that attacked him with 3-stage slashes. Jumped up and chopped at Sheng Lingye with a silver blade. Sheng Lingye used an air compressor to release air pressure to repel Wuxuan Goyu, and at the same time threw out a magnetic field coil, hitting Wuxuan Goyu. Wuxuan Goyu was trapped and tried his best to break free, and Sheng Lingye's thrusters accelerated to get close to Wuxuan Goyu. Use the amplifier to enhance your own damage. Jump to the thunder, and then use the rocket punch to knock Wuxuan Goyu to the ground. Du Ming tried his best, Jiang Guotao said. The mechanic has a certain restraint attribute to melee combat, especially the swordsman, who has thin blood and is difficult to break free from the magnetic field coil. Xiao Shiqin won the second game of glory. At present, Thunder is tied with Samsara 1-1. The third game will start soon. Samsara will send Wu Qi, and Thunder will send Deputy Captain Fang Xuecai. This game is good? Yes. Both sides are using assassins. This is a battle of assassins. Cruel Silence vs Ghostly Talent. Cruel Silence. Loading completed. Ghostly Talent. Loading completed. Map. Countryside dusk. Rain falls in the countryside. Loading completed. Fang Xuecai chose a map suitable for assassins to play, with the background of the countryside at dusk as the theme, with a small bridge next to the village. Dim lights. Very suitable for assassins to hide and attack. The game of two assassins officially began. Cruel Silence took the lead in entering a room near the bridge in the center of the map, preparing to ambush, while Guimekai also entered a room near the bridge. The two sides became neighbors, and the two chose such positions because as assassins, occupying the center of the map is very suitable for assassins to observe the surroundings. Both of them thought of the same thing, and now it depends on who gets anxious first. The sun sets in the west. The countryside has entered dusk, and the lights are a little dim. At this time, Cruel Silence tentatively used a dagger to pierce the window and make a sound, and Guimekai naturally noticed it. But Guimekai did not move, still leaning against the corner, waiting for the prey to come. Cruel Silence did not hear any sound at this time and understood that Guimekai had hidden. So Cruel Silence chose to lean against the next door. Going upstairs, Guimekai also heard Cruel Silence on his floor. Guimekai secretly came to the stairs on the second floor, waiting for Cruel Silence to appear. However, Wu Qi was very smart. He released his shadow clone the moment he went out, and the ghost instantly stabbed and hit Cruel Silence's shadow clone. At this time, Cruel Silence, who had released his shadow clone, rushed out from the other side and cut his throat at the same time with an arc flash. The ghost reacted in time to avoid the attack and stabbed Cruel Silence in the back with an assassination. Cruel Silence lost blood and ran away quickly, and the ghost flashed to chase Cruel Silence. The two played hide-and-seek in the countryside. At this time, the sun had set and the countryside fell into darkness. Just when Cruel Silence escaped and was complacent, the ghost risked his life to attack and hit. At the last moment of his life, Wu Qi had a question in his mind. How did he find me? When they left the battle seat and shook hands, Wu Qi asked this question, and Fang Xuecai smiled and said, because the reflection of the moonlight shines on the dagger on your waist. It is shiny. Damn. Wu Qi slapped his head heavily. He forgot. At the end of the singles match, Thunder was leading Samsara 2-1. But Xiao Shiqin and Fang Xuecai chose to play in the singles match to get points. So Samsara quickly came back in the ring match. And at the end of the ring match, Samsara was leading Thunder 3-2. Chapter 31 Xiao Shiqin Helplessness. Just as Samsara and Thunder were preparing for the team match, another crucial match was also going on. Yinyu played against Void at home. Currently, Yinyu was leading Void 3-2. This match was crucial for both teams. If Yinyu won, they would be one step closer to Thunder, which was ranked 7th, and Excellent Era, which was ranked 6th, and Void was currently ranked 9th. If they lost this crucial match against Yinyu, the consequence would be that they would be further away from the playoffs. Back to the match between Samsara and Thunder. The team match lineups of both teams were finalized, and 10 players came on stage to shake hands. As the players entered the battle seats, the team match lineups of both teams were also shown on the big screen. The 5-man team of Samsara changed. Zhou Zikai, Jiang Guotao, Zhou Yichen, Fang Minghua and Wu Qi, and the 6th player was Lu Boyuan. On the Thunder side, there are Xiao Shiqin, Life and Death, Mechanic, Fang Xuecai, Ghost, Assassin, Cheng Tai, Suifeng Judo, Xie Chafeng, Guardian, Guardian Angel, Han Yi. Destroyer Gunner, 6-player Wang Junjie. Sword Dance Chinga, Swordsman. Both sides are ready for the game. And the characters are loading. Each Young piercing the clouds. Loading completed. Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Life and Death. Loading completed. Map, Sunset Forest. Loading completed. Both sides are on the verge of a fight. Because it is a forest-themed map. Surrounded by tall trees. And the time on the map is sunset. Night is coming. And Thunder obviously wants to use the dark night to fight guerrilla warfare. Disperse. Xiao Shiqin issued the first order in the team. Then Ghost disappeared into the forest. And the other 4 people moved forward slowly. On the Samsara side, the assassin Cruel Silence was the first to enter the dark forest. And the other 4 people moved forward in a group. When the full moon rose, both sides saw each other's personnel with the help of the moonlight. The destroyer took the lead and fired a quantum cannon at Samsara and others. Samsara and others scattered and took cover with trees. Yu Xingchen slowly moved forward with the help of trees. Shang Lingmi saw Yu Xingchen and sent a rocket punch to Yu Xingchen while letting the destroyer remotely support him. Just as the destroyer was about to charge, a gun piercing the clouds interrupted the charging of the destroyer's cannon. At the same time, with the help of the terrain, he quickly approached the Thunder Army, and Suifeng wanted to stop a gun piercing the clouds. However, the target of a gun piercing the clouds was not the destroyer, but the target was the Soul Guardian. At this time, Cruel Silence, who was hiding in the dark, also attacked the Soul Guardian. The Soul Guardian saw the assassin approaching him. While opening the Holy Shield, he chanted the Angel's power to force the 2 back. While on the other side, Shang Lingmi and Yu Xingchen fought evenly in a 1v1 battle. At this time, Shang Lingmi saw that his large army was hurt and was about to send a command, but was connected by Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen, what are you thinking about? Captain Xiao. Concentrate on fighting. Xiao Shiqin frowned. Yu Xingchen was too difficult to deal with, and there was no room for him to type and send commands. At this time, Gui Meikai made a move, aiming at Xiao Guziruo. But Jiang Buitao Wu Lang had been guarding next to Xiao Guziruo. Wu Lang blocked the attack from Gui Meikai for Xiao Guziruo. And Gui Meikai naturally did not fight hard, but chose to deal with it. His goal was to save Zhao from Wei. At this time, Zhou Zikai issued an order. Go. And then pointed the gun at the destroyer. But Cruel Silence did not make a move and disappeared. Shang Lingmi finally issued a command in the gap between Yu Xingchen attacks. Kill the priest. But Zio was consumed by Yu Xingchen in order to type. At this time, the Guardian of the Spirit shot a precise, holy light, repelling Yiqiang Chuanyan. While Yiqiang Chuanyan rushed toward Shang Lingmi with the help of external force. The artillery fire released by the destroyer was not aimed at Yiqiang Chuanyan, but at Ziyajizuru in the distance. He activated the gunner's ultimate move Satellite Ray. Ziyajizuru dodged in time. And the swordsman on the side of Lei Ting suddenly came to kill. Jiang Buitao blocked in time. But Ziyajizuru was attacked by artillery fire and wanted to dodge. But Gui Mei just made a move. And the target was Ziyajizuru. Did Fang Minghua notice it? It's too dark without vision. And he hit it with his life, the commentator said passionately. Xiao Shiqin looked at Ziyajizuru, who was hit by the life-threatening blow, and finally felt relieved. There was a chance. As expected, Gui Meikai life-threatening attack, and the fact that the Samsara team was held back made Fang Minghua Shiga the first character to be eliminated from the game. At this time, the Thunder fans outside the game were also screaming. They saw hope in this team game. And their opponent was the #1 Samsara team in the league. However, before the Thunder team could be happy, Cruel Silence also made a move, making a life-threatening attack, with the goal of destroying all living things. Just as Xiao Shiqin was about to send the next command to switch fire, Cruel Silence suddenly rushed out and made a life-threatening attack. Xiao Shiqin felt a little relieved because Shiga was killed. And this moment was what Wu Qi had been waiting for. Hit! Xiao Shiqin was already under half health by Yu Xingchen. This attack directly made Shang Lingmi red blood. Just when Shang Lingmi wanted to use the thruster to escape, Yiqian Chuanyan arrived. How could it be so fast? This was Xiao Shiqin's first thought. Xiao Shiqin hurriedly sent the command, because he knew he was going to be eliminated. Xiao Shiqin, kill Wu. Before the word Lang was typed, Shang Lingmi was taken away by Yiqian Chuanyun's smash, frost, and wildfire. The captain was eliminated. What should I do? This was not only the thought of the Thunder surviving people on the field, but also the thought of the Thunder fans off the field. Xiao Shiqin put down the headphones helplessly. The moment he saw that cruel silence was targeting him, he guessed Samsara intention today. Just like Tyranny victory over Excellent Era, there was no complicated tactical routine. Killing Yijixio. Excellent Era was in chaos. The same is true for Thunder. Xiao Shiqin is not only the tactical commander, but also the spiritual pillar of Thunder. If he kills Xinglingmi, Thunder will be in chaos. Xiao Shiqin is helpless at this moment. Fortunately, there is still Deputy Captain Fang Minghua on the field of Thunder at this time. After Fang Shuecai understands the captain's instructions, he cooperates with the swordsman to kill Wulong. Stop the others. This is the order sent by Fang Shuecai after Xiao Shiqin is out. Thunder and others react quickly and want to stop the other people of Samsara. But the difference in personal strength is too big, not to mention stopping. The other people of Samsara didn't even think about supporting their deputy captain Wulong, but turned around and killed the two of Thunder and Judo Suifeng who had just arrived. On the other side, when Wulong couldn't hold on, the sixth-person Lu Buiyu and Yunshan Luan finally arrived to help Wulong block the attack of the two. But Wulong was already red blood at this time. On the front battlefield, Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun were like wild horses running wild, and they went straight into the Thunder formation. The two fought against three people like a game. Although Wuqi's cruel silence was at a red health, he harassed the Guardian of the Soul to prevent him from giving more help to the other two. On the other side, Guimei cooperated with Jian Wu Qingge to forcibly kill Wu Lang, and Wu Lang became the third eliminated character. But the hard kill also caused the two's status to drop too much. Facing the full-blooded Yunshan Luan, the two could only choose to retreat. However, Lu Buiyuan was not without temper. He killed my teammate in front of me and wanted to run away. Yunshan Luan blocked the two from retreating. Thunder was about to collapse in the front. Finally, Yu Xingchen used a handsome Halong Pajun followed by Fu Long Xiang Tian, and a precise Barrett sniper shot through the clouds. Thunder's front gunners, the Destroyer and the Guardian Angel Guardian of the Soul died at the same time. And Judo Suifeng could not hold on, and fell under the siege of the three people in the reincarnation. Xiao Shiqin knew that the situation was over, and he lay on the recliner and began to think about what to do next. The other teams in this game were not stupid, and saw the current problem of Thunder. Finally, with the three members of Samsara supporting Yunshan Luan, although the two members of Thunder fought hard and forcibly killed the red-blooded cruel silence, Samsara finally won the team competition. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for winning the Thunder 8-2 away game and continuing their hot form. As for the Thunder, they also have many shortcomings. Time waits for no one. The playoffs are getting closer and closer. I hope the Thunder can adjust and regain their form as soon as possible. After the game, both sides cheered each other up, watching Samsara leave the venue. Xiao Shiqin looked at his teammates behind him and felt helpless. Go back and practice more. Chapter 32 Blue Rain is getting better. After Samsara defeated Thunder at home last week, they also came to the last away game of this period. Qingkai. This game was not broadcast by the league because there was a very crucial and exciting game this week. Last season's champion and runner-up duel. Blue Rain vs Tiny Herb. In the opening game of this season, Blue Rain lost to Tiny Herb 4-6 at home. And this game was naturally played at Tiny Herb's home court. At present, judging from the status of the two teams, although Blue Rain was affected by the league rules in the early stage, its status was ups and downs. But now Blue Rain has returned to the status of last season's regular season ranking first. Blue Rain's dual core, Sword and Curse, showed its power again, winning the games in the past few weeks by a large margin. And the points are close to Tiny Herb. This season Tiny Herb is also strong. They are the only team that has defeated the top-ranked Samsara. The strongest point of Tiny Herb is naturally the ring match. Tiny Herb, which consists of Deng Fusheng, Lu Fei, and Wang Jieshi, has not lost a single game in the ring match so far, and Wang Jieshi should be the best candidate for this season's defending star if nothing unexpected happens. Hello everyone. I am Pan Lin, today's commentator. You are an old friend sitting next to me. Coach Li, please say hello to all the audience. Hello everyone. I am Li Ba. Today's broadcast is the 6th season's championship match, with the defending champion Blue Rain playing against the 5th season's champion Tiny Herb. What does Coach Li think of this game? Pan Lin asked. Today's game is still more optimistic about Tiny Herb's double kill. After all, Blue Rain is a bit dependent on Huang Xiaotian to find opportunities. I don't think Wang Jieshi will give him such an opportunity. Li Ba thought. Okay. Thank you Coach Li for your analysis. Both sides are ready. Let's welcome the players to the stage. The first to appear was Blue Rain, who played away. And then Tiny Herb, who played at home. The two sides shook hands with each other. I hope we can have a wonderful performance today. Yu Wenzhou shook hands with Wang Jieshi and said, Hey Wang Jieshi. I'm telling you. We won't lose this time. I've studied you. Why are you leaving? Wait for me to finish. Wang Jieshi shook hands with Huang Xiaotian and walked towards Zheng Xian before Huang Xiaotian finished speaking. There was nothing he could do. It was too noisy. Hey. It's Shubia. Are you going to fight me today? I'm telling you. Don't leave either. Lu Shubia couldn't stand Huang Xiaotian either. And after shaking hands, he walked towards the Blue Rain players behind without saying a word. Damn it. I'm so angry. No one cares about me. I must beat them today. Huang Xiaotian said angrily, showing his cute tiger teeth. Both sides are ready. Let's enter the first game of the day. The first players on both sides have been released on the big screen. The first players on the Blue Rain side are Song Xiao and Tao Luoshaming, Qigong Master. The first players on the Wei Chao side are Liang Feng and Zhu Li, Crazy Swordsman. Tao Luoshaming. Loading completed. Zhu Li. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The game between the two sides officially started. The map is the most common personal arena in online games. At the beginning, both sides launched a fierce attack. Tao Luoshaming shot a Qigong wave with magic damage towards Zhu Li, while Zhu Li ignored the Qigong wave hitting him, and only wanted to get close to Tao Luoshaming. How could Tao Luoshaming let Zhu Li get his wish? He fired a sky bombardment. Zhu Li dodged it sideways, and fired a destruction slash to weaken Tao Luoshaming high defense. Zhu Li rushed and hit Tao Luoshaming again, and Tao Luoshaming pushed the cloud palm to hit, causing a knockback effect. At the same time, the Qigong Master Awakening skill, Qi Guan Changhong, was activated to continuously output to Zhu Li. Zhu Li blood volume was consumed to 50%, and the Blood Awakening was automatically activated. At this time, Zhu Li wanted to get close to Tao Luoshaming even more, but Tao Luoshaming was always far away, so Zhu Li used Soul Devouring Blood Hand to catch Tao Luoshaming. However, Tao Luoshaming rolled to avoid it. Zhu Li used Demon Breaking Slash and Earth Splitting Slash, while Tao Luoshaming used Qi Wave Shield to take the damage. He caught Zhu Li, who was releasing skills with a precise Cloud Catch Hand, and then followed up with a big move Qigong Blast to successfully take Zhu Li away in one wave. The first game of Glory ended, and Blue Rain temporarily led Tiny Herb 1-0. In the second singles match, Blue Rain played the rookie Lin Feng, Shadow Fan Thief, who debuted this season. Tiny Herb also played the rookie Lu Shubia, Flying Sword, Swordsman, Shadow Fan. Loading completed. Flying Sword. Loading completed. Map, Afterglow Town. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. At the beginning, Shadow Fan and Flying Sword rushed towards both sides. Lin Feng Thief was different from Fang Rui Howling. He is a player with his own style, and his rogue play is not too dirty. The fan turned on stealth and observed the position of the Flying Knife Sword. The Flying Knife Sword had already come to the center of the map at this moment. He knew that the fan was in stealth without seeing the fan. Sure enough, the fan rushed out from behind the Flying Knife Sword and attacked. The Flying Knife Sword found it in time and blocked it with the sword. While retreating with the force, he hit a silver blade and started the sword shadow step to kill the fan. The fan dodged the silver blade and placed a fire trap under his feet to start escaping. The Flying Knife Sword did not notice the fire trap under his feet and was blown up. A large tube of blood. The fan saw that the Flying Knife Sword was hit, and directly activated the shadow trap and appeared at the position where a trap buckle was placed at the beginning. He rushed towards the Flying Knife Sword, and the Flying Knife Sword stabbed against the wind, followed by a sword slash and continuous thrust. The moves were very fast, worthy of being a master of hand speed. The fan was stuck and wanted to escape with the help of the sandstorm trap. The Flying Knife Sword naturally would not give up this opportunity. Jian Ding Tianxia made a move and successfully hit the target. The fan, who was swept into a state of stiffness, and the Flying Knife Sword jumped up and the phantom invisible sword was used. Luo Fengzhan followed by San Duanzhan successfully took away the fan. Glory! Let us congratulate Lu Shubia for winning. Wei Chao successfully scored a point, and the game is now tied at 1-1. In the third game, Blue Rain sent out Captain Yu Wenzhou and Soxer, Warlock, and Wei Chao sent Zhou Yebai, who debuted last season, and Gentleman, Go Swordsman. Soxer. Loading completed. Gentleman. Loading completed. Map, Lost Ruins. Loading completed. Both sides were ready, and Soxer and Gentleman wanted to get to the center of the ruins first. Soxer arrived first, followed by Gentleman. Yu Wenzhou controlled Soxer to chant the curse arrow in advance. The envoy could only interrupt the chanting of the ghost formation, dodge the curse arrow shot at him, and slash Soxer with a ghost sword. But then the envoy chose to retreat, just when the envoy moved behind the wall and was about to cast a flame formation. Soxer judged the position of the envoy and successfully imprisoned the envoy with a binding spell. Then a voodoo spell was cast, and the envoy fell into a state of continuous blood loss. As the binding spell ended, the envoy wanted to immediately release the flame formation and the great formation to form a double ghost formation. But Soxer's soul strike spell put the envoy into a trance state, interrupting the chanting of the ghost formation. Then, the 6-star light prism was connected, successfully imprisoning the envoy, and at the same time, a chaos rain was added to make up for the damage. The envoy was hit by a burning arrow and lost more than half of his blood before he could get out. Finally, as Soxer opened the Warlock's ultimate move, the Death Gate, the tentacle-like lines condensed by the black air in the gate grabbed the envoy, who was still in the 6-star light prison, pulled the serpent into the door, then exploded, and the serpent was taken away by the explosion. After defeating Soxer, 93% of his health was still left. The only damage dealt by the serpent was the first blow. Let us congratulate Yu Wenzhou for winning the third singles match. Currently, Blue Rain leads Tiny Herb 2-1. Let's take a break and prepare for the upcoming arena match. Chapter 33 The Real Magician. Welcome back. You are watching the 28th week of the Glory Professional League. The two teams are Blue Rain and Tiny Herb. Blue Rain is currently leading Tiny Herb 2-1. The big screen also shows the lineups of the two teams in the ring match. Blue Rain's Yufeng, Zheng Xian, and Huang Xiaotian are the strongest lineups in the ring match. And Tiny Herb's lineup is Deng Fusheng, Lu Fei, and Wang Jieshi. In fact, Tiny Herb's lineup is not unique in the entire league. But the reason why Tiny Herb has been winning the ring match is very simple. Deng Fusheng and Lu Fei in the front try to consume as much blood as possible, and leave everything to their most trusted captain Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi debuted as the captain in the third season, the first rookie to break the rookie wall, and successfully led Tiny Herb to win the championship of the fifth season, and was also the MVP of the finals. Wang Jieshi is to Tiny Herb as Yi Qiu is to Excellent Era. But at present, Yi Qiu is only with Su Maicheng, while Wang Jieshi is with Fang Shiqian and Deng Fusheng. The first round of the competition is ready, and both teams have already entered the stage. Yufeng, Fengmang Huijian, Crazy Swordsman, vs Deng Fusheng. Duhua, Knight, as the characters are loaded. The field is about to explode. Fengmang Huijian took the lead and slashed at Duhua with a cross. Duhua blocked Fengmang Huijian attack with a shield. He took a step back with a force and charged forward. Fengmang Huijian dodged in a hurry, and Duhua rushed to the other side. Fengmang Huijian looked at Duhua, who was still charging, and attacked again, and slashed with a destruction slash. But unfortunately Duhua had already finished charging. He turned around and used the knockback displacement to avoid the attack of Fengmang Huijian. And at the same time, he followed up with a provocation and hit Fengmang Huijian. At the same time, Awakening, Chivalry was activated, which increased the provocation time to 5 seconds. Fengmang Huijian slashed Duhua in the provocation state. Duhua made a heroic jump, which was upgraded to a fair heroic jump under the Chivalry, and the damage and shock wave of the hit were greater. Fengmang Huijian failed to escape and took a set of damage from Duhua. At this time, Fengmang Huijian health was below 50%. He activated Bloodthirsty Fight and wanted to counterattack Duhua. But Deng Fusheng would never let Yufeng easily beat back the health disadvantage. Duhua activated Calm as Still Water to avoid himself from the abnormal state of negative energy, and activated the shield to counterattack Fengmang Huijian. Fengmang Huijian continued to output, and the Earth Slash was followed by the collapse of the mountain, trying to make Duhua float a little. Then Dua's lower body was as stable as an old dog. Not affected at all. And Dua activated the shield wall to continue to block the damage of Fingmong Huijian. Fingmong Huijian bloody waves slashed at Dua. Provoking. Oh! Dua's provocation CD is over. Interrupting Fingmong Huijian high damage skill. The commentator said regretfully. The Blue Rain fans off the court also felt sorry, while the fans of Weichao were relieved. After all, bloody waves started slowly, but it was very powerful. After the provocation, Dua added a roar, and then activated the ultimate skill Crusader Judgment to do the final finishing work. In the end, Dua defeated Fingmong Huijian with a 20% health advantage and won the first ring match. The next player on the Blue Rain side was Zheng Xian Gunlin Danyu, ammunition expert. It's very stressful. Zheng Xian said a catchphrase and went on stage. Gunlin Danyu. Loading completed. Facing Dua with only 20% health left. Gunlin Danyu played decisively, while Dua wanted to hit Gunlin Danyu health more. Zheng Xian naturally would not give Deng Fuxing this opportunity to consume his own health, and stiffened the bullet and then the incendiary bomb. After successfully forcing back Dua's attack, Dua launched a charge and tried to force the Gunlin Danyu to get close. But he was slowed down by Gunlin Danyu ice bullet, and a flaming bomb successfully took away Dua's remaining health. Dua finally used a little bit of shield counter to hit 3% of Gunlin Danyu health. The second player to play on the Glory Tiny Herb side was Tiny Herb. Yizihua. Lu Fei. Yi Xiaoheng, sharpshooter. Lu Fei, a female player who debuted in the 6th season of Tiny Herb, played extremely fiercely. She was like a queen on the field, using her double guns to kill all opponents in front of her. Yi Xiaoheng. Loading completed. Entering the map, Yi Xiaoheng went straight to Gunlin Danyu, turned on rapid fire to increase the firing rate, and the bullets flew towards Gunlin Danyu. While Gunlin Danyu dodged the bullets, he threw a shrinking grenade, which did not cause much damage but had a strong impact. The grenade exploded around Yi Xiaoheng, and Yi Xiaoheng stopped the continuous output, jumped to the right, drew a perfect arc in the air, and shot out. Unfortunately, the gun did not shoot more bullets at Gunlin Danyu, and then Yi Xiaoheng continued to attack, sliding and kneeling at Gunlin Danyu. Gunlin bullet rain was blocked, but silently threw a remote-controlled grenade from behind, followed by a flash bomb, and took advantage of Yi Xiaoheng being dodged. Gunlin bullet rain pulled away in time. Bang! With a sound, Gunlin Danyu detonated the grenade, and Yi Xiaoheng didn't have time to retreat and was hit by a lot of grenade. Yi Xiaoheng could only turn on the burst shot to increase the critical hit rate. The purpose was to exchange blood, and he shot left and right while shooting randomly to kill again in the gun and rain of bullets. However, Gunlin Danyu was not polite, and threw the ultimate skill of random grenade, and all kinds of grenades exploded in the air, with perfect special effects. In the end, Yi Xiaoheng used a forced and desperate fighting style to knock off 65% of Gunlin Danyu health, mainly because that grenade was too deadly. Gunlin Danyu defeated Yi Xiaoheng with 32% of health. Romeo Lu Fei put down the headphones and returned to the battle seat. He was not frustrated by the failure, because the next one to appear was the captain they always trusted. Captain, come on. It depends on you, Lu Fei said. Well, go down and rest, Wang Jieshi said, and walked towards the battle seat. Zheng Xian looked at Wang Jieshi, who entered the battle seat, and sighed. The pressure is so great. Can I just surrender? Wang Bulixing. Loading completed. Entering the game. Before Gunlin Danyu was born, Wang Bulixing lava flask was already at his feet. Gunlin Danyu hurriedly avoided the burning range of the lava flask, and fired an ice bullet, which was dodged by Wang Bulixing, and the broom whirlwind raised a cloud of dust. Gunlin Danyu subconsciously covered his eyes with his hands, and Wang Bulixing accelerated the gravity and swept Gunlin Danyu to the ground with a broom. Gunlin Danyu fell to the ground and threw out a shrinking grenade, but was opened by Wang Bulixing with a broom. Gunlin Danyu knew that his health was running low, so he mindlessly threw skills at Wang Bulixing. In the end, under Wang Bulixing magic ray, Gunlin Danyu fell down. Of course, Zheng Xian's last mindless skill also made Wang Jieshi lose 8% of his health. Yes, only 8%. The third player from Glory Blue Rain came on the field. Wang Xiaotian and Yi Yushifan. It's very stressful, Zheng Xian said as he returned to the team. It's okay. Watch me next. Watch me beat up Wang Jieshi and make him ignore me before. Wang Xiaotian patted Zheng Xian on the shoulder. Then he bumped fists with his teammates and hopped to the battle seat. Yi Yushengfan. Loading completed. Yi Yushengfan, Wang Jieshi. Why didn't you listen to me just now? Why? Why? Wang Bulixing, take it. Wang Bulixing attacked from the air with a broom. And used magic to catch the lava flask to force Yi Yushengfan to move. Yi Yushengfan typed while moving. Can't hit. Can't hit. Can't hit. Wang Bulixing landed, holding the broom in his hand, and attacked Yi Yushengfan. But Yi Yushengfan blocked it with his sword in time. Yi Yushengfan, do you want to fight me? Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Yi Yushengfan, 3-stage slash. Continuous thrust. Sword slash. 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 Ugh. The audience of Wei Chao and the audience was numb. Although they had endured Huang Xiaotian fierce trash talk last year, the league had already made changes this year. But looking at Huang Xiaotian intensive trash talk and the covered text bubbles, my god, my obsessive-compulsive disorder has come on. If it were an ordinary player, they would have been annoyed by Huang Xiaotian trash talk. But who is Wang Jieshi? Since you like to talk, I will beat you so hard that you can't talk. Wang Bulixing's eyes descended and flew back into the sky. The magic ray connected with the starfold line, and the ice powder connected. Yi Yushengfan dodged left and right. Wang Bulixing accelerated gravity, and slapped Yi Yushengfan. Yi Yushengfan didn't have time to block, and was slapped away for a distance. Yi Yushengfan, damn you're Wang Jieshi. Do you have any shame? You even have the unblocked one. This is a real magician. Li Ba sighed. What is a real magician? Pan Lin looked at Li Ba questioningly. Li Ba was too lazy to pay attention to the commentator next to him. Some of the Vici Gaming spectators in the audience even shed tears. Magician is Wang Jieshi's personal style of play. Magician is weird and changeable, and normal people can hardly cope with it. But it is also easy to cause disconnection problems, because other people in the team can't keep up with Wang Jieshi rhythm. So for Vici Gaming, for the team, and for the Glory Championship, Wang Jieshi changed or sealed the style of play engraved in his bones. And the change also brought Vici Gaming the championship of the 5th season. At this moment, Wang Jieshi restarted the magician, and the lightning chain was released. Yi Yushengfan dodged it, and the silver light fell on the blade. Wang Bulixing used a broom to dodge it. Yi Yushengfan reverse wind thorn was already beside him. Wang Bulixing swept it away. But Yi Yushengfan changed his position, and captured Wang Bulixing's action in advance. Yi Yushengfan, Wang Jieshi finally got a chance. Yi Yushengfan used the phantom sword to knock Wang Bulixing back to the ground. Wang Bulixing took advantage of the 1-second stiffness of the phantom sword and hit Yi Yushengfan with a broom. Fortunately, the stiffness time was up, and Yi Yushengfan dodged in time. Jian Ding Tianxia attacked and Wang Bulixing threw out the acid rain flask before being swept, and at the same time threw out the dispersing powder to reduce Yi Yushengfan's speed. Wang Bulixing was hit and triggered stiffness. Yi Yushengfan did not give up this only chance. Even though he was slowed down, he still rushed towards Wang Bulixing because his health was running low. However, affected by the acid rain flask and the dispersing powder, Yi Yushengfan's speed dropped significantly. He finally got close to Wang Bulixing. But unfortunately, Wang Bulixing had already escaped from stiffness. The broom sprinkled with ice powder just happened to hit Yi Yushengfan, who was coming towards him. Yi Yushengfan was accidentally hit and frozen. Yi Yushengfan, damn you Wang Jieshi. Too insidious. When Yi Yushengfan was frozen, Wang Bulixing launched a fierce attack. Finally, under Huang Xiaotian crazy text bubble attack, Yi Yushengfan fell under Wang Bulixing broom. Ah! After the fight, Wang Jieshi rubbed his brows. First, although the magician's fighting style was engraved in his bones, it would be a bit tiring to perform it again. Second, Huang Xiaotian was too noisy, which seriously affected Wang Jieshi. At first, Wang Jieshi was not going to unblock the magician, but Huang Xiaotian text bubble interrupted Wang Jieshi attack rhythm. So there was no choice. Since you want to interrupt my rhythm, I will unblock you and let you catch my rhythm. Humph! Wang Jieshi, you win this time. I tell you, I have figured out how to defeat your magician. Huang Xiaotian said to Wang Jieshi after the end. See you in the team game. Wang Jieshi turned and left after saying that. Wang Jieshi, wait and see me in the team game. I will make you noisy to death. Chapter 34 Targeted Maps. Welcome back, everyone. I believe that you still can't calm down after seeing the real magician just now, Li Ba said. Yes. Then let's enter the final team competition stage. The ring match ended, and the score between the two sides was 3-2. The score of this team match is crucial. If Blue Rain wins, they may surpass Wei Chao and come in second place in the subsequent matches. At the same time, if Samsara wins 23 consecutive games before facing Wei Chao in the 36th round, then even if Wei Chao defeats Samsara, they will not be able to surpass Samsara in points. And Samsara will establish the regular season championship 4 rounds in advance. And if Wei Chao beats Blue Rain by a large score, as long as they don't lose a single game in the next 10 rounds and get 8 points in each game, and they also have to ensure that Samsara loses another game, they will have a chance to surpass Samsara. But in fact, Samsara's subsequent games are not easy. Samsara will return to its home court after the light cut this week. The next 10 weeks of matches are 301. Wuji, Baihua, Yanyu, Howling, Weiyun, Linhai, Wei Chao, Royal Wind, and Excellent Era. After the focus match between Blue Rain and Wei Chao, it will be much easier. The key for Wei Chao is to face Samsara in the 36th round, while Blue Rain will face Tyranny in the 32nd round. The team lineups of both teams have been announced on the big screen. The players of both teams shook hands in turn and walked towards their respective battle seats. Be careful, Wang Xiaotian said to Wang Jia Shi. You should be careful, Wang Jia Shi hit back. Both sides entered the battle seats. The team lineup of Blue Rain is Yu Wenzhou, Swoksar, Warlock, Wang Xiaotian, Night Rain, Swordsman Yufeng, Sharp Sword, Crazy Swordsman, Zheng Xian, Gunlin Danyu, Ammunition Expert, Su Jingxi, Soul Speaker, Guardian Angel. The 6th player is Song Shao. Tao Luoshaming, Qigong Master. The lineup of Tiny Herb is Wang Jieshi, Wang Bulixing, Mage Scholar, Ding Fusheng, Duel, Knight, Fan Shiqian, Fan Feng, Guardian Angel, Lu Shubia, Flying Knife, Swordsman, Lu Fei, Yi Xiaoheng, Sharpshooter. The 6th player is Liang Fang, Julie, Crazy Swordsman. Both sides are ready. Let's enter the team competition. Night Rain. Loading completed. Sugezer. Loading completed. Wang Bulixing. Loading completed. Duwa. Loading completed. Map, War Grassland. Loading completed. The War Grassland is divided into multiple areas by rocks and bushes, and is distributed in the shape of stairs. The initial refresh point is in the northeast and southwest corners. After crossing the second level area under the refresh point, the center is a grassland at the bottom, similar to a basin, and some tall weeds in the center of the grassland are conducive to character concealment. Relatively speaking, it is a team battle map with a very close refresh point, and is often used by teams that like fast attack tactics. It also has a certain restraint on tactical teams, because it is close and the offensive is launched quickly enough. It may prevent the opponent from arranging tactics in time. This is the map that Tiny Herb chose to target Blue Rain at home, because Blue Rain's tactics are all commanded by Yu Wenzhou. But Yu Wenzhou is slow to send because of his handicap. So Tiny Herb chose this map to play a fast attack against Blue Rain. Or more precisely, against Yu Wenzhou. Blue Rain naturally noticed it the moment he entered the map. Yu Wenzhou, as the commander, caught Tiny Herb's intention. So he sent a command to quickly move to the high point of the rock, hoping to discover and notice the opponent's formation distribution through the high point. Without thinking too much, Tiny Herb launched an attack on the grassland at the bottom. Blue Rain also caught Tiny Herb's intention, and Fengmong Huijian took the brunt of the attack. Fengmong Huijian had already fought with Duhua on the grassland. There was firepower support on both sides of the high point. Blue Rain was under a hail of bullets, while Tiny Herb was under Yi Xiaoheng. Wang Bulixing looked at the two people entangled together and did not choose to intervene. His target was Sac Soul. Gravity accelerated from the air to approach Sac Soul, and Yi Yushenfen rushed out from the side to block Wang Bulixing attack. Flying Knife Sword also came with Wang Bulixing. Flying Knife Sword helped Wang Bulixing to disarm, and Soul Speaker's Holy Light also helped Yi Yushenfen to disarm. The two sides pulled apart, and Fengmong Huijian retreated. The explosive grenade under the hail of bullets repelled Duhua. Fengmong Huijian chose to return to defense without any hesitation, and killed Wang Bulixing and Flying Knife Sword in his own formation. Wang Bulixing and Fei Daojian saw that the situation was not good, so they chose to retreat to the grassland at the bottom. But the sharp sword coming towards them would not let them do what they wanted. Blood Shadow Mad Knife attacked the two, and Wang Bulixing and Fei Daojian dodged the attack. It was originally an attempt by Wei Chao, but now it was caught by Blue Rain and caused a disconnection. Fortunately, Duhua arrived in time, roared and attacked, helping Wang Bulixing and Fei Daojian escape. But Blue Rain would not give up this opportunity. Swordsman launched a 6-star light prison, but unfortunately Wang Bulixing dodged it with a tail flick, and only imprisoned Duhua, who came to support. Duhua found that he might be focused on, so he activated Awakening, Chivalry, reset the skill CD, and activated the shield wall to block damage. Guns and bullets rained fiercely above and Yi Xiaohong, while the soul speaker next to him had disappeared. Duhua held on until the end of the 6-star light prison, and just as he was about to break out, a cloud-catching hand suddenly grabbed him, and Tao Luoshaming arrived. Yi Yushengfan and Swordsman made up for the damage and wanted to kill Duhua by force, while Wang Bulixing and Fei Daojian from Tiny Herb did not choose to sell their teammates, but turned back to support. At this time, Julie also rushed to the battlefield, and the guardian angels of both sides chose to go to the replacement area to change people. A chaotic battle was about to break out. On the grassland at the bottom, Blue Rain was still attacking Duhua fiercely. At this time, Tiny Herb's army arrived, and Yi Xiaohong chose to give up the high point and go down to support. Gun Lin Danyu thought the same. Blue Rain's front was not as solid as that of Tiny Herb, so he needed to support the front battlefield and put more pressure on the opponent. Facing Tiny Herb's army, Gun Lin Danyu directly used his ultimate, Random Thunder. Various grenades were thrown at Tiny Herb. Tiny Herb failed to dodge in time and was affected by the explosion. Yi Yushengfan found an opportunity in various explosions. His target was not someone else, but Yi Xiaohong, the only long-range output shooter of Tiny Herb. As long as Yi Xiaohong was killed, they could return to the high point to shoot. Wang Bulixing was the first to react and wanted to swat Yi Yushengfan away with a broom. But the moment Yi Yushengfan dodged, Silver Light Falling Blade attacked. However, Duhua arrived in front of Yi Xiaohong in time and blocked the attack with his shield. Originally, Tiny Herb chose this map to target Blue Rain, but now it seems that Blue Rain has been using the grassland at the bottom to suppress Tiny Herb's attack. The main problem of Tiny Herb now is that they can't affect Soxer. If they want to get close to Soxer, they must break through the defense of Fengmeng Huijian and Taoluo Shaming. Now, Wei Chao seemed to be in a state of paralysis. The chanting Soxer in front of him seemed very close, but in fact, he could not reach him at all. At this moment, Wang Jia Shi stood up, threw out the dispersing powder, and used the broom whirlwind to repel Yi Yushengfan. He took off and rushed towards Soxer, but Yu Wenzhou had already noticed Wang Bulixing, and while throwing the binding spell, he charged the curse arrow and shot it out. Just when Wang Bulixing thought that the arrow was aimed at him, it was shot at Yi Xiaohong. Yi Xiaohong noticed the arrow that broke through the air, and she wanted to dodge it. But at this time Yi Yushengfan attacked again without anyone noticing. Chapter 35 Blue Rain's Attack. Soxer's Curse Arrow. His target is not Wang Bulixing, but Yi Xiaohong. Pan Lin is passionately explaining. Yi Xiaohong reacted and tried to dodge the curse arrow that broke through the air, but Yi Yushengfan suddenly rushed out. Yi Xiaohong subconsciously tried to dodge the sword stabbing at her, but she just happened to hit the curse arrow. Is it a coincidence? Now we can only ask Blue Rain in the post-match interview. But now it seems that Yi Xiaohong was hit by the curse arrow, and Yi Yushengfan also came. Yi Yushengfan, what are you thinking? Girl, what are you thinking? Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Yi Xiaohong, shock. Wei Chao fell into a passive situation again. And at this time Wang Bulixing issued an order, fly. Save. The flying knife sword that was supporting Wang Bulixing received the captain's command, and chose to go back to help Yi Xiaohong. Silver Light Falling Blade attacked to force Yi Yushengfan back. Yi Yusheng held the sword and retreated while blocking the Silver Light Falling Blade of the flying knife sword. Yi Xiaohong was saved at this time, but Yi Yushengfan's goal had been achieved. Yi Xiaohong was already at red blood. Without the guardian angel of Tiny Herb at this moment, Yi Xiaohong could not get any recovery. Duhua in the front was almost unable to bear it. He was imprisoned by the 6-star light prison just now, and ended up being beaten up by a group. Now, coupled with the double consumption of gun rain and sharp sword, Duhua's blood volume is not much. The situation is not good for Tiny Herb at the moment. Two people in the team are at low blood. They need to make a choice. Whether to choose to continue to output and approach Samsara or retreat. Pan Lin explained. But even if Tiny Herb wants to retreat, I don't think Blue Rain will agree. You can see that Yu Shengfan position obviously does not want Tiny Herb and others to leave. Liba pointed out. At this time, on the grass at the bottom, Tiny Herb seemed to be divided into 3 parts. With Duhua and Julian front resisting Blue Rain's firepower output, Wang Buliuxing in the sky tried desperately to harass Samsara to interrupt Blue Rain's rhythm, while Yi Xiaohong and Fideogen in the back were disturbed by Night Rain. Finally, after some thinking, Wang Jieshi chose to retreat. He quickly used Shadow Cloak to catch Tao Luoshaming and hit him. At the moment of catching him, Wang Jieshi issued an order in the team, retreat. Seeing that the captured Fingmong Huijian chose to support, Wang Jieshi threw the captured Tao Luoshaming to Fingmong Huijian, and Fingmong Huijian hurriedly caught the falling Tao Luoshaming. Blue Rain saw Tiny Herb wanting to retreat, and Samsara directly opened the ultimate move Death Gate, and the tentacle-like black fog on the grassland grabbed Tiny Herb and others. Just as Tiny Herb was avoiding the pursuit of the Death Gate, Yu Shengfan appeared again, and he once again disturbed the retreat of Tiny Herb and others. Yu Shengfan, want to run? Have you asked me? Have you asked me? Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. 3-stage slash. Continuous thrust. Yi Xiaohong dodged the attack of Yu Shengfan, but was accidentally caught by the tentacles chasing behind and dragged back to the Death Gate, while Duhua activated the immunity control of Silent Water. Tiny Herb retreated, but under the crazy entanglement of Yu Shengfan and the Death Gate of Samsara, Tiny Herb paid a heavy price of 1 death and 2 injuries. Yi Xiaohong was detonated by the Death Gate and became the first character to be eliminated in this game. Duhua and Zhu Li on Tiny Herb were both seriously injured. At this time, Fong Feng in the replacement area had also arrived. Before Fong Feng started to treat his teammates, Blue Rain had already caught up. Fingmong Huijian rushed up from the grassland at the bottom. Without long-range output, Wei Chao could only use Wang Buliuxing Acid Rain Flow Bottle and Flying Knife, Sword Silver Light Falling Blade to slow down Blue Rain's speed. Blue Rain chose to replace Tao Luoshaming with Guardian Angel Soul Speaker. Facing the attacking Blue Rain, Wang Buliuxing took the lead to slow down Blue Rain's progress to ensure the recovery of his character. Just as Wang Buliuxing went up, Yu Shengfan rushed out from the side. His target was Fong Feng in the back. Yu Shengfan, look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Don't click on the treatment. Look at the sword. Flying Knife Sword held the sword to help Fong Feng block the attack. Fong Feng activated the Holy Shield to block Yu Shengfan attack while chanting Life Activation to help Duhua recover his health. Seeing that he had recovered almost completely, Duhua charged towards the Sharp Wisdom Sword, wanting to help Wang Buliuxing break the enemy's fire. At this time, Wang Buliuxing was under the attack of the Sharp Wisdom Sword, Gunsling and Bullets, and Saxel. Blue Rain's goal at this time was simple, which was to take Wang Buliuxing life while Micrograss was sick. Saxel looked at Wang Buliuxing who had landed, and used a voodoo spell. Wang Buliuxing was attacked, and his health continued to drop. Duhua rushed to break the enemy's fire, and roared to attract attention. Gunsling and Bullets saw Duhua coming, and threw incendiary bombs and grenades to stop Duhua's progress. Duhua took the damage directly. Deng Fuxing thought clearly that if Wang Buliuxing died here, the team would lose the game. So Duhua's goal was to rescue Wang Buliuxing, even if he died. However, Blue Rain was also clear in their thinking. They wanted to contain Wang Buliuxing and attract the rest of the Tiny Herb to come. Duhua's charge was blocked by the sharp sword, and the cross slash was slashed at Duhua. Duhua blocked with his shield, but was still knocked back a small step. On the other side, Julie recovered completely and joined the battle. His primary target was Yu Shengfan, who was still harassing him. Yu Shengfan saw that the timing was not right, and hurriedly retreated. He left with a silver blade and a step back. Kill Wang Buliuxing by force. Samsara issued an order. Tiny Herb had adjusted its status at this time. Their best solution was to kill the besieged Wang Buliuxing. Wang Buliuxing saw that the time was ripe, and tried to escape with gravity acceleration. But Yu Shengfan came out from behind. Yu Shengfan, where do you want to escape? Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Wang Jieshi was immediately overwhelmed. The magic ray shot out. Although the shooting speed was very fast, it was still captured by Huang Xiaoyan and dodged. Huang Xiaoyan looked at the 3 members of Tiny Herb, who were ready to join together, and Jian Ding Tianxia attacked. Huang Xiaoyan Jian Ding Tianxia attacked. He is indeed an opportunist. He sees this opportunity very well, Li Ba said. Although Jian Ding Tianxia damage was not outstanding, the stiffening effect after being swept by the 360-degree attack circle was very significant. At this time, Wang Bulixing was only separated from Duhua and Zhuli by Yi Yushengfan. However, Jian Ding Tianxia, which was released with Yi Yushengfan as the center, was like a barrier that blocked the three members of Tiny Herb from joining together. Soxer binding technique attacked again, and Wang Bulixing, who was in a stiff state, could not dodge. Thingmong Huijian immediately let go of Duhua, and Soul-Eating Blood Hand grabbed Wang Bulixing. Yi Yushengfan and Gun Lin Danyu switched fire to catch up with the damage. Finally, when the two people behind Tiny Herb arrived, Wang Bulixing became the second character to be eliminated in this game. Before being eliminated, Wang Bulixing also pointed out the direction for the team. Thingmong Huijian had been at the forefront and had to bear Wang Bulixing attack. And the attacks from Duhua and Zhuli behind him also hit Thingmong Huijian. So Thingmong Huijian was already on the verge of red blood at this time. And just when Wei Chao and others were about to kill Thingmong Huijian, a recovery spell was lit up. It supported Thingmong Huijian for a few more minutes, while Blue Rain continued to attack Duhua and Zhuli. Fideogen had no choice but to kill Swoksar to help his teammates out. But as the top swordsman, how could Huang Xiaoyan not see Lu Shibia's intention? He hurried back to Swoksar and entangled with Fideogen. And finally Duhua in front couldn't bear the attack and fell down. However, before Duhua fell, he activated the Crusader Judgment and also took Thingmong Huijian away. Only Gunlin Bullet Rain and Zhuli were left on the front battlefield. Fideogen immediately gave up the entanglement with Ye Yushengfan and chose to cooperate with Zhuli to kill Gunlin Bullet Rain. Zheng Xian also saw Wei Chao's purpose and attack from both sides. So he manipulated the gun rain and placed a smoke bomb under his feet to block his vision. At the same time, a stiffening bullet shot out from the smoke and hit Fei Daojian, who was holding a sword, and killing him. Fei Daojian's Jian Ding Tianxia had already made a move, so he wanted to kill Gun Rain. Gun Rain, who didn't have time to retreat in the smoke bomb, was left in place by the stiffening. Zhuli went in and grabbed Gun Rain with his soul-eating blood hand and beat him up. Swoksar released a 6-star light prison from a distance to frame Gun Rain, but Zhuli ignored it and broke into the 6-star light prison and beat Gun Rain. Lu Shubia was caught by Yi Yushengfan because of the influence of the stiffening bullet. He stabbed with 3 sections and slashed the flying sword in the air. As the 6-star light prison ended, Zhuli and Gun Rain, who turned into ash, came out. Just as Zhuli was about to support Fei Daojian, Qiguan Changhong suddenly attacked. Song Xiao in the replacement area had already arrived at the battlefield, and cooperated with Yi Yushengfan to send Fei Daojian away in advance. At the moment, it was 4 against 2 with a guardian angel. So Tiny Herb thought for a moment and typed GG. After all, they really couldn't win, and it would be torture to continue. Tiny Herb has also decided to GG. They really can't win. Let's congratulate Blue Rain for winning this team match, Pan Lin explained. In the big game, congratulations to Blue Rain for defeating Tiny Herb 7-3 away. So far this season, the two teams have played twice and tied 1-1. It seems that we will meet in the playoffs. Congratulations. Wang Jia shook hands with Yu Wenzhou and said, "See you in the playoffs," Yu Wenzhou said with a smile. "Uh-huh. Wang Jia, you know how powerful I am. I tell you." Hey, Huang Xiaoyan hadn't finished speaking, and Wang Jia shook hands and walked towards Yufeng. Huang Xiaoyan curled his lips and said huh, and then shook hands with Ding Fushin, who was coming towards him. "You played well. You too." With Blue Rain's away victory over Tiny Herb, the results of the other teams' matches were also released. Samsara continued its winning streak, beating Light Cutters 9-1. Zhou Chen went to play in the ring again. Other teams 301 defeated Thunder at home, and Yang Song's life-threatening attack successfully took away Xiao Shiqin. Thunder is now in a bad situation. On the contrary, Misty Rain is currently in a strong momentum, beating Yueyun 10-0 at home. Fortunately, Excellent Era defeated Wuji 9-1 away. Otherwise the 6th place would be surpassed by Misty Rain. The focus of next week is Misty Rain vs Thunder, which is also a broadcast match. The victory or defeat of these two teams is related to whether the 9th and 10th ranked Void and 301 have a chance to enter the playoffs. Next, Samsara away trip is over. Their next opponent is 301, which just defeated Thunder. 301 is currently ranked 10th. To be honest, it has a chance to enter the playoffs. Samsara has basically secured the first place in the regular season. However, due to Vici Gaming home loss to Blue Rain, the points gap between them and Samsara has widened again. Chapter 36: The key battle between Yinyu and Lei Ting. With the gorgeous duet of Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun in the home team match of Samsara. Samsara once again shut out the Wuji team 10-0. Last week, 301, which played away from home, faced Samsara and also wanted to rely on Yang Tsung's life-threatening attack to kill Zhou Yichen, a key figure of Samsara. However, after Yang Tsung and Zhou Yichen switched, the result was that 301 was beaten by Zhou Zikai alone. The unstoppable Zhou Zikai once again proved to the audience that he is the captain of Samsara and the spirit of Samsara. The most crucial match in the 30th round is Yinyu versus Lei Ting. If Yinyu wins, they will further stabilize their ranking and may even surpass Jia Shi to the 6th place. If Lei Ting wins, they will further narrow the gap with Yinyu and ensure that they will not fall behind. If they lose, Lei Ting will not only have to bear the impact of the losing streak, but the 9th-ranked Void will also be eyeing the playoffs. Before the game started, Chu Yunxiu jokingly sent a message to Zhou Yichen, asking how Yinyu would beat Lei Ting, who was so strong. Zhou Yichen said very bluntly, "Lei Ting is not easy. Just catch Xiao Shiqin and beat him." Of course, the others stood up and ignored me. Now the game between Yinyu and Lei Ting has entered the team competition stage, and Yinyu Lei Ting is currently leading Yinyu 3-2. The team match Yinyu lineup: Chu Yunxiu, Fengcheng Yinyu, Elemental Mage, Li Hua, Lin Ankeijing, Ninja, Sun Liang, Ling Zhou, Boxer, Feng Xiangming, Xinghan Canon, Priest, Lu Yining, Yu Gaimi Zhang, Sharpshooter, 6th person by Qi, Mo Xiang Wen Yin, Elemental Mage, and the lineup of Lei Ting is Xiao Shiqin, Shenglingmi, Mechanic, Fan Xuecai, Gui Meikai, Assassin, Cheng Tai, Suifeng Judo, Xie Chafeng, Guardian Angel, Han Yi, Destroyer Gunner, 6th person Wang Junjie, Jian Wuqingge, Swordsman. It can be said that the lineups of both sides are actually a bit similar. The frontal ability is not strong, but the long-range output is enough. Yinyu front side is supported by Sun Liang's Ling Zhou, while Lei Ting's side is supported by Cheng Tai's Sui Feng. Fengcheng Yinyu. Loading completed. Shenglingmi. Loading completed. The forest is dark, and the grass is startled. Loading is complete. Gui Meikai. Loading is complete. Map: the tower in the city. Loading is complete. Both sides entered the team game. Because Yinyu's spawn point is close to the tower in the center of the map, Chu Yunxiu commanded his sharpshooter to occupy the position of the tower. Lei Ting naturally noticed it, but because his spawn point is far away from the tower, he couldn't get there in the first time. But Xiao Shiqin would not let Yinyu occupy the tower so easily. Gui Meikai had already approached Yinyu in the first time. The destroyer found a slightly higher place and set up a cannon to output Yinyu remotely. Yinyu also noticed Lei Ting. Fengcheng Yinyu, go up to the tower, and the rest of the people will cover. Shenglingmi and Suifeng have already approached Yinyu. Shenglingmi mechanical tracking is thrown out, and the self-destructing small robot runs towards Yinyu. Fengcheng Yinyu manipulated the staff fire wall to prevent Lei Ting from approaching, and at the same time, a flat attack knocked down the self-destructing small robot. The electronic eye of life and death was thrown out, capturing the formation and personnel distribution of Yinyu. The rocket thruster passed the wall of fire and fired the rocket fist towards Fengcheng Yinyu. Ling Zhou helped Fengcheng Yinyu block the attack of life and death in time, and kicked forward and punched at life and death. Fengcheng Yinyu released frost snowballs to cause damage. Gemaikai was ready to assassinate Yu Gaimizhang, who was going upstairs at this time, and Lin Ankeijing appeared in time to stop Gemaikai. The destroyer in the distance continued to attack the tower, trying to knock Yu Gaimizhang down. However, the tower was not a shoddy project like a wall, and it was impossible to attack Yu Gaimizhang, who was moving quickly in the tower. The destroyer reported the situation to Xiao Shiqin. Xiao Shiqin immediately sent an order after understanding it, choosing to give up the attack on the tower and turn to Ling Zhou, the only front of Yinyu. The destroyer received the order and directly activated the big move satellite ray, targeting Ling Zhou. Feng Chengyan, you cast an ice wall in time to help Ling Zhou block the long-range attack of the destroyer. But the ice wall was not strong and broke after a while. Feng Chengyan, you released ice lines to form a spell barrier. And Sheng Lingnia quickly turned on the thrusters to avoid the fast rays. But Sui Feng was not so lucky, and was frozen when he touched the ice line. Feng Chengyan, you activated the blizzard, surrounded Sui Feng, and released the fiery storm to deal melting damage. Just as Sheng Lingnia was about to rescue Sui Feng, Feng Chengyan, you released the dark night flying shadow to force the perspective of Sheng Lingnia to turn 180 degrees. Before Sui Feng freezing ended, Feng Chengyan, you turned on the full concentration, and a lightning halo instantly paralyzed Sui Feng, followed by the ultimate move of thunder and fire. Fortunately, the Guardian arrived in time, activated the Holy Shield to resist the damage, and released the recovery spell to help Sui Feng recover blood. However, at this time, Yu Gai Mijong had already arrived on the top of the tower. With Chu Yunxiu order, he aimed his double guns at Lei Ting under the tower and launched a fierce attack. Lei Ting wanted to retreat, but Yin Yu would not let him do so. Lei Ting's doomsday fell from the sky and cooperated with Yu Gai Mijong to attack Lei Ting. The Soul Protector used Angel's Prestige to help Lei Ting retreat. But at this time Lin and Keijing took action and successfully hit the Soul Protector with a life-threatening blow. Another life-threatening blow. The Soul Protector's health dropped sharply. Xiao Shirqin reacted immediately, and the air compressor blew Lin and Keijing away and came to the side of the Soul Protector. At this time, Feng Chengyan moved, and Absolute Zero took action. Sheng Lingmi had no time to retreat and was frozen together with the Soul Protector. Send, Xie Chengfeng thought. As the two were frozen, they naturally became living targets of Yu Gai Mijong on the tower. Yu Gai Mijong directly used the ultimate move Barrett's Sniper, and his target was Xiao Shirqin Sheng Lingmi. Headshot. Sheng Lingmi's health was immediately red, even lower than that of the Guardian. After all, Barrett's Sniper can trigger double damage if it hits the head. As Feng Chengyan Lightning Purgatory struck 6 lightning bolts, Sheng Lingmi and the Guardian died at Feng Chengyan feet like a pair of mandarin ducks. Sui Feng wanted to come over to help the two, but he was stuck by Ling Zhou. Feng Chengyan shot a precise lightning through and successfully killed Sui Feng. On the other side, Gamaikai stole Lin and Keijing, and when he returned to the front, he saw that he was left with only himself and Jian Wuqingde, who came. Fang Xuecai gave an order and decided to sacrifice his life to kill Feng Chengyan. However, Mo Xiangguanyin in the replacement area on the other side had already arrived, and a double elemental mage was formed on the Yanyu field. Gamaikai and Jian Wuqingde couldn't even get close to him, let alone kill him. Mo Xiangguanyin and Feng Chengyan formed a double wall to block Gamaikai and Jian Wuqingde, while Yu Gai Mijong on the high tower had already gone downstairs to find the destroyer in the distance to fight. The destroyer's long-range output also killed Sun Liang's boxer Ling Zhou. To be precise, Yin Yu was currently facing 3 people, 2 elemental mages and a priest. There was no direct resistance, but Jian Wuqingde and Gamaikai were beaten by the 2 elemental mages and fled in panic. There were too many skills. Feng Chengyan and Mo Xiangguanyin drew ice lines at the same time to form a cross. The two had no time to hide and were frozen in place. Then the double flame storm fell, and the two melted in the sea of fire. The last person, the destroyer, had no choice but to be killed by Yin Yu and others. Yin Yu defeated Thunder 7-3 at home, successfully consolidating its playoff spot and moving one step closer to the 6th place Jia Shi. The Thunder is in a very bad situation right now. The regular season will end in a few days. They have fallen from the original 5th place to the 8th place, and are still in a losing streak. What's even worse is that they will face the Void at home. This is not a key battle, but a life and death battle. Whoever wins will enter the playoffs. Now Yin Yu has brought hope to the Void, who originally decided to take a holiday. Hope is in their hands. The MVP of this game is unquestionable. It is Chu Yunxiu again. Whether it is the frontal firepower output cover or the subsequent endgame harvest, Chu Yunxiu can be called Glory's #1 elemental mage. In the next game, Yin Yu will face Xiaohua. As expected, they can win. After playing Xiaohua, they will need to face Samsara away. And Samsara next game is Baihua. Although Baihua lost to Samsara at the beginning of this season, with their lineup adjustment, the double ammunition expert tactics are getting better and better, and they are currently in the 5th place. If nothing unexpected happens, Their playoff opponent should be between Blue Rain and Tyranny. Chapter 37 Zhou Yichen vs Tang Hao again. As Samsara defeated Wuji last week to continue their winning streak, they also faced a tough opponent this week, Baihua. Although Baihua had a bumpy start, it gradually stabilized in the later stages of the schedule. Zhang Jiala still maintained a high level of performance and led Baihua towards the championship. Samsara has nothing to stop them at the moment. From the first round of the playoffs last season to the first place in the regular season now. The only change in Samsara is the addition of a young player Zhou Yichen, who was promoted to the first team. The biggest reason why Samsara stopped in the first round last season was that after Jiang Butao joined, the team had too little time to run in. They spent nearly half a season running in. But now Samsara has completed the running in. And the integration of newcomer Zhou Yichen has also produced a perfect chemical reaction with the team star Zhou Zikai. Welcome to watch the 31st round of the regular season of the Honor Professional League, where the home team Samsara will face the away team Baihua. I am the commentator Xiaowei. I am the commentator Jianbin. At present, both teams are in good shape. Samsara ranks first in the regular season, while Baihua ranks 5th in the regular season. And both teams are in a relatively stable position. Xiaowei analyzed. Yes, Samsara is getting stronger and stronger. They have solved the problems of team disconnection and unclear communication at the beginning of the season. Jianbin analyzed. And Baihua has determined its own double ammunition expert combination for the team competition. This lineup has also achieved relatively good results over time. Both sides have already come on stage and shook hands with each other. Zhang Jiala looked at the people in front of him, thinking of himself in the third season of Baihua. Both sides are ready, and the list of players for the first singles match has been announced on the big screen. On the Samsara side, it is undoubtedly Zhou Yichen. So far, he has won all single matches. It seems that Zhou Yichen will have 2 honors as soon as he debuts this season, Best Newcomer and King of Singles. On the Baihua side, it is Tang Hao. Zhou Yichen and Tang Hao fought in the first match between Samsara and Baihua. It can be said that Zhou Yichen unilaterally veiled Tang Hao. After that, Zhang Jiala transferred Tang Hao to the position of the ring match. Now it seems that Tang Hao asked the captain Zhang Jiala to fight Zhou Yichen again to avenge the previous revenge. Second match, Yu Xingchen Tactics vs Delilo, Rogue Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Delilo. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena. Loading completed. A very simple and rough map. The two sides also fought on this map. Zhou Yichen's intention is very clear. He beat you last time, and he will do the same this time. Entering the match, both sides went straight to each other. This time Tang Hao learned his lesson, and did not throw the first punch and wait for Yu Xingchen to poke him, and then be hit by a combo. Tang Hao chose to throw sand to start. Yu Xingchen blocked with both hands. And seeing this, Delilo used a hook and a knee attack to hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen retreated and hit with a step sky attack. Seeing the hook hit, Tang Hao also retreated to avoid consumption. Yu Xingchen activated the light attribute dazzling pattern to increase the attack speed of Dragon Gallbladder. Even if Tang Hao quickly adjusted his body to avoid it, he was still stabbed several times. Tang Hao rolled to the side and threw a brick in the dark. But unfortunately, he was swept aside by Yu Xingchen gun. Yu Xingchen rushed to Delilo with a series of powerful smashes. Delilo jumped up to avoid the sweep and hit with a headbutt. Yu Xingchen gravity went down, and he hit Delilo, who was flying into the air, with a dragon tooth behind his back. Because of the distance, Delilo was hit by Yu Xingchen before his fist fell. Then Delilo landed in a state of stiffness, and Yu Xingchen followed up with a 180-degree round dance stick. Delilo was swept down before he could get out of the stiffness in a short time. Yu Xingchen followed up with a falling flower palm, and a V-shaped sky attack was launched. And Delilo was suspended in the air again. But this time Delilo did not give Yu Xingchen a chance to launch a floating combo, and activated the fighting skill Steel Bone to gain a stable landing. He ran straight to Yu Xingchen with acceleration after landing, and hit Yu Xingchen with a powerful knee attack and scar pain. Then Delilo followed up with a slap, a brick attack and an uppercut. But unfortunately the brick attack was twisted away by Yu Xingchen. Delilo threw a gasoline bottle, and was knocked away by Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen Haolong Pijuan took action, and followed up with Nulong Chuanqin, directly crippling Delilo. Delilo wanted to use a big overlord combo to knock Yu Xingchen to the ground. Zhou Yichen noticed something and hurriedly controlled Yu Xingchen to dodge. Delilo stabbed with a needle close to him. and Yu Xingchen was stabbed and entered a paralyzed state. Unfortunately, Delilo's king's fist was still on cooldown, so he followed with an elbow and a headbutt. The paralysis ended, and Yu Xingchen blocked the attack with his gun. Delilo used sand throwing, and Yu Xingchen turned his weapon with both hands to create a gust of wind to blow away the sand. Huh? It's stacked up. Zhou Zikai looked at it and suddenly said, What? Jiang Guotao asked. Fighter will. Is fighter will stacking up so fast? Zhang Jiala was thinking in his heart at this moment. Yu Xingchen was still fighting with Delilo's general attack, and the combo was stacked up again. At this moment, the director showed Zhou Yichen hand speed APM jumping. At this time, Zhou Yichen hand speed had reached 580 APM, which was a very terrifying hand speed. Delilo also discovered the speed change of Yu Xingchen. Tang Hao thought very clearly at the first time. He must immediately get away from Yu Xingchen and not let him stack up the combo. However, how could Zhou Yichen give up? I'm speeding up, and you still want to escape? Turn on the light attribute dazzling pattern to increase attack speed. How many combos have you hit? Jiang Guotao asked. 36. Zhou Zikai replied. We can see that Zhou Yichen fighter will has been stacked up. It is now in the 3rd stage, and is about to enter the 4th stage. Tang Hao must get away quickly. Jianbin explained. It's over. I can't get rid of him. At this time, Tang Hao's head was sweating. He found that he couldn't get rid of Yu Xingchen. Tang Hao controlled Delilo to use intimidation to slow down Yu Xingchen. However, when Delilo was preparing to intimidate, Yu Xingchen used the V-shaped sky strike and successfully floated Delilo. Delilo's steel bone CD was still 3 seconds away, for consecutive stabs in the air followed, and the combo was continued using the shadow step. At this time, the combo had broken through the 4th stage and reached 45 combos. I'm going to be hit to death, Zhang Jiala said as he watched the duel on the big screen. At this time, Tang Hao was sweating profusely while sitting in the battle seat. His fingers desperately pressed the skill button of Steel Bone, wanting to press it out quickly at the moment when Steel Bone CD was ready. But unfortunately, with the improvement of Yu Xingchen fighter will, he entered the 5th stage, and the attack speed and strength bonus were too much. At the end of Delilo's floating, Yu Xingchen stopped and connected Fu Long Xiang Tian. Tang Delilo looked at the battle mage's ultimate move Fu Long Xiang Tian, and quickly pressed the steel bone in his hand. Hurry up. Hurry up. Tang Hao was very nervous at this time. Finally, at the moment when the steel bone was ready, Fu Long Xiang Tian arrived and ate Delilo in one bite. With the damage bonus brought by the fighter will, Delilo was successfully taken away in one wave. Glory Tang Hao looked at the glory on the computer screen. His hands were still shaking. Walking out of the battle seat, Tang Hao shook hands with Zhou Yichen and said, Was your goal from the beginning to repeat the fighter will? The last Fu Long Xiang Tian calculated the CD time of my steel bone. You won. Thank you. But my goal from the beginning was not to repeat the fighter will. As for the last Fu Long Xiang Tian, it was a coincidence, Zhou Yichen said with a smile. Coincidence? Huh? Tang Hao laughed and returned to his seat. Have a good rest and prepare for the team competition, Zhang Jiala said calmly. Got it. Tang Hao covered his face with a towel and lay on his back in the seat. Zhou Yichen returned to his seat. His left hand was shaking. Zhou Yichen held his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Zhou Zikai asked. Nothing, Zhou Yichen replied with a smile. Don't accelerate suddenly in the future, Zhou Zikai said with a little seriousness. Well, but I don't want to lose. Zhou Zikai was stunned for a moment, then said, We won't lose. Chapter 38 Baihua Style Playing Style. As Zhou Yichen defeated Tang Hao, Samsara, who was playing at home, scored the first point and led Baihua 1-0. In the second singles match, Du Ming played for Samsara, while Zhang Wei played for Baihua. Wu Xuangoyu vs Sun Luo. Wu Xuangoyu. Loading completed. Sun Luo. Loading completed. Map, Individual Arena. Loading completed. Today, Samsara main focus is simplicity and plainness. Whatever countermeasures are there, just do it. Entering the game, Wu Xuangoyu rushed towards Sun Luo, who flew into the air to dodge and threw out the dispersing powder to slow down Wu Xuangoyu. Then the gravity accelerated the slap and swept towards Wu Xuangoyu. Wu Xuangoyu was slowed down and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he got up immediately and didn't get caught. Silver Light Falling Blade attacked. Sun Luo flexibly dodged and threw out the lava flask to seal Wu Xuan Gouyu position. Wu Xuan Gouyu rushed towards Sun Luo with 4 sword shadow steps. And Sun Luo used magic rays to shoot at Wu Xuan Gouyu one by one. Wu Xuan Gouyu's true form was discovered. And Sun Luo wanted to catch Wu Xuan Gouyu with his shadow cloak. But unfortunately Wu Xuan Gouyu was out of the grasping range. Wu Xuan Gouyu stabbed against the wind and approached Sun Luo, who landed with his weapon to block. Wu Xuan Gouyu's sword fell into the sky and took the immortal's guidance, but was evaded by Sun Luo again. Zhang Wei is in good shape today, said the commentator Xiao Wei. At present, Zhang Wei maintains the blood volume advantage and is constantly pulling Du Ming, said Jian Bin. Finally, Du Ming couldn't stand it anymore, and Jian Ding Tianxia attacked, sweeping the 360-degree attack circle straight to Sun Luo. Sun Lin flew into the air to avoid Jian Ding Tianxia, and at the same time caught Wu Xuan Gouyu backswing, and threw a lightning chain. After successfully hitting Wu Xuan Gouyu, Sun Luo began to chant the ice shower to continuously attack Wu Xuan Gouyu. Wu Xuan Gouyu wanted to break away, but unfortunately was slowed down. Throw out the ice powder, and use the shower to directly freeze Wu Xuan Gouyu, and then throw out a set of silky small combos, successfully taking Wu Xuan Gouyu away. Glory! Wow! Zhang Wei is in really good shape today. But Du Ming made a big mistake today, Xiao Wei said. The second game ended, and the two sides are currently tied 1:1. Du Ming didn't say anything after leaving the court, and he didn't have any burden. It was just 1 point. Just trust your teammates. At the beginning of the third game, Jiang Buitao appeared on the side of Samsara, and a substitute of the battle method appeared on the side of Baihua. No need to look. Jiang Buitao defeated the substitute of Baihua in 2.5 minutes. After the singles match, Samsara is currently leading by 2:1. After the two teams rested for 5 minutes to prepare, the captain submitted the list of the ring match. The side of Samsara is Wu Qi, Zhou Zikai, and Lu Boyuan. As for why Zhou Zikai was not in the third position to defend the ring, it was because LV Boyuan was lazy today and wanted to experience the feeling of winning without playing. Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buitao originally disagreed, but under LV Boyuan's crazy request, please, captain and vice-captain, just this time, let me have fun, Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buitao compromised. Baihua made a change. In the past, Tang Hao always played in Baihua ring matches. Today, because Tang Hao played in the singles match, Baihua lineup became a double ammunition expert lineup of Zhou Yuan, Zhu Xiaoping, and Zhang Jia. The first match of the ring match is ready. Cruel Silence vs Flowery and Brocade. Cruel Silence. Loading completed. Flowery and Brocade. Loading completed. Map, Sunset City. Loading completed. Sunset City is a classic town-centered map, with a temple-like high-rise building in the center and various houses scattered around. The most characteristic of this map is that as the sun sets, the moonlight emitted by the moon shines on the huge transparent mirror on the high-rise building, causing it to be as bright as day under the tower. At the beginning of the game, Cruel Silence used the sprint to speed up to the center of the map. He wanted to hide in the position under the central high-rise building in advance and ambush Hua Fan Si Jin, who came from the other side. Hua Fan Si Jin arrived and found something wrong around him. He held the smoke bomb in his hand and walked towards the high-rise building. Cruel Silence had already noticed Hua Fan Si Jin's approach. Cruel Silence had quietly approached behind Hua Fan Si Jin and assassinated her. Hua Fan Si Jin heard the sound of a dagger cutting through the air behind him. He quickly threw a smoke bomb under his feet. The grenade exploded. The smoke expanded instantly, and Cruel Silence lost his target. While throwing the smoke bomb, Hua Fan Si Jin threw a tracking grenade in the smoke and successfully locked Cruel Silence in the smoke. Cruel Silence hurriedly left the range of the smoke, and at this time a remote-control grenade was thrown out of the smoke, and it exploded around Cruel Silence with a bang. Cruel Silence was affected by the shock wave caused by the grenade. At this time, Hua Fan Si Jin suddenly rushed out of the smoke, aimed at Cruel Silence, who had not yet stood firm, and shot a stiffening bullet. Cruel Silence evaded the stiffening bullet suddenly shot by Hua Fan Si Jin, and stabbed Hua Fan Si Jin with the wrong hand. Hua Fan Si Jin threw a flash bomb and successfully blinded Cruel Jing Mo. Cruel Jing Mo was hit by a full flash bomb, and the screen was completely white. Hua Fan Si Jin retreated and threw the ammunition expert's ultimate skill, Random Mine. In an instant, Several grenades were thrown at cruel Jing Mo, and they exploded before they landed. Hua Fancy Jin threw Molotov cocktails and explosive bombs to make up for the damage. And the bullet output of his right hand did not stop. Wow! Zhou Yuan showed us the ammunition expert's very gorgeous 100-flower style of play. Wu Qi is very passive now, Jian Bin explained. The most important thing is that Wu Qi's screen is now full of skill effects. And he is still losing blood. He can't see Hua Fancy Jin's position at all, Xiao Wei explained. Finally, in the moment when Hua Fancy Jin's skill CD is off, Wu Qi caught her, turned on the shadow, and accelerated towards Hua Fancy Jin. In the process of getting close, he used the fire switch to avoid Hua Fancy Jin's bullets. Broken ankle kicked Hua Fancy Jin. Wu Qi knew that he was not in good condition, so he might as well use up more blood and let his teammates take care of the rest. He made a fatal attack. But at this time Hua Fancy Jin's smoke bomb CD was ready, and the smoke bomb rose up and covered the entire big screen. Glory! Hey! Did the fatal attack hit? Director, please replay it, Xiao Wei shouted. The audience was also looking around curiously. Did it hit? Finally, the director gave a replay. Ah! A sigh from Wu Qi. Ah! This sound came from the audience and the commentator. After Cruel Silence's fatal attack was covered by the smoke bomb, Hua Fancy Jin used a way that no one expected to avoid Cruel Silence's fatal attack. The smoke bomb was thrown, and looking at the fatal attack that was about to stab, a very dramatic scene happened. Hua Fancy Jin actually fell down quickly, and Cruel Silence lost his target. It was not until his foot stepped on Hua Fancy Jin that he realized that this guy was on the ground. Hua Fancy Jin stood up quickly, while Kanman Jing Mo fell into the smoke without being able to stand firmly, and was then taken away by Hua Fancy Jin's close-range grenade. Damn! He can dodge skills like this, the audience exclaimed. And they would fight like this when they meet assassins in the arena in the future. How do you feel? Zhou Yichen hugged Wu Qi, who was leaving the stage, and asked. Oh my god! It's all special effects. After that flash bomb, I felt like my eyes were going to be dazzled. Red and green, and what the hell? Wu Qi came down and complained. This is the 100-flower style of play, which is extremely ostentatious and gorgeous, and is known as the most gorgeous and romantic style of play in Glory. What if you don't hit it? Never mind. Just say whether it's cool or not. At this time, Zhou Yuan, who was sitting in the battle seat, was also sweating, because he looked at the last life-threatening attack rushing towards him, and his hand pressed the smoke bomb desperately. As the smoke bomb rose, Zhou Yuan subconsciously controlled the character to lie down. Phew! Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was so scared. He almost finished. He was awesome the whole time. If he won in the end, it would be a shame. With Wu Qi elimination, the second contestant from Samsara came on stage. It was the core of Samsara, Zhou Zikai. Chapter 39: Zhu Xiaoping's superb performance. Amidst the deafening cheers of the audience, Zhou Zikai walked into the battle seat. Zhou Yuan watched Zhou Zikai walk into the battle seat. Before the battle started, his heart skipped a beat. Even though he played in the singles match and won the only point for Baihua in the first match with Samsara. An important reason why Baihua lost to Samsara at home in the opening match was that Zhou Zikai alone defeated Baihua in the ring match, and the team match that followed was unnecessary to watch. Now he has to face this god-level character who debuted in the 5th season and won the Best Newcomer, and is currently using the god-level character One Shot Through the Clouds that has developed and expanded the sharpshooter. Forget it. Don't think about it. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Who cares? Anyway, Buddy has done everything he can, and the haters can't criticize me even if I lose to Zhou Zikai. One Shot Through the Clouds. Loading completed. The game started. Yiqian Chuanyan rushed to the bottom of the tall building quickly. Hua Fancy Jin came over slowly at this time. Yiqian Chuanyan started to shoot rapidly, and the bullet flew towards Hua Fancy Jin. Hua Fancy Jin dodged against the wall and threw a flash bomb behind the wall. But Zhou Zikai reacted too quickly. He shot the bullet forward and retreated, then turned his body and successfully dodged out of the flash bomb range. Yiqian Chuanyan went over the wall, and the bullet hit. Hua Fancy Jin hurriedly hid. The wall was shot through by the bullet, so he changed another wall to hide. Can't I dodge if I can't beat him? Zhou Yuan thought to himself. Hua Fancy Jin, who was squatting behind the wall, suddenly threw a shrinking grenade. But it was kicked away by Jozakai. Damn. The shrinking grenade exploded next to Hua Fan Jin. Monster! Zhou Yuan sighed in his heart. Hua Fan Jin continued to run. And Yi Qian Chuanyun continued to chase him, shooting his hand in a curve. And the bullet was shot at Hua Fan Jin as if tracking. Hua Fan Jin couldn't stand it anymore. So she fought. Zhou Yuan controlled Hua Fan Jin to climb over the wall. And directly threw a big move. Chaos Thunder. At Yi Qian Chuanyun. And at the same time threw incendiary bombs and explosive bombs at Yi Qian Chuanyun like they were free. Yi Qian Chuanyun slid close to Hua Fan Jin. Hit Hua Fan Jin with a knee. And then stepped on the wall to shoot a floating bomb, showing the martial arts of the sharpshooter and pistol. In the end, with a scream, Hua Fan Jin fell under Yi Qian Chuanyun double guns, broken frost and wild fire. But Zhou Yuan was not completely powerless to fight back. Under Hua Fan Jin's random throwing style, Yi Qian Chuanyun was still scratched by the bomb and lost 15% of his health. Of course, if Zhou Yuan didn't run around like a mouse hiding from a cat at the beginning, but used the wall to deal with Yi Qian Chuanyun, it is estimated that the amount of health he could hit would be a little more. As Zhou Yuan stepped down, the second player to appear on the Baihua side was Zhu Xiaoping, a rare summoner player in the league. Zhu Xiaoping debuted in the 6th season. He improved the old Death Knight style and added the style formed by the use of civet cats, creating the civet cat knight style of play, which was widely imitated by players. Come on! Zhang Jiala looked at Zhu Xiaoping, who was about to take the stage. Well, I will try to consume as much blood as possible, and the rest will be left to the captain, Zhu Xiaoping said. Zhu Xiaoping sat in the battle seat, took a deep breath, inserted the card, and entered the game. Fengku Summoner. Loaded. Zhu Xiaoping began to summon beasts as soon as he entered the map. And at the same time, he rushed to the bottom of the tall building. Yi Qian Chuanyun also rushed to the battlefield first, with the advantage of his character, and attacked Fengku, who had just arrived. Fengku summoned the flower of the demon realm in front of him to resist the attack for himself, and at the same time shot out a ground spike to attack Yi Qian Chuanyun. Jozakai also knew that he had to get close to the summoner to fight. Otherwise it would be too annoying to summon the summoned beasts frequently. While dodging, Cloud Piercer started to fire rapidly with both guns, slowly approaching Fengku. Fengku summoned the Ice Spirit to resist. And then, the Ice Wolf rushed towards Cloud Piercer. Cloud Piercer stepped on the ground and shot, caught the flying gun in the air, and approached Fengku with a recoil while dodging the attack of the Ice Wolf. Wow! Jozakai dodged the Ice Wolf that pounced on him with a handsome combo, and got one step closer to Fengku. Xiao Wei explained. As expected of Jozakai, he is so calm, Jianbin said, watching the slowly approaching Cloud Piercer. Fengku summoned the little fire dragon, spraying fire at Cloud Piercer, and at the same time controlled the Ice Wolf behind to attack Cloud Piercer from the front and back. Cloud Piercer directly started to shoot randomly, and hit the summoned beast. Close. Yi Qian Chuanyun used a knee strike and an elbow strike to hit Fengku. Just when Jozakai was preparing to use a set of gun body techniques to kill Fengku, Fengku suddenly disappeared. Huh? Jozakai asked. Yi Qian Chuanyun is close. Fengku is very dangerous. Fengku. Huh? Where is Fengku? The commentator asked. At this time, Jozakai reacted immediately, and climbed up the tall building without hesitation. Yes, the summoned beast released by Fengku at the beginning did not follow him to the battlefield, but climbed up the tall tower. When Yi Qian Chuanyun got close to him, Fengku used a position change, moving from the bottom to the top of the tall building. A beautiful exchange of positions. But the summoned beasts below have been eliminated by Yi Qian Chuanyun. At this time, Yi Qian Chuanyun has quickly climbed up the high-rise building. How many summoned beasts can Fengku summon to block Yi Qian Chuanyun? Fengku naturally discovered Yi Qian Chuanyun climbing up the building. He summoned goblins beside him to throw stones at Yi Qian Chuanyun below. At the same time, he summoned the spirit cat to run towards Yi Qian Chuanyun. Yi Qian Chuanyun flexibly dodged the stone thrown by the goblin, and killed the goblin with a precise bullet headshot. Fengku summoned the little fire dragon to attack Yi Qian Chuanyun again, and summoned the strongest summoned beast of the elf system, the Elf King, to attack Yi Qian Chuanyun continuously. Jozakai had frowned at this time. These summoned beasts were too difficult to deal with. Facing the spirit cat running towards him, Jozakai did not choose to attack. At the moment when the spirit cat grabbed him, Tat shot out, stepped on the spirit cat's head, and went straight to the top. On the way, he was attacked fiercely by the Elf King. Ichiang Chuanyun used double control to reset the skill CD of Tash. Using the stepping shot again, Ichiang Chuanyun was close to Finka. But Ichiang Chuanyun health had been reduced to less than 50%. The whirlwind kick kicked the Elf King away, and Finka quickly summoned the Death Knight to block Ichiang Chuanyun attack, and at the same time slowly summoned the Ice Wolf to slow down Ichiang Chuanyun. Ichiang Chuanyun kicked the Ice Wolf, and slid on the ground, inserted through the Death Knight's crotch, and hit Finka with a knee. Zhou Zikai fully utilized his gun and physical skills at this time, making Finka unable to resist, and he could no longer control the summoned beast. Finally, under Ichiang Chuanyun kick, Finka was kicked off the high building. Goodbye. Ichiang Chuanyun squatted and activated the ultimate move, Barrett Sniper, aiming at Finka who was still descending. And the bullet was fired. Bang. Glory. The audience shouted at the scene. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Ichiang Chuanyun. Ichiang Chuanyun. Ichiang Chuanyun. Of course, there are also people who shout Zhu Xiaoping. It is true that although Zhu Xiaoping lost this game, he still won with honor. After Zhu Xiaoping was eliminated, he successfully consumed 80% of Ichiang Chuanyun health, with a 15% of health consumed by Hua Fancijin before. Ichiang Chuanyun only had 5% of health at this time. For Zhu Xiaoping, this is an extraordinary performance. No one would think that Zhu Xiaoping can beat Zhou Zikai, including Baihua own fans. What they are thinking in their hearts is that Zhu Xiaoping can consume more of Ichiang Chuanyun health, and then hand it over to the captain Zhang Jiala. At present, Zhu Xiaoping has exceeded his task. It can even be said that if Zhu Xiaoping faced someone else today instead of Zhou Zikai, who is sharp in operation and calm in mind, and the top player in the league, Zhu Xiaoping would have a chance to win. Well played. Zhu Xiaoping stepped down and Zhang Jiala patted him on the shoulder heavily. Good fight. Tang Hao also clenched his fist and said, he never thought that Zhu Xiaoping could push Zhou Zikai to this extent. It seems that the players of Baihua played very well today, and they are expected to win the ring match or even the team match at the home court of Samsara. Xiao Wei explained. With Zhu Xiaoping's exit, the last player of Baihua was Zhang Jiala, the captain of Baihua and the league's top ammunition expert. Chapter 40 Extreme Pull. Zhang Jiala, the last player of the Baihua Arena tournament, has moved to the battle seat. Zhang Jiala, a name that Glory players will feel regretful when they hear it. He debuted in the second season and quickly swept the entire league after a season of running in with the playstyle of Flower Blood scenery, developed by his old partner. Unfortunately, he was directly broken through by Ichio in the finals of the third season. And since then, there has been the legend of one shot to break the double flowers. Baihua has since ushered in the dual core era. But in the fifth season, his old partner Sun Zhiping retired midway due to a hand injury. Zhang Jiala took over as the captain of Baihua and dragged Baihua into the finals. But unfortunately, they were defeated by the Wei Chao led by Wang Jia Shi and missed the championship again. Zhang Jiala sat in the battle seat, inserted the card to enter, and looked at Zhou Zikai opposite him, his eyes full of his former self. Baihua Liaowan. Loading completed. Entering the map. Baihua Liaowan rushed to the battlefield under the high-rise building. The originally damaged venue had been repaired. Ichiang Chuanyun also arrived at the battlefield at this time. Baihua Liaowan took the lead and shot an ice bullet at Ichiang Chuanyun. Ichiang Chuanyun health was too low, so Zhou Zikai's idea at this time was to consume blood and try to reduce Lu Buiyuan pressure. While dodging the ice bullet, he shot back and successfully hit Baihua Liaowan. While Baihua Liaowan threw a shrinking grenade and successfully blew up Ichiang Chuanyun. Ichiang Chuanyun couldn't fire a furious shot when he was blown away by the shock wave, and he was shot away by Baihua Liaowan Hun Sun before he landed. Glory Zhou Zikai stepped down, without saying a word, sat in his seat and drank a sip of water, then signaled Lu Buiyuan with his eyes to prepare for the game. Captain, leave it to me. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's just a ring match. Relax. Jiang Buitao patted Lu Buiyuan on the shoulder and said, well, it's okay. Don't worry. LV Buiyuan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and walked towards the battle. Is he really okay? Zhou Chen asked. Believe him. It doesn't matter if we lose. We just need to fight back in the team competition. Fang Minghua said. Yunshan Luan. Loading completed. Entering the map. Zhang Jiala chose to go straight to the bottom of the tall building, while Lu Buiyuan chose to move forward slowly. When they reached the bottom of the tall building, Lu Buiyuan chose to hide behind the wall and wait for Baihua Liaowan to arrive. After waiting for a while, Baihua Liaowan arrived at the bottom of the tall building, holding the pistol tightly and alert to the surroundings. Yushan Luan was behind the wall in front of Baihua Liaowan. Zhang Jiala felt something was wrong at this time, and tried to throw a tracking grenade forward. Unfortunately, the propeller of the tracking grenade did not find Yunshan Luan. Just as Baihua Liaowan was walking forward, Yushan Luan was getting closer and closer. Yushan Luan took action, holding a stone in his hand and throwing it at Baihua Liaowan. And Baihua Liaowan reacted quickly, dodging the stone while throwing a smoke bomb under his feet. Yun Shanluan entered the smoke, looking for Baihua Liaowan, who had already left the smoke. He was aiming his gun at the smoke. As long as Yun Shanluan appeared, the stun bullet would be fired from the muzzle. Yun Shanluan did not find Baihua Liaowan in the smoke, and he knew in his heart that Baihua Liaowan might have held him. So he used the mind shock directly in the smoke, hitting the ground with his fists to produce shock waves. This shock just interrupted Baihua Liaowan gun holding. Yun Shanluan found the right time to rush out of the smoke and saw Baihua Liaowan, who was affected. Lu Buiyuan did not hesitate to punch Baihua Liaowan directly, then followed up with a back throw, and then knocked Baihua Liaowan down with a throw. Baihua Liaowan fell to the ground and threw a flash bomb to avoid Yunshan Luan close approach, then quickly got up and followed with an incendiary bomb. A stun bullet was fired, but unfortunately Yun Shanluan had recovered his eyesight and dodged the stun bullet by turning sideways to the right. Yunshan Luan wanted to elbow Baihua Liaowan again, but Baihua Liaowan threw out a shrinking grenade, and the shock wave caused by the grenade directly separated the two. When Baihua Liaowan retreated, he fired an ice bomb and successfully hit Yunshan Luan. Yunshan Luan was slowed down and failed to adjust his body in time, and was swept to the ground by the shock wave. Baihua Liaowan looked at the fallen Yunshan Luan and directly activated the ultimate move, Luan Lei, and threw out the remaining grenade. At the same time, the gun in his hand was constantly shooting, creating a strong visual feast. Yunshan Luan lost half of his blood immediately. Just as Baihua Liaowan was changing bullets, Yunshan Luan rushed out of the fire and grabbed Baihua Liaowan, who was changing bullets with one hand. He flicked his hand on the ground, then grabbed Baihua Liaowan again and threw him into the air, strangled him in the air, followed by a spinning leg, and then directly used the ultimate move to dunk in the air. Baihua Liaowan was directly hit as a basketball. Fortunately, when he landed, the CD of the stiffness bomb was ready, and he shot it in time to hit Yunshan Luan. Baihua Liaowan landed and stood up, but Yunshan Luan was already in front of him. He activated the fighting skill Steel Bone. Zhang Jiala controlled Baihua Liaowan to retreat and fight at the same time. Yunshan Luan looked at Baihua Liaowan, who was right in front of him but could not touch him, and was extremely depressed. This is the unique close combat style of ammunition expert that Zhang Jiala developed due to the lack of frontal output of Baihua. The explosive bomb was fired. Yunshan Luan shook his head to avoid it. Baihua Liaowan continued to contain the output of Yunshan Luan, and LV Buiyuan was pulled more and more urgently. Not good. Zhou Zikai saw LV Buiyuan action. Anxious, Zhou Yichen said. Now Yunshan Luan urgently needs to catch Baihua Liaowan and then combo randomly. But Baihua Liaowan does not give him this opportunity at all. LV Buiyuan now hates that his arms are too short. Zhang Jiala is not in a hurry. He continues to attack normally, and occasionally throws a grenade to interrupt Yunshan Luan rhythm. LV Buiyuan is being pulled very hard now, and his health is constantly decreasing. Jianbin explained. There is no way. Baihua Liaowan is right in front of him, but he can't reach it, Xiaowei said with a smile. Good news. Baihua Liaowan is right in front of him and is about to get close. Bad news, short arms. Can't reach it. If we continue like this, we will lose. What should we do? Lu Buiyuan thought to himself. Seeing that the CD of the landmine shock had been turned on, Lu Buiyuan could only give it a try. If he fought with Baihua Liaowan, he would be hit by the shock wave caused by the landmine shock. However, when Yunshan Luan slammed his hands on the ground, Baihua Liaowan saw Yunshan Luan in tension and fired a floating bullet. Before his fist could hit the ground, he was hit and forced to float in the air. Send! Zhou Yichen shouted. Get ready for the team game. Jiang Butao said. Yu Shanluan was suspended in the air, and Baihua Liaowan naturally did not miss this opportunity. He approached Yu Shanluan while shooting bullets. After getting close, he connected a remote-control grenade, and then used a shrinking grenade to rush the two away. Baihua Liaowan took out the remote control and pressed it while retreating. With a bang, Yu Shanluan fell into the blown-down house. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning, and congratulate the Baihua team for winning the ring match. Currently, Baihua is temporarily leading the Samsara team 3-2. Xiao Wei explained. Dear audience, please take a break. After the commercial, the excitement will continue. LV Buiyuan walked out of the battle seat and kept scratching his hair. His scalp was really numb from being pulled. You played well. Zhang Jiala shook hands with Lu Buiyuan and said, You were manipulated by the seniors. LV Buiyuan smiled. Are you okay? Fang Minghua asked. It's okay. My scalp is just a little itchy. LV Buiyuan said depressedly. Come on in the team match. This is our home court. The Devil's home court. Don't lose. Jiang Butao said. Let's fight. After that, Zhou Yichen put his hand in the middle of the team, and Zhou Zikai quickly covered it with his hand. 1, 2, 3. Come on! Chapter 41 EU Xingchen flanking is like a god descending from heaven. Welcome back after the commercial. This is the 31st round of the Glory Professional League. Currently, Baihua, playing away, is leading Luanhui, playing at home, 3-2. Baihua is in very good shape now, and has a chance to beat Luanhui. Next, let's move on to today's team competition, as the team members of both sides came on stage to shake hands and entered the battle seats. The list of today's team competition was released on the big screen. The lineup of Samsara has not changed today. It is still Zhou Zikai, Yiqiang Chuanyun, Sharpshooter Jiang Butao, Wulong, Magic Swordsman, Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen, Battle Mage, Fang Minghua, Xiada Zirua, Priest, Lu Buiyuan, Yun Shanluan, Judoka, Wu Qi, Cruel Silence, Assassin, and the lineup of Baihua is Zhang Jiala, Baihua Liaowan, Ammunition Expert, Zhou Yuan, Wafen Shijin, Ammunition Expert, Mo Chuchen, Alphan Canhua, Priest, Tang Hao, Delilo, Rogue, Zhu Xiaoping, Finka, Summoner, 6-man Zhang Wei, Sun Luo, Magic Scholar. Baihua uses the double ammunition expert system that they have newly integrated this season, which constitutes the double Baihua style play, with Baihua Liaowan as the main front and Wafen Shijin as the main support. Similar to the shadow tactics of the double battle mages, the personnel of both sides are ready. Enter the battle seat and insert the card. A shot through the clouds. Loading completed. Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Wu Lang. Loading completed. Baihua Liaowan. Loading completed. Map, Fantasy Forest. Loading completed. Today, Samsara chose a map with teleportation. As the name suggests, Fantasy Forest is a map with forest as the main feature. The difference is that there are 5 mutual teleportation points in the map. Players can teleport by clicking one of the teleportation points after entering the teleportation point. There is one replacement area on each side, and a towering tree in the center of the map, so that the team can make tactics around this map. The third teleportation point is in the hole under the towering tree. This teleportation point can be said to have both advantages and disadvantages. It may become a turning point or a focus point. The intention of Samsara to choose this map is very clear. That is, to try to avoid direct combat with Baihua. They have studied the team battle of the lineup after Baihua's running in. It is unkind to say that the firepower output brought by the double ammunition expert is much stronger than that of Samsara tactics and sharpshooters. In the Samsara team competition, Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun are stronger than the frontal team. In the past, Wulong always supported the frontal team. But now with Yu Xingchen, Wulong plays a more protective role for the priest. When both sides enter the game, the refresh point refreshed symmetrically on both sides, and both sides rush to the towering tree in the center. The teleportation port under the tree is still quite critical. After all, neither side wants to be attacked in the frontal battle, so both sides want to occupy the side of the teleportation point. Even if you want to change people, you can directly choose to teleport to the replacement area to change people, which is very convenient. Samsara is luckier, and the entrance of the teleportation point is facing them, right in front of them, while Baihua is in a more difficult situation. Samsara took the lead in occupying the teleportation point, and Baihua didn't seem to want to give up. Tang Hao Delilo took the lead and rushed towards the Samsara team. Wulong stepped forward to block Delilo's attack, and Baihua's chaotic attack was blocked by Ichiang Chuanyun. And the big moves of both sides were about to be triggered. Zhu Xiaoping was already controlling Feng Ke on the tree to summon a summoned beast to support the front battlefield. Wu Lang was resisting Delilo's attack and the attack of the summoned beast at the same time, while Ichiang Chuanyun was restricting Baihua Liaoluan and Hua Fanxi Jin. LV Buyuan was protecting Xiao Guzi Rule and guarding the teleportation point at this time. Where was the Yu Xingchen? Zhang Jiala glanced at the formation of the Samsara while controlling Baihua Liaoluan and Ichiang Chuanyun. Baihua Liaoluan, be careful of Yu Xingchen. Feng Ke, surprise. Did Baihua notice Yu Xingchen? Zhang Jiala found out that Yu Xingchen had already gone around behind the towering tree. Feng Ke was in danger, Xiao Wei explained passionately. Feng Ke was controlling the summoned beast to attack Wu Lang, and Yu Xingchen suddenly rushed out from the other side. Zhu Xiaoping was almost scared, and subconsciously left the mouse and keyboard and retreated. Mo Chuchen, who was sitting next to Zhu Xiaoping, was startled by Zhu Xiaoping and almost missed his sacred fire. Now it was good, since Zhu Xiaoping was scared and left the mouse and keyboard. Feng Ke was immobile. Yu Xingchen successfully floated Feng Ke with a sky attack for consecutive stabs in the air, followed by Dragon Fang, and the fighter will was stacked up. It's over, Zhu Xiaoping thought to himself at this moment. He hurriedly manipulated Feng Ke to get rid of Yu Xingchen attack, while the frontal firepower output of Baihua on the other side was really explosive. Fortunately, Wulong was holding up, and Zhou Zikai supported. If it were an ordinary team, it would really be pierced from the front. Zhang Jiala saw that there was no pressure from the front, so he instructed Ao Feng Canhua to help Feng Ke. Ao Feng Canhua rushed towards Feng Ke, and Feng Ke had already escaped from Yu Xingchen floating, summoning the Death Knight to help resist Yu Xingchen attack. Ao Feng Canhua has arrived at this time. Angel Wing stays in the air, and a big recovery spell helps Feng Ke recover his health. However, Yu Xingchen has already penetrated the Death Knight at this time. Feng Ke hurriedly recalled the little fire dragon in front, and then summoned the Ice Wolf to rush towards Yu Xingchen. Ao Feng Canhua tried to hypnotize Yu Xingchen, but Zhou Yichen quickly turned the character's perspective to resist, turning 180 degrees. The round dance stick attacked Feng Ke. Feng Ke was hit like a kite, and Yu Xingchen followed up with a falling flower palm to knock Feng Ke to the ground. It was too brutal. The audience in the audience sighed as they watched Yu Xingchen operation. Ao Feng Canhua looked at the fallen Feng Ke and wanted to chant the sacred fire to slow down Yu Xingchen attack. But before Ao Feng Canhua finished chanting, Yu Xingchen had already completed the close range. If the priest is approached by the warrior, the result is a series of attacks to death. As expected, Ao Feng Canhua had no power to resist. Fortunately, Feng Ke attracted the hatred of the goblin in time. Otherwise, Ao Feng Canhua would fall to the ground. Looking at the two people who could no longer hold on, Zhang Jiala chose to give up the fight for the teleport point and return to the rear. When the three people from the front of Baihua arrived, Ao Feng Canhua and Feng Ke were close to red blood, while Yu Xingchen had lost less than 10% of his blood. At this time, Yu Xingchen was like a god in Baihua's eyes, chasing his priest and summoner and beating them. Fortunately, he arrived in time, and Delilo followed with sand, trying to get close to Yu Xingchen and force him to leave his own priest. Baihua Liaoluan and Hua Fanxi Jin provided long-range pistol and projectile support. Yu Xingchen fought against Delilo while dodging the long-range attacks of Baihua Liaoluan and Hua Fanxi Jin. He wanted to kill the priest, but with Jiang Guotao retreat, Yu Xingchen had to give up and leave. What? Yu Xingchen resisted Delilo's attack, and there were also Baihua Liaoluan and Hua Fanxi Jin's output in the distance. But he still wanted to kill Ao Feng Canhua. He was swimming in the Baihua formation. He left. Who can stop him? Xiao Wei stood up and explained directly. And Baihua definitely didn't want to let go. Go Ba bullied my priest and summoner like this, and we thought we had no temper. And then Delilo wanted to chase Yu Xingchen. Unfortunately, he was knocked down by Yu Xingchen precise strong dragon pressure, and used the spear in his hand to avoid the attack. Baihua Liaoluan had already rushed in front of Yu Xingchen, trying to keep Yu Xingchen. However, Ichiang Chuanyun came out again from the other side, and the target was still the priest and summoner behind. Mo Chuchen and Zhu Xiaoping were numb, and they didn't recover much before they came again. The three people who were chasing Yu Xingchen in front had to give up. Although they had a chance to kill Yu Xingchen, the target of the Samsara team was very clear, which was the two fragile characters, the priest and summoner in the back. So there was no choice but for Baihua to give up chasing Yu Xingchen and choose to go back to protect her priest and summoner. Seeing Baihua and others coming back to help, Yiqian Chuanyan retreated in advance. The Samsara team's strategy of surrounding Wei to save Zhao was successful, and Yu Xingchen successfully returned to the team. The audience and the commentator were already satisfied. Yu Xingchen was too fierce, especially the short 1v5 wave just now, and he ran away, which almost made the fans in the audience excited. It can be said that Baihua's fierce frontal firepower output was not played at all, because someone was unreasonable and stole the home, and caught the two small fragile characters in the back and beat them. If it weren't for the quick return, it felt that the two people in the back would have been beaten to tears. Yu Xingchen, you are too cruel. I don't want to play anymore. After the battle between the two sides, Samsara achieved his goal, to ensure the successful retreat of Yu Xingchen, while Yiqian Chuanyan on the other side did not go far. And after seeing the OK set by Yu Xingchen, he attacked Baihua again. Chapter 42 The Pull Baihua. The frightened Captain Zhang. As the Baihua people gave up chasing Yu Xingchen and returned to the priest to rest for a while, Yiqian Chuanyan shot out and hit Alfankan Hua, who was still recovering blood. Tang Hao couldn't stand his temper instantly. He was annoyed by the tactics of the Samsara relying on the towering trees to pull. Duro rushed directly to Yiqian Chuanyan. Yiqian Chuanyan flew back, and Wulong rushed out from the side to help remove the fire. Baihua Liuan, don't chase too deep. Tang Hao received the order, and had no choice but to let Yiqian Chuanyan go. Now, Baihua was a little depressed by the Samsara. Due to the lineup, the front needed two ammunition experts to suppress it. But because there was no character to resist the damage, the summoned beast could only resist it. But after the summoner was restricted, the others could not control the summoned beast. So at this time, Delilah was needed to make up. Of course, the main reason was that this map was too annoying. If Baihua voted to delete a map now, they would definitely choose this fantasy forest. Finally, Baihua decided to walk in a group, with the summoned beast walking in the front, Baihua Liuan and Delilah following, and Hua Fancijin helping the team to keep an eye on the rear. Baihua's decision is now very decisive. But as the saying goes, it is easy to be pulled. Sure enough, Yiqian Chuanyan attacked Baihua formation from the front. Before Baihua Liuan could switch fire, Yu Xingchen from the back suddenly rushed over from the tree. The two of them directly broke up the overall formation of Baihua, and Wulong hit it with a frost wave sword, slowing down the summoned beast in front. Yu Shanluan next to him cooperated with, or protected Yiqian Chuanyan, so that he could retreat in unfavorable circumstances. Baihua Liuan, forced killing. Seeing Yu Shanluan around Yiqian Chuanyan, Zhang Jiala decisively ordered to switch fire and forcefully kill Yu Xingchen. Otherwise this tactic would be too easy to enter their formation. Just like going home. Hua Fancijin threw a flash bomb and pulled away in time. At the same time, Ao Fengkenhua, who received the order, used the holy fire to try to seal Yu Xingchen's skills. However, Yu Xingchen quickly jumped out of the range of the holy fire, and then followed up with a dragon fang. At this time, Baihua Liuan fired a stiff bullet at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen had no choice but to give up the attack and rolled to the side to avoid the stiff bullet. Yiqian Chuanyan, retreat. Zhou Yichen saw Baihua's intention and activated the attributeless dazzling pattern to leave. But Baihua would not give up as easily as last time. Baihua Liuan followed Yu Xingchen, and Hua Fancijin supported the fire output, and was bound to keep Yu Xingchen here. Yu Xingchen, Captain Zhang has such a bad temper. Aren't you afraid of being stolen? Baihua Liuan, you learned well from your idol. Zhang Jiala did not stop attacking Yu Xingchen because of Zhou Yichen's words. At this time, Zhou Yichen also felt that it was difficult to deal with him. The firepower was too strong. Ao Fengkenhua, shock. What happened? Zhang Jiala saw the message sent by Ao Fengkenhua, and looked back. Damn it! I found that cruel silence appeared out of nowhere, and caught Ao Fengkenhua and beat him. And Delilah and Fengke were restrained by Yiqian Chuanyan and Wu Lang, and they were completely unable to help. Yu Xingchen, you see? I was right. The family is going to lose Captain Zhang. Zhang Jiala cursed in his heart, and stopped the fire output to Yu Xingchen. After all, It was too much of a loss to exchange Yu Xingchen for a priest. And they still had a priest on the scene to use resurrection. If their priest died, they would be dead. So they asked Hua Fan Si Jin to support their own priest. And they continued to restrain Yu Xingchen. If two people came back to help, Yu Xingchen didn't know where to hide. Baihua Liaoluan, return. Zhou Yuan received the captain's order, stopped the side output to Yu Xingchen, and turned to support their own priest. DeLillo also saw that his priest was in a bad situation and wanted to help. But Yichang Chuanyun had already stuck to him, forcing DeLillo to have no way to retreat. Ao Feng Kenhua in the back was almost killed by cruel Jing Mo. Since the holy fire was still on cooldown, Ao Feng Kenhua was now like a summoned creature, with higher attack and thicker health than him. At this time, Hua Fan Si Jin had already come back to help. But cruel Jing Mo did not mean to give up Ao Feng Kenhua. Arc Light Flash was played, and Ao Feng Kenhua's vision was disturbed by the light. The jump knife followed and floated Ao Feng Kenhua. Hua Fan Si Jin rushed over and shot an ice bomb to slow down cruel Jing Mo. However, cruel Jing Mo looked at the floating Ao Feng Kenhua and used a life-threatening attack without hesitation, just avoiding Hua Fan Si Jin's ice bomb. It's over. This is Zhou Yuan first thought. Sure enough, Ao Feng Kenhua, whose vision was dizzy, was hit by the life-threatening attack. Hua Fan Si Jin threw a shrinking grenade to separate the two. However, Cruel Silence has decided to forcefully kill Ao Feng Kenhua. This is Cruel Silence's only mission after Xiao Gaziru replaced him. Samsara's substitution tactics once again caught the opponent off guard. The commentator sighed. The most important thing Samsara did in this season's team competition that other teams can learn from is that they will not let their priests stay on the court all the time. But when the time is right, they will choose to let the priests replace the sixth man to supplement the output or prepare for a forced kill. Other teams have tried this tactic, but they don't have the strong frontal ability of Samsara. So if there is no priest, they may not be able to hold on and just die. Now Baihua has become another victim of this tactic, and they don't even know which teleport point Cruel Silence came from. This map is simply torture for them. Finally, after Cruel Silence killed Alphen Kenhua, Alphen Kenhua became the first character to be eliminated in this game. Following closely was Cruel Silence, who became the second character to be eliminated in this game because of the use of the life-threatening attack and the firepower attack of Hua Fan Si Jin. However, this exchange is completely acceptable to Samsara. After all, this is their goal. While Baihua is very uncomfortable, without a priest and being pulled, seeing Cruel Silence kill Alphen Kenhua, Samsara and others retreated directly without giving Baihua too many opportunities to react. As for Baihua, they just fought together. Delilah and Finka rushed to Baihua Liaoluan and asked Zhang Wei, the sixth man, to teleport directly to the teleportation point under the towering tree, hoping to double-team Yu Xingchen. However, when introducing the map, it was said that the teleportation point under the towering tree was both an opportunity and a trap. Sure enough, when Zhang Wei controlled Sun Luo to teleport out, Yiqian Chuanyun and Wulong were already guarding the door. They deliberately let Delilah and Finka come back for help. He ran to the teleportation point, waiting for the prey to take the bait. And sure enough, the prey appeared. As soon as Sun Luo came out, he was hit by Wulong Wei's sword, and Yiqian Chuanyun followed with bullets. Moreover, the teleportation point was in the cave, so Sun Luo couldn't even fly, and was completely a target. Sun Luo, shock! Damn! Baihua Liaoluan and the Baihua people were still chasing Yu Xingchen. But Yu Xingchen did not run away at this time. Instead, he dragged Baihua and others and rushed into the Baihua formation. Unfortunately, Baihua did not give Yu Xingchen a chance to play this time. Delilah got close to him, and the double ammunition experts provided fire support. Finally, after a fierce battle, Yu Xingchen fell under the beating of the crowd. Baihua Liaoluan, scream! Yu Xingchen, cut! Just scream! With Yu Xingchen eliminated, Baihua and others hurried to the cave of the towering tree. But at this time Sun Luo was already red blood. Sun Luo used exorcism powder and gravity acceleration to rush out of the cave. However, just when Sun Luo thought he was about to escape from danger, Yun Shanluan suddenly appeared at the door, threw Sun Luo back with a throw, and then was killed by a bullet through the head of Yiqian Chuanyun. Luan Hui and others also left the cave, and happened to meet the Baihua people who came. Delilah took the lead and rushed straight to Yiqian Chuanyun, and Yiqian Chuanyun pulled away. Baihua faced 4 against 3. And the double ammunition expert lineup finally showed its power. Yan Shanluan and Wulong were pairing in front. Hey, where is Xie Ziruo? This is a question that suddenly popped up in Zhang Jia's mind. He was already PTSD, and his sixth sense told him that something was wrong. Why did the other priest disappear? Sure enough, Xie Ziruo behind him suddenly attacked, and the holy fire hit Finka and the double ammunition expert. Just when Baihua Liaowan decided to kill the Samsara priest first, Yu Xingchen rushed out from behind. Yu Xingchen, did you miss me? Captain Zhang? Baihua Liaowan, I miss you to death. To be honest, when Zhang Jiala saw Yu Xingchen appear, he thought his eyes were blurry, and he was scared. But he didn't avoid Yu Xingchen attack. Xie Ziruo precise, holy fire hit the 3 Baihua people. Baihua wanted to switch fire, but Yu Xingchen suddenly rushed out from behind. What? Yu Xingchen? Xiaowei explained in shock. It turned out that Xie Ziruo had been hiding not far from Yu Xingchen. He was waiting for Yu Xingchen to be beaten to death. When Baihua and others left, Xie Ziruo went up to use resurrection and successfully resurrected Yu Xingchen. Although Yu Xingchen life and mana were the lowest after resurrection, the character was not in critical condition. Xie Ziruo resurrection and Yu Xingchen killing gave Baihua a big surprise. It was originally a 4 versus 3 firepower output to win, but now it became 5 versus 4. While talking and laughing, Baihua Liaowan was already floating in the air by Yu Xingchen's sky strike. Finka, who could not use skills for 3 seconds, could not help his captain at all. And Delailo in front found that he was out of touch with his teammates and wanted to escape. But Wulong and Yan Shanluan caught up and kept Delailo. As the sacred fire disappeared, Finka and Hua Fansigen fired at Yu Xingchen. And Baihua Liaowan also escaped from the air. Baihua Liaowan, go to hell. Just when Yu Xingchen was about to be beaten to death again, a ray of light suddenly appeared on his body. It was Xie Ziruo's small healing spell, which gave Yu Xingchen a boost. When the 3 Baihua players were about to kill Yu Xingchen again, Delilo had already been killed by Samsara. Finally, after Yu Xingchen said, Captain Zhang, bye. Zhang Jiala was so angry that he directly used his ultimate move to take Yu Xingchen away. After killing Yu Xingchen, Baihua had only one chance at this time. That is, to kill Xie Ziruo by force. However, the 3 people from Samsara did not give Baihua a chance. In a righteous group fight, they avenged Yu Xingchen. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning the game 7-3 at home against Baihua. Your tactics are good. After the game, the teammates from both sides shook hands. And Zhang Jiala said to Jiang Butao, thank you for your praise, Senior. Jiang Butao said modestly. Captain Zhang. Hee. Zhou Yichen laughed meanly. Just wait, little brat. See you in the playoffs. Zhang Jiala shook Zhou Yichen's hand tightly. See you in the playoffs. Chapter 43. After 33 rounds, the wretched howling and the disgusting Samsara. The 7th season of the Glory Professional League regular season has gradually entered its finale. With only 5 rounds left, Samsara is undoubtedly ranked first. As long as they beat Howling and Yueyun by more than 8 points this week and next week, they will establish their position as the regular season champion. The second-ranked Weichao is also stable at this moment, because just last week, Blue Rain lost to Tyranny 6-4. The confrontation between the 2 tactical masters was really exciting. The third-ranked is Blue Rain. Although they lost to Tyranny last week, the points gap between Blue Rain and Tyranny is still not small. Blue Rain is not as fierce as in the 6th season this season, but has become more stable. The 4th-ranked is Tyranny. Tyranny can be stable in the playoffs every season. Although compared to the 4th season when they won the championship, the current Tyranny lineup is still flawed. Ranked 5th is Baihua. Although Baihua had a rough start, it did not fall behind thanks to Zhang Jiala. Now that Baihua has gradually stabilized and its lineup is confirmed, it can also pursue the championship. Ranked 6th is Jia Shi. But Jia Shi's 6th place is not stable. Although they have a high probability of advancing to the playoffs, the gap between them and the 7th placed Yanyu is not big. Even if they lose to Samsara in the final battle, they will be squeezed to the 7th place. Ranked 7th is Yanyu. They have also improved after adjusting their lineup and adding Sun Liang to the starting lineup this season. Chu Yunxiu performance is also crucial. If they want to get to the 6th place, they have to look at Samsara face. Ranked 8th is Thunder. Their position is not stable. The points gap between them and the 9th place Void is very small. The two teams will face off in the 37th round. This game is a life and death battle between the two teams. Whoever wins will enter the playoffs. Last week, Samsara defeated Yunyu 7-3 at home. The effect of Yunyu lineup has actually been played out. But again, there was too little frontal support. One Sun Liang plus Feng Chung Yunyu was not enough, which led to Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun entering the game. The most interesting match last week was naturally Blue Rain versus Tyranny. Unfortunately, Blue Rain once led 4-1 in the previous match. However, in the team match, Damo Guyan double punch broke through Blue Rain's defense. Back to the 33rd round, which was this week's match. Baihua lost to Samsara last week. In the team match against Wuji this week, Wuji chose the same map as Samsara. Baihua could bear it. I can't beat Samsara. And I can't beat you. A 10-0 package was given to Wuji. At this time, Samsara was also playing against Howling at home. As for why the fight lasted so long, we have to mention the tactical core of Howling. In the first half of the match between Samsara and Howling, Howling won 8-2. At that time, except Fan Rui, no one else showed too much wretched characteristics. However, in this round, Howling showed its wholeness. Too wretched. This was Zhou Yichen first thought when facing Howling. And Zhou Yichen did not play in the singles match, but in the ring match. Currently, Zhou Yichen is playing against Fan Rui. And Zhou Yichen has already defeated two opponents. Yu Xingchen versus Gai Machiniai. The match has been going on for 3 minutes. But Yu Xingchen doesn't even know where Gai Machiniai is. Except for the two sides touching each other at the beginning. Gai Machiniai used stealth to escape. And Yu Xingchen has not found Gai Machiniai until now. Gai Machiniai, have you found me? I let you he. Yu Xingchen, come out if you dare. Gai Machiniai, find me if you dare. The fans of the reincarnation team off the court are already bored. And the commentators don't know how to comment. Because now Yu Xingchen is looking for Gai Machiniai. And where is Gai Machiniai hiding? He is lying in a bush, moving every now and then. And the referee can't give him a yellow card. Now Zhou Yichen had no other options. He was also very depressed, and felt that he had no power to use. It was not that he was eager to complete a 1-on-3 attack. After he had beaten the two who were howling in front of him, he only had 58% of his health. But Fan Rui was too bad. Finally, Yu Xingchen approached the bushes where Fan Rui was, and waited for Yu Xingchen to get close. Gui Mishan attacked with a club. Zhou Yichen was now annoyed, and failed to react in time. The club hit him, and caused him to be dizzy. Gui Mishan directly attacked Yu Xingchen with a set of sneak attacks, and then placed a sandstorm trap on the ground, waiting for Yu Xingchen dizziness time to end. Gui Mishan started to escape, and slipped away again. Zhou Yichen was going crazy now. He was really disgusted. Calm down. Calm down. Zhou Yichen hinted to himself in his heart to calm down. This was the opponent's tactic. Yu Xingchen carefully avoided the trap. At this time, Zhou Yichen carefully discovered that something was wrong. It turned out that the ornament on Gui Mishan's pants, which was hidden behind the wall, was exposed. Zhou Yichen was delighted. I caught you. You bastard. He sneaked over and hid. At this time, Gui Mishan was still listening to the footsteps. But he didn't know that danger had come. Oh ha ha ha. The audience was ready to scream at this time, as Yu Xingchen suddenly approached and attacked. Gui Mishan was scared. Gui Mishan, damn it. He wanted to run. But unfortunately Yu Xingchen Dragon Fang caught up, and made him stiff. Tianji floated in the air to hit a combo. And finally Hao Long Pajun. Nu Long Chuan Xian followed by Fu Long Xiang Tian to finish. This is the fastest combo of the battle mage. Zhou Yichen no longer wants to penetrate 3 at once. He just wants to vent his anger, and was disgusted. In the end, Yu Xingchen knocked off 89% of Gui Mishan blood. And he was also killed by Gui Mishan. But at the moment of quitting the battle, Zhou Yichen's heart was not lost, but satisfied. He finally vented it. If he didn't do this, even if he won in the end, Zhou Yichen himself would not feel comfortable. After that, Yiqian Chuanyun, who came on stage, also killed Gui Mishan without hesitation, which was considered revenge for Yu Xingchen. Entering the team competition, Hal continued their wretched fighting style, often hitting and running away. The others were fine. But Zhou Yichen, who was tortured in the ring competition, was still being tortured in the team competition. Yu Xingchen, seniors, please come out. It's time to eat. Gue mi shen yi, come and find me. Finally, after torturing Samsara for more than 20 minutes, Hal took the initiative to attack, but was counterattacked by the Samsara team. A team competition that started well, but ended just like that. However, the expressions of the two teams shaking hands when they went out to the battle seat. Those who didn't know would think that Hal defeated Samsara at home. All the members of Samsara looked depressed. But Hal was happy. There was no way this should be the longest team competition Samsara had played this season. You played well. Fong Rui shook hands with Zhou Yichen and said, "I." For the first time, Zhou Yichen was so frustrated that he couldn't speak. He no longer wanted to comment on Fong Rui. Playing against him was simply torture. Winning was torture. And losing was double torture. Calm down. The playoffs are coming. Fong Minghua patted Zhou Yichen on the shoulder and said. Fong's mother naturally saw that Zhou Yichen was almost going crazy. After all, he had not played against Fong Rui in the first half of the singles game. And he was just playing around in the all-star game. This time he was really disgusted. After 33 rounds, for Samsara, they have already adapted to the playoffs, which can be seen from sending Zhou Yichen to the ring match. Because in the playoffs, the tactical core members of the major teams are basically defending the ring match. After all, the ring match in the playoffs is 2.5 points. And Samsara has two operational monsters, Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai. So Samsara is likely to send Zhou Yichen to the singles game to get a point as in the regular season. But after the second half, Zhou Yichen played in the singles match against strong teams. And the rest of the time he played in the ring match. He also wanted to give other playoff teams a guess. Guess which game I will appear in. Chapter 44 Adjustments made by Tiny Herb. As the progress accelerates, some teams have entered the playoffs preparation state, striving to develop new playing styles during the regular season, while some teams are preparing for a holiday. Welcome to the 36th round of the Glory Professional League, the second match between Samsara and Tiny Herb. Hello, everyone. I am the commentator Pan Lin. Hello, everyone. I am Li Ba. This season, Samsara is very strong. So far, it has only lost to one team, and that is Tiny Herb that we will play against today. Pan Lin explained. Yes, Samsara has already established the first place in the regular season 3 weeks in advance, and Tiny Herb will only be in the second or third place. I don't think the two teams will play anything new today. After all, the playoffs are the most important. Li Ba analyzed. As of the 36th round, Samsara has established its first place in the regular season in advance by shutting out Yueyuan and Lehigh 10-0 in 2 games in the first 2 weeks. Tiny Herb is still ranked second in the regular season, although they lost to Blue Rain, which is ranked third. Blue Rain's unstable points in the first half of the season ultimately prevented them from catching up with Tiny Herb. However, if Tiny Herb loses to Samsara by a large margin, then Blue Rain will have a chance to overtake Tiny Herb. The points difference between Blue Rain and Tiny Herb, which is ranked third, is not big, but the 2 games played by the latter 2 teams are against teams ranked lower, so there is little possibility of an upset. The first match of the playoffs has been confirmed to be between Tyranny, ranked 4th, and Baihua, ranked 5th. The 2 teams tied 1-1 in the regular season, and the first match of the playoffs will be played at Tyranny home court. The points gap between Excellent Era, ranked 6th, and Misty Rain, ranked 7th, is even smaller. If Excellent Era fails to defeat Samsara in the final battle, then they will be squeezed to 7th place. The 8th place is still Thunder, and they will have a life and death battle with Void, ranked 9th, in the 37th round. Whoever wins will enter the playoffs. Back to the point. The 2 teams have taken the stage one by one, shook hands with each other, and returned to their seats. As the first singles match was announced on the big screen, the second match between Samsara and Tiny Herb also kicked off. Samsara sent Zhou Yichen, who had not been seen for a long time. The last time Zhou Yichen appeared in the singles match was against Baihua. Zhou Yichen's singles match record has reached 24 consecutive wins. Facing Tiny Herb, Samsara decided to send Zhou Yichen to the singles match. After all, Tiny Herb's ring match lineup is stronger. Tiny Herb chose to adjust the ring match lineup after losing to Blue Rain last time, sending Lu Fei to the singles match and letting Li Hui play in the ring match, so that Jia Shi can play more easily and will not consume more energy in the ring match. If Samsara sent Zhou Yichen to the ring match, the ring match lineup would also be very strong. But Samsara would not do so. This is just a regular season. And if the two teams want to meet again in the playoffs, they will reach the finals. If it really comes to the finals, I don't know where Zhou Yichen will appear. In the first singles match, Samsara sent Zhou Yichen, while Tiny Herb sent Liang Feng. Yu Xingchen versus Julie Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Julie. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena. Loading completed. This is the map Zhou Yichen has chosen the most so far. He likes this kind of simple and rough map. Entering the game, Yu Xingchen went straight to Julie. Without any fancy things. The operation was over. Julie was obviously unable to stop. And the cross slash was slashed. But Yu Xingchen dodged it. And rushed towards Yu Xingchen with a stab. Yu Xingchen repelled Julie with the falling flower palm. And Longya followed up, successfully stiffening Julie. And Tianji made a move, floating in the air and making 4 consecutive stabs. Jia Shi shook his head watching from the audience. This person is too troublesome. You can't find an opponent of similar strength to kill him. Because those who can fight him are basically the core of the team. And you have to be alert all the time that he will go to the ring match. Which is troublesome. This is why the reincarnation is so strong this season. Not only is their substitution tactic so good this season, but also Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai separated to maximize the points. At this time, Julie couldn't stand it anymore, and started the blood-sucking fight to the death, and slashed out with angry blood. Yu Xingchen easily avoided it with a Z-shaped shake, and swept the 180-degree round dance stick, knocking Julie down directly. Julie stood up and shot out the blood sword. Yu Xingchen shot away the blood arrow with a gun. And then the phantom dragon fangs attacked. Julie obviously couldn't stand it anymore. And the strong dragon pressed down. And the last set of classic combos was Halong Pijuan. And the angry dragon pierced the heart, and then Fulong Xiangtian. Glory. It was a very beautiful game. Yu Xingchen is worthy of being one of the best tactic players in the league so far. He has become very proficient in the use of tactic. Liba exclaimed. The first singles match is over. And Samsara is currently leading 1-0. Pan Lin explained. In the second singles match, Samsara sent Du Ming, while Tiny Herb sent Lu Shubia. A duel of swordsmen. Wu Xuangoyu versus Fei Daojian. Wu Xuangoyu. Loading completed. Fei Daojian. Loading completed. Map, Mirror Lake. Loading completed. Entering the game. A head-on confrontation between swordsmen. The map is also very simple. A mirror-like lake. Wu Xuangoyu 3-stage slash was the first to attack. Fei Daojian blocked and resolved. And raised to flow Wu Xuangoyu. But unfortunately Wu Xuangoyu pulled away. Wu Xuangoyu drew his sword and slashed at Fei Daojian. And Fei Daojian's silver light falling blade was launched at the same time to avoid this sword draw. Wu Xuangoyu wanted to roll to the left to avoid the attacking silver light falling blade. But unfortunately, he was still affected by the shock wave. The flying knife sword jumped in the air and used the falling phoenix slash, trying to knock down Wu Xuangoyu. Wu Xuangoyu also knew how to do it, and used the immortal pointing the way with a strong blowing effect. The two swords collided with each other, causing a huge shock wave. The two were bounced away at the same time. Wu Xuangoyu used the rising dragon slash, and then the silver light falling blade to jump very high. The flying knife sword wanted to dodge this combo, but unfortunately, it was still hit by the range damage of the silver light falling blade. The flying knife sword took advantage of Wu Xuangoyu landing and stood up, and then stabbed at Wu Xuangoyu. Wu Xuangoyu had no time to dodge, and could only block with the sword. The flying knife sword's phantom invisible sword attacked, and a 14-sword combo caused high damage. At the same time, it followed the sword to determine the world, and slashed at Wu Xuangoyu at close range. Wu Xuangoyu's sword Shadow Step wanted to dodge the range of the sword to determine the world. But unfortunately, it was still affected by the 360-degree attack circle. The damage was not outstanding, but it was stiff after being swept. As a result, Wu Xuangoyu was unable to escape the continuous attack of the flying knife sword. He successfully floated Wu Xuangoyu in the air with an upward thrust, and then followed up with a 3-stage slash with a reverse stab, successfully taking Wu Xuangoyu away in one wave. Lu Shubia's hand speed is very fast. Du Ming can't resist this combo at all. Let us congratulate Lu Shubia for winning this swordsman duel. Wei Chao successfully tied the score 1-1. In the third singles match, Wu Qi played for Samsara, while Deng Fuxing played for Wei Chao. In fact, Samsara's singles match is very easy to guess. Because except for Zhou Yichen, who may jump back and forth between the singles match and the ring match, the other positions are basically fixed. Obviously, Wei Chao guessed that Wu Qi, who used the assassin, would play in the third game. So they sent Ding Fuxing to this singles match. Cruel Silence versus Duhua Assassin versus Knight. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. A life-threatening attack is almost useless for the Knight, because they are thick-skinned and always on guard against being provoked and entangled by the Knight when they attack. Cruel Silence. Loading completed. Duhua. Loading completed. Map, Sunset Forest. Loading completed. Entering the game. Cruel Silence started to run fast, while Duhua slowly rushed to the center of the map. When Duhua arrived, Cruel Silence took the lead to pierce the heart and wanted to launch a sneak attack. But Duhua was prepared and raised his shield to block Cruel Silence's attack. Cruel Silence stepped back and prepared to make a deter. And Duhua did not keep Cruel Silence. As the sun set and the moon rose, the forest was unexpectedly quiet at this time. Cruel Silence attacked again from behind and cut his throat. However, Duhua suddenly raised his sword, and the moonlight reflected a bright light that flashed to Cruel Silence. Duhua timed it well, and attacked with his back shield, successfully hitting Cruel Silence. Cruel Silence was stunned and stopped. Duhua directly activated Awakening, Chivalry, reset the skill CD, and rushed towards Cruel Silence. Cruel Silence was knocked to the ground because of the stun. Duhua added a provocation, and then activated the ultimate skill Crusader Judgment. After a series of combos, Cruel Silence lost most of his health. Cruel Silence activated Sprint and Arc Flash, trying to force Duhua back. But Duhua used the shield again to block Cruel Silence's attack. Cruel Silence had no choice but to flash and stab, followed by a life-threatening attack, trying to force a desperate fight. But Duhua did not give Cruel Silence a chance, and a shield attack was used at close range. Cruel Silence was stunned again, and then Duhua successfully took him away with a silky combo, and the life-threatening attack was not used in the end. Glory. Congratulations to Ding Fuxing for winning this game. The character is still too restrained. The singles match is over. Currently, Wei Chao is temporarily leading Samsara 2-1. Let's take a break and prepare for the next ring match. Chapter 45 Jiang Buotao's Strategy. Welcome back, everyone. You are watching the 36th week of the Glory Professional League. Currently, the away team, Wei Chao, is leading the home team, Samsara, 2-1. The next two teams will compete in the ring match. Please see the big screen for the personnel situation. The ring match sent Jiang Buotao, LV Buiyuan, and Shou Zakai. The Wei Chao team sent Zhou Yabai, Li Hui, and Wang Jia Shi, with the players from both sides on the field. The first ring match is ready, and the card is inserted to enter the game. Wu Lang vs Shijunzi. Wu Lang. Loading completed. Shijunzi. Loading completed. Map, Shizhonglandong. Loading completed. This map is constructed by stalactites. The spatial pattern is very suitable for the gun class. Shizhonglandong is a cave scene, which is a fully enclosed space. Therefore, facing the fact that Wei Chao recently put Lu Fei in the singles match, this map was also selected this time. Obviously, Wei Chao did not expect it. Otherwise, they should have replaced Zhou Yabai with Lu Fei. Entering the game. Because it is in the cave, the map is full of stalactites piled up or hanging upside down. So there is something for Jiang Buotao to do. Entering the game. The two sides are just symmetrically refreshed. Entering the cave. The envoy releases the gray array under his feet to prevent Wu Lang from getting close to him. Wu Lang saw the envoy and the ghost array under his feet. Wu Lang held a knife and hit a flaming wave sword. But his target was not the envoy. Wu Lang hit the flaming wave sword at the stalactite hanging upside down above the envoy, and the upside down stalactite began to tremble slowly due to the wave. The envoy also understood Wu Lang's intention at this time, and hurriedly left his ghost array, while laying a plague array in front. However, Wu Lang still ignored Shijunzi and continued to attack the stalactites hanging upside down. Is he crazy? Zhou Yabai thought to himself. You know, if you move too much, all the hanging stalactites will fall quickly, and he will not be spared. Wu Lang is still attacking. Shijunzi had no choice but to release the flame array under Wu Lang's feet, and then kill Wu Lang. Wu Lang finally stopped attacking, and after leaving the range of the flame array, he went to kill Shijunzi. You are finally here, Jiang Buotao thought to himself. If he didn't do this, as a ghost swordsman, He would keep releasing the ghost array with the stalactites as a cover. And the map was not big. So his ghost swordsman really couldn't do anything to him. So he could only force Chu Yunxiu to get close to him. Sure enough, the two of them fought with swords and swords. Chu Yunxiu opened the sword soul protection. And Wu Lang directly swung the wave's sword and hit Chu Yunxiu. Chu Yunxiu was a formation ghost instead of a slashing ghost. And it was very uncomfortable to be close to him. So he retreated and released the dark array to blind Wu Lang. However, Wu Lang fired a wave of ice sword at the envoy who was still charging. The ice sword successfully triggered the freezing effect. And Wu Lang slashed with the ground crack wave sword again. He activated the killing wave to prepare to take away the envoy. The envoy unfroze and retreated behind the stalactite with ghost steps. He started the feast of ghosts and gods. But Wu Lang had already left the range of the ghosts and gods on the field. And he was left empty-handed. Wu Lang caught up and released the lightning wave sword. The electric ball successfully blocked the retreat of the envoy, forcing the envoy to fight. The envoy used a moonlight slash, and the half-circle of silver light successfully blinded Wu Lang. However, as a formation ghost, his skill points were too low, and the blinding ended quickly. The goal of the envoy was not to blind Wu Lang and then fight back, but to buy time for his retreat. Taking advantage of the short blinding time, the envoy completed the charge and released the Frost Ghost formation under Wu Lang's feet. Wu Lang ended the blinding and also retreated out of the range of the Frost Ghost formation. The gentleman got a chance to breathe, but his health had been consumed, and the venue was too difficult for Zhou Yabai to play. So what Zhou Yabai needed to do now was to hit Wu Lang's health more and relieve the pressure on his subsequent teammates. Zhou Yabai, who had figured it out, directly released the silence formation, blocking all of Wu Lang's skills, and wanted to go in and fight Wu Lang. Wu Lang was well prepared and fought with the gentleman in the silence formation. The gentleman chopped at Wu Lang with a ghost slash. But unfortunately Wu Lang dodged it. Wu Lang walked with his sword horizontally, looking at the approaching gentleman, standing in a bow step. The gentleman chopped at Wu Lang with his sword. Wu Lang dodged sideways, and directly cut the gentleman in half with his sword horizontally. This attack directly killed the gentleman. And it happened that the silence formation disappeared at this time. Wu Lang played a nebula wave sword and successfully took the gentleman away. Glory. A very beautiful cut. Let us congratulate Jian Butao for winning the first ring match. Zhou Yabai looked at the computer screen that had already been glorious, shook his head, and walked out of the battle seat. It's okay. You played well. The opponent did a good job of targeting. Keep working hard. Wang Jia Shi said calmly. Well, thank you, Captain. Zhou Yabai replied weakly. This map was too disgusting for him. The second player to play on the Wei Chao side was Li Hui. Li Hui debuted in the 4th season, and was known as the Golden Generation. He won the 5th season championship, and the 6th season runner-up with the team. He is now known as the Glory No. 1 Judo. The character he uses is Zhang Luan Fei, known as the No. 1 Judo account card. Wu Lang vs Zhang Luan Fei Judo, Wu Lang. Loading completed. Zhang Luan Fei. Loading completed. Entering the game. Zhang Luan Fei went straight to Wu Lang. Wu Lang came on the field because of the last counterattack of the Chu Yunxiu. And now he has 70% of his health left. Zhang Luan Fei tried to catch Wu Lang with one hand. But unfortunately Wu Lang dodged it by leaning sideways. The wave-breaking attack was launched, and Zhang Luan Fei blocked it with both fists. Then Wu Lang used a flaming wave sword, and Zhang Luan Fei retreated to avoid it. But this flaming wave sword hit the stalactite hanging above, and the stalactite vibrated again. Huh? Did you do it on purpose? Wang Jieshi frowned when he saw it from the audience, as expected of the deputy captain. You are awesome. Zhou Yichen smiled, as he watched Jian Butao use the flaming wave sword from the audience. He had already seen the intention of his deputy captain. Li Hui naturally noticed it. But before he could think, Wu Lang had already killed him. So Li Hui could only forget about it, and operate Zhang Luan Fei to defend. However, facing Wu Lang who was close to him, Zhang Luan Fei found that something was even more wrong. Why did Jian Butao become so crooked? Several sword energy released by the wave sword did not hit him. Zhang Luan Fei successfully caught Wu Lang with a throw, then followed by a back throw and a catch, and finally a football kick, which knocked Wu Lang away. Zhang Luan Fei looked at Wu Lang who was about to get up from the ground, and directly used a landmine shock to knock Wu Lang down again. However, the violent shock wave generated by Zhang Luan Fei fists hitting the ground affected the stalactites hanging above. Affected by the wave, and the constant stimulation from Wu Lang before, the stalactites finally couldn't bear the weight, and fell quickly to the ground. The audience and commentators watching outside were shocked at this moment. Johnny Luan Fei used a landmine shock, and the wave affected the stalactites above. The stalactites above the map fell like heavy rain, and hit the ground hard. Can both sides find shelter to avoid the falling stalactites? Pan Lin explained. Stalactites are not like rain, which does not cause any damage. If you are hit, you will lose blood, Li Bo said. Li Hui finally understood Jiang Buotao's intention. But it was too late. There was no place to hide in the area where he was. And there was even a gathering place for stalactites above. He could only use his steel and iron bones to move quickly to avoid the falling stalactites. But the stalactites fell to the ground too quickly. As all the large stalactites above fell, the audience saw that Li Hui Zhan Yi Luan Fei had only 15% of his health left. Wu Lang still had 40% of his health, although he was hit hard by Zhan Yi Luan Fei just now. After landing, Wu Lang did not get up in a hurry, but rushed towards the small hole formed by the stalactites on the right rear. He crouched in the moment the stalactites fell to the ground. But there were too many stalactites above his head, and the stalactites above his head had been worn flat. This wave directly reversed the situation on the battlefield. And Zhan Yi Luan Fei, who had originally had an advantage in health, was directly defeated. Wu Lang did not give Zhan Yi Luan Fei time to react, and the Aurora Wave's sword slashed at Zhan Yi Luan Fei. Zhan Yi Luan Fei had no choice but to fight to the death. He took the Aurora Wave's sword from Wu Lang, then took the shot and threw Wu Lang to the ground, picked up Wu Lang on the ground, and then threw Wu Lang into the air, and followed up with a big move of aerial dunk. Wu Lang took a full set of hits, but Jiang Buotao reacted quickly. While Zhan Yi Luan Fei had not landed yet, he controlled Wu Lang to get up quickly and successfully hit Zhan Yi Luan Fei with an Ice Wave sword. In the end, Zhan Yi Luan Fei fell down under Wu Lang's simple and unpretentious flat attack, and Wu Lang won with a 12% health advantage. In glory, Jiang Buotao perfectly used the terrain to complete a 1-on-2 attack on Tiny Herb. In the ring match, Jiang Buotao could do everything he did, and he would cut as many as he could next. With Li Hui elimination, Samsara welcomed the last player of Tiny Herb's ring match, Tiny Herb's god Wang Jieshi. Chapter 46 Strong Wang Jieshi. Unstoppable Jozakai. Let us congratulate Jiang Buotao for completing a 1-on-2 match in the home match against Vici Gaming. The next player to play is Vici Gaming captain Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Even though it was at the home court of Samsara, there were still some Vici Gaming fans at the scene. For them, as long as Wang Jieshi did not fall, Vici Gaming still had a chance. At present, if Wang Jieshi wants to win the match, he must be the last to appear and achieve a 1-on-3 match. Wang Jieshi has done it before this season. There is only one reason why Vici Gaming is so strong in the match, and that is because of Wang Jieshi. That's all. Wang Jieshi slowly walked to the battle seat and inserted the card to enter. Wu Lang vs Wang Buelixing. Wu Lang. Loading completed. Wang Buelixing. Loading completed. Entering the map, Wu Lang went straight to Wang Buelixing. His health was only 12%. What he had to do now was to get close to Wang Buelixing and cut him as hard as he could. The fastest Aurora Wave sword was slashed out, and Wang Buelixing turned sideways and successfully approached Wang Buelixing. He slashed at Wang Buelixing with a knife, and Wang Buelixing pulled weapon. Extinction Stardust blocked it. Wulong used the wave slash to slash at Wang Buelixing. Unfortunately, Wang Buelixing dodged it, and Wang Buelixing flying magic bullet was ejected. Wulong blocked it with a knife, and Wang Buelixing threw out the exorcism powder to slow down Wulong. Then he threw out the lava flask, and Wulong was slowed down and affected by the sea of fire. Looking at the continuously decreasing blood volume, Jiang Buotao gritted his teeth and slashed at Wang Buelixing with a broken wind wave sword, and Wang Buelixing was hit. Wang Buelixing threw out Shululu to taunt Wulong, and then successfully knocked Wulong down with a sweep, and finally made up for the damage, eliminating Wulong, who had only 12% blood volume at the beginning. Wulong used the broken wind wave sword to hit 5% of Wang Buelixing blood volume, which was not completely without gain. Glory Jiang Buotao took a deep breath and walked in, then left the battle seat and walked towards his teammates. Well played, Vice Captain. Great. Zhou Yichen stepped forward and hugged Jiang Buotao and said, Go. Go! Go! Jiang Buitao hurriedly pushed Zhou Yichen away. It was really a man-to-man relationship. Jiang Buitao thought his buddy was straight. Well played, Zhou Zikai said with a smile. It's my turn to perform. LV Buiyuan rubbed his fist and said, Come on. Just don't get beaten up. Zhou Yichen encouraged. Go away. Let's go. LV Buiyuan kicked Zhou Yichen and turned to the battle seat. Wang Bulixing vs Yunshan Wan. Wang Bulixing. Loading completed. Yunshan Wan. Loading completed. Entering the game. Wang Bulixing did not stay on the ground, but flew directly into the sky. This was also thanks to Jiang Buitao, who cleared the large stalactites above. Otherwise Wang Bulixing would not be able to stay in the air. There was nothing he could do. Wang Buiyuan attacked Yun Shanluan from the air. Yun Shanluan could only temporarily dodge Wang Buiyuan in the air. Yun Shanluan rolled to the side and climbed onto the stalactites. When Wang Buiyuan came over, Yun Shanluan picked up the stalactites scattered on the ground and threw them at Wang Buiyuan. Wang Buiyuan dodged on a broom, while Yun Shanluan continued to pick up stalactites and threw them at Wang Buiyuan, trying to knock Wang Buiyuan down. However, Wang Jia Shi skillfully controlled Wang Buiyuan to dodge the flying stalactites. Then he suddenly accelerated in the air and flew towards Yun Shanluan, who was still throwing stalactites. When he was about to get close to Yun Shanluan, he slapped Yun Shanluan with gravity acceleration. Yun Shanluan had no time to retreat and was knocked to the ground by the huge power of the broom. Wang Buiyuan landed and attacked Yun Shanluan. Yun Shanluan stood up with his hands forward and hit Wang Buiyuan together. Yun Shanluan tried to catch him with one hand, but unfortunately he didn't catch him. Then he threw a throw and a back throw to catch Wang Bulixing by surprise. Wang Bulixing was successfully back thrown. Just as Yun Shanluan was about to use the ground thunder, Wang Bulixing suddenly covered his broom with ice powder and successfully hit Yun Shanluan. Although Yun Shanluan was not frozen, he was slowed down. Wang Bulixing quickly got up and flew into the air again. The magic bullet hit Yun Shanluan. Yun Shanluan successfully dodged the magic bullet, threw out the dispelling powder, and then quickly attacked with a star-shaped zigzag line. Yun Shanluan was shot through the shoulder and fell to the ground. Yun Shanluan got up with difficulty, and Wang Bulixing was already in front of him. Yun Shanluan used a one-handed grab again, but failed to grab him. He opened his steel and iron bones. Wang Bulixing broom had arrived. Yun Shanluan used a spinning kick to successfully fold Wang Bulixing to the ground. Ha ha ha. Lu Buiyuan was delighted. He brushed his hand on the ground to catch a dunk in the air and prepared to kill Wang Bulixing. But Wang Jieshi succeeded in getting the body. A kick successfully kicked away Yunshan Luan, who wanted to use the ground whisk, and took off again. The broom whirlwind produced huge smoke and dust, and the lightning chain was thrown out. Yunshan Luan's vision was affected by the smoke, and he was caught by the lightning chain. Wang Bulixing used a broom to sweep up the stalactites on the ground. The stalactites flew towards Yunshan Luan as if controlled, and finally connected a magic ray, successfully killing Yunshan Luan, who was trapped by the lightning chain. Glory. 1 through 3. 1 through 3. 1 through 3. Let's congratulate Wang Jieshi for completing 1 through 2. Some fans of Tiny Herb have already called out 1 through 3. But it's Zhou Zikai who is defending the ring. I think it's still difficult even for Wang Jieshi. Li Bo commented. The Tiny Herb fans at the scene have already started to get excited. LV Buiyuan left the battle seat and returned to his teammates. Captain, come on. It's up to you. LV Buiyuan came back and said, You got beaten up. Zhou Yichen joked. TSK. You end up the same way if you go up. He's a magician. I passed the test by taking down 48% of his health. LV Buiyuan glanced at Zhou Yichen. Zhou Zikai walked to the battle seat without saying a word and inserted his card to enter the game. Yiqian Chuanyun vs Wangbu Lu Xing. Yiqian Chuanyun. Loading completed. Wangbu Lu Xing. Loading completed. Entering the game. Wang Bulixing chose to take off like in the previous game, while Yiqian Chuanyun was no less chaotic than Yun Shan in the previous game, and shot at Wang Bulixing with a gun. It is now clear why this map is conducive to the performance of sharpshooters. The map is not large, and there are not many obstructions. Facing the continuous attack of Yiqian Chuanyun, Wang Bulixing can only run around. At present, Wang Bulixing, who has only 47% of his health, is not a solution to the continuous output of Yiqian Chuanyun. So Wang Bulixing directly accelerated towards Yiqian Chuanyun with gravity, while shooting magic bullets and covering the broom with ice powder. Wang Buelixing approached Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun dodged with a backflip, opened a curved shot in the air, and slid down to avoid Wang Buelixing lava flask. The floating bullet was fired. Wang Buelixing dodged sideways. Yiqiang Chuanyun followed up with a whirlwind kick. Wang Buelixing blocked with a broom, and Yiqiang Chuanyun shot through the gap. Now Yiqiang Chuanyun has entangled Wang Buelixing. A perfect three-gun physical technique, Pan Lin explained. Wang Buelixing health was running low, so he slapped Yiqiang Chuanyun away with a broom, took off successfully, and threw dispersing powder at Yiqiang Chuanyun in the air. Unfortunately, it didn't hit Yiqiang Chuanyun. Wang Buelixing continued to attack, shooting magic rays, and Yiqiang Chuanyun relied on the only stalactite on the ground to dodge. Immediately afterwards, relying on a large stalactite, while dodging Wang Buelixing attack, he successfully jumped through the stalactite and attacked Wang Buelixing with a knee strike. Wang Buelixing was successfully hit, but unfortunately, he was not knocked to the ground. After landing, Yiqiang Chuanyun continued to attack Wang Buelixing in the sky. Wang Buelixing released the lightning chain, but Yiqiang Chuanyun dodged it by sliding. Yiqiang Chuanyun activated the double control to cancel the sliding CD, and slid again to Wang Buelixing bottom and fired randomly, with bullets hitting Wang Buelixing above fiercely. Wang Buelixing activated the ice rain, but unfortunately Yiqiang Chuanyun saw through it and cancelled the random shooting in advance, and fired the floating bullet. Wang Buelixing could only interrupt the chanting, and the star zigzag line was shot. Yiqiang Chuanyun activated the rapid fire and took the star zigzag line, while the bullet shot at Wang Buelixing like a machine gun. Wang Buelixing health was not much left at this time, but Yiqiang Chuanyun still had more than 70% of his health. Wang Buelixing used the shadow cloak to try to catch Yiqiang Chuanyun on the ground. Yiqiang Chuanyun successfully dodged again with the help of stalactites, and then activated the ultimate Barrett sniper. At this time, Wang Jia had already noticed Yiqiang Chuanyun, who was sniping. Wang Jia manipulated Wang Buelixing to avoid this Barrett sniper, but Zhou Zikai had anticipated it and shot in the direction of Wang Buelixing. Will this Barrett sniper hit? It hit! Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai and Samsara for winning the ring match. Glory! The ring match is over, and the current score is 3-2 for Samsara over Tiny Herb. Next, we will usher in the team match between the two teams. Let's go to a commercial. After the commercial, the excitement continues. The fans of Samsara off the court have already started cheering. They defeated Tiny Herb, which has the highest winning rate in the league this season. Wang Jia drew out his professional card, left the battle seat, and watched Zhou Zikai walk out of the other side of the battle seat. You played well. Wang Jia shook hands with Zhou Zikai. See you in the team match, Zhou Zikai said. After that, the two returned to their own teams. Captain is great. Woohoo! Zhou Yichen stuck to Zhou Zikai like candy. Yeah! Zhou Zikai didn't push Zhou Yichen away like Jiang Buotao did. Get ready for the next team competition. Jiang Buotao clapped his hands and said, Chapter 47 Top-Level Battle Between Strong Teams. Welcome back after the commercial. This is the 36th week of the Glory Professional League. The two teams are Samsara and Tiny Herb. Samsara is at home and is currently leading 3-2. As the team competition roster was announced on the big screen, the team members of the two teams came on stage to shake hands with each other, and then walked to the battle seats. On the Samsara side, it is still Zhou Zikai, Yiqiang Chuanyun, Sharpshooter Jiang Buotao, Wulong, Magic Swordsman, Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen, Battle Mage, Fang Minghua, Xia Zirua, Priest, Lu Boyuan, Yun Shanwan, Judo, and the sixth player Du Ming, Wu Shuanggo Yue, Swordsman. On the Tiny Herb side, it is Wang Jieshi, Wang Buelixing, Magic Scholar, Deng Fuxing, Duel, Knight, Fan Shiqian, Cordyceps, Priest, Li Hui, Zhang Luanfei, Judo, Lu Xiubia, Fideogen, Swordsman, and the sixth player Zhou Yabai, Shijunzi, Go Swordsman. As the players insert their cards, the second round of Samsara vs Tiny Herb is also kicked off. Yiqiang Chuanyun. Loading completed. Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Wang Buelixing. Loading completed. Cordyceps. Loading completed. Dua. Loading completed. Wulong. Loading completed. Map, Sunset Dunes. Loading completed. Sunset Dunes is a desert scenery map under the setting sun. The main scene is the undulating sand dunes, and a small oasis in the middle of the map. The space is relatively wide. This is a map that Tyranny likes very much. Both sides need to seize the oasis in the center, and a fight is inevitable. As for why they want to seize the oasis, it is because the bushes on the edge of the oasis can effectively resist the invasion of wind and sand. This is also a common team game map. Samsara did not choose to reveal new things. After all, it is just a regular season game, and it doesn't matter. They have already established the first place in the regular season. On the contrary, Wei Chao needs to win this tough battle. If they win, they can not only consolidate their second place, but also double kill Samsara in the regular season, which is also a major encouragement for the morale of the team. Entering the game, Yu Xingchen on the side of Samsara took the lead and walked at the front of the team, while Wei Chao relied on Wang Biuyixing in the air to explore information. Wang Biuyixing, Discovery Dust. 1. Everyone in Wei Chao got it. Due to the sand dunes, the wind and dust were flying all over the sky, and Wang Biuyixing's vision was blocked before he entered the oasis in the center of the map. At this time, Yu Xingchen's vision in front was also blocked by the wind and sand, and he could only go back to meet up with his teammates to report that he had not found the other party. As time passed, the wind and sand became smaller, and Luanhui and Wei Chao rushed to the central oasis at the same time. Because the oasis is on the windward slope of the sand dunes, there is a small water source in the center of the oasis, and characters with freezing skills can naturally use this to make a fuss. The two teams successfully assembled and met at the oasis. Yu Xingchen took the lead and aimed at Fang Shiqian's cordyceps sinensis. Duhua hurried forward to resist, put up a shield and entangled with Yu Xingchen. Yiqiang Chuanyan provided firepower support to Yu Xingchen from the side, and Wang Biuyixing and Fei Daojun attacked Yu Xingchen together. Yu Xingchen activated the Dark Attribute Dazzling pattern and attached the purple magic wave to the spear handle, resisting the three people's defensive counterattack. Yu Shanluan saw the situation and went up to help Yu Xingchen fight the fire, while Zhang Yi Luanfei also left the cordyceps to help the team stop Yu Shanluan. Samsara's original goal was to use its strong frontal ability to force back Wei Chao and occupy the oasis in the center. But Wei Chao chose to fight hard. Jiang Buotao, retreat from the oasis. Of course, Samsara was not stupid. They could see that Wei Chao also wanted to occupy this only oasis. After all, the large bushes around the oasis can effectively resist the invasion of wind and sand. So Samsara recalled Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan, assembled and rushed directly to the center of the oasis, while Wei Chao further compressed Samsara formation. Wei Chao played very hard today, and kept compressing Samsara formation. Pan Lin explained. Yes, but the goal of Wei Chao should be to drive Samsara out of the oasis. At present, Samsara has already entered the oasis. Li Ba analyzed. Wang Jieshi originally wanted to forcefully retain Samsara, but he felt the coming of the wind and knew that the sandstorm was coming. Wang Biuyixing, go! Wang Jieshi sent an order, and Wei Chao and others did not continue to chase Samsara, but headed to the other side of the oasis. Sure enough, after all the members of Wei Chao entered the oasis, the outer periphery had been covered with sandstorms. The sandstorms on the map swept across the sky, and only the small oasis in the center became the only habitat for the two teams. However, before the sandstorm ended, Samsara launched another attack, and Yu Xingchen killed him again after being treated by Xiaodaziruo. Wei Chao had already responded. Duhua stepped forward to start provocation and successfully taunted Yu Xingchen, and at the same time started the shield counter to resist Yu Xingchen attack. But this time, Wang Biuyixing and Fei Daojun did not choose to attack Yu Xingchen. Fei Daojun jumped over Yu Xingchen and went straight to the Samsara camp with Wang Biuyixing. Yiqiang Chuanyun and Yun Shanluan moved forward to resist, but Wang Biuyixing's firepower output in the air was too comfortable, and Xiaodaziruo activated the Holy Fire to force Fei Daojun back. Fei Daojun and Wang Luoren jumped up to avoid the Holy Fire and cooperated with Wang Biuyixing to kill Xiaodaziruo. On the side of Wei Chao, Yu Xingchen still approached Dongkong Xiakeo despite Duhua's defense, but Dongkong Xiakeo was guarded by Johnny Luanfei. So now it became Yu Xingchen rushing into the Wei Chao formation 1v3. Zhou Yichen thought it was not a solution. If Wei Chao came back to help, he would be helpless. So he hit Duhua with a strong dragon pressure. When Duhua held the shield to block, Dongkong Xiakeo released the sacred fire to keep Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen jumped up with the help of Duhua's shoulder and rolled behind the vegetation. Zania Luanfei wanted to stick to Yu Xingchen, but Yu Xingchen behind the vegetation suddenly used a 180-degree round dance stick to knock down Zania Luanfei. Zhou Yichen did not choose to attack, but rushed to his teammates. Dong Xiakeo, dust back. Wang Jia Shi and Lu Shubia received the message from Fang Shiqian and gave up the idea of killing Xiao Gazirua at close range. The two retreated and killed Yuxingqian who came. At this time, Yuxingqian blood volume was only more than 60% due to the consumption of the 3 people of Weichao. Looking at the 2 people who came, Zhou Yichen thought it was a good thing. Yuxingqian rotated the dragon gallbladder in his hand and then killed the flying sword. Wang Bulixing wanted to attack Yuxingqian in the air. At this time, a gun shot through the clouds and interrupted Wang Bulixing's chant of ice and rain. The flying knife sword's phantom invisible sword attacked, and Yuxingqian was stabbed in time to avoid it. The falling flower palm successfully knocked the flying knife sword away. Yuxingqian did not hesitate, and directly used the Haolong Pejuan, the Nulong Chuanqin, and then Fulong Xiangtian to kill the flying knife sword. However, at this time, Duel in the back suddenly rushed out, activated the awakening, chivalry, and then used that heroic charge to successfully sneak attack and hit Yuxingqian, who was about to use the big move. Looking at Yuxingqian who fell to the ground. When the flying knife sword was about to use the big move Jian Ding Tianxia to cooperate with teammates to kill Yuxingqian in seconds, Yu Shanwan also attacked from behind, and took a single-handed catch and back throw to knock down the flying knife sword. The cooperation between the two teams is really perfect. The help and game between teammates can only be said to be worthy of being a strong team, lead boss said with emotion. Before the team competition was over, the audience had already sighed because it was too exciting. Yiqiang Chuanyun suddenly changed its fire, not attacking Wang Bulixing who was still flying, but the flying knife sword that was being thrown by Yan Shanluan. Wulong, forced killing. Yuxingqian fell to the ground and successfully recovered. After receiving the order, he stabbed the flying knife sword with his gun without hesitation. Wang Bulixing suddenly accelerated from the air and successfully forced Yuxingqian to retreat from the close attack on the flying knife sword. Wang Bulixing landed and entangled with Yuxingqian, attached ice powder to his extinction star, and attacked Yuxingqian. Wang Bulixing, forced killing. The flying knife sword drew its sword and slashed, followed by the immortal's guidance, trying to blow away Yan Shanluan with a strong wind. But Yan Shanluan slowly opened up the steel bones, spinning and dunking in the air. With the firepower output of Yiqiang Chuanyun, the flying knife sword was about to be unable to bear it. On the other side, Yuxingqian was also surrounded and beaten by Duhua, Wang Bu Luxing and Zhang Yi Luan Fei. At this time, Dong Chong Xiaoqiao and Xiao Guziru opened the angel wings at the same time. Xiao Guziru chose to use the holy word to help Yuxingqian recover his health temporarily. However, Dong Chong Xiaoqiao chose to release the holy fire at Yuxingqian's feet. Yuxingqian was burned to the point that he could not use skills, and could only rely on Dragon Gallbladder to fight against the 3 people of Weichao. On the battlefield of the Samsara side, after the flying knife sword opened the sword to set the world, although it successfully stiffened Yun Shanwan, it was frozen by the Wu Lang Bing Chuang Wave sword and finally was taken by Yiqian Chuanyun, becoming the first character to be eliminated in this game. On the battlefield of Weichao, although Xiao Guziru had a short recovery, the 3 people's step-by-step pressure caused Yuxingqian to be unable to escape from the range of the holy fire at all, and his health had dropped to 10%. Samsara came to support quickly. After killing Fei Daojian, they rushed to Yuxingqian. However, Tiny Herb did not choose to kill Yuxingqian. Wang Bulixing stopped Samsara and others, but Samsara was eager to save people and did not want to pay attention to Wang Bulixing. Only Yiqian Chuanyun could consume Wang Bulixing. But at this time Yiqian Chuanyun had already quickly come to Yuxingqian with a slide. This resulted in a 2v3 front, while Samsara was stopped by Wang Bulixing and became 1v3. In order to save Yuxingqian, Yiqian Chuanyun decisively chose to attack Tiny Herb Priest Dong Chongxiakeo. Tiny Herb chose to let go, and Yiqian Chuanyun did not continue to entangle Tiny Herb, and prepared to escape with Yuxingqian. However, at this time, why is my screen black? Chapter 48. Tiny Herb wins again. Samsara Nemesis? As Yiqiang Chuanyun helped Yuxingqian successfully break the enemy, Tiny Herb and the others gave up chasing Yuxingqian and Yiqiang Chuanyun. Just when Zhou Yichen thought he had successfully escaped, the computer screen in front of him suddenly went black. Damn! Why is my screen black? Zhou Yichen looked at it and found that it was not right. The skills on the screen were still there. There was only one reason. The envoy not far away had arrived from the replacement area, and a dark array rose under the feet of Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun. It turned out that Tiny Herb had planned to let Yu Xingchen go, not only to avoid Yiqiang Chuanyun output to its priest, but also to wait for the arrival of the envoy. The dark array rose, and Wang Bulixing saw that the time had come, so he let go of the 3 Samsara players, and used the star ray to connect with the lava flask. Before Zhou Yichen could see the screen clearly, he was taken away by Wang Bulixing and became the second eliminated player in this game. Zhou Zikai saw that the situation was not good, and sent himself out of the range of the dark formation with his flying gun, and the people of Tiny Herb began to pursue. The 3 people of Samsara in the back were out of touch with Yiqiang Chuanyun. Tiny Herb wanted to kill Yiqiang Chuanyun, but Zhou Zikai would not sit still and wait for death. Fighting and retreating, Wang Bulixing rushed down towards Yiqiang Chuanyun, and Yiqiang Chuanyun slid to avoid it, and a knee strike pushed Wang Bulixing back. Shijunzi wanted to step forward to stop Yiqiang Chuanyun, and the full moon slashed at Yiqiang Chuanyun, and Yiqiang Chuanyun dodged it sideways. At the same time as the whirlwind kick, he followed up with a floating bullet and floated Shijunzi in the air. After Tiny Herb took Yu Xingchen away, he wanted to attack Yiqiang Chuanyun. Wow! Zhou Zikai was too calm. He was not panicked at all in the face of Tiny Herb. He operated steadily. Too strong. Li Ba couldn't help but sigh again when watching Zhou Zikai operation. Xiao Zhou is getting stronger and stronger. Now he just needs a champion. Yi Qiu, who was watching the game in the conference room, said. Everyone in Jia Shi was watching this wonderful big move. Seeing some points, Yi Qiu would also ask people to write them down and review them for reference. After all, their final battle was against Samsara. If they lost, they would be squeezed to the 7th place. Yiqiang Chuanyun's successful escape made the originally silent Samsara fans boil again. However, at this time, Wang Bulixing dispelling powder successfully slowed down the escaped Yiqiang Chuanyun. Others from Samsara also arrived to help Yiqiang Chuanyun to remove the fire, forming a 4v5 off the court. Unfortunately, Du Ming in the replacement area encountered wind and sand at this time, and could not get to the front in time. It's not easy for Samsara to fight from the front at this time. They have already lost to Yu Xingchen, and now Du Ming is trapped outside by the wind and sand. Pan Lin explained. Is it really a coincidence? Su Muchun asked while watching the game still going on the court. Su Muchun looked at Yi Qiu, who nodded and shook his head. Everyone looked at their captain in confusion. What does this mean? All of them. The wind and sand will come, but it seems that the time has come earlier. I think this is related to Wang Jieshi's crazy use of the broom to stir up a small whirlwind. Yi Qiu analyzed. After gathering, Wei Chao and others rushed directly to Lunhui. Dua started to charge, and went straight to Xiaodaziruo. Yun Shanluan used his fists to resist Dua's charge. Yiqiang Chuanyun attacked, but unfortunately, he was stuck by Wang Bulixing. Shijunzi opened an ice formation next to Dongkong Xiakeo, which successfully restricted the formation of Lunhui. Yiqiang Chuanyun endured Wang Bulixing attack. Zhou Zikai looked at the scene. Yun Shanluan was entangled by Dua. Johnny Luanfei chose to attack Xiaodaziruo, but was blocked by Wulong. But the opponent's priest and Go swordsman were too comfortable, so there was no way his teammates needed him to stand up at this time. So Zhou Zikai used a gun to slide and dodge Wang Bulixing lightning chain. He shot out with a curved shot, aiming at Cordyceps and Jinqiana, and at the same time opened a rapid-fire bullet to shoot at Cordyceps and Jinqiana. Jinqiana could only move forward to resist. But Wang Bulixing did not choose to cooperate with Jinqiana to attack a gun through the cloud at this time. His target was Xiaodaziruo. Wulong, priest. Wulong could not resist the double attack of Zhang Luanfei and Wang Bulixing on the ground and in the sky. Zhou Zikai chose to exchange without any hesitation. Although the number of people off the field was not superior, if he returned to help at this moment, he would fall into the enemy's trap again. A gun through the cloud, exchange. So a gun through the cloud chose to kill Cordyceps. And Cordyceps threw out hypnosis to hypnotize a gun through the cloud, but was dodged by a gun through the cloud with his back turned. Yiqiang Chuanyun started shooting randomly, and the bullets were fired wildly at Dongkong Xiakeo and Shijunzi. Shijunzi was about to chant to use the plague array, but was interrupted by Yiqiang Chuanyun's shot. Just as Dongkong Xiakeo was about to help Shijunzi recover, Yiqiang Chuanyun Barrett sniper shot and shot him in the head. This Barrett sniper shot made Dongkong Xiaqiao blood red directly, and Shijunzi's blood was also very low because his treatment was interrupted. Zhou Zikai, Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. The fans of Samsara in the audience were already excited. However, Wang Buelixing poured a big basin of cold water on the fans. Under the cover of Zhang Yiluan Fei, Wang Buelixing successfully took Xiao Guziru away. At this time, Du Ming Wuxuang Goyu finally arrived at the scene, and the silver light fell on the blade. His purpose was to cooperate with Yiqian Chuanyun to kill the two people behind Wei Chao. Looking at Xiao Guziru, who had been taken away, Zhou Zikai's determination to change the priest was more determined. Finally, with the cooperation of Wuxuang Goyu, Dong Chong Xia Chao became the fourth character eliminated in this game. At present, there was a situation of 4v4 without a priest, but the blood volume of Samsara was not superior. On the other side, Wang Buelixing, who killed Xiao Guziru, turned his fire to kill Wu Lang. Wu Lang was successfully taken away by Wang Buelixing after firing a Starlight Wave sword. And Shi Junzi also released the ultimate move Ghost and God Feast to cause damage to Yiqian Chuanyun. And he was also gloriously taken away by Yiqian Chuanyun. At present, both sides have started the game. In the last game, the one with the biggest health advantage on the Samsara side was Wuxuang Goyu, who had 90% health. On the Wei Chao side, Wang Buelixing had 65%, so Samsara had the advantage in health. Both sides issued instructions to focus on the other side's important characters at the same time. Samsara focused on Wang Jieshi, while Wei Chao focused on Lu Buiyuan. But after Wang Jieshi started flying, he couldn't reach him at all, and could only shoot him with a bullet that pierced the clouds. While Duwa on the Wei Chao side had already let go of Yunshan Luan and started roaring, successfully attracting an attack from the four people in front of Samsara. It was because of this attack that Yunshan Luan approached Duwa and was stunned by the shield attack. While Zhang Yiluan behind Duwa flew out, caught a back throw with one hand, and finally threw it up and dunked it in the air. Yunshan Luan's health was already very low at this time. And Wuxuang Go, you wanted to help Yunshan Luan attract the attention of everyone in Wei Chao. But Wei Chao didn't care about Wuxuang Go you at all, and all the output was piled on Yunshan Luan. Samsara lost, Yu Wenzhou explained in the Blue Rain meeting room. The best thing that Tiny Herb did in this game was that they had a clear goal for their counterattacks. While Samsara lost because they focused on the last target, they should have focused on the flying clothes. Yu Wenzhou analyzed to the Blue Rain. Wang Jieshi is really amazing, Huang Xiaoyan said as he sat aside. As Yu Wenzhou expected, after Yushan Luan was focused on Yiqian Chuanyun and Wu Shuanggo, you had no way to deal with the sticky Duhua. And Tiny Herb won the team competition. Let us congratulate Tiny Herb for defeating Samsara again in an away game with a score of 7-3. They have become the only team that has defeated Samsara so far this season and broke Samsara winning streak. Pan Lin explained. Now Tiny Herb has become Samsara nemesis. At present, it seems that the two teams will meet in the playoffs in the finals. Li Ba smiled. You played well. Wang Jieshi shook hands with everyone from Samsara after the game. Senior Wang is really difficult to deal with, Zhou Yichen said as he watched Wang Jieshi leave. Why are you scared? Jian Guotao joked. Not that I'm scared. I'm going to kill him myself, Zhou Yichen said with a clenched fist. Although Samsara has already established itself as the first in the regular season, this loss to Tiny Herb has successfully alerted them. This failure tells them that they are not invincible. Chapter 49 Life and Death Battle. Xiao Shichin's Self-Explosion. Desperate Void? Dear viewers, you are now watching the 37th week of the Glory Professional League. The two teams are Thunder ranked 8th and Void ranked 9th. Hello, I am Xiaowei, the commentator. Hello, I am Jianbin, the commentator. The two teams are currently not much different in points. The final battles are against Wuji and Qi Kai respectively. So this game is likely to determine which of the two teams will enter the playoffs. Xiaowei analyzed. Yes, this game can basically determine who will get the last playoff spot. Jianbin said. The regular season has entered the penultimate week. The first round of the playoffs has been confirmed to be the 4th-ranked Tyranny versus the 5th-ranked Baihua. The first game will be held at Tyranny home court. The opponent of the first-ranked Samsara is likely to be the winner of this Thunder and Void match. The 2nd-ranked Wei Chao and the 3rd-ranked Blue Rain will need the result of the final battle between Samsara and Excellent Era to determine. If Samsara wins against Excellent Era in the final match, Excellent Era will enter the playoffs as the 7th place, and will play against Tiny Herb in the first round. If Excellent Era wins against Samsara, Excellent Era will enter the playoffs as the 6th place, and will play against Blue Rain in the first round. In the 37th week, Samsara will play at home against the far-flung Royal Wind. Royal Wind, who has the God-level account card sweeping the floor and burning incense, is gradually falling into decline, and has fallen to the point where he can't even enter the playoffs. And this week, there is no doubt that the life and death battle between Thunder and Void will be broadcast. Currently, the two teams are preparing for the team competition. Thunder is playing at home. At present, Void is temporarily leading by 3-2. Xiao Shiqin once again chose to give up the ring competition to pursue the points in the single competition. At this time, the team competition lineups of both sides were also announced on the big screen. The lineup of Thunder is Xiao Shiqin, Life Extinguisher, Mechanic Fang Xuecai, Ghostly Talent, Assassin, Cheng Tai, Suifeng Sui Judo, Xie Chafeng, Guardian Angel, Han Yi, Destroyer Gunner, 6-player Wang Junjie, Sword Dance Chinga, Swordsman. The lineup of Void is Li Xian, Foshan Giki, Shen Ghost, Wu Yus, Ghost Carving, Jin Zhan Dual Cultivation, Gu Zhaoan, Fully Transparent, Ammunition Expert, Yang Haoxuan, Translucent, Gunner, Tang Lixing, Guardian Angel. The 6th player is Li Sun's Ghost Lantern Firefly, Assassin. Both teams are ready for the game. Let's enter the game. Life Extinguisher. Loading completed. Foshan Giki. Loading completed. Ghostly Talent. Loading completed. Ghost Carving. Loading completed. Map, Strong Grass in the Wind. Loading completed. Strong Grass in the Wind is an old map. A grass map with pastoral scenery as the main feature, with many terrain conditions for cover. Thunder obviously chose this map to fight against Void in the team game. Although Thunder has stopped losing streak, they have a hard time in the team game, because more and more teams know how to fight against Thunder with Xiao Shiqin, and it is enough to strangle Xiao Shiqin. Entering the game, Void took the lead in attacking the Thunder at 6 o'clock. A semi-transparent quantum cannon kicked off the battle, and the life-destroying mechanical airdrop threw bombs at Void. Void and others dispersed. Foshan Devil Cry released the Grey Array, and the Ghost carved Moonlight / towards life-destroying, and life-destroying thruster dodged the knife. The Destroyer Cannon blasted towards Foshan Devil Cry, and the Soul Keeper activated the Holy Shield to resist the firepower output from the Destroyer. On the other side, Guimekai moved, rushing towards the Void, assassinating, aiming at the Gunner semi-transparent, and a fully transparent explosive grenade interrupted Guimekai advance. Foshan Giki continued to release the Ghost Array, and the Frost Ghost Array was released under the feet of Lei Ting and his men. The rocket thruster of Xinglingmi fired a rocket punch at Guiku in front of him, and Guiku blocked it with a knife, but he was still repelled for a distance. Lei Ting and others hurriedly left the range of the ice array, and Suifeng rushed out from behind Xinglingmi. His target was Guiku. He grabbed it with one hand, but was unfortunately dodged by Guiku's afterimage, and Guiku immediately activated the small skill of Sword Soul Protection. Xinglingmi amplifier connected to the hunter to lock on Guiku, and just when the electronic I was about to capture Guiku, Foshan Guichi Dark Array blinded Xinglingmi in time, helping Guiku escape the siege of the two. The living being destroyed used the thruster again to successfully retreat from the range of the Dark Array. Another destroyer continued to attack, and the Void had no way to deal with the Gunner of Thunder. The open terrain, and no one could get close to him, made the destroyer very comfortable in attacking the Void. Foshan Guichio, Gunner. Quan Meitao received the orders set by the captain, threw a grenade to force the ghost who was approaching back, and then threw an incendiary bomb at the destroyer. The destroyer rolled back to avoid the incendiary bomb. At the same time, he switched positions and opened the energy accumulating artillery to bombard Quan Meitao. At this time, Xiao Shiqin was commanding the team in an orderly manner. Void also saw that the situation was not good, and the two ghosts successfully forced back the approaching Suifeng. The destroyer was approached by Ghost Lantern Firefly at this time. Ghost Lantern Firefly? It turned out that long after the Soul Guardian opened the Holy Shield, Li Xian found that the opponent's gunner was too troublesome and no one could restrict him. So he chose to let the Soul Guardian replace Ghost Lantern Firefly. Sure enough, the appearance of Ghost Lantern Firefly effectively relieved the pressure on the side of the Void. Seeing the gunner approached, Ghost chose to give up entanglement with Transparent and turn back to protect his own priest. Ghost's return defense successfully saved the destroyer, and the destroyer chose to return to his own camp and set up a point to output again. At this time, Transparent's ultimate move Chaos Thunder was launched. And the Soul Guardian opened the Holy Shield in time to resist the damage of Chaos Thunder. However, the throwing of the thunder caused a large number of explosions, and the side of the thunder's firepower was blocked. Fengshan Kiki activated the ultimate move Ghost Feast, and Guiku approached Xinglingmi and wanted to kill Xinglingmi. Xinglingmi threw out the magnetic field coil and successfully hit Guiku, just as Xinglingmi's mechanical fist was thrown. Gui Danginghua made a desperate attack, aiming at Xiao Shurqin Xinglingmi. Did Gui Danginghua make a desperate attack? It hit! The commentator shouted. No! Some of the fans of Thunder in the audience had closed their eyes and dared not watch. Just when everyone thought that Xinglingmi was being targeted and would become the first character to be eliminated, Xiao Shurqin controlled Xinglingmi to release the air compressor. And it was not the people of the Void who were surrounding him who were blown away, but his own teammates. Xinglingmi blew away his teammates and then started the self-destruction program. Fengshan Kiki, oh no! He is going to self-destruct. Retreat. However, how could Thunder let the Void retreat safely at this time? His captain had already made the final order. Life and Death used the ultimate to stop them. The Destroyer used the ultimate move Satellite Beam to attack Void and others. Void just wanted to quickly get out of the range of Life and Death's self-destruction. However, Jian Wuqingge, who came out from the back, killed Void. It turned out that Lei Ting also went to the replacement area to replace the Guardian with Jian Wuqingge. What Jian Wuqingge had to do now was very simple. That is, to stop Void with his body. So he rushed into the Void, used the ultimate move Jian Ding Tianxia, and then the Silver Light Falling Blade to successfully stop Void. As the countdown of 3, 2, 1 fell, with a bang, Life and Death self-destruction produced a huge shock wave, and Void and Jian Wuqingge were affected by the self-destruction. As the smoke generated by the self-destruction dissipated, Void had been completely destroyed, and Ghost Lantern Firefly was directly killed. What was even more fatal was that his own guardian angel was not present. Li Xian reacted immediately and attacked Jian Wuqingge, who was also at low health, while Lei Ting in the back made up for the damage in time, and Gui Mei harvested the residual game. In the end, with the screams of Thunder fans, Thunder won the team game, successfully defeated Void 7-3 at home, and they gnawed down this hard bone. Watching the end of the game, Li Xian closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. He knew that Void had been on vacation this season. On the Thunder side, Xiao Shurqin finally showed a long-lost smile. Self-destruction was a plan made early on, and Void had no strong front to resist his self-destruction. Xiao Shurqin lived up to the name of Tactical Master and won the game for the team with his own body. After the game, the two sides shook hands, and Li Xian and Xiao Shurqin hugged each other. Congratulations, Li Xian said a little choked. Come on. Xiao Shurqin patted Li Xian's shoulder gently. In this way, the playoff seed of the Glory Professional League was basically established, and the regular season also entered the end. Chapter 50, the final battle of the regular season. With the life and death battle between Thunder and Void last week, Thunder successfully took away Void. In addition, Thunder won against Wuji this week, which marked that Thunder officially entered the playoffs and Void was eliminated. Void played against Chi Kai in the final battle at home. After winning the team game, Li Xian couldn't help crying. I'm sorry. Li Xian cried bitterly while sitting in the battle seat. Void's players also hurried over to comfort their captain. Void fans off the court also cheered for Li Xian. It's okay, Captain. We come again next season. Come on. As a member of the Golden Generation, Li Xian saw that Yuan Zhou, Huang Xiaoyan, Zhang Xinjie and others who debuted at the same time had won the championship. Even Chu Yunxiu and Xiao Shurqin led the team into the playoffs. But the Void led by him fell in the regular season. He couldn't help but lose control of his emotions. At this time, other teams were also fighting fiercely, among which Samsara and Jia Shi were playing the last game of the ring game. At this time, the duel on the field was between One Leaf Autumn and One Shot Piercing Cloud. Currently, One Leaf Autumn was in an advantageous position, because Zhouzikai had already fought a match. Su Macheng, who played in the first round of the ring match, was in very good condition and successfully defeated Jiang Buotao and Lu Buiyuan. Although he lost to Zhouzikai in the end, he still helped Jia Shi gain a huge advantage. Sure enough, when Zhouzikai killed Yichio, he only had 50% of his blood left. One-leaf autumn strike was dodged by one-shot piercing cloud sliding tackle. One-shot piercing cloud stepping shot was followed by a curved shot. The three rifles and physical skills were entangled with one-leaf autumn. However, one-shot piercing cloud did not gain an advantage. Instead, it was suppressed by one-leaf autumn in close combat. One-leaf autumn's longest shot successfully hit one-shot piercing cloud. Finally, Haolong Pejuan, Nulong Chuanqin, and Fulong Xiantian successfully hit one-shot piercing cloud. Glory Jia Shi finally won the ring match. At present, the score between the two sides is 2-3 for the home team, which is temporarily behind the away team Jia Shi. Brothers, we can't lose in the team competition. Otherwise it will be so embarrassing to receive the award after losing, Zhou Yichen said with a fist. The Samsara people thought, no problem. They will receive the regular season championship award later. And they should have some dignity to receive well after losing. So the Samsara people put their hands together. 1, 2, 3. Come on! Entering the team competition. The lineup of Samsara is the same as the regular season. Zhou Zikai, Jiang Guotao, Zhou Yichen, Fang Minghua, Lu Boyuan. And the sixth player today is Wu Qi. Jia Shi side is Yiqiu, Su Mucheng, Lu Hao, Guiyang, Zhang Jiaxing. And the sixth player Shinjian. After shaking hands with each other, the players of both sides entered the battle seat. And the team competition was ready. Yichang Chuanyun. Loading completed. Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Yi Jiqiu. Loading completed. Mu Changfeng. Loading completed. Map, City of Angels. Loading completed. The players from both sides entered the map. The map chosen by Samsara today was also a relatively conventional one, the City of Angels. This is a map based on one of the main cities in the God's domain with an angel theme. The only change in the map is the stairs that are constantly rising and falling. Entering the game, Yiqian Chuanyun stepped on the stairs and shot first. Jia Shi and others hurriedly dispersed to avoid the bullets. Yu Xingchen rushed forward at this time, aiming at his idol Yi Jiqiu. The two battle mages were entangled with each other, as if the old and the new were changing. Mu Changfeng had already stood on the stairs that rose into the air, providing firepower support to Yi Jiqiu. Yiqian Chuanyun stepped up and shot, and the bullet flew towards Mu Changfeng. Mu Changfeng jumped onto another step, and Wu Tianri chose to fight Wu Lang again. Lu Hao fired a precise groundbreaking wave slash through Wu Lang and successfully hit Xiao Guzi Ruo. As Yiqiu commented, Lu Hao operation awareness and overall view are quite good, but he is prone to thinking about things that have nothing to do with the game. At this time, Lu Hao began to think wildly again. What if I kill Shuga Zirua by making a feint to the east and attacking in the west? Before Lu Hao could finish thinking, Jiang Guotao Wulong came to him. Lu Hao suddenly panicked and was chopped down by Wulong earth-shattering wave slash. Lu Hao is in good condition today. How come he was knocked down by Wulong? The commentator was speechless. Wulong wanted to go up to finish the attack, but unfortunately Mu Yuqingfeng artillery support interrupted Wulong attack. At the same time, Yiqiang Chuanyun turned his gun to the priest Jiying of Jia Shi. Qi Chengyanjui hurried back to Jiying and activated Qi Guan Changhong to force Yiqiang Chuanyun back. But Yiqiang Chuanyun dodged it with a sliding tackle while climbing the steps and firing a curved shot in the air. Seeing that the two people behind could not withstand the attack of Yiqiang Chuanyun alone, Mu Yuqingfeng had to give up supporting in Wu Xianri and fired the cannon. After a random stream of shots from Yiqian Chuanyun crippled two people from Jia Shi, he saw that Mu Yuchengfeng fire was aimed at him. So Yiqian Chuanyun could only dodge and retreat. On the other side of the battlefield, Yi Jiqiu and Yu Xingchen were still fighting passionately. Mu Changfeng turned his gun again and aimed at Yu Xingchen. While Yu Xingchen was resisting Yi Jiqiu attack, he used a Z-shaped shake to avoid Mu Changfeng Gatling machine gun. Yi Jiqiu did not let Yu Xingchen go at this time. Long Yan attacked Yu Xingchen with a sky-catching attack. Yu Xingchen turned 180 degrees and swept the round dance stick to repel Yi Jiqiu. Just as Mu Changfeng was preparing to continue to output, a gunshot interrupted her output. She climbed up the stairs that alternated up and down with a gun through the clouds and started the big move, Barrett Sniper. His target was Mu Changfeng. With a bang, gunshot, Mu Changfeng's sixth sense attacked, and he reacted in time to dodge to the right rear. But he was still shot through the left shoulder. What a pity, Zhou Zikai said secretly. Yi Jiqiu, priest milk. Qigong Master Switch. At the command, Jiying opened the angel wings and used the holy word to heal Ye Zhiqiu. And a holy light instantly rose from Ye Zhiqiu body. Case yeah. Straightened to Yu Xingchen. And Yu Xingchen falling flower palm interrupted Ye Zhiqiu attack rhythm. And Mu Yu Chengfeng continued to help Ye Zhiqiu to support. Yiqiang Chuanyan chose to switch fire again. And the target was in Wuxianri. At this time, and Wuxianri was chased and beaten by Wulong. There was no restraint relationship between the same characters, so it could only be that his skills were inferior to others. And Wuxianri, who was originally unable to hold on, saw that the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Yiqiang Chuanyan, and secretly said that it was not good, and wanted to retreat and crawl back to his own camp. However, Yiqiang Chuanyan would not give him this opportunity. He slid and kneed to kick and Wuxianri into the air, and then used a whirlwind kick. Finally, he landed perfectly and shot the gun directly to red blood. At this time, Jia Shi's sixth man Lian Jin had arrived. But Yiqiang Chuanyu did not choose to save an Wuxianri, but chose to kill Yu Xingchen. Lian Jin arrived and attacked Yu Xingchen with Yi Zhiqiu and Mu Yu Chengfeng above. Yu Xingchen knew it was difficult to resist and prepared to retreat. Jia Shi obviously didn't want to let Yu Xingchen go. At this time, Xiao Guzi Rua took action, opened the angel wings and threw out the holy fire, forcing back the two people who were close to Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen, I said you want to kill me so much. Don't do it. Priest. Yiqiu heart tightened. Not good. As expected, Yun Shanluan was not seen on the front battlefield. So the replacement was Cruel Silence. As expected, Cruel Silence had already rushed to the side of Ji Ying with the smoke from the artillery fire on the field. Yi Zhiqiu, Ying. Be careful of assassins. However, when Yiqiu sent the message, Ji Ying was still chanting the light of divine blessing. Seeing the message sent by the captain, Zhang Jiaxing had already seen Cruel Silence stabbing him. He made a life-threatening attack and successfully hit. Excellent Era made a big mistake. They actually overlooked the most powerful substitution tactic of this season, Samsara. There was no way. The assassin had already approached their own priest. Yi Zhiqiu and Lian Jin wanted to return to defense, but Yu Xingchen had already stuck to them like sticky candy. Mu Chengfeng had to give up the continuous attack on Yu Xingchen. Su Mu Cheng controlled the character to jump onto the steps at the back and activated the ultimate move Satellite Ray, targeting Cruel Silence, who was close to Jiying. Cruel Silence had to give up the continuous attack on Jiying, and stepped into the smoke and dust. Yi Zhiqiu and Lian Jin in front had successfully crippled Yu Xingchen. Just when the two were preparing to kill, a shot through the clouds interrupted their offensive rhythm. They looked back and saw Wu Lang was also rushing over here. Where is Dark Day? Oh! It's already been sent. Mu Yuqingfeng naturally discovered the approach of the Samsara team, and was about to provide frontal fire support. But Cruel Jingma stepped onto the steps to assassinate, and tried to interrupt Mu Yuqingfeng's support. As the chanting of Shiga Zuru God's blessing light began, the Samsara team began a full-scale counterattack. Ye Zhiqiu and Lian Jin fought and retreated, and they could only delay until Qi Changyanshui arrived. However, the Samsara team's frontal suppression was too strong, and Mu Yuqingfeng was entangled by Cruel Jingma. At this time, Jia Shi could not withstand the frontal attack of Samsara. Finally, when Qi Changyanshui arrived, Ye Zhiqiu and Lian Jin had been eliminated. After the Samsara team eliminated the two people in the front of Jia Shi, they immediately pointed their guns at the Jia Shi priest, who was still on the field. After an easy battle, Samsara eliminated Jia Shi, and Mu Yuqingfeng replaced Cruel Jingma under the attack of the Samsara team. Let's congratulate Samsara for winning the 7-3 home game against Excellent Era. A perfect final battle. And congratulations to them for winning the regular season championship of the 7th season of the Glory Professional League. With the roar of the host, the fireworks that had been prepared exploded, and the sky full of tidbits flew on the stage. And all the Samsara fans were boiling, which was something they had never thought of. An Excellent Era could only leave the field sadly. Their loss to Samsara meant that they were squeezed to the 7th place in the regular season. They will play against last season's runner-up Tiny Herb in the first round, which is not good news. With the exit and blessings of the people from Excellent Era, Samsara began the celebration night of the regular season champion. Come on! Strive to win the championship, Yiqiu said to Zhou Yichen in the backcourt. Well, we will do it, Zhou Yichen said confidently. Be careful, Tiny Herb. Yichio patted Zhou Yichin on the shoulder and left after saying this. Zhou Yichin watched Yichio leave. And the people from Samsara also came over. What did Senior Yichio say? Asked the Samsara team. Senior Yi told us to be careful of Tiny Herb. But it should be Tiny Herb that should be careful of us, Zhou Yichin said with a smile. After that, Samsara team returned to the scene to celebrate the first regular season championship in the team's history. Chapter 51 Regular Season Summary and Regular Season Awards. With the end of the final battles of each team, some are happy and some are sad. The top 8 teams entering the playoffs have begun to prepare for the game. At the press conference after the 38th round, the 8 teams that have entered the playoffs were cautious in answering questions about the playoff matchups. The most common answer was, "It is not convenient to disclose." The start time of the playoffs is set on June 14th, the beginning of a new week. As usual, the first-ranked Samsara team will play against the 8th-ranked Thunder in the regular season. After a short break, the two teams will face off in the playoffs. During the short off-season, no team dared to relax. After all, even a strong team like Samsara and Weichao could not guarantee that they could win against the Thunder led by Xiao Shichin and Excellent Era led by Yichio. After determining the opponents for the first round of the playoffs, intensive preparations began. Each team has deployed various strategies for their playoff opponents. Samsara had a heated discussion about Xiao Shichin. Apparently, in the life and death battle between Thunder and Void, Xiao Shichin's self-explosion made everyone a little scalp tingling. And it's not just the major teams that are busy preparing for the playoffs, but also the league, major media, sponsors, fans, etc., all arranging their various tasks for the upcoming climax of this season. Reporters sent by many media hope to get information about the preparations of each team before the playoffs. Of course, some teams will use this opportunity to throw smoke bombs to their opponents. The playoffs are not only a contest between players, but also on and off the court, from the psychological level to the tactical level, such as whether the newcomers can withstand the high-intensity pressure of the playoffs. This competition is not just as simple as the on-court confrontation. Facing interviews from many media, Samsara, as the regular season champion, confidently expressed that they will become the 5th new champion after Blue Rain. The Weichao team also said that they are determined to win 2 championships. Samsara? Wait until they enter the finals. The 3rd-place Blue Rain team is also full of confidence in their 2 consecutive championships. Although the sudden introduction of the voice rules by the league has caused them a lot of trouble, they are still not afraid of challenges. For this reason, Huang Xiaoyan also wrote a 2,000-word sentiment and outlook for the future on the internet. The 4th-place Tyranny seems to be very low-key. After all, their opponents are tough. The 5th-place Baihua, the 6th-place Jinyu, the 7th-place Jia Shi and the 8th-place Lei Ting directly rejected the reports of major media and invested in emergency preparations. After all, the league now seems to have a clear pattern this season. That is, Samsara, Tiny Herb and Blue Rain are competing for hegemony. But among the 3 teams, Tiny Herb double-killed Samsara. Samsara double-killed Blue Rain. And Blue Rain beat Tiny Herb, which is a bit of a mutual restraint relationship. Of course, I wish them good results in the playoffs. The reports on each team basically have such a conclusion. Then, the analysis and predictions of the major teams began to emerge in large numbers, and aroused heated discussions on the internet. Samsara undoubtedly has the highest support rate for winning the championship, but it is only 32%. They won the regular season championship ahead of schedule. Of course, many people are not optimistic about their victory. The reason is simple. They have no experience in the finals, and Tiny Herb defeated them twice in the regular season. Tiny Herb is close behind, with a support rate of 30%. Many players believe that as long as they pass the Blue Rain level, they will have a great chance of winning the championship. Although the Blue Rain team is the champion of the last season, the support rate for them to win 2 consecutive championships is only 20%. Because many players believe that the prohibition of voice rules has seriously damaged the vitality of Blue Rain. The next is Tyranny with 8%, and the other 4 teams account for 10% in total. Various reports, comments, and debates are openly discussed online. Before the playoffs started, the players were already arguing with each other, each with their own reasons and opinions. Some even thought that the reason why Samsara ranked first in the regular season was because they had so many handsome guys on the team. Samsara did not respond to this mindless behavior. Entering the finals, and winning the championship was the best slap in their faces. On June 8th, there were still 6 days before the start of the playoffs. The league also announced the major awards selected for the regular season on this day. The king of singles is undoubtedly Zhou Yichen. Although Zhou Yichen did not play a few singles games later, he successfully unlocked the achievement of being invincible in singles for a season. At the moment of the announcement, Chu Yunxiu also said congratulations. Chu Yunxiu, congratulations. Little brat. You are so awesome. I am jealous. Zhou Yichen, is it the trophy that I am jealous of? It's my body. Chu Yunxiu, get lost. Zhou Yichen, okay. Good luck in the playoffs. Chu Yunxiu, you too. Let's contact each other after the playoffs. The defending star, Jia Shi. The ring match of Tiny Herb this season has become an effective way for them to score points. Because they have Jia Shi. That's all. One-hit kill. Shouzakai. Shouzakai ability to harvest in both the ring match and the team match is obvious to all. These 3 data are completely derived from technical statistics, without any subjective emotions. The final result is naturally not worth much controversy. Some people just think that Zhou Yichen, the newcomer, has never encountered any strong enemies. Of course, this sentence was criticized to pieces. You can let your great god fight my Zhou Yichen. I will support you with both hands and feet. After the awards for the 3 statistical data, there are various awards selected by the league. The first is the undisputed best newcomer of this season, Zhou Yichen. There is no dispute about the best newcomer of this season. Zhou Yichen's sudden appearance can be said to have brought a lot of changes to Samsara, allowing Samsara, a one-man team that was hovering in the first round of the playoffs, to directly break through to the regular season championship. The changes he brought to Samsara are obvious. First of all, Zhou Yichen played a huge role in the active atmosphere within the team and the positive support of Samsara. In addition, he achieved an achievement that no one else has achieved so far, 1 against 3 in the ring match. With his puppy-like appearance, invincible single-player results, excellent ring match winning rate, and nearly impeccable team performance, Zhou Yichen gained a large number of fans before winning the championship in the first season. In the selection report, a particularly domineering sentence is, for him. He suddenly appeared. Impeccable. And there is no such thing as a rookie wall. This comment is like putting Zhou Yichen on the altar. Even the league feels that if Yichio era of one player in the league enters the era of twin stars, it will not only bring huge popularity to the league, but also mark the real decline of single core. Regarding the doubts about Zhou Yichen character, some people only think that he is a bit of a mouth cannon and a chatterbox. But that's nothing. Look at Huang Xiaoyan next door. Zhou Yichen is like a 3-good student in front of him. With the release of the selection, Zhou Yichen became another rookie player who did not encounter the rookie wall after Jia Shi. Some people even think that if Zhou Yichen debuts and wins the championship, he should be the strongest rookie in the history of the league. Of course, there are still relatively few champions who debuted and won the championship. Are Jia Shi in the first season considered rookies? Zhang Xinjia in the 4th season and Yu Feng in the 6th season also won the best rookie when they debuted, and then won the championship with the team. Therefore, many people are optimistic that Zhou Yichen can achieve the championship when he debuts. The best 6th man was won by Song Shao of the Blue Rain team. Although the substitution tactics of Samsara this season are very good, their 6th man is not fixed, and they always rotate between Du Ming and Wu Qi. The best improvement award was won by Su Bin of Team 301. Grinding King Su Bin is worthy of his reputation, and many people are worried about collapse in the regular season. The best combination was finally awarded to the strong new pair of Samsara, Zhou Zakai and Zhou Yichen, who swept many teams in the new season. The double weak combination also successfully broke the monopoly of excellent era Yisu combination on the best combination. Of course, there is no objection to the best combination. After all, if you ask the teams ranked lower how they lost to Samsara, they will unanimously answer, they were penetrated by Yu Xingchen and Yi Chong Chuanyun. Regular season MVP, Wei Chao Jia Shi, who has the god-level character Wang Bulixing and the title of Magician, also won his first regular season MVP this season, completing the Honor Grand Slam. This season, Vici Gaming impressed people with its strong performance in the arena matches. But as the saying goes, without Jia Shi, Vici Gaming would not be strong in the arena matches. Many times, it was Jia Shi's personal strength that helped the team win by completing 1-on-2 or 1-on-3. Of course, Many people also hotly debated why they didn't give the chance to Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen as Samsara. Obviously, this question made sense. Because compared with Vichy Gaming Jia Shi, Samsara's strength this season is more like a whole. No longer the one-man team that was criticized before. The most powerful thing is naturally that Vichy Gaming successfully double-killed Samsara, which ranked first in the regular season. This game can be said to be closely related to Jia Shi. Whether it is the arrangement of tactics or the manifestation of personal strength. The preparation period for the playoffs caused some waves because of the announcement of the regular season awards. But this is already a rhythm that everyone is more accustomed to. The announcement of the regular season awards every year is controversial. But for Samsara, they would rather not have any awards. They just want the championship. The teams of the winning players will be notified personally by the league. At the award ceremony for the regular season awards, Zhou Yichen took over the Best Newcomer trophy and made bold statements. As the first senior Jia Shi to break the rookie wall, "We are waiting for you in the finals to complete your revenge." Hearing Zhou Yichen's harsh words, Jia Shi was not to be outdone. After receiving the regular season MVP award, he also said the same words to Samsara. "If Wei Chao can kill you twice, there will be a third time. See you in the finals." Zhou Yichen shouting and Jia Shi's response brought the heated discussion about the playoffs on the internet to a climax. Chapter 52. First game of the playoffs. The fangs of reincarnation are revealed. At 8 p.m. on June 17th, the venue was already full. In the playoffs, every game is a crucial battle. As usual, there are away seats reserved for away fans. At this time, the entire venue has gone dark, and the playoffs have officially begun. Welcome to the climax of the annual Glory Professional League playoffs. Today, the two teams to face off are Samsara, which ranked first in the regular season, and Thunder, which ranked 8th in the regular season. This game is sponsored by McDonald's, Kenda, and hello, everyone. I am the commentator Xiaowei. Hello, everyone. I am the commentator Jianbin. Neither team has ever made it past the first round. Last season, Samsara and Thunder both lost in the first round of the playoffs. It seems that one of the two teams will eventually break through the team history this year. Let's focus on the scene. Let's welcome the away Thunder with warm applause. The host Jiarui of Samsara home court said passionately, "Thunder, Thunder, Thunder." The playoffs are different from the regular season. The away Thunder team cheered wildly to welcome their team to the stage. As the Thunder team appeared on the stage and the host introduced the Thunder team waved to the audience and returned to their away seats. Let's welcome the home team, Samsara. With even more enthusiastic applause, Jiarui shouted, "Samsara! Samsara! Samsara!" The home team members of Samsara came on stage and waved to the fans in the audience. The introduction of both teams is over. The first game of the 7th season of the Glory Professional League playoffs. Samsara plays against Thunder at home. Let's wait and see. And let the commentary stand take over. Welcome back. The first playoff match of the season is about to take place. Samsara versus Thunder. What do you think, Mr. Jianbin? Xiaowei asked Jianbin, who was standing next to him. In my opinion, Samsara is a team without any shortcomings. They only need to consider whether the best newcomer Zhou Yichen can adapt to the playoffs. Jianbin analyzed. As for Lei Ting, I think Captain Xiao Shichin has already made preparations. Okay. Let's start the game. Let's go to the first singles match. The players set by Samsara exceeded everyone's expectations. Du Ming played in the first singles match of Samsara. Lei Ting set a substitute from Team 1. Obviously, they wanted to play the game of Tianji. But they didn't meet the superior horse they wanted to meet. Lei Ting obviously didn't expect it. But Xiao Shichin didn't panic because he was calculated by Samsara. Because he thought that since Zhou Yichen was not in the first game, he should appear in the important ring match. As expected, Du Ming easily won the first game. But when he saw that Wu Qi played in the second game, Xiao Shichin frowned. You know, Wu Qi has always been the player who played in the third game of Samsara. Something is wrong. The second player to appear on Lei Ting's side is the deputy captain Fang Xuecai. Both of them are assassins and old enemies. Wu Qi regrettably lost to Fang Xuecai last time. Seeing Fang Xuecai on the field, Luanhui and the others also knew Lei Ting's intention, and gave Luanhui 2.5 points for the team competition with 2 points for the singles match. However, Luanhui laughed happily. Not for anything else. Because Zhou Yichen played in their third singles match. Cruel Silence vs Ghostly Talent. The two looked at each other before entering the battle seat. I won't lose this time. Wu Qi looked at Fang Xuecai and said, Me too. Fang Xuecai shot back. After that, the two walked to their respective battle seats, inserted the cards, and prepared to enter the game. Cruel Silence. Loading completed. Ghostly Talent. Loading completed. Map. Countryside Dusk. Rain falls in the countryside. Loading completed. This was the map Fang Xuecai chose when the two fought last time. Unfortunately, he lost to Fang Xuecai last time. This time, his purpose for choosing this map was simple. To avenge his previous shame in the same place. And he would never fall in the same place twice. 3, 2, 1, fight! The game started, and both sides ran towards the bridge at the same time. However, unlike last time, Cruel Silence did not enter the room next to the bridge, but ambushed under the bridge. Guimekai obviously didn't know. He chose to enter a room around the bridge like last time, squatting in the corner to ambush Cruel Silence. The already quiet village became even quieter. The sun set, and the moonlight came. The moonlight shone into the room where Guimekai was. Guimekai avoided the moonlight, hearing no movement around. Fang Xuecai felt something was wrong. He moved slowly in the room to avoid being warned by the referee. However, he did not see the news about Cruel Silence's yellow card warning. But there were indeed no footsteps around, indicating that Cruel Silence was not around him. However, what Fang Xuecai didn't know was that Cruel Jingma, who was hiding under the bridge, saw Guimekai's shadow cast by the moonlight with the help of the moonlight. At this time, Cruel Jingma kept staring at the room where Guimekai was. The audience was holding their breath. Thunder fans hoped that their vice-captain would not come out, while Samsara fans hoped that Guimekai would not be able to sit still and go out to find Cruel Jingma. Finally, under the shining of the moonlight, Guimekai could not sit still. He first used the shadow clone to let the shadow climb over the wall to go out. However, at this time, Guimekai was no different from someone who had his crotch seen through. Cruel Jingma could not see Cruel Jingma at all in the dimness under the bridge. But Cruel Jingma could see Guimekai completely with the help of the moonlight. At this moment, Guimekai actions were no different from those of a clown in Cruel Jingma eyes. Finally, after realizing that there was no danger, Guimekai used an air jump to successfully climb over the wall and go to another room. At this time, Cruel Jingma, who had been hiding under the bridge for a full 10 minutes, took action. He rushed and assassinated instantly to Guimekai back. And Pucci. Guimekai was successfully hit, and the back attack damage was increased by 20%. At this time, Guimekai reacted too late, and Cruel Jingma's life-threatening attack had already been launched. Cruel Jingma, who had been squatting for a full 10 minutes, finally moved. Guimekai didn't notice Cruel Jingma's back attack. The assassination hit the life-threatening attack. Can it hit? It hit! Xiao Wei explained. It's over. It's over. It's over. This is what the Thunder fans sitting in the away seats are thinking at this time. Obviously, Wu Qi was fully prepared for this battle. Of course, part of the reason was that Thunder did not expect Wu Qi to appear in this second game, which obviously interrupted Thunder's strategic deployment. The throat-cutting attack came. Guimekai avoided it with the Thunder, and stabbed with distraction. Cruel Silence locked onto Guimekai like a shadow, and flashed with arc light, successfully blinding Guimekai temporarily with the help of the reflection brought by the moonlight. Cruel Silence did not give up this opportunity, and attacked with broken ankles, kicked Guimekai down with one kick, and finally made up for the vital attack, successfully taking Guimekai away. Let us congratulate Wu Qi for winning the second singles match, and also brought the second point to Samsara. It can only be said that Wu Qi's 10-minute squatting result was meaningful. Xiao Wei explained. Awesome. I was tricked by you. Fang Xuecai left the battle seat and shook hands with Wu Qi. Thank you. After all, our goal is to win the championship. Wu Qi shook hands and turned around and left. Looking at Wu Qi leaving, Fang Xuecai couldn't help but feel emotional. Who isn't a champion? After returning to their own team seat, the Samsara team and Wu Qi clapped and congratulated each other. They won the crucial second point. Samsara's purpose was very simple. They wanted to solve Thunder in advance and enter the semifinals first. Looking at Fang Xuecai, who returned from defeat, Xiao Shiqin comforted him. It's okay. My problem? I didn't expect the changes in Samsara. Leave it to me next. After saying that, Xiao Shiqin was ready to go on stage and walk to the battle seat. However, the battle list announced on the big screen at this time made him feel nervous. The third person set by Samsara was Zhou Yichen. There have always been people who objected that the reason why Zhou Yichen has been undefeated in singles so far is because he has not encountered a strong enemy at the all-star level. Well, this time, let Xiao Shiqin become the first all-star stepping stone for Zhou Yichen undefeated feat. Chapter 53 Zhou Yichen First Playoff Match. Xiao Shiqin Helplessness. With the end of the first two singles matches, the third singles match is about to begin, with Zhou Yichen of the Samsara team playing against Xiao Shiqin of the Thunder team. At this time, other major teams were also watching the first playoff match of the 7th season. After seeing that Zhou Yichen and Xiao Shiqin were playing against each other in the third singles match, each team knew that Thunder's intentions were guessed by Samsara. Now Xiao Shiqin must beat Zhou Yichen. Otherwise, they will lose all their points. If they lose the team match, Thunder will have to say goodbye to the playoff stage. Yu Wenzhou analyzed when he saw the two of them on the court. Yes, if Thunder didn't score a single point in the first round, then the second round would be Thunder's home court. Samsara only needs to send Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai in the singles match. If they get a point, Samsara will directly advance to the semifinals. Xiao Shiqin is under a lot of pressure now. Zhang Jiala was also watching the game in the Baihua operations room. At this time, the two of them have already stepped onto the stage. Senior Xiao, I have wanted to fight you for a long time, Zhou Yichen said to Xiao Shiqin. Please give me more advice. Please give me more advice. Xiao Shiqin used his hand to hold his glasses. But from the fact that his hands were shaking a little, it can be seen that Xiao Shiqin is under a lot of pressure now. Entering the battle seat, both sides inserted the card to enter the game. Yu Xingchen vs Xinglingmi. Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Xinglingmi. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena. Loading completed. The members of other teams saw Zhou Yichen choose this map again, and they couldn't help but sigh. This kid is too confident. Xiao Shiqin is not so easy to deal with. Entering the game, Yu Xingchen opened the attributeless dazzling pattern with a gun to accelerate and approach Xinglingmi. Longya took action. Xinglingmi opened the thruster and stepped back to avoid the dragon tooth. Threw out the mechanical tracking, and the self-destructing small robot chased Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen fired a dazzling pattern to knock down the self-destructing robot that was mechanically tracking. Xinglingmi rushed forward with a rocket punch. Yu Xingchen blocked with a gun and hit with a falling flower palm. Xinglingmi used the thrusters to retreat in time to avoid it, and threw out the magnetic field coil to increase Yu Xingchen load. Yu Xingchen chose to give up the close-range attack on Xinglingmi and get out of the range of the magnetic field coil. After retreating, Yu Xingchen suddenly stopped and rushed out. Xiao Shiqin didn't react. The two consecutive attacks hit Xinglingmi's shoulder and triggered the bleeding effect. Yu Xingchen wanted to continue the attack, but Xinglingmi used the air compressor to blow Yu Xingchen away in time. The mechanical airdrop was turned on, and two winter melon-like things turned the propellers to throw bombs at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen dodged the bombs that fell to the ground while paying attention to Xinglingmi's movements. Xinglingmi drove out the hunter, and the mechanical dog ran out of the trunk and rushed towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen swept 180 degrees and knocked down the mechanical dog that pounced on him. Xinglingmi looked at Yu Xingchen, who was disgusted by the mechanical dog, turned on the amplifier and self-propelled artillery to launch a fierce fire output against Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen calmly dodged the attack of artillery fire in the arena. A shell exploded in front of Yu Xingchen, producing a huge smoke. Xinglingmi found that he had lost the target and turned on the electronic eye to find Yu Xingchen. However, Yu Xingchen had already relied on the smoke caused by the shell to attack behind Xinglingmi. Xinglingmi was still looking at the electronic eye at this time. Suddenly Xiao Shiqin felt a chill on his back, and hurriedly exited the electronic eye to control Xinglingmi to look behind him. But Yu Xingchen was already in front of him. Falong Zaiqian made a move, setting off a whirlwind. Xinglingmi was hit, and his eyes were blown by the whirlwind, and he couldn't open his eyes. Xiao Shiqin is about to take a big hit. Yi Qiu was watching this duel in the battle seat of Jia Shi. As the ancestor of battle mages, he naturally understood what Zhou Yichen was going to do next. Yu Xingchen successfully floated Xinglingmi in the air with his sky strike, and used the shadow step to start a 4-hit floating combo. When the floating ended, Yu Xingchen followed up with a 180-degree sweep of the round dance stick, forcing Xinglingmi to fall to the ground. Yu Xingchen stood firm and used the Hao Long Pajun, the new Long Chuan Xian, and then Fu Long Xiang Tian to attack. The battle mage's strongest killing move attacked the fallen Sheng Ling Ye, because the force fall of the round dance stick ignored the body. Sheng Ling Ye could not quickly dodge this killing move by body. Fu Long Xiang Tian successfully hit the fallen Sheng Ling Ye. Sheng Ling Ye, who originally had an advantage in health, turned into a disadvantage. This is not good for Xiao Shiqin, Xiao Wei explained. With the successful hit of Fu Long Xiangtian, Sheng Lingmi's health dropped sharply, leaving only more than 30%, while Yu Xingchen still had 60% of his health. After waiting for Sheng Lingmi to get up successfully, Yu Xingchen manipulated the dragon gallbladder in his hand to kill again. Sheng Lingmi could only use the mechanical fist to fight and retreat, and threw out the mechanical tracking that had been turned on again. Unfortunately, while being knocked down by Yu Xingchen Phantom Dragon Fang, Sheng Lingmi was also poked by several bullets. After Yu Xingchen swept with the gun, he suddenly squatted down to receive a tyrant smash. Fortunately, Xiao Shiqin reacted in time and retreated with the thrusters to avoid Yu Xingchen up and down sweeps. Sheng Lingmi looked at Yu Xingchen, who was pulling away, threw out mechanical airdrops and magnetic field coils, and wanted to combo to hit Yu Xingchen. Unfortunately, Zhou Yichen was not stupid. He left the range of the magnetic field coils. Although he was affected by the bombs in the air, it was not a big deal. Yu Xingchen activated the light attribute dazzling pattern and attacked Sheng Lingmi again. The additional attack speed of Dragon Gallbladder and the extremely high attack power made Sheng Lingmi feel extremely painful as long as he was poked. Yu Xingchen ignored Sheng Lingmi's attack at this time. His purpose was very simple: to exchange blood. My damage is higher than yours. My attack speed is faster than yours. And my blood is more than yours. I will win the exchange of blood. Xiao Shiqin saw Zhou Yichen's purpose. This was not a solution. He turned on the air compressor to blow Yu Xingchen away before making plans. However, this attack was predicted by Zhou Yichen. The V-shaped sky strike was launched, and the air pressure was not released yet, and Sheng Lingmi was floated again. Sheng Lingmi wanted to use the air compressor to force Yu Xingchen back, but Yu Xingchen used the sky strike. The timing was perfect, and the move was perfect. Jianbin explained passionately. This sky strike has the flavor of Yiqiu, Han Wenqing said as he watched the duel. It seems that, as expected, Thunderbolt can't get past Samsara. And if we make it to the semifinals, our opponent will be Samsara, Zhang Xinjia said, holding his glasses. Let's talk about it after the semifinals. Let's win the first game first, and then talk about the semifinals, Han Wenqing said expressionlessly. At this time, Sheng Lingmi's air compressor failed to attack Yu Xingchen, but was instead suspended in the air. Yu Xingchen used the shadow step to perform a floating combo, and Sheng Lingmi's already low health was already red. Yu Xingchen, goodbye, Captain Xiao. As the combo ended, Yu Xingchen added Dragon Fang and followed up with a strong dragon pressure, successfully taking Sheng Lingmi away. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game. The singles match is over. The current score is 3-0 for the home team Samsara and the away team Thunder. Thunder must adjust as soon as possible. If the adjustment is not timely, and they are 9.5-0, it will be almost impossible to turn the tables even if they return to their home court in the second round, Jianbin explained. Yes. Let's go to a commercial. After the commercial, the two teams will compete in the ring match. Welcome back. The next one is the ring match between Samsara and Thunder. This match is sponsored by Chengdu and Tanger. The list of the ring match has been announced. Please look at the big screen, because Thunder put all the main players in the singles match. The ring match was played by a substitute player of the first team plus the starting players Han Yi and Wang Junjie, while Samsara started with Zhou Zikai, followed by Jiang Buotao and Lu Boyuan. Obviously, after seeing Xiao Shiqin on the court in the third game, Samsara knew that they had chosen to give up the ring match. So Samsara would not let you play tricks. It would be best if Zhou Zikai could beat Thunder directly in the first game. It doesn't matter if he fails, because Jiang Buotao and Lu Boyuan will carry him. Of course, the main purpose of sending Zhou Zikai is to directly break through the psychological defense of Thunder. Wow! Samsara really wants to kill Thunder directly. Yiqiu saw that Zhou Zikai was the first player in the first game of the ring match on the big screen, and he knew that Samsara no longer regarded Thunder as a human being, and wanted Zhou Zikai to play and end the game quickly. If Thunder did not adjust in time in the team match, Samsara would directly give them a 0 egg at home. At this time, sitting in the sidelines and watching Xiao Shurqin was already numb, and he could only encourage the player who was about to go on stage. Relax. The opponent is Samsara. We won't lose if we lose, and we will make a lot of money if we win. Xiao Shurqin clapped his hands and said. However, in less than 10 minutes, Zhou Zikai completed a 1-on-3 victory over Thunder in the playoffs. The fans of Samsara off the court shouted excitedly. Closing. 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 Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for being the first to complete a 1-on-3 victory in the playoffs. Currently, Samsara leads Thunder 5.5-0. Thunder must win the team competition. Otherwise they will most likely say goodbye to this season. Xiao Wei explained. Xiao Shurqin looked at his teammates, who were silent to the extreme. He was numb. Could it be that he could not escape the fate of being eliminated in the first round of the playoffs? We haven't lost yet. Cheer up. Xiao Shurqin shouted with all his strength. Although he said so, in fact, everyone in Thunder knew in their hearts that they could not defeat Samsara at all, and they would end here this season. It seems that the first semifinal will appear so soon, and Thunder is already confused. Zhang Xinjie understood after seeing the expression of Thunder after the ring game that Thunder had already admitted defeat in his heart. Chapter 54. The Thunder was penetrated. The first game of the playoffs ended, and the first Zero Seal was born. Welcome back. Now you are watching the first game of the 7th season of the Glory Professional League playoffs. The two teams are Samsara, which ranked first in the regular season, and Thunder, which ranked 8th in the regular season. Samsara is currently leading with a score of 5.5-0. This game is sponsored by McDonald's, Tanger, and BB. At present, Samsara's situation is very good. They only need to win the team game and accumulate 9.5 points. They are likely to enter the semifinals first. As for Thunder, they started high and ended low this season. They finally entered the playoffs, and now they have half a foot out of the playoffs. They need to adjust quickly. Jianbin analyzed, as the team members on the field came on stage one after another. The first team game of the playoffs was about to kick off. Come on. Samsara? Samsara will win. Closing. Closing. Come on. Thunder. Hold on. Thunder. Samsara lineup for the first team match of the playoffs is a little different from the regular season. Namely, Zhou Zikai, Yiqiang Chuanyun, Sharpshooter Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen, Battle Mage, Jiang Guotao, Wulong, Magic Swordsman, Lu Buiyuan, Yushan Wan Judo, Wuqi, Cruel Silence, Assassin. The 6th player is Fang Minghua. Xiada Ziru, Priest. The Thunder's lineup is relatively conventional. Namely, Xiao Shurqin, Shenglingmi, Mechanic, Fan Xuecai, Gimai Kai, Assassin, Cheng Tai, Broken Wind, Judo, Xie Chengfeng, Guardian Angel, Han Yi, Destroyer, Gunner, 6-man Wang Junjie, Sword Dance Song, Swordsman, no Priest. This is the question raised by other teams when they saw the 5 starting players of Samsara. But on second thought, Samsara really wants to blow up Thunder. Obviously, not having a priest means that Samsara will not allocate one person to protect the priest. Now the 5 people on the field can let go and disrupt Thunder's formation. More importantly, Xiao Shurqin did not expect Samsara to be so bold. There is no such set in his strategic deployment. Samsara wants to order Thunder's dishes. Wang Xiaoyan sighed after looking at the team lineups of both sides. Obviously, Samsara does not take Thunder seriously. Or Samsara knows that Thunder is on the verge of collapse after watching Thunder's performance in the past, and they want to end Thunder as soon as possible. Zhang Xinjie analyzed. If Thunder doesn't hold up, the team game will be one-sided. Yu Wenzhou concluded. The players on the field entered the battle seats one after another and inserted the cards to enter the game. One shot through the clouds. Loaded. Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Shumling Ye. Loaded. Map. Ancient Roman Colosseum ruins. Loaded. Seeing the map selected by Samsara, the other teams knew that what they thought in their hearts was indeed correct. This is a very obvious lore map. The ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum, which is a map made in imitation of the ancient Roman Colosseum. The center of this map is a huge arena, and the birth point and replacement point of both sides are located at the location of the gladiator entrance area below the arena. There are a lot of ruins around the map, but there are not many places that can be covered. due to its simple and rough map style. Many teams like to choose this map in team games. When to choose it? Well, when the strength gap is too large. When bullying. This map is used for bullying for players who have watched the game. Oh my god. Samsara didn't treat Thunder as a human being and chose the arena map. Huang Xiaotian was shocked when he saw this map. At this time, everyone in Thunder was also very angry because they were ordered to play in the playoffs. Since Samsara has chosen this map, we can't lose. We can't let them look down on us. Xiao Shiqin yelled at his teammates. Of course, Samsara didn't choose this map because they looked down on Thunder and wanted to order Thunder's dishes. But they knew very well that Xiao Shiqin would never think that they would choose this map. After all, it's the playoffs. Who hasn't ordered a map reserve? But this map will be excluded because it is simple and crude. Just do it directly. Samsara chose this map and arranged a lineup without a priest. The purpose is to interrupt Xiao Shiqin's strategic deployment and on-the-spot command. Like to type and command? Then I will type until you can't type. Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai are very confident that they can penetrate the Thunder's formation. After all, in the regular season, I don't know how many teams were directly penetrated by these two in the team competition. 3, 2, 1, fight! Entering the game, Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyan took the lead, rushing out from the entrance area below the arena and heading straight for Lei Ting's entrance area. The other three members of Samsara followed closely behind. Lei Ting was not to be outdone. If you want to fight hard, then come on. A battle between men began. Yu Xingchen rushed directly into the Lei Ting formation under the fire of the destroyer and the fist of Suifeng, and went straight to Lei Ting's guardian angel, the guardian of the spirit. Yiqian Chuanyun was responsible for the fire output on the side. Guimei wanted to block Yiqian Chuanyun's continuous output, but unfortunately, he was entangled by cruel silence. Wu Lang and Yun Shanluan also pressed on it this time, and the field was very chaotic. Oh my god, this kid is too fierce. Rushing hard. Is there any law or rules? Huang Xiaoqian was stunned when he saw Yu Xingchen going straight for the Soul Protector. He could still kill like this. What a reckless man. There is no way. When the strength gap between the two sides is too large, this scene will appear. That is, Lei Ting has sent people to protect the Soul Protector. But when he finds that he can't stop Yu Xingchen, the reckless man, he is like a violent man, with only the Soul Protector in his eyes. The Soul Protector looked at Yu Xingchen, who didn't care, and could only activate the Holy Shield to resist the damage from Yu Xingchen with himself as the center. However, Yun Shanluan had already gotten rid of the entanglement of other people in Lei Ting at this time, and grabbed the destroyer with one hand, and threw the destroyer in the direction of Yu Xingchen with a back throw and a throw. Yu Xingchen followed up with a falling flower palm, and then he thrust out his hand, successfully piercing the destroyer's shoulder and triggering the bleeding effect. At this time, he jumped up with a shot through the clouds to get rid of the attack of the life and soul destroyer, and kicked the destroyer with a knee strike. Seeing the destroyer being kicked around like a ball during the game, the audience and other team players who were watching the game couldn't help but feel sympathy when they saw this. It was too miserable. The destroyer's cannon was kicked away, with Yun Shanluan mid-air dunk. The destroyer successfully landed. Han Yi was dizzy at this time. His screen kept spinning, and he was about to vomit. After landing, the destroyer hadn't gotten up yet, but was picked up by Yu Xingchen with a gun. Tianji shot and floated the destroyer in the air. However, Yu Xingchen did not make up for the damage, but turned around and killed the guardian again. As for the destroyer, he once again fell miserably into Yun Shanluan's hands, was thrown to the ground like a basketball, then caught and thrown into the air, and was kicked to the ground by a football. It was so miserable. Facing Yu Xingchen close approach, the Soul Protector activated the Holy Light to knock Yu Xingchen dazzling pattern away, and at the same time activated the Angel's power to force the close character back. However, at this time, Gui Meikai suddenly sent a message. Gui Meikai, be careful of assassins. Unfortunately, just when everyone in the Thunder was wondering who to be careful of, Cruel Silence had already jumped onto the stands and attacked with his life. The target was the Soul Protector. It turned out that just when Gui Meikai was still entangled with Cruel Silence, Yiqian Chuanyun suddenly fired a floating bullet and hit Gui Meikai. But Cruel Silence retreated. However, when the floating Gui Meikai saw Cruel Silence running to the platform not far from the Soul Protector, he understood. However, Xie Chunfeng didn't know that Fang Xuecai was talking to him. With the end of the Angel's glory, Cruel silence made a desperate attack, catching the Soul Protector off guard. Did the Soul Protector notice it? No. Cruel silence made a move. A fatal attack hit. The fans of Samsara at the scene had already opened the champagne. Invincible. At this time, Xiao Shiqin felt that the team was about to go far away. He had no choice but to make up his mind to use the tactics he used against the void. After using the air compressor to repel the close-range shot through the clouds, he started the self-destruction program. However, Samsara and others were not the void, and there was no Jian Wuqingda to block it. When Samsara saw Xiao Shiqin wanted to self-destruct, it was not that simple. Yu Xingchen directly let go of the Soul Protector, and Haolong Pejuan, Nulong Chuanqin followed by Fulong Xiangtian, hit the body of Shenglingmi, who was about to self-destruct. The rest of the Thunder tried their best to stop the rest of the Samsara to prevent Shenglingmi from being eliminated before he exploded. However, Yu Xingchen did not choose to get close to Shenglingmi, but continued to beat up the Soul Protector. After hitting him, he did not even look at Shenglingmi. The damage had been made up, and the rest was left to his teammates. Sure enough, each Yang Chuanyan slid over Gamaikai and fired randomly. All the bullets were released on Shenglingmi. Shenglingmi was about to be unable to bear it. Gamaikai shot out an arc flash to force each Yang Chuanyan back, but Wulong stopped him with a Bingchuang Wave sword. At the same time, Wulong made up a Starlight Wave sword to hit Shenglingmi. At the moment when Shenglingmi was about to explode, the gun went off. The hearts of Thunder fans off the court were already in their throats. Did the self-destruction succeed? Shenglingmi wanted to self-destruct. Could he succeed? No. The Barrett sniper shot a shot through the clouds and successfully headshot Shenglingmi, who had no resistance, causing double damage. Shenglingmi became the first character to be eliminated in the team competition. The Thunder fans in the away area saw their captain eliminated, and they were disheartened. They put down their cheering cards one after another. They were gone. All gone. With Shenglingmi's elimination, the Soul Protector who was caught and beaten followed closely. After that, Samsara began to harvest the endgame of Thunder, and finally wiped out Thunder without anyone being eliminated. Let us congratulate Samsara for shutting out Thunder 9.5-0 at home. This has never happened before. They will enter the Thunder home court with a huge advantage of 9.5 points. This is a heavy blow to Thunder. It's too difficult. Xiao Shiqin leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes tightly. It's too difficult. Come on! Shozakai and Xiao Shiqin shook hands and said. Later, the Samsara team also cheered and encouraged the Thunder team. After all, there was no grudge between the two teams. Zhou Yichen was not very familiar with the Thunder team, so he naturally would not talk nonsense. Well, he would only talk nonsense to familiar people, such as Huang Xiaoyan. The first match of the 7th season playoffs ended with Samsara 9.5-0 shutout of Thunder. This was a success for Samsara because they were about to create team history and see a scene they had never seen before, the semifinals. For Thunder, it was an extremely heavy blow. They needed to adjust as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be eliminated in the first single match of the second round. For other teams, Samsara was obviously a tough nut to crack. The performance of the newcomer Zhou Yichen was perfect, and he did not show any fear of the playoffs. Come on! Come on! Thunder. Xiao Shiqin. Chapter 55 The Strength of Tiny Herb. The Persistence of Excellent Era. As the first game of the playoffs came to an end yesterday, with Samsara's strong 9.5-0 shutout of Thunder, today's matchup will be between the 2nd-ranked Tiny Herb and the 7th-ranked Excellent Era. Tiny Herb's home court. As the lights came on, the Tiny Herb vs. Excellent Era playoffs officially kicked off. Welcome everyone to the second day of the Glory Professional League Season 7 playoffs. Today's two teams are Tiny Herb, the champion of Season 5, and Excellent Era, the only team in the league to win 3 consecutive championships. Let's welcome Tiny Herb, the champion of Season 5. Tiny Herb. Tiny Herb. Tiny Herb. Wang Jia. Wang Jia. Wang Jia. Tiny Herb's players came on stage one after another, with their characters and professions displayed on the big screen. After the introduction, Tiny Herb's players stepped down to rest and prepare for the game. Let's welcome the first, second and third season champions. The only 3-time champion in the league. Jia Shi team. Jia Shi. Jia Shi. Jia Shi. Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu. Su Ma Cheng. Su Ma Cheng. Jia Shi. who played away, also appeared on the stage in an orderly manner. Of course, the captain Ichio was already sitting in the away team's seat. After the introduction, the game was about to begin. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator, Bei. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator, Li Ju. Today's two teams are both veteran teams in the league. Jia Shi, needless to say, is the only three-time champion. And Tiny Herb has also entered the finals twice in a row so far. Unfortunately, they lost to Blue Rain led by Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaotian last season and failed to win 2 consecutive championships. Bei explained. Yes, this season, Weichao has continued their good competitive state in the previous 2 seasons. Not only did they rank second in the regular season, they also double-killed Samsara, which ranked first. They are also the only team this season that has defeated the Big Devil Samsara in the regular season. Captain Jia Shi won the regular season MVP this season and completed the Grand Slam of Honors. Li Ju analyzed. And the Excellent Era team is at the end of the regular season this season, ranking 7th in the regular season. But the Excellent Era in the regular season and the Excellent Era in the playoffs are 2 different teams. Because of the existence of Ichio, the top tactical master, Excellent Era will be the favorite to win the championship as long as it enters the playoffs. But the current problem of Excellent Era is also very obvious. That is, as long as they strangle Ichio, it will be difficult for Excellent Era to turn the tables. Okay, the scene is ready. Let's enter the first singles match of today. Weichao sent Lu Fei in the first game, and Excellent Era sent Lu Hao in the first game. What do you think of this game? The Samsara team was watching the match in the conference room. Jiang Guotao asked Zhou Yichen, who was playing on his phone. What can we do? Just sit and watch. The current Excellent Era cannot be a match for Tiny Herb. Zhou Yichen said. You don't believe in your idol? Maybe he can create a miracle? Fang Minghua joked. He is not a god. He also has shortcomings. Excellent Era has not solved its problems until now. Wang Jieshi will not give Excellent Era a chance. For this match, I think we should pay more attention to the match between Tyranny and Baihua tomorrow. After all, we should consider our opponents in the semifinals. Zhou Yichen said confidently. There is a reason why Zhou Yichen is so confident. After all, they beat Thunder 9.5-0 at home. In the second round, they will go to Thunder's home court. They don't even need to play the ring match and team match. They only need to send Zhou Yichen, Shou Sakai and Jiang Guotao or Lu Boyuan in the singles match. As long as they get 1 point, they will be directly promoted to the semifinals. While everyone in Samsara was still chatting, the first match between Vici Gaming and Excellent Era had already ended, with Excellent Era Lu Hao winning. You played well, Yichio said to Lu Hao, who had returned, wearing a mask. Soon Vici Gaming pulled back a point. In the third match, Excellent Era chose to let Suma Chung play and successfully helped the team score a point. At the end of the singles match, Excellent Era led Vici Gaming 2-1. At this point in the ring match, Excellent Era only had Yichio left to defend the ring. After Yichio defeated Vici Gaming, Lu Shubia, One Leaf Autumn defeated Lu Shubia, who had 60% of his health. With 25% of his health, Vici Gaming still had this season's defending star Wang Jieshi left. One Autumn Leaf versus Wang Bulixing. In the end, Wang Bulixing won by a narrow margin, with a 5% health advantage over One Autumn Leaf. If Lu Shubia, who played in the second round, had not consumed One Autumn Leaf's health with his hand speed, it is estimated that the Tiny Herbs competition would have ended in the first round of the playoffs. Fortunately, Wang Jieshi held steady, and Tiny Herb reversed the score to 3.5-2. The team competition was ready, and Jia Shi still had the regular season lineup: Yichio, Suma Chung, Lu Hao, Guiyang, Zhang Jiaxing, and the sixth man Shinjian. The lineup of Vici Gaming has not changed. Continuing their lineup in the second half of the regular season: Wang Jieshi, Deng Fuxing, Fan Shiqian, Lu Shubia, Li Hui, and the sixth player Zhou Yebai. Yi Jiqiu, loaded. Wangbu Lu Xing, loaded. Mu Chung Feng, loaded. Dong Chong Xia Chao, loaded. Map: Lin Jiang Shui Lang, loaded. Lin Jiang Shui Lang is a map made with the Jiangnan style as the prototype. The water rooms on both sides of the map are separated by a river in the middle. There is only a small bridge above the river for passage. The birth points of both sides are symmetrical, with a small bridge. Vici Gaming is refreshed in the north at this time, while Jia Shi is in the south. Wang Buluxing took advantage of his role and took off to the center of the river, while the rest of Vici Gaming walked on the ground and followed his vice-captain, while Jia Shi protected Mu Yucheng Feng to occupy the high-rise building beside the bridge, which is a good gun setting point. Wang Buluxing, who was flying in the sky, saw the people of Jia Shi who were rushing to the high-rise building. After giving orders to the team, he rushed over first, trying to stop Mu Yucheng from going up to the high-rise building to provide support. Yi Jiqiu saw Wang Buluxing flying towards him and fired a dazzling pattern to attack Wang Buluxing. While Wang Buluxing dodged the dazzling pattern attack, he threw out the lava flask. The people of Jia Shi dispersed, and Chu Yunxiu activated Qi Guan Chong Hong to charge and fired a cannon at the people of Weichao who were crossing the bridge. Duel resisted at the very least, set up a shield and opened a shield wall to block the firepower output from Jia Shi. Fei Dao Jian used Duel's shoulder to jump up and catch the silver light falling blade to slash at Mu Yucheng, who was going up the building. But Mu Yucheng dodged it. Wang Buluxing wanted to continue to stop him, but Jia Shi tried his best to stop him. They just wanted this high-rise building. As long as Mu Yucheng is protected up the tall building and Wang Buluxing flight is restricted, Mu Yucheng output will be endless. No one except Wang Buluxing can get close to Mu Yucheng. For this reason, Yi Jiqiu even directly activated his ultimate move Fu Long Xiang Tian to force Wang Buluxing back. The flying knife sword on the other side had already reached the bottom of the tall building, and Wu Tian re-stepped forward to block it. And the two sides started a chaotic battle around the tall building. Wang Jieshi saw that he could no longer stop Mu Yucheng from climbing the building, so he turned his attention to the priest Jing of Jia Shi. Wang Buluxing, turn. Priest. After Wang Jieshi sent the command, the flying knife sword took the lead, dodging the Wu Tian re-earth-splitting wave sword, and stabbed against the wind, aiming at Jing. Wang Buluxing also got rid of Yi Jiqiu at this time, and after landing, he killed Jing. Jing hurriedly activated the sacred fire to force the two people who were close to him back. However, the two of them wanted to kill Jing regardless of anything. Otherwise, when Mu Yucheng found a good position, they would all be targets. Fei Dao Jian and Phantom Invisible Sword were used, and then Jian Ding Tianxia cancelled the Phantom Invisible Sword's backswing, interrupting Jing's chanting of the holy fire. Qi Chengyanshui wanted to support Jing and turned on the airflow to go straight down, but Zhang Yi Luanfei had already reached Qi Chengyanshui's side, and single-killed and captured him, and then threw him down with a back throw. Qi Chengyanshui successfully received the iron bone, and turned on the steel iron bone to avoid Zhang Yi Luanfei's throw. Qi Chengyanshui was anxious to support Jing, so he used the push cloud palm to repel Zhang Yi Luanfei. Yi Qiu naturally saw the purpose of Wei Chao and wanted to return to defense, but Duhua had already started the night charge and rushed to Yi Jiqiu's face, turning on the provocation to successfully taunt Yi Jiqiu. Duhua put up a shield and turned on the shield counter, sticking to Yi Jiqiu. Just when everyone thought that Jing was doomed, Mu Yucheng took action. She finally found a good place to set up her gun and fired the quantum cannon at the flying sword and Wang Buluxing who were close to Jing. At this time, and Wu Xianri chose to support Jing, but was entangled by Wang Buluxing. Wang Jieshi fought very resolutely, covering his weapon with ice powder, and then swept towards Wu Xianri. And Wu Xianri was a bit unlucky, and was directly frozen by Wang Jieshi 4 consecutive attacks. Wang Buluxing, turn. And Wu Xianri. Wei Chao switched fire again, and the flying sword gave up entanglement with Jing, and stabbed and slashed, slashing at the still frozen Wu Xianri. Mu Yucheng also noticed it, and activated the ultimate move satellite ray to shoot at Wang Buluxing. Wang Buluxing dodged and took off successfully, approaching Mu Yucheng. Not good, Yi Qiu secretly said in his heart. Wang Jieshi made so many moves. The target was still Mu Yucheng, and he didn't notice Dong Xiakeo at this time. It's over. Wei Chao has changed players. Sure enough, when Mu Yucheng aimed his gun at Wang Buluxing, the screen suddenly went black. It turned out that Wei Chao's sixth man, Shi Junzi, arrived, and the dark formation took action, successfully blinding Mu Yucheng. Mu Yucheng opened the laser cannon and shot at the sixth sense. At the same time, the strong recoil brought by the laser cannon made Mu Yucheng retreat directly to the bottom of the tall building. He could no longer stay on the tall building. Fortunately, the laser cannon successfully slowed Wang Buluxing down. and Mu Yuqingfeng left the high-rise building safely. The Shijunzi in front opened the ghost array again, and Wuxianri was almost unstoppable by the flying swords. And Wuxianri, priest healer. Jiying saw the message sent by an Wuxianri, opened the angel wings and flew into the air to chant the healing spell to support an Wuxianri. But Zhang Yi Luanfei rushed out from behind Jiying, grabbed Jiying with an air strangle, followed by an aerial dunk to throw Jiying in the air to the ground, and then landed and opened the ultimate move spiral whirlwind to kill, grabbing Jiying, who fell to the ground and beating him violently. Chu Yunxiu was affected by the ice array of Shijunzi and could not provide support. Yizhiqiu could only forcibly get rid of Duhua's entanglement and kill Zhang Yi Luanfei. But Wang Jieshi arrived faster than Yizhiqiu at this time, and successfully eliminated Jiying with gravity acceleration and magic ray. Jia Shi priest became the first character to be eliminated in this game. The other half of the darkness also fell to the flying sword because they did not wait for Jiying's healing. Jia Shi was defeated head-on and, as expected, was successfully defeated by Wei Chao in the end. Let us congratulate Wei Chao for winning the first playoff game at home with a score of 7.5-2 against Jia Shi. In the interview with the losing team after the game, when faced with reporters' questions about the tactics of this team game, including why Jia Shi was obsessed with the tall building and ignored the priest, Jia Shi also gave an answer that was a tactical mistake. But there was a hint of dissatisfaction with Yi Qiu's tactical arrangement. Lu Hao was also dissatisfied with why Yi Qiu did not value him. In order to help Mu Yuqingfeng climb the building, he made so many contributions. But in the end, he was killed alone because of insufficient blood volume, and was also criticized by fans outside. Chapter 56. A fierce battle between Tyranny and Baihua. Tyranny reversal. The playoffs have reached the 4th day so far. On the 3rd day, Blue Rain, who played at home, showed no mercy to Yanyu. Although Yanyu had a 3.5-2 advantage over Blue Rain thanks to the performance of its star Chu Yunxiu, Yanyu's weakness was revealed in the team competition, which was that the goal was not clear enough. This was also the outside world's evaluation of Yanyu team competition. In one word, soft, not tough enough. Yu Wenzhou grasped this point of Yanyu and deployed his strategy very successfully. He surpassed Yanyu 6-3.5 at home. This was also the closest match in 3 days. The 4th day's match also came as scheduled, with Tyranny, the 4th place in the regular season, playing against Baihua, the 5th place in the regular season. At present, both sides have entered the team competition, with Baihua temporarily leading Tyranny 4.5-1. Today, Tang Hao and Zhou Yuan are in very good condition. Zhou Yuan also successfully defeated Zhou Guangyi in the singles match, and Tang Hao even defeated Tu in the ring match to help Baihua take the lead in the ring match. Pan Lin explained, the situation is not very friendly for Tyranny. If they lose the team match, it means that they only get 1 point in the home game. Then, in the 2nd round, Baihua, who is playing at home, is likely to bet directly on the singles match. Just like Lei Ting. In the minds of others, including themselves, Lei Ting has been eliminated. After all, he can only get the opportunity to play in the extra game if he does not lose a single game in the team match. But for Lei Ting, who is weak in individual strength, it is obviously impossible to face the stronger Samsara. Han Wenqing's face has turned cold on the Tyranny side, and the Tyranny players sitting around can feel the chill in the air. We can only win in the team match, not lose. Do you understand? Han Wenqing shouted. Yes, Team Han. The Tyranny people shouted. Xinjia, just follow the tactics that have been determined, Han Wenqing said to Zhang Xinjia, who was standing next to him. Well, the Korean team will follow this tactic. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said. At this time, the big screen had already displayed the team lineups of both teams for today's game. Tyranny lineup today is Han Wenqing, Damo Guyan, boxer Zhang Xinjia, Shi Bujuan, priest Bai Yanfei, Luo Ta, elemental mage Zheng Chanfeng, Shanfeng Dilly, knight Zhou Guangyi, Ji Leng, assassin 6th player Wang Qixuan. 09 degrees, sharpshooter. Baihua lineup today is still a double ammunition expert combination, Zhang Jiala. Baihua Liaowan, ammunition expert, Zhou Yuan. Waffenqigen, ammunition expert, Mo Chuchen. Alphan Canhua, priest, Tang Hao. Delilo, rogue, Zhu Xiaoping. Finka, summoner, 6th player Zhang Wei. Sun Luo, mage scholar. The team competition is ready. After the team members of both teams came on the court and shook hands, they entered the battle seats and inserted the cards to enter the game. Demo Guyan. Loading completed. Baihua Liuan. Loading completed. Sherbujuan. Loading completed. Wafanchijan. Loading completed. Map, Sunset Dunes. Loading completed. This map has been used by many teams in the regular season, and the most popular one is Tyranny. This map obviously fits Tyranny's style of relying on Oasis to play defensive counterattacks. Entering the game, Tyranny has become familiar with this map, and even knows the appearance points of the wind and sand. Baihua is also prepared. They expected Tyranny to choose this map that they are most familiar with in the regular season before the game started. Tyranny was the first to enter the Oasis area. It seems that they are very familiar with this map. Panlin explained. Yes. Sunset Dunes is the map that Tyranny has played the most this season. Liba explained. Baihua followed closely and entered the Oasis before the first wave of wind and sand hit. However, Tyranny had already occupied the position inside the Oasis at this time, and Baihua did not stop its steps. It seems that it wants to challenge Tyranny territory. Baihua Liuan took the lead in attacking the Tyranny team, throwing grenades, and wrote a shot out ice lines, creating an isolated ice wall on the ground. Delilo crossed the ice wall, and Demo Guyan came up to meet him. Delilo threw sand and took a brick to attack, but unfortunately Demo Guyan took a step back and swayed left and right to avoid it, and punched out. Delilo failed to dodge in time, and was hit back a step. Baihua double ammunition expert had already shot through the ice wall. Finka summoned a small fire dragon to help Delilo remove the fire, and Shen Fengdalai raised a shield to block the attack of the small fire dragon. At this time, Delilo was chased and beaten by Demo Guyan, and Delilo used a slap and a knee attack to fight back. But who is Demo Guyan? He turned around and kicked Delilo's knee directly, followed by a hook punch, and Delilo floated directly in the air. Baihua Liuan threw out a shrinking grenade to pull Delilo and Demo Guyan apart, thus preventing Delilo from being beaten up. Hua Fancy Jean assisted Baihua Liuan in the attack, but Baihua double ammunition expert's frontal firepower was too strong. So Zhang Xinjie issued an order to let Demo Guyan withdraw. Han Wenqing saw the order issued by Zhang Xinjie, chose to kick Delilo with a high kick, and then moved closer to the Tyranny people behind. However, Delilo was a bit unreasonable, and attacked Demo Guyan with a throat lock. But Demo Guyan did not entangle and hurried back. Tang Hao wanted to go deeper into the Oasis when he saw that he could not keep Demo Guyan, but was stopped by Baihua Liuan. Baihua Liuan, don't chase the desperate enemy. Now the second round of sandstorms has come, and Baihua and others need to find shelter quickly to avoid the attack of sandstorms. Tyranny, who was deep in the Oasis, saw the wind and sand sweeping across the sky outside, so he wanted to discuss Baihua. Sherbujuan opened his angel wings and flew into the sky. The sacred fire fell on Finka, who was trying to seek shelter. Finka could only escape from the range of the sacred fire, but there was no shelter around. Demo Guyan rushed out from inside, and his target was the summoner Finka. Finka saw Demo Guyan rushing towards him, summoned goblins to throw stones at Demo Guyan, and summoned the Death Knight to help him block the wind and sand. Zhang Xinjie also achieved his goal, and ordered Demo Guyan to return to the camp. This time, Tyranny disgusted the Death Knight, who had the thickest shield on the front of Baihua. The audience off the court couldn't help but feel sympathy when they saw Finka, who could only nestle in the arms of the Death Knight. The child was so pitiful, and the Death Knight held up a piece of sky for Finka. If Zhu Xiaoping on the court knew the audience's sympathy for him, he would only say one sentence: "I really thank you." Finally, the sandstorm ended, and the Death Knight, who helped Fengke resist the sky, also disappeared. Sherbujuan, general attack. Fengke. With Zhang Xinjie order, Tyranny and others rushed out from the inside of the Oasis. Baihua, who had not yet reacted, hurried to parry. Fengke, who had no Death Knight, could only summon the Elf King to help resist the attack from Tyranny. However, Demo Guyan directly passed the Elf King with an eagle stomp, and hit Fengke with an aerial whirlwind kick, and Fengke was kicked to the ground. Hua Fancy Jean threw out a shrinking grenade to break the fire, but Demo Guyan directly activated the Tyrant Body Steel Bones, and quickly moved to the side of Fengke, and used the ultimate move Fu Hu Tong Xiang to step on Fengke, who stood up and directly fell to the ground, and finally followed up with the Fierce Tiger Dance. My god! I caught the fallen Fengke and beat him up. and the other people of Baihua Liuan, were disgusted by Shanfeng Dili, and Hua Fancy Jin was entangled by Rhoda. At this time, the only one who could support Feng Ku was Delilo. But Delilo was numb now. Ji Lung, who had been hiding until now, finally made a move. Not to mention the audience. The author was almost overlooked by his hiding. Ji Lung quickly stepped on the wrong hand dagger and successfully approached Ao Feng Kenhua. Ao Feng Kenhua is now in danger of being approached by the assassin. Tang Hao is now in a dilemma. If he does not support Feng Ku, then Zhu Xiaoping, the unlucky child, will be beaten to see him. But if he does not support the priest, then once the assassin sacrifices his life to hit him, he will be blamed for the death of the priest. So in the end, Tang Hao gritted his teeth and chose to help his own priest. This choice directly led to Feng Ku being punched and kicked by the violent maniac Demo Guyan. What should he do now? Zhu Xiaoping thought to himself. Fortunately, Baihua Liaoluan gave the answer in time. Baihua Liaoluan, fool. Change positions. Oh! Yes. Zhu Xiaoping only remembered to change positions at this time, and quickly operated Feng Ku to use the position change to avoid the continuous attack of Demo Guyan. Zhang Jiala is going crazy now. Are you the summoner, or am I the summoner? Do you still need me to teach you skills? He manipulated Baihua Liaoluan to avoid Shen Fengdi Lai's shield attack and activated the smoke bomb to get rid of the knight's entanglement. He needed to return to the front battlefield. Hua Fanshijin also had the same idea. He threw smoke bombs to disrupt Rhoda's vision. Finally, Baihua double ammunition experts were united. However, at the last moment when Delilo arrived, Ji Lung life-saving attack was launched. Ji Lung has launched a life-saving attack. Can it hit? Alphen Kenhua wants to chant the sacred fire and force Ji Lung back. But it's too late. Kid. Ji Lung life-saving attack hit. Delilo still failed to arrive. The life-saving attack successfully hit. Looking at the Baihua people surrounding him, Ji Lung did not stop the continuous output to Alphen Kenhua, and finally squeezed out the last drop of his output in the beating of the Baihua people. Ji Lung became the first character to be eliminated in this game. But when Baihua and others dealt with Ji Lung, other members of Tyranny also arrived. Luo Ta turned on his full concentration and connected with Lightning Purgatory to successfully take away Ao Feng Kenhua. Bada's goal was very clear from the beginning, which was to hide Ji Lung and find an opportunity to kill Baihua priest with one blow. On the contrary, Baihua and Jia Shi did not pay too much attention to or protect the safety of their priests. Jiang Guotao, who was watching the game in the Samsara conference room, said, with Ao Feng Kenhua out, Tyranny did not rush to encircle the four people of Baihua, but chose to retreat. They were still afraid of Baihua's frontal firepower output. After Tyranny recovered, they attacked Baihua again. Before Baihua's sixth person arrived, Baihua was left with only a double ammunition combination. And Tyranny also suffered heavy losses. Rhoda was taken away, and Demo Guyan was left with only residual blood. In the case of losing the priest, Baihua still fought a frontal 1-for-1, which was enough to show how strong Baihua's firepower was. However, the disadvantage of the lack of priests was revealed. Sherbu Zhuan used his big move to successfully revive Rhoda, but Delilo was actually eliminated. With the arrival of -9 degrees, Tyranny frontal output was completed, and Baihua was successfully taken away by Tyranny. Tyranny, who was playing at home, completed the reversal and successfully surpassed the score 5 to 4.5. At this time, the fans of Tyranny finally felt relieved. It was too thrilling. If they lost the team competition, they would probably say goodbye to the playoffs. You played well, Han Wenqing said to Zhang Jiala. We will beat you in our home court, Zhang Jiala said confidently. Then we wait and see. Han Wenqing shook hands and walked towards the other members of Baihua. You played well, kid. Han Wenqing shook hands with Tang Hao and said, Thank you. Tang Hao responded, We will win next time. Zhang Jiala watched Tyranny and others leave silently, then assembled a team and left the venue. They needed to review this game as soon as possible. The next game was in their home court, and it would be a life-and-death battle. Chapter 57. 2 teams eliminated. The high frequency of one playoff game a day makes all players feel excited, and every game has a new feeling. The first round of the 8 teams has ended, and major newspapers have also reported on these 4 games. Samsara is undoubtedly placed first. Both their map selection and playing style are very strong, and the audience is excited. There are also disputes about Xiao Shiqin tactical mistakes. But if it weren't for Xiao Shiqin, Thunder might not have entered the playoffs. This is a fact. There is also controversy about the match between Tiny Herb and Excellent Era. That is, whether Yichio tactics are suitable for the current Excellent Era. The least controversial one should be Blue Rain versus Misty Rain. After all, as long as they can withstand the first wave of frontal attacks from Misty Rain will be sluggish later. The match between Tyranny and 100 Flowers should be the one with the most doubts. From Baihua big lead to Tyranny reversal, the two teams are bound to have a fierce duel in the second round. It is now the first game of the second round, and the Thunder will face Samsara at home. The Thunder, who have been beaten by Samsara in the away game, should have no way out at this time. So far, they must not lose any points if they want to enter the extra game. This is too harsh for the Thunder. Even if the peak Excellent Era, Tyranny, Wei Chao or last season's Blue Rain come, they can't guarantee a zero-sweep victory over the current Samsara. After the Thunder came on stage, they seemed very relaxed. It didn't matter if they expected to be eliminated. They had tried their best and could come back next year. Today, we can see that there are relatively few spectators in the stadium. There are very few Thunder fans. But the away area is full of Samsara fans. Thunder fans know very well that they don't want to face the fate of being eliminated in the first home game. This is too unacceptable. Welcome to the second round of the 7th season of the Glory Professional League playoffs. The two teams are Samsara and Thunder. Now the Thunder's hope of advancing is basically zero. I hope they can play their own style. In the first game of the singles match, Shozakai came on the court amid the cheers of Samsara. And the Thunder sighed. Captain, come on! Just do your best. Xiao Shiqin walked towards the battle seat amid the encouragement of the Thunder. Although Xiao Shiqin's best efforts infected everyone present. Esports is cruel, and there is only one winner. With a shot from Barrett, Sheng Lingmi was killed, which also meant that Thunder was eliminated. Congratulations to Shozakai for successfully defeating Xiao Shiqin. Since the points for winning this round of Samsara reached 10.5 points, which exceeded all the 8.5 points of Thunder, Samsara successfully advanced to the semifinals. Panlin explained that with the official announcement of the host on the scene, the Samsara team took the lead in advancing to the semifinals. They will be greeted by the winner of Tyranny and Baihua. They have successfully broken through the team history. But they will not stop there. Their goal is to win the championship. Keep moving forward only to surpass your past self. Every step they take will create history. Let us congratulate the Samsara team for advancing to the semifinals of the 7th season of the 2022 Honor Professional League. After the Samsara team accepted the interview with the host on the scene, they left the field. After all, this is not their home field. The dormant pain will eventually turn into thunder to tear the sky. Although we failed to take a step forward today, we will start all over again in the future. It is regrettable to announce that the Thunder team stopped in the quarterfinals of the 2022 Honor Professional League. Next, let's take a look at the Thunder team's journey this season. At this time, the big screen on the field was showing all the processes that the Thunder team had experienced this season. There was the joy of winning streak at the beginning of the season, and the confusion of losing streak at the end of the season. But what did not stop was their persistence. Xiao Shiqin looked at everything he had experienced this season, and finally couldn't help crying. I'm sorry. I still couldn't do it. Xiao Shiqin looked at the fans, who had not left the field, and bowed to apologize. Captain, let's come again next year. Captain, don't give up. When the other Thunder members saw Xiao Shiqin crying, they couldn't help but go on stage to hug their dedicated coach. Xiao Shiqin was too tired. Not only physically, but also mentally. Joey Chen, who had already returned to the guest team's lounge, sighed. It's not easy for every team on the bloody road to the championship. As long as they have tried their best, they deserve praise. The major reports of the next day, of course, were mainly about congratulating Samsara for entering the semifinals. They also expressed regret for the Thunder's stop. After all, compared with Samsara, they were crushed in all aspects. In the face of the huge gap in strength, Xiao Shiqin tactics seemed a bit insignificant. There were even reports that Xiao Shiqin should leave the Thunder and pursue his own dream of winning the championship. In the first round of the playoffs, the second game of the second round, the Jia Shi team played against the Tiny Herb team at home, and the stadium was packed. Jia Shi showed great strength at the beginning. Just like the first round, they won 2 single matches. The current score between the two sides is 8.5-4. This ring match is crucial. If they lose, it means that Jia Shi will also leave early. Obviously, Jia Shi also understands this. So they must try their best to win Tiny Herb's strongest ring match. At present, the ring match between the two teams has entered the final stage. Yuzhikia versus Wang Yulixing. If Yuzhikia wins, then they will drag the suspense to the team match. If Wang Yulixing wins, then their total points will reach 11 points and successfully advance to the semifinals. However, the current situation is not friendly to Jia Shi, because Tiny Herb's Liu Shubia is in great shape today. He has already defeated Jia Shi twice. Yi Qiu, who came out to defend the ring, has completed an incredible 1-on-2 against Tiny Herb. Now Yuzhikia only has 48% of his health left. Yuzhikia Dragon Fangs follow up. Wang Yulixing dodges and throws out the lava flask. Now it's not good for Yuzhikia. Yuzhikia health was not good to begin with. And now he encountered the magician with full firepower. Wang Jia Shi knew that he couldn't give Yiqiu a chance now. Wang Yulixing accelerated the gravity and slapped Yuzhikia. And the star ray shot out. Yuzhikia shook in AZ shape to avoid it. Wang Yulixing landed and attached ice powder to his weapon to fight with Yuzhikia. Yuzhikia activated the light attribute dazzling pattern to increase the attack speed while dodging Wang Yulixing attack. The strong dragon pressure successfully knocked Wang Yulixing down. Yuzhikia health was not much now, so he could only make a last gamble. Halong Pijuan, Nulong Chuanqin followed by Fulong Xiangtian, and attacked Wang Yulixing with a whole set of moves. The fans of Excellent Era in the audience now closed their eyes tightly. They hoped that this Fulong Xiangtian could hit the target. However, the opposite happened. This fatal Fulong Xiangtian missed the target. Wang Yulixing icy rain fell, catching Yi Qiu Fulong Xiangtian backswing. While the lightning chain trapped him, the magic ray was launched. Wang Yulixing successfully killed Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu still failed to reverse the game. Fuck. What are the two people in the front of the Excellent Era arena doing? Are they pigs? Yi Qiu slowly put down his headphones. This season ended just like that. He didn't cry like Xiao Shiqin did. He took off his headphones, stood up and walked backstage. Why didn't you use Long Taiyang? Excellent Era boss Tao Xian caught Yi Qiu in the backstage and questioned him. If it was Long Taiyang, then Fu Long Xiangtian would not miss. Long Taiyang is useless. Instead, it will be caught and shaken faster. It will not change the ending. Yi Qiu waved his hand and left the arena after speaking. Tao Xian clenched his fists as he watched Yi Qiu leave. Yi Qiu, you have lost this time. You are no longer valuable to Excellent Era. Whether the road ahead is smooth or bumpy, Excellent Era will not fall. Although they have failed to rebuild the dynasty, they are still on the road to reconstruction. It is a pity to announce that the Excellent Era team stopped in the quarterfinals of the 2022 Glory Professional League. Let's take a look at their experience this season. At this time, the documentary of the Excellent Era team this season was also played on the big screen. Yi Qiu had returned to the club and locked himself in the room to watch the documentary silently. The Excellent Era fans off the court were already crying. They fell on the road to the playoffs again. Although they were already the strongest team in the history of the league and won an unprecedented 3 consecutive championships. The past was the past, and the present is now. Wei Chao, a small team, was born from a tiny seed. A tiny seed can become a prairie. Wei Chao once again challenges their former glory. Let us congratulate Wei Chao for advancing to the semifinals of the 7th season of the 2022 Glory Professional League. Currently, 2 of the semifinals have been decided, namely Samsara in the upper half and Wei Chao in the lower half. Tomorrow, Blue Rain will play against Misty Rain. The current score between the two sides is 6-3.5. Similarly, if Blue Rain wins 4.5 points in the previous 3 singles and arena matches, then they will be able to enter the semifinals without having to play team matches. Just like Samsara and Wei Chao. Chapter 58 Yinyu Persistence keeps the suspense until the team competition. The second round of the playoffs came to Yinyu home court. Blue Rain had already flown to a city, where Yinyu home court was located, early in the morning. This time, Blue Rain was not under much pressure. Although it was difficult for Chu Yunxiu of Yinyu to perform well, it was too difficult for them to restrict Yuanzhou without a positive attitude. The second round of the first round of the playoffs of the 7th season of the Glory Professional League at 1900 hours the next night. Blue Rain vs Yinyu officially kicked off. From the expressions of the two teams on stage, it can be seen that Blue Rain is under little pressure. They have a guaranteed entry into the team competition. But if Yunyu wants to turn defeat into victory, they must win more than 2 points to drag into the team competition. So Chu Yunxiu is under more pressure than anyone else at this time. As the head of Yunyu, she wants to lead Yunyu into the semifinals, or even the finals more than anyone else. Blue Rain is too stable, Zhou Yichen said, while watching the game in the Samsara conference room. Do you support Blue Rain to advance to the semifinals? Fang Minghua smiled and looked at Zhou Yichen. Of course I hope for Yunyu. But that's just hope. Zhou Yichen was nervously watching the game played on the screen in the conference room. At present, the two sides have entered the third singles match, with Zheng Xian of Blue Rain playing against Li Hua of Yunyu. The two teams tied 1-1 in the previous two singles matches, and the total points of the two sides are currently 7-4.5. Gunlin Danyu versus Lin and Kaijing. Gunlin Danyu. Loading completed. Lin and Kaijing. Loading completed. Map, Twilight Jungle. Loading completed. Entering the map, Lin and Kaijing quickly rushed into the jungle, used the ninja tool sailing, and threw a trap on the ground. Gunlin Danyu also rushed over with a gun. Lin and Kaijing had already jumped onto the tree. When Gunlin Danyu slowly walked to his feet, Gunlin Danyu stepped on the sailing. Although the damage was not high, the mobility would be affected. Zheng Xian said inwardly that it was not good, and quickly threw out the smoke bomb. But Lin and Kaijing did not make any move, but silently watched the rain of gunfire on the tree. Now was not a suitable time for Lin and Kaijing to attack. Gunfire did not dare to leave the range of the smoke bomb at this time, because he did not know where Lin and Kaijing would come from. But hiding in the smoke bomb, his vision was also blocked. So he threw a tracking grenade outside the smoke to see if he could find Lin and Kaijing's position. Lin and Kaijing saw all this, and as the smoke bomb ended, gunfire still did not find Lin and Kaijing. And at this time Lin and Kaijing had silently moved behind the tree. Gunfire felt that Lin and Kaijing was not here, so he moved forward again. But this time Lin and Kaijing made a move. While launching the ninja technique Duel, he kicked Gunlin Danyu, and then followed up with a shuriken. Unfortunately, the kick did not knock Gunlin Danyu down, and Zheng Xian skillfully controlled Gunlin Danyu to avoid the shuriken from Lin and Kaijing. Gunlin Danyu rolled and threw out flash bombs, and Lin and Kaijing did not stop to activate the earth core beheading technique to ambush himself underground. Gunlin Danyu got up after throwing out the flash bomb, and did not see Lin and Kaijing. Suddenly, Lin and Kaijing jumped out from the ground, and hit Gunlin Danyu by surprise. Then he used the back body binding technique to throw Gunlin Danyu to the ground from behind. When Gunlin Danyu was knocked down, he threw out a shrinking grenade in time to avoid being approached by Lin and Kaijing after falling to the ground. Lin and Kaijing played very steadily. After the back body binding technique, he just connected a gust of wind shuriken, and then activated the ninja technique shrinking the earth technique to distance himself from Gunlin Danyu. Gunlin Danyu successfully got up, but he didn't notice Lin and Chao Jing when he stood up. Li Hua played very steadily today, and he didn't want to give Zheng Xian any chance to turn the tables. Zheng Xian is a little uncomfortable now, Huang Xiaoyan said, while watching the game on the field. Well, Li Hua played very steadily today. Don't worry. This newcomer is very calm, Yu Wanzhou said. This is not a solution. Zheng Xian thought to himself. Lin and Chao Jing always hits and runs away, and he can't stop him. The map is still a jungle, and he has no idea which tree he has jumped to. So annoying. At this time, Gunlin Danyu suddenly heard the wind speed suddenly increase, and realized that Lin and Chao Jing was coming. He walked slowly in front and threw a remote-controlled grenade on the ground, waiting for Lin and Chao Jing to be fooled. Sure enough, Lin and Chao Jing chose to attack, and the ninja technique, fire/slash to Gunlin Danyu, and Gunlin Danyu reacted in time, rolling to avoid and detonating the grenade at the same time. Bang! Gunlin Danyu suddenly output madly in the direction of the grenade. Zheng Xian was tricked, Yu Wanzhou suddenly said. Zheng Xian also noticed something was wrong. As the smoke dissipated, Zheng Xian found that it was the shadow clone technique. He hurriedly manipulated the character to change the perspective. Sure enough, Lin and Kaijing suddenly rushed out from the other side, and the shuriken successfully hit the gun and bullet rain. Then he used Bailu Zhan and finally activated the ultimate move, Ninjutsu, Shadow Dance. and successfully took away the gun and bullet rain in one wave. Glory! Let us congratulate Li Hua for winning this match. The singles match is over. The total score of the two teams is 7 to 5.5. It seems that the suspense of the two teams will be left to the team match. If Blue Rain wins the ring match and Yunyu defeats Blue Rain in the team match, they will enter the first playoff of the season. It's very stressful. Zheng Xian leaned on the seat of the battle seat. The opponent was too calm. He was still a newcomer. He made his debut and abused the senior who debuted in the fourth season. Zheng Xian smiled self-deprecatingly and returned to the Blue Rain seat. Don't blame you. The opponent is too calm. Yu Wenzhou said to Zheng Xian. It's okay. Look at me. We will beat them in the ring match. We don't even need to play any team matches. The team match is exhausting. By the way, do we have to play Wang Jieshi in the semifinals? Hey, we will play Wang Jieshi. Huang Xiaotian said wildly. Okay, Xiaotian. Song Xiao is ready to go on stage. Yu Wenzhou stopped Huang Xiaotian continuous output. The ring match has reached the most critical stage. The two people on the field are Yi Yusheng Fan with 56% health, and Feng Chengyan Yu with 65% health. Yi Yusheng Fan, oh my. Chu's sister. You are too cruel. Feng Chengyan Yu, there are even more cruel ones. Jerk. The situation on the scene can be summarized in one sentence. Feng Chengyan Yu chased Yi Yusheng Fan and beat him. The elemental mage has too many skills. At this time, Yi Yusheng Fan is also looking for an opportunity. Silver Light Falling Blade attacked and jumped to avoid Feng Chengyan Yu Frost Snowball. Feng Chengyan Yu also dodged the silver blade that was slashing at her. This map was too disgusting. For Yi Yusheng Fan, Yunyu chose a Jiangnan-style map with wetlands as the main feature. Most of the ground was covered with water. And the elemental mage had many freezing skills. If you were not careful, you would be frozen. Bai Qi, who appeared second, and Mo Xiangguinian, who also operated the elemental mage, also caused a lot of trouble to Blue Rain. Finally, when Feng Chengyan released the fiery storm, Yi Yusheng Fan found an opportunity. He thrusted and successfully approached Feng Chengyan, raised his sword and successfully floated Feng Chengyan in the air, and then drew his sword and chopped it with 3 sections to hit a combo. Yi Yusheng Fan, I found an opportunity. Right? Hee hee. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Chu Yunxiu controlled Feng Chengyan to adjust the perspective and find an opportunity to get away from Yi Yusheng Fan, while also moving away Huang Xiaotian annoying text bubble attack. As Feng Chengyan landed, Yi Yusheng Fan used his sword to freeze Feng Chengyan. However, Chu Yunxiu hand speed was very fast. After turning on the full concentration, Absolute Zero successfully froze Yi Yusheng Fan. When he was about to be swept by Jian Ding Tianxia, he opened the Thunder Purgatory and was frozen. But Yi Yusheng Fan was being struck by lightning. Feng Chengyan, talking too much trash makes it easy to be struck by lightning. Damn it. Huang Xiaotian couldn't sit still and wanted to thaw quickly. But Absolute Zero could last for 8 seconds after reaching the full level. Feng Chengyan's stiff state had ended. He turned on the ultimate move Heaven Thunder and Earth Fire, shot out ice lines to create a V-shaped ice wall to trap Yi Yusheng, and then hit the flame impact to produce a melting reaction, and finally connected the lightning aura to hit Yi Yusheng Fan, causing paralysis and electric shock effects. And Yi Yusheng Fan was directly controlled to death. Yi Yusheng Fan, disgusting. I don't accept it. Damn it. In Huang Xiaotian crazy text output, Yi Yusheng Fan fell down. Glory. Let us congratulate Yunyu for winning the ring match. After defeating Blue Rain, they surpassed Blue Rain by 8 points in total, which was 7 points. It seems that there is no extra gain between the two teams, and the suspense will be left to the final team match. Yunyu? Come on! Chu Yunxiu? Come on! This map is so disgusting. You are too dirty. Huang Xiaotian walked to the battle seat and spread his hands to Chu Yunxiu. There are more disgusting things in the team match. I will disgust you to death. After that, Chu Yunxiu smiled and left. Damn. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Chapter 59 The Defeated Team Competition. The first match of the semifinals is out. Welcome back. You are now watching the second round of the first round of the 2022 Glory Professional League Season 7 playoffs. Yunyu vs Blue Rain at home. The current total score of the two sides is 8-7. Who will get the third ticket to the semifinals? Let us wait and see. At this time, the two teams have already appeared on the stage, And the big screen also shows the team competition rosters of the two teams. The lineup of Yunyu is Chu Yunxiu, Fengcheng Yunyu, Elemental Mage, Li Hua, Lin Ankeijing, Ninja, Sun Liang, Ling Zhou, Boxer, Feng Xiangming, Xinghan Qianlan, Priest, Bai Qi, Mo Xiangguinian, Elemental Mage, 6th person Lu Yining, Yu Gai Mijang, Sharpshooter. Yunyu has made some changes. They have brought 2 Elemental Mages to the competition for the first time. And it is the most crucial playoffs. You should know that since Chu Yunxiu debuted and took over Fengcheng Yunyu, Bai Qi has always entered the team competition as the 6th person. After all, the two are two of the same profession. However, after seeing the firepower of Baihua double ammunition expert, Chu Yunxiu has been thinking about whether he can learn from Baihua to implement double elemental mages. In the training game, they found that it was really possible. Since they couldn't hold it head-on, they used firepower to blast it open like Baihua. However, after seeing Yunyu line up, Blue Rain smiled knowingly. They expected it. The lineup of Blue Rain is Yu Wenzhou, Soxer, Warlock, Huang Xiaotian, Night Rain, Swordsman Yufeng, Sharp Sword, Crazy Swordsman, Zheng Xian, Gunlin Danyu, Ammunition Expert, Song Xiao, Tao Luo Xiaoming, Qigong Master. The 6th player is Su Jingxi, Soul Speaker, Guardian Angel. Blue Rain promoted Song Xiao to the starting lineup and moved the Guardian Angel to the 6th position, setting up a full attack lineup. They had expected that Yunyu might make such a change. Compared to firepower output, we are not necessarily worse than you. And as long as we can hold on from the front, Night Rain from the side will give Yunyu a more fatal blow. After all, elemental mages are not as flexible as sharpshooters. After shaking hands, the two sides entered the battle seats and inserted the cards to enter the game. Fengcheng Yunyu. Loading completed. Night Rain. Loading completed. Lin Nko Jing. Loading completed. Soxer. Loading completed. Map, City Tower. Loading completed. This was the map that Yunyu chose when they played against Lei Ting. They successfully used the tower to surround and attack the reinforcements, and finally defeated Lei Ting led by Xiao Shiqin, one of the tactical masters. This time they also chose this map, and the opponent was also one of the tactical masters. But this time it was Blue Rain led by Yu Wenzhou. Entering the game, Thingmong Huijian walked in the front. Yeyu Shenfan had already found an opportunity to go solo. Swoksar, who was originally protected by the Soul Speaker, was now protected by Taoluo Shaming, and Yunyu's side was led by Sun Liang's Boxer, followed by Fengcheng Yunyu. Mo Xiangguinian was responsible for protecting the priest, and Lin Ankeijing went deep into the darkness. The two sides officially met. Thingmong Huijian took the lead in attacking Ling Zhou, sprinting and hitting Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou resisted with both fists, and launched a collapse fist. Thingmong Huijian stepped back to avoid the fist from Ling Zhou, and added a broken slash. But unfortunately Ling Zhou swayed left and right to avoid it. Fengcheng Yunyu used a fire wall to separate Thingmong Huijian from Ling Zhou, and then used a flaming impact. Thingmong Huijian's vision was blocked by the fire wall, causing him to not notice a flame array burning under his feet. The explosive power was strong, and Thingmong Huijian was floating in the air. Fortunately, the other people in Yunyu did not continue to attack Thingmong Huijian. Unlike last time, Yunyu was not in a hurry to go up the tower, but instead dealt with Blue Rain under the tower. After all, they also knew that Blue Rain was a lineup with almost full output. If they set people to cover in order to go up the tower, their front would be pierced by Blue Rain. As Fengcheng Yunyu fire wall ended, Thingmong Huijian blood shadow mad knife slashed at Ling Zhou, the only front of Yunyu. Fengcheng Yunyu and Ma Xiangwenyan provided long-range fire support for Ling Zhou, but Yeyu Shenfan had sneaked to the vicinity of Ma Xiangwenyan at this time. When Ma Xiangwenyan was still using Blizzard, Yeyu Shenfan even stabbed. Mo Xiangguinian was stabbed because he didn't react in time. He moved away instantly. But Swoksar suddenly shot a burning arrow and successfully hit Mo Xiangguinian. Swoksar then started chanting the charged curse arrow. Lin Ankeijing suddenly drilled out from the ground and killed Swoksar with the earth core beheading technique. However, before Lin Ankeijing could get close to Swoksar, Tao Luoshaming made a move and pushed Lin Ankeijing away with the pushing cloud palm. The curse arrows were fully charged and fired. A total of 26 arrows shot at Yunyu like rain. Fengcheng Yunyu released the ice wall in time to block some of the curse arrows, which prevented Yunyu from being consumed by all members. On the other side, Yeyu Shenfan approached Mo Xiangguinian again. As expected of Huang Xiaotian, an opportunist, when Mo Xiangguanyin used the ice line, a silver blade not only dodged the ice line, but also successfully interfered with Mo Xiangguanyin, and then completed the close combat. Mo Xiangguanyin is in great pain now. Yi Shifan, upward thrust. Continuous thrust. What are you doing? 3-stage slash. Mo Xiangguanyin was suspended in the air by Yi Shifan, and Yen Yu had no choice but to let the priest activate the sacred fire to force Yi Shifan back. However, just when Xinghan Qianlan used the sacred fire, Yi Shifan chose to switch fire. Soxer, priest. At the same time, Soxer released the 6-star light prison and successfully controlled Mo Xiangguanyin, who landed on the ground, and activated the warlock's ultimate move, the Death Gate. The tentacle-like lines condensed by the black air in the gate will automatically chase the target within a radius of 18 body positions. The other people in Yen Yu quickly moved away to avoid the Death Gate. However, the trapped Mo Xiangguanyin had nowhere to escape and was caught by the tentacles of the Death Gate. Although Mo Xiangguanyin was not dragged into the gate due to the 6-star light prison, it was only a matter of time. Mo Xiangguanyin was already in the hands of Blue Rain, and Yi Shifan also entangled Xinghan Qianlan. Yen Yu is very passive now. Yen Yu fans off the court were no longer able to watch. Fengcheng Yen Yu saw that the back had been turned upside down by Yi Shifan, so she had no choice but to return to defense and activated her ultimate move, Thunder and Fire, to force back Yi Shifan, who was close to Xinghan Qianlan. Yi Shifan left the range of Thunder and Fire and chose to turn to Mo Xiangguanyin again. Mo Xiangguanyin waited until the time of the 6-star light prism was over, and was dragged into the Death Gate. However, the huge damage caused by the self-explosion had already reduced Mo Xiangguanyin's health. Before Mo Xiangguanyin could adjust, Yi Shifan came and Jian Dingtian attacked, successfully hitting Mo Xiangguanyin. And I Fengxi attacked and took the phantom invisible sword to successfully take Mo Xiangguanyin away. Mo Xiangguanyin became the first character to be eliminated in this game. On the other side, Lin and Kaijing still wanted to make trouble for Swoxar, but Tao Luoshaming was protecting Swoxar all the time. Ling Zhou, who did not have Fengcheng Yen Yu to provide long-range output in front, could no longer withstand the sharp sword. At this time, the sharp sword had already started the bloodthirsty fighting state. After the decision, Fengcheng Yen Yu decided to get rid of the only positive character of Blue Rain at present. At the moment when Fengmeng Huijian bloodthirsty fighting state ended, he activated concentration and absolute zero to successfully freeze Fengmeng Huijian. Blizzard followed up and received Frost Snowball. Ling Zhou looked at the frozen Fengmeng Huijian and directly activated the ultimate move Tiger Dance. With the output of Fengcheng Yen Yu, he successfully took away Fengmeng Huijian. Ye Shifan, who sent Mo Xiangguanyin away, aimed his sword at Xinghan Qianlan again, and Lin and Kaijing, who was thinking about interfering with Soxer, chose to return to defense to help his priest resist Yi Shifan attack. Soxer is free. Then Yu Wenzhou will end the game. Wang Jia Shi, who was already in the semifinals waiting for the two teams to win, saw Lin and Kaijing choose to give up interfering with Soxer in the Weichao meeting room. You should know that Blue Rain's strength in team competitions lies in Yu Wenzhou on the spot command. However, due to Yu Wenzhou hand speed, Blue Rain sometimes cannot open its formation as long as it restricts Yu Wenzhou. Therefore, when playing against Blue Rain, the first consideration is how to restrict Yu Wenzhou command. And Lin and Kaijing return defense not only liberated Yu Wenzhou, but also liberated Luoshaming, who was protecting Soxer. So Blue Rain opened its formation. Luoshaming directly used his ultimate move, Kigwen Changhong, and blasted towards Yen Yu. Soxer released the Rain of Chaos, and Ling Zhou, who was drenched, entered a state of chaos. Yen Yu is in chaos, which means Blue Rain has won. Wang Jieshi concluded. Our top 4 is our old rival, Blue Rain. As Wang Jieshi expected, Yen Yu can no longer withstand Blue Rain's direct output. It is not enough to rely on Fengcheng Yen Yu alone. There is also a priest who is holding back. As expected, before Yen Yu's 6-man Yugai Mi Zhang arrived, Yen Yu priest Xinghan Qianlan was first taken away by Tao Luo Shaming with a single shot, followed by Ling Zhou. Fengcheng Yen Yu alone could not stop Blue Rain's offensive. Yen Yu team competition was defeated by Blue Rain again. Glory! Let us congratulate Blue Rain for winning the team competition with a total score of 11-8 and successfully overturning Yen Yu. The third place in the top 4 of the 7th season of the Glory Professional League has been born. And that is the last champion Blue Rain team. After the two teams encouraged each other after the game, Yunyu left the stage first. And Yunyu fell on the road to the top 4 again. They are heading towards the dream of winning 2 consecutive championships. They still have many summers belonging to Blue Rain. They form the 6-pointed star of Blue Rain. Let us congratulate Blue Rain for advancing to the semifinals of the 7th season of the 2022 Glory Professional League. As the host interviewed on the stage, Blue Rain also expressed their determination to win consecutive championships. As the Blue Rain team left, Yunyu and others returned to the stage. After all, it was their home court. As Yunyu bowed to the fans, their season ended. The Wind City is indestructible, and Yunyu will not fall. Although their shoulders are soft, their hearts are strong. Their future is no longer hazy. It is regrettable to announce that Yunyu team stopped at the quarterfinals of the 7th season of the 2022 Glory Professional League. Let's take a look at the journey of Yunyu this season. Watching the documentary of Yunyu this season on the big screen, Yunyu was filled with emotion. They had the opportunity to defeat the champion team Blue Rain last season. Yunyu is currently at a crossroads. It is obvious that Yunyu needs to change now. With Blue Rain's promotion, the first battle of the bottom 4 has begun. It will be the championship match of last season. Will Blue Rain defeat Tiny Herb again and continue to advance to the finals? Or will Tiny Herb succeed in revenge and become the second team after Excellent Era to advance to the finals 3 times in a row? Let's wait and see. Chapter 60. Baihua vs Tyranny again. Both teams have clear goals. With the end of the match between Blue Rain and Misty Rain, there is only one spot left for the top 4 of the 7th season. And it is also a game full of suspense. Tyranny played against Baihua. The two teams played 5 to 4.5 in the first round of the first round, with Tyranny slightly ahead. This is also the game with the smallest gap among the 4 games so far. The two teams are expected to play in the team competition to decide the winner. In the first round, Tyranny had the home advantage and won the game by choosing the map they are best at. However, the second round was at Baihua home court, which was actually disadvantageous for Tyranny. After all, the map selection was in the hands of the opponent. Welcome to the second round of the first round of the 2022 Honor Professional League Season 7 playoffs. The two teams are Tyranny and Baihua. Baihua is at home. Currently, Tyranny leads 5 to 4.5. Hello. I am the commentator Pan Lin. And the person sitting next to me is Coach Lee. Hello. I am Li Ba. Today is a life and death battle for the two teams. What does Coach Lee think of this game? Subjectively, I definitely support my old team Tyranny. Objectively, I still support Tyranny. After all, I think that Zhang Jiala is the only one who can stand out in Baihua. Others, such as Zhou Yuan and Tang Hao, are not good enough. They are new players who debuted this season, and they are still a little immature in their first playoffs. What does Coach Lee think of Zhou Yichen from the Samsara team? He is also a new player who debuted this season, but he has performed very well so far. Well, there is no comparison. You should know that Zhou Yichen new player this season is Jia Shi, and there is still a certain gap between the two players from Baihua and them. Okay, without further ado, let's get into today's game. As the players from both sides appeared on the stage, Tyranny played against Baihua, and the last spot in the top 4 of the 7th season will be decided this night. In the first singles match, Baihua sent Zhu Xiaoping, while Tyranny sent Zhou Guangyi. Obviously, Zhang Xinjie had guessed that Baihua wanted to give up the 3 points in the singles match, guarantee the 2.5 points in the ring match, and then decide the outcome in the team match. This means that Baihua is very confident in their team match today. They are confident that they can defeat Tyranny, which is one of the tactical masters, in the team match. It seems that Baihua has made up its mind to give up the points in the singles match and wants to compete head-on with Tyranny in the team match. Is this true? Is Zhang Jiala dizzy? When Zhou Yichen saw Baihua's singles match, he naturally thought of Baihua tactics. The people of Samsara watched this game in the conference room. After all, it was related to their semifinal match. But for them, neither Tyranny nor Baihua had the strength to compete with them. Now they were just surprised by Baihua's choice. If Samsara had to choose an opponent for the semifinals, they might choose Baihua, because under the command of Zhang Xinjie, Tyranny defensive counterattack was really powerful. As expected, Baihua gave up the singles match, which was also what Zhang Xinjie thought of before the start of the match. Their goal was also to decide the winner in the team match. So even Han Wenqing was sent to play the singles match. And this was obviously to prevent Baihua from consuming Han Wenqing's physical strength in the ring match. At the end of the competition, both teams achieved the results they wanted before the competition. Tyranny got 3 points in the singles competition, while Baihua got 2.5 points in the competition. Currently, Tyranny leads the total score 8-7. Before the team competition, both teams were gearing up. After the players of the team competition shook hands with each other, they entered the battle seats and inserted their cards to enter the competition. Baihua lineup is the same as last time: Zhang Jiala, Baihua Liaowan, ammunition expert, Zhou Yuan, Waffenchigen, ammunition expert, Mo Chuchen, Alphan Hua, priest, Tang Hao, Delailo, rogue, Zhu Xiaoping, Finka, summoner, 6-man Zhang Wei, Sun Luo, mage scholar. Baitu's lineup has been slightly adjusted: Han Wenqing, Damo Guyan, boxer, Zhang Xinjia, Shi Bujuan, priest, Bai Yanfei, Luota, elemental mage, Zheng Chanfeng, Shanfeng Dilly, knight, Wang Qi Xian, 09 degrees, sharpshooter, 6-man Zhou Guangyi, Ji Lung, assassin, Baitu put Zhou Guangyi in the 6-man position. After all, they took into account the problem of Baihua frontal firepower output point. In the last game, due to the map selection, Baihua frontal firepower output was not actually revealed. For this reason, they promoted Wang Qi Xian to the starting lineup to supplement Batu's frontal output. Demo Guyan. Loading completed. The stone does not turn. The loading is complete. The flowers are in full bloom. The loading is complete. The flowers are in full bloom. The loading is complete. Map, War Grassland. Loading completed. This map was selected by Wei Chao to limit the tactical play of Blue Rain in the previous match between Blue Rain and Wei Chao. As a result, Blue Rain used the terrain to contain Wei Chao's tactical arrangement, which was a self-inflicted disaster. Baihua's intention of selecting such a map with a bit of lore is very obvious. That is, to play fast attack, and to fight head-on. If you can't win, you can't win. There is no excuse for losing, because it is a staircase-shaped map. Baihua's long-range output does not need to be close to the grassland at the bottom to deal a fatal blow to Tyranny. Entering the game, Baihua climbed to the highest point of the refresh point, but saw Tyranny rushing to the grassland at the bottom. Tyranny obviously did not want to be consumed by Baihua's long range, and wanted to occupy the grassland at the bottom first, and then charge at Baihua. Of course, not all Tyranny went down, leaving a -9 degrees to do fire removal. Baihua saw that Tyranny was so determined, so she didn't care and just went for it. She left a flower on top, and the others rushed directly to the grassland at the bottom. When the two sides met, Damo Guyan took the lead in attacking, and hit Delailo in front with a collapsing fist. Delailo blocked with both hands and threw a brick, but unfortunately it failed to hit Damo Guyan. Finka began to summon beasts in the back. The first one to appear was Xiao Feilong, who began to spit fire at Tyranny. Shen Fengdalai held a shield, and opened a shield wall to block Xiao Feilong's attack. Baihua Liaowan rushed out from the left and threw a grenade, but unfortunately, it was knocked down by Rhoda in the air. Baihua Liaowan threw a flashlight and a tracking grenade, but unfortunately Rhoda opened an ice wall in time to block Tyranny vision, and the flashlight failed to flash to Tyranny and others. Damo Guyan opened the eagle step and climbed over the wall, and a front kick directly knocked Delailo away. Damo Guyan wanted to continue attacking, but was forced back by Baihua Liaowan explosive grenade. Shi Bujuan activated the angel wings and flew into the air, using the holy fire to throw at the Baihua people. Feng Ke summoned the Death Knight to help resist the frontal attack. Damo Guyan went straight up and kicked Delailo again with a whirlwind kick. Delailo activated the steel bones, but unfortunately, Damo Guyan Thousand Gene Pendant directly broke his dominance. Zhang Jiala saw that Delailo could no longer withstand Damo Guyan attack, so he loaded the ice bomb and shot at Damo Guyan. However, Damo Guyan activated the steel bones and took Zhang Jiala output to beat up the fallen Delailo. Baihua Liaowan came to Delailo and threw the explosive bomb. Damo Guyan let go of Delailo and punched Baihua Liaowan. Baihua Liaowan controlled his position and pulled Damo Guyan. Delailo successfully stood up and cooperated with Baihua Liaowan to attack Damo Guyan. Shen Fengli launched a night charge to knock Delailo away. Delailo has fallen to the ground 3 times so far, and he can't hold it anymore. Meanwhile, Hua Fan Si Jin on the other side also rushed down. taking over Delilo's position. Assisting by Hua Liaoluan in frontal output. The double ammunition expert finally arrived. Under the alternating firepower, Demo Guyan and Shan Feng Gilai were completely unable to withstand it. So Shi Bujuan issued a retreat order. However, how could Baihua, who had already formed a formation, let Tyranny leave so easily? Delilo wanted to keep Demo Guyan at this time. And the poison needle followed by a powerful knee attack entangled Demo Guyan. Rhoda opened an ice line and drew a magic barrier to successfully stop the rest of Baihua. And Delilo was also repelled by Demo Guyan double tiger fist. In this way, the first wave of confrontation between Baihua and Tyranny ended here, and the grassland at the bottom occupied by Baihua ended. Chapter 61 Tyranny Substitution Mistake. Han Wenqing strong breakthrough. With the coverage of Baihua frontal firepower output, they successfully helped them occupy the grassland at the bottom. However, just when Baihua was adjusting, Tyranny launched a charge against Baihua. Shanfeng Daili ran in the front, holding a shield to attack, and successfully interrupted Baihua Liaoluan attack with the Starfall Hammer. Demo Guyan followed closely behind, kicking Baihua Liaoluan with a front kick. Baihua Liaoluan dodged from Demo Guyan heavy kick. Thinka summoned the Ice Wolf to pounce on Demo Guyan. Rhoda's flame bomb knocked down the Ice Wolf, and the lightning halo was thrown to paralyze Baihua Liaoluan. It seems that Tyranny's target of attack is Baihua Liaoluan. They did not see Delilo's figure in the front, and it seems that he went to change people. Sure enough, Solua rushed out from the back and threw out the lava flask. But it was kicked away by Demo Guyan in the air. Baihua Liaoluan and Huafan Sijin threw grenades at the same time. Shanfeng Daili opened a shield wall to prevent the grenade from exploding to the back of their home. However, Baihua Liaoluan did not throw an ordinary grenade, but a shrinking grenade. The grenade exploded at the foot of Shanfeng Daili, and the strong impact force directly overturned Shanfeng Daili, who was holding a shield to block it. Seeing that the situation was not good, Demo Guyan directly grabbed Shanfeng Daili and retreated. But how could Baihua give up such a good opportunity? Random thunder. This was Huafan Sijin's big move. Various bombs exploded around Tyranny. Rhoda wanted to use a fire wall to isolate the grenade attack, but Sun Luo had already entangled him at this time, and gravity accelerated towards Rhoda. Rhoda could only give up releasing skills and open instant movement to retreat. But this time it was hard for the retreating Demo Guyan and Shanfeng Daili, who were being pulled back. Just when Baihua double ammunition expert continued to output firepower, Alphen Canhua in the back was caught by Ji Ling, who suddenly appeared. Ao Feng Canhua, shock. Ji Ling hid in the smoke and dust caused by the heavy damage caused by the double ammunition expert, and relied on his high speed to get behind Baihua, and caught Baihua's priest Ao Feng Canhua. The closest to the priest was Feng Ke, who could only summon the flower of the demon world to help Ao Feng Canhua break the fire. However, Ji Ling had already made up his mind to exchange with Ao Feng Canhua. A life-threatening attack. Ji Ling successfully hit Ao Feng Canhua, but he also burned his life and became a residual blood. Ao Feng Canhua activated the angel wings to stay in the air, and then threw the holy fire under his feet to avoid being taken away by Ji Ling. Ji Ling was burned by the holy fire, and could not use any skills within 3 seconds. Feng Ke did not miss this opportunity, and summoned the Elf King to attack Ji Ling. Just when Ao Feng Canhua thought he was fine. With a bang, Ao Feng Canhua fell from the air, and became the first eliminated character in this game. It was -9 degrees. Barrett sniped and successfully took away Ao Feng Canhua in the air. Huh? Did Zhang Xinjie go to make a substitution? Yi Qiu saw the substitution in the Jia Shi conference room, and asked a question. Any questions? Su Mucheng asked on the side. Have you seen Blue Rain replace Yu Wenzhou and Thunder replace Xiao Shiqin in the team match? Yi Qiu said. Baitu's choice was right. Let the priest replace the assassin and successfully take away the priest through the opportunity created by the opponent. But the person who replaced the assassin cannot be Zhang Xinjie. Zhang Xinjie is the commander of the Tyranny tactics. If he is not on the field, Tyranny defensive counterattack will become a pure offense. Yu Wenzhou gave the answer. At the same time, with Ao Feng Canhua out, Ji Ling was also taken away by Feng Ke and Sun Luo, who came from the air, becoming the second character eliminated in this game. Baihua Liaoluan, go. Their priest is not here. After saying that, Baihua Liaoluan rushed directly towards the Tyranny group. Demo Guyan let go of Shanfeng Daili on the ground and threw a punch. Baihua Liaoluan dodged flexibly, and threw a flash bomb to successfully blind Demo Guyan. Baihua Liaowan threw a volley of incendiary bombs at Damo Guyan. Damo Guyan blinding was over, and he threw a whirlwind kick. Shanfeng Daili, who had already stood up, started the night charge and attacked Baihua Liaowan. While dodging Damo Guyan whirlwind kick, Baihua Liaowan rolled back and threw the grenade that had been timed long ago. When Shanfeng Daili rushed to the nearest point, he threw it, and it exploded in front of Shanfeng Daili with a bang. Hua Fan Si Jin assisted Baihua Liaowan in output. Baihua Liaowan focused on the front, while Hua Fan Si Jin focused on the side. Their skills were constantly connected. Baihua's double ammunition expert began to show his power. Damo Guyan and Shanfeng Daili couldn't stand it at all. Fortunately, the refresh point of the war grassland was relatively close. They could just hold on until Sherbujuan arrived on the scene. On the other side, Deli Luo had already rushed to the battlefield quickly. After dealing with Ji Lung, Sun Lu attacked Rhoda again, in order to make up for the frontal firepower problem. Ling Xiaojiu Du also came to the front of Tyranny. Bone could summon the Death Knight to help Baihua stand in the front, while the double ammunition expert was at ease behind the Death Knight to output. Shanfeng Daili awakened the spirit of chivalry and launched a heroic charge. The lone smoke eagle of the desert stepped out and stepped on the shoulder of the Death Knight. 1,000-pound weight. Although Baihua Liaowan had retreated fast enough, he was still affected by the jumping 1,000-pound weight. Shanfeng Daili had knocked the Death Knight away and rushed towards Baihua Liaowan, who was standing unsteadily. Hua Fan Si Jin stepped forward to help Baihua Liaowan withstand the charge of Shanfeng Daili and was knocked to the ground. However, when he was knocked away, Hua Fan Si Jin threw a tracking grenade and Shanfeng Daili suffered damage from the explosion. Baihua Liaowan stabilized his body and threw a smoke bomb to cover the fallen Hua Fan Si Jin. Hua Fan Si Jin was afraid of making a sound under the cover of the smoke and crawled directly to the back. The two tyrants lost their target in the smoke. Just as the two tyrants were groping around, a Delillo suddenly appeared in the smoke, throwing bricks and sand. Damo Guyan dodged the brick attack, but Shanfeng Daili behind him didn't notice it and was hit and dizzy. Damo Guyan predicted that Delillo would throw sand, so he protected his eyes with both hands and turned around and kicked Delillo away successfully. The smoke dissipated, and the double ammunition expert was already ready at this time, and his skills were rained on the two tyrants. At this time, the holy light on Damo Guyan body, Sherbujuan arrived and threw a small healing spell for Damo Guyan. Damo Guyan and Shanfeng Daili retreated at the same time to ensure the integrity of the formation. Thunder. Baihua Liaowan used his ultimate move. He would not give Tyranny a chance to breathe. Holding, hunting, and rushed towards Tyranny. Sherbujuan was ready to throw out the sacred fire to force Baihua Liaowan back. But Sun Lu in the air had already attacked Sherbujuan, and Rhoda shot out an ice line in time to draw a magic barrier in front of Sherbujuan to prevent Sun Lu from getting close. Sun Lu shot out a star-shaped line towards Sherbujuan, and shot it towards Sherbujuan through the magic barrier left by Rhoda. And Sherbujuan dodged to the side. Baihua Liaowan in front was relentless, and Delilo rushed even faster than Baihua Liaowan, scratching at Shanfeng Daili. Tyranny formation was continuously compressed, and if it continued like this, it would sooner or later become Baihua prey. So Damo Guyan decided to hit the first punch to avoid 100 punches. Cloud Body. Moving quickly to Delilo, charging up to connect with Overlord Fist. Although Tang Hao reacted very quickly, and had already controlled Delilo's hands to block, the huge power of Overlord Fist still knocked Delilo back with one punch and fell to the ground. Crouching Tiger soaring. Mo Guyan stepped on the fallen Delilo with one foot. But fortunately at this time Hua Fan Si Jin threw a flash bomb from the side to blind Mo Guyan, while Baihua Liaowan arrived and grabbed Delilo's collar to avoid Mo Guyan fatal kick. Han Wenqing fight was very strong, and this kick can be said to have disrupted Baihua's offensive rhythm. TSK 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 TSK. If it weren't for Han Wenqing, I dare not imagine what Tyranny would be like after being hit head-on by Baihua. Yi Qiu looked at the arrogant king of fighters Mo Guyan on the field, and shook his head and said, "It depends on whether Zhang Jiala can stand up. If he can't stand up, Baihua will end this season." Chapter 62 Zhu Xiaoping's Sacrifice. A small person makes a big contribution. Baihua defeated the strong and joined the reincarnation. The situation on the field has reversed. Han Wenqing breakthrough brought hope to Tyranny. But for Baihua, their offensive rhythm was disrupted, and the situation was unfavorable. With Han Wenqing breakthrough to Delilo, Tyranny successfully opened the attack of Baihua. Baihua Liaowan and Hua Fansigen stopped the frontal fire attack to save Delilo, which also led to Sun Luo, who was harassing Sherbujuan in the back, being restrained by Rhoda and 09 degrees on the side of Tyranny. At this time, Baihua urgently needed a hero to stand up and stop the decline. Zhang Jiala looked at Delilo, who stood up but was still beaten up, rushed forward and kicked away Damogayan, helping Delilo to complete the fire removal. Baihua Liaowan, you go to support Sun Luo. After sending the command, the 1v1 battle between Baihua Liaowan and Damogayan began. Damogayan kicked back and then kicked back. Baihua Liaowan retreated and loaded ice bullets, shooting at Damogayan. Damogayan was slowed down by the ice bullets. Baihua Liaowan took the opportunity to pull away from Damogayan. After firing a burst of ice bullets, Damogayan's steel bone CD was ready. He turned on steel bone to avoid being hit by too many ice bullets and entering a completely frozen state. Seeing Damogayan approaching him again, Baihua Liaowan threw out a gas grenade, and the green toxic gas spread in front of Damogayan. Just when Baihua Liaowan and Damogayan were soloing, Sun Luo cooperated with Delilo, who came over and attacked Sherbujuan again. In order to threaten Sherbujuan, Lian Hua Fan Si Jin even gave up assisting Baihua Liaowan and chose to support Sun Luo and Deli Luo. There were only Baihua Liaowan and Feng could summon beasts in the front. The poisonous gas dissipated, and Demo Guyan attacked Baihua Liaowan again. Moreover, Shan Feng Di Lai had already activated the knight's ultimate skill Crusader Judgment, and wanted to cooperate with Demo Guyan to take Baihua Liaowan away first. The entire front battlefield was divided into 2v2 and 3v3. Since the Elf King and the Death Knight were still on cooldown, Feng chose to summon the Spirit Cat to help Baihua Liaowan attract hatred, and the Thunder Eagle to assist Baihua Liaowan in pulling output. Now it's just a matter of who falls first in the front. Since there are priests in the back of Tyranny, they only need to take care of the front battlefield. As long as Damogayan and Shafeng Dili break through Baihua Liaowan and Finka, it will be difficult for Baihua. Baihua Liaowan threw a burning bomb to distance herself, and threw a remote-control grenade, which detonated at the moment when Damogayan was about to kick her away. Damogayan took a grenade. Shafeng Dili opened and was as quiet as still water, immune to the taunts from the Siddha Cat, and successfully hit Baihua Liaowan with a provocation. Damogayan took the opportunity to hit Baihua Liaowan with a mountain-breaking punch. Finka summoned a small flying dragon in time to help Baihua Liaowan resist Damogayan attack. Shafeng Dili launched a shield attack, which was dodged by Baihua Liaowan with a backflip. At the same time, Baihua Liaowan launched a shrinking grenade. Shafeng Dili had already blocked it with a shield, but was still knocked to the ground by the impact of the nearby grenade explosion. Baihua Liaowan pulled calmly. Before Shafeng Dili stood up, Baihua Liaowan had already kicked Shafeng Dili back with a close kick, and continued to attack Shafeng Dili with the bullets in his hand. At this time, Damogayan was restrained by Finka. Finka had come to Baihua Liaowan's side and summoned the Flower of the Demon World to carry out three-line operations. 2v2 was disassembled into 1v1 by Baihua, just when Shafeng Dili tried desperately to block Baihua Liaowan attack. Baihua Liaowan suddenly switched fire. Baihua Liaowan, priest. Zhou Yuan received Zhang Jiala order, and her Hua Fansigen's ultimate move was ready at this time. Chaotic Thunder. While throwing the ultimate move at Sherbujuan, Baihua Liaowan gave up entanglement with Shafeng Dili and ran straight to the back of Tyranny. The tracking grenade flew towards Sherbujuan. Damogayan in the front realized Baihua's intention and hurried to support his teammates. But Finka would not let him go. He summoned the Ice Wolf to pounce on Damogayan, who knocked the Ice Wolf down with a punch and ran to the back. At this time, Zhu Xiaoping did something he would never regret in his life. He directly switched positions, swapped his position with the Ice Wolf, came to Damogayan, and summoned the Goblin to forcibly hold Damogayan with his own body. Shafeng Dili was also running towards Sherbujuan at this time. But the three people in the back had no way to deal with the firepower output of Baihua double ammunition expert. Rhoda even directly shot out an ice wall to delay time, but it was instantly broken by Baihua bullets. Delilo took the lead and rushed to Sherbujuan. Badu is very dangerous now. Sherbujuan has been approached, and Finka is still holding Damogayan to prevent him from returning to defense. Zhu Xiaoping is still working hard. At this time, Zhu Xiaoping's efforts infected all the fans of Baihua who were watching this game off the court. Come on! Zhu Xiaoping! Hold him! Damo Guyan activated his ultimate move, Tiger Dance, and beat Fengke violently. Fengke was knocked down by Damo Guyan fists. Fengke summoned the Thunder Spirit and successfully hit Damo Guyan, who was retreating. The Thunder Spirit's attack successfully froze Damo Guyan. At this time, Fengke's other skills were still on cooldown. He chose to rush over and hug Damo Guyan's legs and drag him hard. Swordsman was approached by Dilo at this time, and the nearby 09 degrees also couldn't withstand the frontal firepower output of Baihua. Shafeng Dali finally returned to the back, but was successfully stumped by Sun Luo in the sky. Now all eyes are on Zhu Xiaoping. Can he hold Damo Guyan? Damo Guyan's stiffness ended, and he punched Fengke. Zhu Xiaoping looked at his decreasing health and kept pressing the left button. Han Wenqing had no choice but to use a powerful overlord fist to hit Fengke's head. Fengke's blood suddenly turned red, but he still didn't let go. Delilo activated the Pain of Scars and attacked with a strong knee. At this time, the blood of -9 degree, who was under heavy attack from the front, was running low. They were now eager for Damo Guyan to arrive. Damo Guyan saw that time was running out and slapped Fengke with his double tiger palms. After a round of punches and kicks, Fengke still didn't let go. Han Wenqing was angry. If you don't let go, then go to hell. Collapse fist. Lightning and lightning fist. In the end, Fengke died tragically at the feet of Damo Guyan. Before the character disappeared, Fengke's hand never left the feet of Damo Guyan. Zhu Xiaoping tried his best. Fengke, it depends on you. If Baihua wins, this guy will be the MVP. Zhu Xiaoping has bought enough time for Baihua. Swordsman was close to him, and he had no way to deal with him. 09 degree was already the first to be taken away by the double ammunition expert. Baihua directly switched fire. When Damo Guyan arrived, Swordsman was just sent out. Damo Guyan punched Baihua. There was no way to fight 2 against 4. After a fierce battle, Tyranny was eliminated and Baihua successfully advanced to the semifinals. Tyranny has no chance, with Damo Guyan eliminated. Congratulations to Baihua for winning the team game. Zhu Xiaoping's sacrifice brought the fruits of victory to Baihua. With the end of the team game, let us congratulate Baihua for successfully advancing to the semifinals with a tactical tyranny of 11-8. With the end of the team game, everyone in Baihua hugged Zhu Xiaoping directly. If Zhu Xiaoping hadn't risked his life to hold Han Wenqing back, Baihua would have been trapped in a double team, and the result would have been hard to say. Well done. Zhang Jiala patted Zhu Xiaoping's shoulder heavily after the game. After leaving the battle area, the two teams shook hands and encouraged each other. Well done, Han Wenqing said to Zhang Jiala. Well done. Zhang Xijia shook hands with Zhu Xiaoping and said, Thank you for the encouragement, Senior. They want to surpass their past selves. They are still improving. Double flowers are not enough. They need Baihua. Congratulations to the Baihua team for advancing to the semifinals of the 7th season of the 2022 Glory Professional League. After the speeches of the Baihua team and their desire for the championship, the Tyranny team came on stage and bowed, which meant that their season was over. Although the road ahead is full of thorns, Tyranny will use their fists to open a path that belongs to them. Staying the same as always is the true nature of Tyranny. It is a pity to announce that the Tyranny team stopped at the quarterfinals of the 7th season of the 2022 Glory Professional League. Looking at Han Wenqing, who was playing the documentary of this season on the field, with his hands folded across his chest, Han Wenqing's heart was filled with reluctance and the desire for the championship. Although he had already touched the championship, who would complain that he had too few championships in his hands? Tyranny. Come again next year. Chapter 63. The top 4 are out. Analysis of each team. With the Baihua team defeating the Tyranny team, the first round of the playoffs has come to an end. In the 4 games, Samsara and Tiny Herb won without dragging their opponents to the second round of team games, while Blue Rain and Baihua both used team games to turn defeat into victory when they were 7-8 behind. Among them, Samsara, Tiny Herb, and Blue Rain ranked first, second, and third in the regular season, and only Baihua successfully reversed from the 5th position and eliminated Tyranny, which was 4th in the regular season. In this game, especially the second team game between Baihua and Tyranny, Zhu Xiaoping's sacrifice made many fans, who were not originally fans of Baihua, but only fans of Zhang Jiala, fall in love with this young man. After 2 days of rest, the first game between Samsara and Baihua will be held at the Baihua home court, and the next day, Tiny Herb will be held against Blue Rain at Blue Rain's home court. This is also different from the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, the top-ranked teams first play at home to determine the home advantage, and then the bottom-ranked teams play at home. But the semifinals have changed. The top-ranked teams play at home later, because this way they can keep the right of life and death in their own hands. After the quarterfinals, all parties interview the teams that entered the semifinals, especially Samsara. They not only broke the regular season team history this season and won the first regular season championship, but also took the lead in entering the semifinals and the playoffs to break their own quarterfinal curse. The next game to be played is Samsara versus Baihua, and Wei Chao versus Blue Rain. The playoffs have entered a more intense moment. Although the four teams have a short break, they must always be tense and cannot relax at all. After all, the ticket to the finals is right in front of them. Among the four teams, only Samsara has never entered the finals. Samsara Club. The members of Samsara gathered together to review this wonderful duel. Whether it was Han Wenqing's single-point blast in the early stage, disrupting Baihua rhythm with one punch, or Zhang Jiala's sudden change of command later, especially Zhu Xiaoping's delay. It was the most critical point for Baihua to defeat Tyranny. If Zhu Xiaoping didn't delay, then when the Mo Guyan arrived, Baihua would be in danger. Of course, what they are studying at this time cannot be Tyranny, which has been eliminated, but Baihua. They will face Baihua, who is defeated by the underdog in the next round of the game. They don't want to disappoint their fans' expectations. After all, it is a scene they have never seen. Since Tyranny was defeated by Baihua, the voices of criticism from the outside world have never stopped. Such is why an unknown player could delay Han Wenqing for so long. Is Han Wenqing old? Is Zhang Xinji's tactical arrangement wrong? It is also unreasonable in the eyes of Samsara and others. This sentence not only negated Han Wenqing, but also negated Zhu Xiaoping, who was the most crucial player in the team competition. His superb performance was crushed by this sentence. The entire Samsara team gathered in the tactical conference room. The projection showed this most exciting team competition. Samsara and others watched this game over and over again. But none of the Samsara players showed impatience on their faces, because they were eager to win. They created team history and entered the semifinals. Now they want to go further. After many analysis and replays, Samsara concluded that Baihua frontal firepower destroyed Tyranny defensive counterattack. In order to confront Baihua double ammunition expert, Tyranny even mentioned Wang Qixuan to the starting lineup, just to make up for the front. In fact, this was unnecessary. Tyranny had desert smoke and mountain meets earth crack on the front, and Rhoda, who had long-range output, could actually withstand the front. What Tyranny needs to do is to find opportunities to disrupt Baihua offensive rhythm. Of course, this was verified by Han Wenqing's strong breakthrough of Tang Hao. Baihua frontal offensive rhythm is too dependent on Zhang Jiala. Once there is a problem in other aspects, Zhang Jiala needs to be distracted to solve it. Then Baihua offensive rhythm will become a mess. So after the replay of the round, the conclusion drawn was to restrict Zhang Jiala and then break through at a single point. Just like Han Wenqing, the breakthrough point is not only DeLillo, but also others. And the front of the round has a stronger single-point breakthrough ability than Han Wenqing. That is Shozakai. Therefore, they are confident that they will defeat Baihua and get the first ticket to the finals. The round is now very clear to Baihua. But Baihua is brainstorming. Baihua Club. They didn't even replay the team game between the round and the Thunder in the playoffs, because it was meaningless. The whole team game. What is reflected is the huge gap between the team's strengths. The Baihua people are helpless because the round did not release anything new. They even replayed the regular season team match in which they lost to Samsara. And they were silent. That is, with Zhou Yichen in the front. If they couldn't break through Samsara front, then who would deal with Shozakai? This is the difference between single core and dual core. If you solve one point, the other point cannot be solved. Moreover, they are not confident that they can break through the front of Samsara. Zhou Yichen's current performance should be the strongest battle mage after Yichio. He is still a newcomer. He will continue to improve and become more and more difficult to deal with. Unlike Samsara Ease and Baihua Entanglement, the two teams of Tiny Herb and Blue Rain are old enemies. In the regular season, Tiny Herb and Blue Rain tied 1:1. This season, Blue Rain is actually greatly weakened compared to last season. After all, the introduction of the league voice rules makes Blue Rain very uncomfortable. You won Johan's speed, which is not fast. has to be divided into part of the command. Huang Xiaotian. Needless to say, the two skills that made him famous, mouth and sword, have been abolished, leaving only the sword in his hand. At this time, VG Gaming is reviewing the playoffs between Blue Rain and Misty Rain. Misty Rain's lineup is indeed eye-catching, but it seems that Misty Rain has not yet mastered this offensive lineup. Blue Rain is still stable. As long as Yu Wenzhou is freed up, and has time and energy to type and command the team, Blue Rain will become very difficult. Therefore, VG Gaming focus is still on how to limit Yu Wenzhou. As for Huang Xiaotian, do enough homework for the newcomers before the game. Don't be affected by Huang Xiaotian trash talk. Be careful of Huang Xiaotian sneak attacks, etc. In the team game review, Huang Xiaotian showed an unparalleled ability to find opportunities and mouth cannons. These things can only be paid attention to by yourself at that time. The old people don't need to worry. After all, they let go after experiencing the torture of the finals last season. I have been disgusted by that. And I am still afraid of this now. Typing? You just don't need to look at it. Last season, people didn't type, and they talked with their mouths, disgusting you to death. As for Blue Rain, they were reviewing the only team match between Tiny Herb and Excellent Era in the playoffs. The most exciting part of this team match was that Excellent Era desperately wanted Mu Yu Chung Feng to occupy the high ground, while Tiny Herb deliberately let you go high and attack you from behind. And then when you were about to set up a point, they relied on the flying ability of the Mage Scholar and the Ghost Formation to force you to leave the high ground. Therefore, Blue Rain's review mainly emphasized Tiny Herb's positioning and substitution issues. Of course, they were confident that they could defeat Tiny Herb, as they had already done last season. Revenge? There was no such thing. Everything was going on in a tense and orderly manner, and everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the duel. Now 4 teams have reached the semifinals, and 2 of them have won the championship. No one would complain about having too many championships. One step further, it would be the finals. One step further, it would be the glorious championship trophy that everyone dreams of. At this time, who would relax? Who would give up? Even if Baihua was the weakest on paper. What would happen to Samsara? Does anyone in the quarterfinals think Baihua will beat Tyranny? No one except Baihua's own fans. But they did it. Every year, when the glory circle reaches this stage, the atmosphere becomes extremely solemn. And everything is for the championship. Chapter 64. The first match of the semifinals. The turning Fulong Xiangtian. The indescribable Zhou Yichen. 1 day. 2 days. In the tense atmosphere, time passed day by day. The first match of the semifinals finally arrived as scheduled. The first match, the match between Baihua and Luanhui, will be held at the home court of Baihua in K City. K City is a city that once witnessed the prosperous blood scene combination sweeping the league. Although the current Baihua is not as good as it was in the past, they are not easy to bully. As the game approaches, the stadium is already full. The first match of the semifinals is full. Although most of the audience and players in the online game believe that Luanhui will defeat Baihua and get the first ticket to the finals. Who can tell whether the miraculous Baihua can bring down Luanhui? In the 5th season, when they lost their captain Sun Zhiping in the middle, no one was optimistic about them with Zhang Jiala leading the team alone. But they still made it to the finals, although they lost to the rising Wei Chao. Will the Luanhui team advance to the finals for the first time with a strong momentum? Or will the Baihua team complete a counterattack and enter the finals for the 3rd time again? Who wins and who loses? Everyone came for this eternal conclusion. At 8 o'clock in the evening of that day, the audience had already arrived, holding the cheering cards they got at the cheering station and talking loudly. The field was also playing exciting music, and everything was paving the way for this game. As the song ended, the audience who were discussing in the field also quieted down. Welcome to the 2022 Honor Professional League Season 7 playoffs. This is the home court of Baihua. The 2 teams are the Samsara team ranked 1st in the regular season, and the Baihua team ranked 5th in the regular season. First of all, let us welcome the away team Samsara. The Samsara players walked from the entrance under the away area to the stage, and the Samsara fans in the away area also called for their own players. Captain Zhou Zikai. Use the character Yiqiang Chuanyan. Zhou Zikai waved to the fans in the audience. The appearance and attributes of the character Yiqiang Chuanyan were also displayed on the big screen. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai. Team member Zhou Yichen. Use the character Yu Xingchen. Zhou Yichen made a heart shape to the audience. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Mom loves you. Next, let's welcome the home team Baihua. The Baihua players walked from the entrance under the home area to the stage. And the home fans of Baihua also set off a frenzy. Captain. Zhang Jiala. Use the character Baihua Liuan. Zhang Jiala bowed to the fans. Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala. After the pre-match introductions of the two teams, the captains of both teams bumped fists and returned to their seats. Ready for the game. Hello everyone. I'm Xiaowei, one of the commentators for today's semifinals. Hello everyone. I'm Jianbin, another commentator for today's semifinals. Today's two teams are the strong Samsara and the successful Baihua. Without further ado, let's get into the first game of the day. As the list was submitted, Zhou Yichen stood up from his seat and prepared to warm up and go on the court. Oh. When the Samsara fans in the away area saw Zhou Yichen stand up, they knew that the best rookie of the season, Zhou Yichen, who was also the kid in the eyes of Samsara fans, would play in the first singles match. As the king of singles this season, Zhou Yichen participation means that Samsara will definitely take this point. At present, no one can stop Samsara from taking this point. Baihua sent Zhu Xiaoping, who performed very well in the last game. Tang Hao clenched his fists under the stage. He wanted to avenge Zhou Yichen, but he also knew that if he lost, the team's ring match would be in jeopardy. Baihua's plan was very clear. They gave up the singles game and focused on the ring match to eat up 2.5 points of the ring match as a guarantee, and decided the outcome with the team match. After all, they had no chance in the second round back to the Devil's home court of Samsara. The audience at the scene cheered and encouraged Zhu Xiaoping. After all, the audience who watched the last game between Baihua and Tyranny knew that Zhu Xiaoping played a key role. But the fans of Samsara were compounding the applause of Baihua fans, and then thought to themselves that this point was stable. Baihua played against Samsara at home. In the first singles game, Zhu Xiaoping played against Zhou Yichen, the best newcomer of the season. Both sides have entered the battle seat, inserted the card, and entered the map loading stage. Yu Xingchen vs Finca Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Finca. Loading completed. Map, Thatcher Manor. Loading completed. Thatcher Manor is a scene cut out from the vast map of the God's domain. There are many elements in the picture. It is rich in content, with a lake in the west, a small forest in the east, and a two-story manor castle with underground buildings in the middle. In addition, there are mills, stables, gardens, and other small buildings distributed in the manor. Obviously, Zhu Xiaoping chose this map to contain Yu Xingchen through complex terrain and prevent Yu Xingchen from getting close to him, as long as he keeps his distance and prevents the opponent from discovering him in the first place. He can use the terrain and summon beasts to contain Yu Xingchen and grind him to death. Come on, Zhu Xiaoping, you are the best. The captain praised you in the last game. You can do it. Before the map was refreshed, Zhu Xiaoping cheered himself up in his heart. He was no worse than anyone else. The characters of both sides refreshed at the north and south ends, and both chose to move in a straight line. They quickly approached the center, but because of the mountain villa castle in the middle, no one could directly find the other party in the field of vision. Fengke first came to the back of the mountain villa castle, climbed over the wall to enter the castle, and slowly moved forward. Suddenly, he heard a sound of footsteps coming from the middle road. It seemed that Yu Xingchen had arrived, but after a while, the footsteps disappeared. Zhu Xiaoping quickly operated Fengke to lie down in a corner and looked outside carefully, but he did not find Yu Xingchen. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a broken window. Did Yu Xingchen go to the second floor? But he did not hear the footsteps on the second floor. He was hiding on the first floor and did not hear the sound of the footsteps above his head. Strange. He clearly heard the sound just now. Didn't Yu Xingchen break through the window to enter the castle? Is he waiting in the corner like himself now? It doesn't make sense. Fengke walked out of the corner. Did he stay on the second floor? Fengke summoned a dark elf under his feet that could exist for 1 minute. In case Yu Xingchen attacked, he could use the position change to escape. Fengke quietly came to the room on the second floor and looked inside. But he did not see Yu Xingchen. Where are the people? Head? At this time, Yu Xingchen was standing on the top of the castle. Just now, he deliberately threw stones to make noises to cover up the sound of jumping to the top of the castle by relying on the windowsill. pillar corners, and other places where he could land and relay. He had already heard the other party's footsteps on the top of the castle. Zhou Yichen was also confused at first. He entered the castle from the main gate. There was no reason for the other party not to attack him. Like turtles? So Zhou Yichen controlled Yu Xingchen to pick up stones on the ground and smash the windows when climbing to the second floor to make noises, and then use the pillar corners to jump to the top of the castle. Zhu Xiaoping saw that the time of his dark elf was almost up, and released another ice wolf to run towards the first floor. Yu Xingchen heard the sound and jumped from the top of the castle to the second floor. Fengke heard the sound and turned around to look. Yu Xingchen Longya made a move. Fengke quickly used the position change, and Fengke disappeared from Yu Xingchen's sight. Yu Xingchen dealt with the ice wolf that suddenly appeared in front of him, and looked around to see who was there. Fengke is playing hide-and-seek with Yu Xingchen. Xiao Wei explained. After all, there is no other way to play. Once he gets close, Fengke's small body can't resist Yu Xingchen's big thing at all. Jianbin analyzed. Suddenly, the little flying dragon flew from the first floor to the second floor and attacked Yu Xingchen. After Yu Xingchen rolled to avoid the attack, he activated the dazzling pattern to attack the little flying dragon. After dealing with the little flying dragon, Yu Xingchen jumped down from the second floor. It seems that Fengke is hiding on the first floor. Yu Xingchen, don't hide. Come out. If you come out, I will give you your favorite bullet. Fengke, I will eat it if you find me. Now it has become a large-scale hide-and-seek game. The terrain on the first floor is not complicated. In addition to the main hall, there are 2 guest rooms. Yu Xingchen rushed to the guest rooms on the first floor with a gun, but he didn't find Fengke after opening the 2 rooms. Where did he go? Suddenly, Fengke appeared behind Yu Xingchen, summoned Thunder Eagle and the Flower of the Demon Realm to attack Yu Xingchen continuously. Yu Xingchen jumped up to avoid the vine summoned by the Flower of the Demon Realm, and stabbed Fengke with a gun. Fengke saw that the situation was not good. Summoned the Death Knight to resist Yu Xingchen's attack. Yu Xingchen turned his head to avoid the attack of the Thunder Eagle. Held. Dragon Gallbladder. Turned 180 degrees and swept to the Death Knight. The Death Knight blocked the attack and punched Yu Xingchen, but the speed was too slow. Yu Xingchen slid through the Death Knight's crotch, and a sky strike directly hit Fengke, who was still controlling the Death Knight behind. And Fengke was successfully floated. Yu Xingchen, the game is over. Senior. Fengke, who was suspended in the air, wanted to control the Death Knight to turn around and help him to clear the fire. But the Death Knight's movements were too slow, and Yu Xingchen followed up with a falling flower palm and successfully knocked Fengke away. Yu Xingchen, what are you thinking about? Yu Xingchen followed up with a shadow step and attacked Fengke continuously. When Fengke landed and was about to get up, Yu Xingchen knocked Fengke down with a tyrant crushing, and Hao Long Pajun followed with New Long Chuan Xian to injure Fengke. At the end, Fu Long Xiang Tian finished. Fengke looked at the flying dragon in front of him and summoned the Elf King to help him resist the big move of this battle method. However, the dragon passed the Elf King and rushed to Fengke behind him. Fengke was hit by Fu Long Xiang Tian and exploded in the air, then fell to the ground. Yu Xingchen activated the big move Fu Long Xiang Tian, but it was difficult to hit Fengke behind because there was a Death Knight blocking him in front of him. Damn! What did I see? Fu Long Xiang Tian turned a corner. So cool! Xiao Wei stood up and explained when he saw this scene. He deserves to be the best newcomer of this season. So fierce. Jianbin could no longer describe the scene in words. Glory fuck. Such a cool play. The audience in the audience was boiling. So cool. Ah! 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 After seeing Zhou Yichen handsome Fu Long Xiang Tian name, the fans of Samsara stood up and kept shouting at Zhou Yichen on the court. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. You are the best fighter in the league. Baihua fans were embarrassed. They saw such a cool operation and subconsciously stood up and shouted. Then they remembered that the player pinned to the wall was a member of their home team, and they were embarrassed. This attack is good. Better than mine. At this time, Yichio was sitting on a chair in the dormitory watching the game. This attack won Yichio approval. Chapter 65 Unintentional Move. Unexpected Tang Hao. As Zhou Yichen took the lead for Samsara, both sides scored 1 point in the next 2 single matches. The point lost was Du Ming facing Zhang Wei, and the swordsman faced the difficult magic scholar. Du Ming was anxious. The single matches of both sides are over. The current score is 2-1 for Samsara over Baihua. Let's take a break and prepare for the arrival of the ring match. It seems that Baihua is ready to fight us head-on. But we are not inferior to them. At this time, the players of the ring match of both sides have been announced on the big screen. The Baihua side is Tang Hao, Zhou Yuan, and Zhang Jiala. Although Tang Hao and Zhou Yuan are both newcomers who debuted this season, their strength is obvious to everyone, especially Tang Hao. Most of the outside world's discussions about Tang Hao are that he is out of touch with the team game. Easy to be caught. Bully the weak and afraid of hard encounters with strong players, etc. But the key to all these problems is that Tang Hao is still a rookie. He is prone to problems in team games, especially in chaotic battles. High EQ, not strong enough in understanding and reading the game. Low EQ, not good in brain. Zhou Yuan has been trained as the successor of Baihua Liuan. He is strong and prone to make the same mistakes that rookies often make as Tang Hao. Otherwise, how can he grow? Not everyone is Wang Jia Shi or Zhou Yichen. Those who can play professionally are all geniuses. But there are also different levels of genius. The list of the ring match on the Samsara side is Wu Qi, LV Buiyuan, and Shou Zakai. The list of the ring match of the Samsara has been changing until now. And Zhou Yichen, who will appear in the ring match in the late regular season, has been playing in the single match so far. After all, it is good to get 1 point steadily. However, recently, there are rumors in the online games, and even the online forums, that the league will change the competition system. After all, many people are dissatisfied with this. The single match is 3 points. And my ring match is also 2 points for 3 people. The playoffs are only 0.5 points. It is recommended to change it to 3 points. Times are changing. And the league is also progressing. They heard that the playoff system will change next season. And the single-player competition may be cancelled. Of course, the next season's things will be discussed next season. The most important thing now is to win the championship this season. After a short break, the 2 teams' ring matches are ready. The first to play is Tang Hao of Baihua, and his opponent is Wu Qi of Luanhui. Delilo, Rogue, vs Cruel Silence, Assassin, Delilo. Loading completed. Cruel Silence. Loading completed. Map, Wuchuan Road. Loading completed. This is a small map with a martial art style. The characters of both sides refresh at both ends of Wuchuan Road. In the middle of the map is a wine shop made of logs. There are 3 large courtyards inside and outside the wine shop. It dominates the map. In terms of area, it occupies 1/9 of the map. Outside the wine shop, there is a desolate lush land. When the wind blows through, the sand and dust can make the sky yellow. With the wine shop in the middle, the characters of both sides will not meet directly. The tavern became a scene for ambushes or sneak attacks. Inside was a huge courtyard with several long and square tables. This map is not suitable for ranged characters. After all, there are many items in the tavern, which can easily block the view. Once ambushed or attacked, it is difficult for ranged characters to survive, except for the ammunition expert, because his damage score is dealt by grenades. Obviously, this is the purpose of Baihua choosing this map, to limit Zhou Zakai performance as much as possible and lock Zhou Zakai in the tavern. Entering the game, Cruel Silence relied on the acceleration of the sprint to enter the tavern first, while Delilo was still on the way. At this time, Cruel Silence had already hidden under the bar of the tavern, waiting for the prey to take the bait like a hunter. Delilo arrived and kicked the bench in the tavern to make a noise. Tang Hao naturally knew that Cruel Silence would arrive at the tavern before him, so his purpose was very simple. That is, to force Cruel Silence out and have a head-on battle between men. But Wu Qi was not a fool. He did not know the other party's intention for such an obvious move. So he continued to operate Cruel Silence and hid under the bar, only occasionally moving his feet and walking forward to avoid being warned by a yellow card. However, the slight movement caused the dagger in his hand to accidentally hit the bar. Damn! Cruel Silence flipped out from the bar and threw the dagger at Delilo, who was still looking around. Arc Flash. Delilo was taken advantage of, but Tang Hao reacted quickly and threw sand. Cruel Silence dodged the sand and kicked Delilo. Delilo put his hands around his chest to block the kick, barely retreating but not being knocked down. Brick attack. Delilo started with a brick, with the brick in front and the person behind. Although Cruel Silence dodged the brick attack to the right, he was slapped by Delilo, who was close to him. and then a knee attack followed. Cruel Silence took a windward step to retreat to avoid the half-grab knee attack. Why would Wu Qi choose to attack at this time? It's too early. He should at least wait until the opponent gets closer, Jiang Butao said while watching the game on the stage. I don't know. Did he think Tang Hao had spotted him? But Tang Hao just looked around stupidly and didn't even look at the bar, Zhou Yichen replied. Cruel Silence knew that this was not a solution. The opponent had too many small combos. So he used the instant body stab to attack DeLillo. Then used the air jump to flip behind DeLillo and cut his throat. Unfortunately, DeLillo reacted and squatted. And the dagger missed. Damn. Genius. It's hard for him. I take back what I said just now. Sorry. How? Zhou Yichen explained when he saw this operation. Wu Qi operation was already very cool. The back attack bonus of cutting the throat was very high. But he didn't expect it to be resolved by Tang Hao like this. After DeLillo squatted, he kicked at Cruel Silence with a sweeping kick. Cruel Silence jumped up to avoid it. DeLillo quickly stood up and stabbed Cruel Silence with an anesthetic needle. Cruel Silence was paralyzed by the anesthetic needle. DeLillo jumped up and headbutted Cruel Silence, followed by an elbow strike, knocking Cruel Silence down directly. Cruel Silence's paralysis ended, and he successfully took the body. Looking at DeLillo coming towards him, Cruel Silence broke his ankle and slowed down DeLillo. Cruel Silence was desperate at this time and attacked with his life. But Tang Hao used the same trick again. But what was more exaggerated than squatting was that he saw Cruel Silence's life-threatening attack. And he directly imitated the operation of his teammate Zhou Yuan in the regular season and subconsciously laid down on the ground. Cruel Silence used a life-threatening attack. It seems that he knows that his chances of winning are slim. He wants to reduce the pressure on his teammates behind him as much as possible. Did he hit this life-threatening attack? Wow! DeLillo dodged this life-threatening attack by lying down. Tang Hao operation today is really unexpected. Fuck. Zhou Yichen was numb from watching from the audience. This operation was too good. The best of the best. Wu Qi was now dizzy. This move had worked on him twice. The last time was him. And this time it was still him. The most critical opponent was still Baihua. As Cruel Silence's life-threatening attack failed, Tang Hao controlled DeLillo to get up quickly and hit Cruel Silence, who was close to him, with a powerful knee attack. Scar Pain. After DeLillo was activated, he put the target into a bleeding state and threw a gasoline bottle to block Cruel Silence's retreat. Cruel Silence could only fight hard. An arc light flash was launched. DeLillo took this arc light flash hard and threw sand to attack, with a 50% chance of successfully blinding Cruel Silence. Knee attack. DeLillo caught Cruel Silence and hit him with his knee, and finally followed with a combo punch. In the end, DeLillo successfully took Cruel Silence away with 46% of his health. What a hearty battle. Glory. Let us congratulate Baihua for winning the first ring match. This match is really unsatisfying. Tang Hao defense is really unexpected. Baihua fans off the court are also cheering for Tang Hao crazily. Don't worry about whether the operation is abstract or not. Just say whether you win or not. Wu Qiren, who left the battle seat and returned to the team, was still confused. He couldn't think of why he could make such an abstract operation. He encountered it twice. You say he reacts quickly. Why doesn't he dodge to the side? You say he reacts slowly. He lies down very quickly. This is what Wu Qi can't figure out. Seeing the expressions of the team members, who wanted to laugh, but were too embarrassed to do so, Wu Qi felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. Especially Zhou Yichen, who was almost unable to hold back. Wu Qi just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible and leave. The judo player Lu Buiyuan, who did not feel sad for Wu Qi discomfort, rushed to the battlefield immediately. Chapter 66. Let's have a fight between men. Fight. It's cool. The second player to compete in the round is LV Buiyuan. As a second-year rookie in Glory who debuted only last year, LV Buiyuan has become very mature now. His profession is judo. Let's look forward to the duel between him and Tang Hao. LV Buiyuan, a rookie who debuted in the 6th season. Although this is his 2nd season in the league, LV Buiyuan has shown a strong psychological quality since his debut. Pan Lin once commented, he is a typical big game player with a very strong psychological quality. He is good at breaking out in adversity and creating match points. Yunshan won. Loading completed. Entering the game. Both sides ran to the wine shop at the same time. When the two met in the wine shop, they started fighting directly without saying a word. Close combat. Fighting! Cool. Deliro took the lead in slapping Yunshanluan. Yunshanluan quickly knocked off Dalilo's hand and grabbed Dalilo at close range. Throw. Yunshanluan grabbed Dalilo's collar directly and threw it hard. Dalilo fell on the long table in the wine shop. Yun Shanluan jumped directly onto the table, ready to grab Dalilo again. Dalilo quickly stood up and threw sand. Yun Shanluan covered his eyes with his hands. Dalilo attacked with a knee attack. He grabbed Yun Shanluan and hit him with a knee. Yun Shanluan pressed his hands down to reduce the damage from the knee attack. Dalilo threw a hook, but was pushed away by Yun Shanluan. Yun Shanluan ran up and grabbed Dalilo with a back throw, lifted him above his head, and slammed him hard on the floor of the tavern. Wow! The audience seemed to be watching WWE instead of a glory professional game. It was so cool. It was so exciting. Yun Shanluan jumped off the table and was about to kick Dalilo. Dalilo rolled forward to avoid the kick. He quickly stood up, applied poison on his weapon, and clawed at Yun Shanluan, successfully hitting Yun Shanluan's arm. He fired poison needles at Yun Shanluan. Yun Shanluan dodged sideways, but was still shot. Fortunately, there was no bleeding. The battle between the two sides is very intense. Now it has entered a white-hot stage. For the two players, if they can defeat the other first, then all the advantages in the future will be decided by themselves. Xiao Wei is passionately commentating. This game is much better than the last game between the rogue and the assassin. In the last game, due to the role reasons, the two sides basically only fought at the last moment. And the rest of the time, they were pulling each other. This game is not fancy. Punching and pulling. You pull me. I pull. Extremely exciting. Yun Shanluan punched at Dalilo. Dalilo blocked the attack from Yun Shanluan with both fists. And Yun Shanluan suddenly squatted down and hugged Dalilo's legs. Spitting. Yun Shanluan directly grabbed Dalilo's legs, lifted them up and swung them around. And Dalilo held his head with both hands to avoid his face hitting the table and chairs. Dalilo was thrown on the table again, and the furnishings on the table were already in a mess. Dalilo opened his steel and iron bones, but was caught by Yun Shanluan's elbow and twisted over his shoulder and fell to the ground. This is a judo skill, a throw and break technique, ignoring the dominance effect. Elbow drop. Yun Shanluan elbowed Dalilo on the ground. Dalilo turned over to avoid the elbow. Yun Shanluan pounced on Dalilo and beat him violently. Dalilo opened the mountain tiger in time, raised his arms, and tried his best to protect his face. Yun Shanluan would not give Dalilo a chance to resist. Grabbed Dalilo with one hand, and threw him on the bar of the tavern, making a loud noise. Before Dalilo could stand firm, Yun Shanluan knocked Dalilo down with a sweeping kick, pounced on Dalilo again, and beat Dalilo in the face. Tang Hao won't be killed by a set of hits. Zhang Jiala looked at the situation on the court and frowned. It was not good. Dalilo is very passive now. He needs to interrupt Yun Shanluan's offensive rhythm as soon as possible. Otherwise he will be beaten to death by Yun Shanluan if this continues. Jianbin explained. At this moment, Dalilo sees the gap between Yun Shanluan's attacks, and suddenly shot a needle at Yun Shanluan's waist. Yun Shanluan was paralyzed and Dalilo's crazy output stopped. Dalilo knocked Yun Shanluan down with a punch. A beautiful needle. Yun Shanluan was paralyzed. Dalilo had to counterattack quickly during the short paralysis time. The offensive and defensive situation was different. Nice. Zhang Jiala originally thought that Tang Hao was going to be killed like this, but he didn't expect there would be a turnaround. Come on! Come on! Come on! The fans of Baihua in the audience were also ecstatic to see the turnaround. Now it became Dalilo lying on Yun Shanluan. Dalilo's blood volume, which was not much at this time, had already turned red under Yun Shanluan's powerful attack just now. Now what he needs to do is to try to knock out more blood of Yun Shanluan. Dalilo opened the pane of scars. Overlord punches. This rained down on Yun Shanluan, who also protected his face with his arms. Dalilo tried to choke Yun Shanluan. However, at the moment when Dalilo attacked, Yun Shanluan made a beautiful spinning kick and knocked Dalilo to the ground. Yun Shanluan successfully stood up. The situation was reversed again. The ground was swept. Yun Shanluan grabbed Dalilo with one hand and threw him into the air. Yun Shanluan stood on the table and jumped up, grabbed Dalilo in the air, and started the big move. Air dunk. Dalilo was thrown to the ground hard. Glory. Just when DeLillo was about to counterattack, Yunshanluan interrupted DeLillo's counterattack with a beautiful spinning kick, and the last set of perfect combos ended, successfully taking DeLillo away. Let us congratulate Lu Buiyuan for taking away DeLillo with a 60% health advantage and winning the game. Tang Hao, who left the battle seat, did not feel unwilling. He tried his best, and the next step was to leave it to his teammates behind him. Tang Hao, who returned to the team, was also praised by his teammates. Was your lying down to avoid the fatal blow intentional or accidental? Zhou Yuan suddenly asked before going on stage. Of course, it was accidental. I pressed the wrong button. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he covered his face and sat on his seat. To be honest, he was a little arrogant and felt a little ashamed when he saw himself performing such an abstract operation. After seeing Tang Hao answer, Zhou Yuan felt relieved, because the action he made at that time was completely due to panic at the time. It was a subconscious action. You should know that when Tang Hao made such an action on the court just now, he immediately thought of his abstract moment. The purpose of asking this question was also very simple. He thought that Tang Hao deliberately imitated him. If it spread throughout the league and said that he taught this move, he would drill into the ground on the spot. At present, 2 players of Samsara have appeared, and Yunshanluan on the court has only 60% of his health. If Zhou Yuan successfully eliminates Yunshanluan with low health consumption after entering the court, then there will be hope for the Baihua ring match. But if Yunshanluan, who is at a disadvantage in health, kills Huafancijin, who is at full health, it will be a fatal blow to Baihua. Although this map has some restrictions on Jozakai, no one can beat Jozakai in a 1v1. Therefore, Zhou Yuan game will become crucial and even determine the outcome of the entire game. If they lose, they will enter the team competition with a score of 1 to 4.5. If they lose the team competition, they will be doomed. So for Baihua must win this ring match. They need to leave a bottom line for themselves and cannot force themselves into a dead end. Just look at the first round of Thunder and Excellent Era, who were eliminated before they even played the team competition. Come on. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm still here. Zhang Jiala naturally understands the current situation of the 2 teams. Although Zhou Yuan has played relatively steadily so far, he is still a rookie. This is his first playoff trip, and it is inevitable that his mentality will fluctuate. Before Zhou Yuan went on stage, Zhang Jiala held his hand tightly. He wanted to pass on his experience as a captain and a senior to his newcomers in this way. Don't worry, Captain. Leave it to me. Zhou Yuan let go of Zhang Jiala's hand, took a deep breath, and walked to the battle seat. He didn't contribute much in the game against Tyranny, but now the team needs him. He will not retreat, and cannot retreat. There is only one thought in his mind when he sits in the battle seat: for glory, for victory, for the championship. Chapter 67, adding icing on the cake, but not helping in times of need. We see that the second player in the competition on the Baihua side, Zhou Yuan, is a rookie player who debuted this season just like Tang Hao, who played, and his profession is an ammunition expert. In the hearts of Baihua fans, Zhou Yuan should be the successor of Zhang Jiala. But at present, Zhang Jiala is still in great form. On the contrary, although Zhou Yuan debuted steadily as a rookie, he rarely has a great form. Zhou Yuan can be said to be a player who can add icing on the cake, but he can't help in times of need. Zhou Yuan is already sitting in the battle seat, and the game is about to start. Flowers are flourishing. Loading completed. Entering the map. Both sides refreshed and entered the wine shop as usual. Huafancijin took the lead in attacking Yunshanluan, firing a burst of bullets at Yunshanluan. Yunshanluan squatted to the right under the bar to avoid Huafancijin's bullets. Huafancijin saw Yunshanluan hiding under the bar and threw a fire bomb to force Yunshanluan out. Yunshanluan threw the bar stool at Huafancijin. When Huafancijin was dodging, Yunshanluan jumped out of the bar with one hand and rushed towards Huafancijin, trying to catch Huafancijin with one hand. Unfortunately, Huafancijin threw a flash bomb to blind Yunshanluan and pulled away. Tracking grenade. The grenade with its own spiral wing flew towards Yunshanluan. Yunshanluan was blown up by the grenade after the blinding. At this time, Huafancijin was already at a safe distance from Yunshanluan. Yunshanluan wanted to catch Huafancijin at this time, but the 2 sides were pulling around the rectangular table. Yunshanluan jumped onto the table and wanted to take a shortcut to forcibly catch Huafancijin. Hua Fancijin threw a smoke bomb under his feet, and the smoke instantly enveloped the entire tavern. Lu Buiyuan controlled Yunshan Wan to punch the smoke continuously, trying to stir up the airflow to clear the smoke. But Hua Fancijin had already slipped under the table. As the smoke dissipated, Yunshan Wan did not see Hua Fancijin's shadow. Suddenly, Yunshan Wan heard a sound under the table, and Hua Fancijin crawled out from under the table, just as Yunshan Wan was about to catch Hua Fancijin. With a bang, the rectangular table was blown to pieces, and Yunshan Wan, who was standing on the table, was at the explosion point and fell directly into it. Hua Fancijin made a beautiful time grenade, and the time control was very precise. Explosion is art. Seeing Yunshan Wan, who had been affected by the explosion, Hua Fancijin did not miss this opportunity, stepped aside, and threw a big one directly. Random thunder. Grenades were thrown at Yunshan Wan like rain, while Hua Fancijin kept firing bullets at the center of the explosion. Yunshan Wan's health kept decreasing. Just when Hua Fancijin wanted to switch to ice bombs, Yunshan Wan suddenly rushed out from the sea of fire. Throw! Yunshan Wan grabbed Hua Fancijin and threw her into the air. He also jumped into the air, strangled her with his legs, twisted her body, and threw her to the ground. Zhou Yuan was still relaxed as a newcomer. You know, when ammunition experts use special effect ammunition, there will be a click sound when changing magazines. The sound of Zhou Yuan changing bullets was clearly heard by Lu Buiyuan. Maybe he felt that the huge sound caused by Lu Buiyuan's explosion covered it up, and he didn't notice it. Zhou Yuan gave him a chance. Although Lu Buiyuan debuted last year, he is different from Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan can play in a favorable situation, but he will be nervous once he enters an unfavorable situation. This is also a common problem for newcomers. But Lu Buiyuan is different. Lu Buiyuan has a strong ability to find opportunities, especially in unfavorable situations. Others may panic and be nervous when they are unfavorable, but he will not. He is very calm. This is Yi Qiu evaluation of Lu Buiyuan and Zhou Yuan. Back to the game. Before Hua Fancijin stood up, Yunshan Wan had already come to Hua Fancijin's side. Lu Buiyuan was also very annoyed by the previous set, because there were too many grenades, and his vision was blocked, and it was difficult to dodge due to the terrain. Now it was his turn to fight back. Although he didn't have much HP left, what he needed to do was to knock down as much HP as possible from Hua Fancijin. It would be even better if he could kill her in one move. Back throw. Yunshan Wan grabbed the fallen Hua Fancijin, lifted her over his head, and threw her behind him. Then turned around quickly and kicked her hard onto the bar. Yunshan Wan ran towards Hua Fancijin again, grabbed her on the ground and threw her onto the ceiling of the tavern. Air dunk. Yunshan Wan jumped up to catch the air dunk, and threw Hua Fancijin down like a basketball. The difference was that Hua Fancijin didn't bounce up when she fell to the ground. Hua Fancijin, who had fallen to the ground, turned over and shot a floating bomb at Yunshan Wan, who had landed on the ground, and successfully hit the target. However, Hua Fancijin did not rush to attack, but quickly stood up and kept some distance. Yunshan Wan activated his steel bones and landed safely, and rushed towards Hua Fancijin again. Hua Fancijin looked at Yunshan Wan, who had activated his steel bones, and hurriedly threw a shrinking grenade. The huge impact force generated by the grenade successfully forced Yunshan Wan to retreat. Hua Fancijin stood up successfully, loaded the bullets, and continued to attack Yunshan Wan. After firing a round, Hua Fancijin squatted down and replaced the ordinary bullets with ice bullets. Yunshan Wan was not aware of being slowed down by the ice bullet. After firing a round of ice bullets, he fired a stiffening bullet. Unfortunately, the stiffening bullet flew too slowly, and the sound of it leaving the barrel was very loud. Although Yunshan Wan was slowed down by the ice bullet, he still managed to avoid the stiffening bullet. Hua Fancijin left the bar and kicked Yunshan Wan. Yunshan Wan blocked the kick with his arms and tried to catch Hua Fancijin again, but Hua Fancijin retreated quickly. After kicking, he quickly retreated. When he was close to Yunshan Wan, Hua Fancijin threw a remote control grenade at Yunshan Wan and fired a round of bullets. Yunshan Wan was shot full. After Hua Fancijin pulled away, he pressed the remote control. With a bang. Although the power was relatively small, Yunshan Wan had already entered a red blood state. Yunshan Wan used a landmine shock and punched the ground with his fists to generate shock waves, trying to knock Hua Fan Si Jin down. But Hua Fan Si Jin's incendiary bomb CD was ready. The incendiary bomb flew towards Yun Shanluan, who was hitting the ground. Yun Shanluan had no choice but to cancel the action and leave the range of the incendiary bomb. In the end, Yun Shanluan fell under the pull of Hua Fan Si Jin. Glory, let us congratulate Zhou Yuan for winning this game. But Hua Fan Si Jin also paid 56% of his blood volume, which is not good news for Baihua. After all, the defending player of the Samsara is Zhou Zikai. Come on, Captain! The Samsara people said to Zhou Zikai. They believed that their captain could win this game. Watching Zhou Zikai slowly walk towards the battle seat, Zhou Yuan began to get nervous again. Zhou Zikai debuted in the 5th season, and was the best newcomer when he debuted. He was directly treated as the core by Samsara, and took over the god-level role of one shot through the clouds. It would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. After all, he had seen Zhou Zikai's strength in the regular season this year. Zhou Yuan's next opponent is Zhou Zikai, the captain of Samsara. Zhou Zikai, like Zhou Yichen this season, won the honor of the best newcomer in his debut season. I think no one should doubt Zhou Zikai's strength. He has nothing to lack now but a championship. One shot through the clouds. Loading completed. Entering the game. One shot through the clouds did not rush to the wine shop. After all, if he fought in the wine shop, there would be certain restrictions for him. What he had to do was to force Hua Fan Si Jin to fight him outside the wine shop. When Hua Fan Si Jin rushed to the wine shop from one side, he did not find the figure of Yiqian Chuanyun. Before he could find out the information, bullets rained down from outside the wine shop. The windows of the wine shop were all broken, and the bottles of wine on the bar were also smashed by bullets. Zhou Zikai was very smart. Why did he fight with the opponent in the restricted area? Whether it was Tang Hao, Wu Qi or Lu Buiyuan, they were all melee characters, so they were used to being in the wine shop. But why did he, as a long-range character, fight in the wine shop? Baihua chose this map for the purpose of locking Zhou Zikai in the wine shop. But the wine shop on this map did not occupy most of the area. There was also a wider area outside. The wine shop was just built between the two sides. It was not a complete room. There was only a ceiling supported by 4 pillars and a wall of the bar. Baihua's restrictions on Zhou Zikai were broken by Zhou Zikai right away. What to do? Just chill. Baihua. This is uncomfortable. Chapter 68. The most direct manifestation of the gap is the blazing fire. At this time, Yiqian Chuanyun was still madly attacking the wine shop. He didn't care whether the bullets could hit Hua Fan Si Jin inside. His purpose was very simple. That is, to make a big hole in the wine shop. Hua Fan Si Jin hiding in the wine shop was helpless. If he went out, he couldn't fight. If he hid, he would still not be able to fight if he was found. So Zhou Yuan weighed the pros and cons and made up his mind to fight. The worst thing was death. Just when Yiqian Chuanyun continued to attack the outer wall of the wine shop, Hua Fan Si Jin couldn't help it and threw a grenade at Yiqian Chuanyun. It was a pity that he was blown up by Yiqian Chuanyun in the air. Then Hua Fan Si Jin threw a flash bomb. But it was a pity that Yiqian Chuanyun dodged it with his back and blinded him. Hua Fan Si Jin took the opportunity to attack Yiqian Chuanyun with a burst of bullets. Yiqian Chuanyun dodged some of the bullets shot by Hua Fan Si Jin to the side, and jumped up against the table in the courtyard and slid down successfully. Yiqian Chuanyun fired madly at Hua Fan Si Jin, who was lying on the ground. Hua Fan Si Jin threw a smoke bomb to cover Yiqian Chuanyun's vision. Yiqian Chuanyun fired a curved shot at the rising smoke. The bullet hit Hua Fan Si Jin, and a small handful of blood was successfully captured by Zhou Zikai. This small detail also allowed him to determine Hua Fan Si Jin's position. After quickly changing the bullets, he started rapid fire, and the bullets flew towards Hua Fan Si Jin. Oh my god! Zhou Zikai actually determined Hua Fan Si Jin's position in the smoke. It's incredible. Oh my god! This guy is so open. He said it was open. The fans of Baihua in the audience were incredible about Zhou Zikai's actions on the field. But the fans of Luanhui were not surprised. Our captain's routine operation. Sit down, watch carefully, and learn well. The fans of Luanhui pressed down on some of the Baihua fans who stood up. Meaning basic operation. Sit down and watch. Awesome. So awesome. Yichio couldn't help but sigh when he saw Zhou Zikai operation. This kid sharpshooter was full of details. and no one in the league could match him. The gap is too big. Zhang Jiala shook his head in the audience. This can't be blamed on Zhou Yuan. After all, the gap between the two is not something that can be made up by tactics or luck. With the end of the smoke bomb, Hua Fan Si Jin's already low health is now even lower. Zhou Yuan himself is also very confused. The bullets hit him like tracking. There is no way to play. When Hua Fan Si Jin changed the ice bomb, Yi Qian Chuanyun had already rushed up. Hua Fan Si Jin shot at Yi Qian Chuanyun with a gun. Yi Qian Chuanyun shook his head to avoid the ice bomb and successfully approached Hua Fan Si Jin. 7 steps. 6 steps. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. Zhou Zikai used his unique skill, the 3-gun physical technique, and Zhou Yuan was completely unable to resist. Although they were both long-range characters, Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yuan were competing in close combat strength. Obviously, Zhou Yuan was no match for Zhou Zikai in this situation. Zhou Yuan threw out a shrinking grenade to separate the two, but was kicked away by Yiqiang Chuanyun. The shrinking grenade exploded behind Hua Fan Si Jin to the right, and he was affected. Then Zhou Zikai controlled Yiqiang Chuanyun to shoot and directly grabbed Hua Fan Si Jin, and threw a floating bullet into the air and successfully hit her. As the volley of bullets ended, Hua Fan Si Jin became a ghost in Yiqiang Chuanyun's hand. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for eliminating Zhou Yuan with a huge advantage of 86% health. Next, he will face the last player of Baihua, the captain of Baihua team, Zhang Jiala. Leave it to you, Captain. Zhou Yuan walked back to the team seat and clapped with Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala shrugged and walked to the battle seat on the competition stage. Zhang Jiala, who debuted in the second season, is now an older generation of professional players. It can be said that without Zhang Jiala, the soul of the Baihua team, this young Baihua team can't even enter the playoffs. So far, Zhang Jiala has led the Baihua team to the finals twice, but missed the championship both times. It can be said that the two runner-ups are a thorn in Zhang Jiala's heart. Now Zhang Jiala leads a young Baihua team. He still uses his own Baihua style of play to vent his talent to the whole league. Looking back, although the teammates around him changed like a revolving lantern, he was still the same boy. Baihua Liu 1. Loading completed. After entering the game, Zhang Jiala realized that Zhou Zikai would not fight with them in the wine shop after watching Zhou Yuan fight against Zhou Zikai. So he controlled Baihua Liu 1 to come to the yard of the wine shop. Although the people had not arrived yet, Yiqiang Chuanyun bullets took the lead in attacking the wine shop. Baihua Liu 1 would not tolerate it, and directly threw a flaming bomb into the wine shop, which instantly burned up and a raging fire rose. Both sides stood on both sides of the wine shop and shot frantically at the burning wine shop. After Yiqiang Chuanyun fired a round of bullets, he rushed to the yard next to the wine shop. And Zhang Jiala obviously guessed Zhou Zikai's intention and also rushed to the yard next to the wine shop. Both parties arrived at the same time. The bullets in Baihua Liu 1 magazine should have been replaced with ice bullets. Baihua Liu 1 took the lead. Seeing the blue fire coming out of Baihua Liu 1 gun muzzle, Yiqiang Chuanyun also knew that it was an ice bullet. He did not rush to fight back, but dodged the ice bullet from Baihua Liu 1. If he fought back at this time and was accidentally frozen, he would be finished. Yiqiang Chuanyun fired a floating bullet. Baihua Liu 1 dodged to the left and changed the bullet. Yiqiang Chuanyun had already come to Baihua Liu 1's side and kneed Baihua Liu 1. Baihua Liu 1 pressed down with both hands to resist some damage. Although he was still knocked back a small distance, Baihua Liu 1 took the opportunity to pull away and threw out the explosive grenade. When Yiqiang Chuanyun was about to shoot the explosive grenade in the air with his gun, Baihua Liu 1's stiff bullet came out of his hand. Yiqiang Chuanyun gave up shooting the explosive grenade in the air and chose to dodge the stiff bullet backwards while avoiding being affected by the explosive grenade. As the shrinking grenade exploded, the raging fire on the sidelines became more and more intense, as if it also indicated that the duel on the field had entered the climax stage. After Yiqiang Chuanyun shot out, he jumped up with the help of the scattered chairs beside him and slid to Baihua Liu 1. Baihua Liu 1 shot at Yiqiang Chuanyun while pulling the distance between himself and Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun's sliding shovel failed to hit Baihua Liu 1. Yiqiang Chuanyun shot left and right, and the Gatling machine gun fired at Baihua Liu 1 in 2 lines. Baihua Liu 1 used the scattered tables, chairs and benches in the yard to avoid the bullets fired by Yiqiang Chuanyun. just when Yiqiang Chuanyun locked Baihua Liaowan position. Flash bomb. Huh? Zhou, who was too focused, saw the flash bomb in the air. And his hands were quick, and he subconsciously fired a shot. The flash bomb exploded in the air. But at this time Yiqiang Chuanyun had no time to turn his back, and was successfully blinded. Baihua Liaowan naturally would not miss this opportunity. Baihua Liaowan threw a flash bomb. And Zhou's hand speed was too fast to directly explode the flash bomb. But it was not a grenade. And Yiqiang Chuanyun was successfully blinded. Fortunately, Yiqiang Chuanyun rolled behind the fallen round table next to him at the moment of blinding. Baihua Liaowan fired a volley of bullets at the fallen table. And the round table was shot through and hit Yiqiang Chuanyun. Baihua Liaowan threw a grenade. But fortunately at this time Yiqiang Chuanyun had left the blinding state and quickly rolled away from behind the round table. With a sound. Bang. The round table was blown to pieces. Baihua Liaowan threw a fire bomb at Yiqiang Chuanyun. And the flames ignited some of the fallen tables, chairs, and benches around him. The fire spread instantly, forming a gorgeous wall of fire between the two of them. At this time, the raging fire in the wine shop had stopped burning, and only a small flame was still holding on. Baihua Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyun kept shooting at the other side of the fire wall, and moved synchronously to the wine shop that had been burned beyond recognition. At this time, the health of both sides had dropped a lot due to the consumption just now. As far as the situation of both sides was concerned, Zhou did not have any pressure. If he lost, he would only be ahead by 1.5 points. They were confident that they could catch up in the team competition. On the other hand, Zhang Jiala was under a lot of pressure. If he lost, it would be 1 to 4.5. And this was still in their home court of Baihua. In the next game, they would go to Luanhui, and they would most likely be in danger. So if Baihua wants to break through Luanhui and advance to the finals, this ring match cannot be lost. Chapter 69 Peak Showdown. Locked Blood Volume. The competition has entered a white-hot stage, and both sides are trying their best to win this ring match. The two sides fought from the yard to the unrecognizable tavern, and the distance was from far to near. Baihua Liaowan could barely resist Yiqiang Chuanyun's three-gun physical technique, but Zhang Jiala still cursed him as a pervert in his heart. Whirlwind kick. Yiqiang Chuanyun kicked Baihua Liaowan away. While retreating, Baihua Liaowan threw a remote-control grenade at the rotating Yiqiang Chuanyun. When Yiqiang Chuanyun was ready to shoot, Baihua Liaowan detonated the grenade through a tiny remote control, and the bomb exploded in front of Yiqiang Chuanyun. Although the power was not great, it interrupted Yiqiang Chuanyun's offensive rhythm. The incendiary bomb was thrown out, blocking Yiqiang Chuanyun's forward route. Zhang Jiala fought and retreated, and Yiqiang Chuanyun jumped up and stepped on it to catch Baihua Liaowan. Baihua Liaowan directly fired a floating bullet, and Yiqiang Chuanyun could only cancel the grab and move his body to the right to avoid the floating bullet. Baihua Liaowan then kicked Yiqiang Chuanyun and successfully repelled Yiqiang Chuanyun. Zhang Jiala was a little reluctant to face Zhou three-gun physical skills, which shows how strong Zhou is. And Zhou is still improving. Even if Samsara can't win the championship this season, I dare not imagine how strong Samsara will be next season, Yiqiu said as he watched the duel between the two. From the perspective of health, Baihua Liaowan still has 64% of health left, and Yiqiang Chuanyun still has 54% of health left. But you should know that before the start, Baihua Liaowan was 14% ahead of Yiqiang Chuanyun in health, which means that Zhou is actually ahead in terms of health exchange. After firing a burst of bullets, Baihua Liaowan loaded an ice bomb and threw a poisonous gas grenade at Yiqiang Chuanyun. The grenade exploded and released green toxic gas, which spread throughout the tavern. Yiqiang Chuanyun left the tavern and came to the outside of the yard. The desolate lush land. The sand and dust when the wind blew over could make the sky yellow. This was the final battle site of the two sides. Baihua Liaowan chased out of the yard, shooting ice bombs at Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun swayed left and right, but was still hit and successfully slowed down. Random thunder. Baihua Liaowan looked at Yiqiang Chuanyun, who was slowed down by the ice bomb, and threw out a big move. Various grenades flew towards Yiqiang Chuanyun and exploded collectively in the air. Although Yiqiang Chuanyun was fast enough, he was still knocked to the ground by the powerful impact of various grenades. All 15 ice bombs were fired. But unfortunately Yiqiang Chuanyun was not completely frozen. It's not good. If this goes on, The captain's health is already at a disadvantage. And now it's even less. Zhou Yichen frowned and looked at the game. The explosion caused by random thunder blew the dust on the ground into the air. As the wind swept over, the sky was full of yellow sand. The vision of both sides was blocked by the yellow sand. Now no one dared to shoot and expose their tracks. It seems that Zhang Jiala did not expect that the explosion caused by his ultimate move would cause the current scene on the field. We can see that both of them were blocked by the yellow sand. Yiqian Chuanyun had stood up at this time. But he did not dare to shoot and expose his position. He could only look around to try to find Baihua Liaowan. Xiao Wei explained. At this moment, Baihua Liaowan suddenly threw a grenade in front of him. The grenade exploded on the ground, making the dust in the air denser. Zhang Jiala had a good idea. He threw the grenade to observe Yiqian Chuanyun movements. If Yiqian Chuanyun did not shoot, it meant that Yiqian Chuanyun was not in front of him, so he could adjust his position. If Yiqian Chuanyun shot the grenade, he could use the trajectory of the shot to determine Yiqian Chuanyun's position. Zhang Xinjia watched the game in the Tyranny meeting room and analyzed that although they had been eliminated, they would not relax because of this, but would continue to analyze their opponents and seek revenge next time. However, this time Zhou Zikai did not control Yiqian Chuanyun to shoot the grenade, because he guessed the opponent's intention. He had no room for error, and shooting would only expose his position. But the opponent had a grenade to test, so he kept it. Sure enough, Zhang Jiala watched the grenade fall to the ground and explode, indicating that Yiqian Chuanyun was not in front of him, but chose to leave the yellow sand. After all, the yellow sand caused by the random thunder was only local, and the opponent could leave the yellow sand and return to the yard. So Zhang Jiala controlled Baihua Liaowan to move forward, and Yiqian Chuanyun, who was not moving, heard Baihua Liaowan footsteps getting closer and closer, and his hands had already clenched his weapons waiting for the prey to come. The grenade gave Baihua Liaowan a wrong message. He was getting closer and closer to Yiqian Chuanyun. Can Zhang Jiala notice the problem in time? The fans in the audience were quiet at this time. They didn't even dare to make a loud noise. They had held their breath. The moment Baihua Liaowan appeared in Yiqian Chuanyun's field of vision with a gun, Yiqian Chuanyun moved. Knee strike. The speed was so fast that Baihua Liaowan had no time to resist before Yiqian Chuanyun close range knee strike knocked her back. Before Baihua Liaowan could stand firm, Yiqian Chuanyun stepped out and successfully caught Baihua Liaowan. Tornado kick. Baihua Liaowan was repelled again. Just when she was about to fall to the ground, Zhang Jiala controlled Baihua Liaowan's body to press down and roll back to stand up. Before he was ready to launch an attack, Yiqian Chuanyun moved again. Slide tackle. This attack finally knocked down Baihua Liaowan, who had just stood up. Yiqian Chuanyun fired a burst of bullets at the fallen Baihua Liaowan. Baihua Liaowan's health continued to drop. Baihua Liaowan fell to the ground and threw a smoke bomb to cover his body. Looking at the gradually rising smoke, Yiqian Chuanyun continued to shoot wildly at the position where Baihua Liaowan fell to the ground. Baihua Liaowan rolled on the ground to avoid Yiqian Chuanyun shooting and threw a tracking grenade at the same time. The grenade found Yiqian Chuanyun on the eve of the smoke spreading. Yiqian Chuanyun could only blow up the grenade chasing him in front of him first. But as the smoke spread, he lost the sight of Baihua Liaowan, and Baihua Liaowan successfully hid in the smoke. At this time, the wind had stopped, and the yellow sand in the air gradually fell to the ground, leaving only smoke in the air. Yiqian Chuanyun used a curved shot towards the smoke again, trying to find Baihua Liaowan's figure as before. But at this time, Baihua Liaowan was still lying on the ground. He knew that if he stood up and was hit by a bullet, his position would be exposed. Just when Yiqian Chuanyun finished shooting and was ready to change bullets, Baihua Liaowan stood up tentatively. Just when Baihua Liaowan was about to leave the range of the smoke, Yiqian Chuanyun rushed out of the smoke, launching an attack towards Baihua Liaowan. Yiqian Chuanyun's health was running low at this time. He had only one way to turn defeat into victory. That is, to find an opportunity to consume blood while knocking down or repelling Baihua Liaowan, pulling away, and finally relying on the ultimate move Barrett Sniper. Baihua Liaowan threw out a shock grenade to attract Yiqian Chuanyun's attention. Yiqian Chuanyun held a gun and directly blew up the shock grenade in the air, and continued to shoot at Baihua Liaowan. Baihua Liaowan rolled to avoid the bullets and threw out the incendiary bomb that had been turned on CD. Yiqian Chuanyun blew up the incendiary bomb again in the air, and the incendiary bomb sprinkled fire rain. Now the captain has only one chance to win. That is to kill Baihua Liao with a headshot from the Barrett sniper. Zhou Yichen sat on the sidelines and watched. But his heart was more nervous than Zhou Zikai on the field. And he unconsciously clenched his fists. A shot of a floating bomb was fired by Yiqiang Chuanyun. Baihua Liao rolled to avoid it, and threw out a shrinking grenade. The impact force of the shrinking grenade being knocked out by Yiqiang Chuanyun exploded in the air, affecting Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baihua Liao. The time has come. Yiqiang Chuanyun uses the ultimate move Barrett Sniper. Baihua Liao noticed the flash bomb. Zhou Zikai reacted very quickly, and quickly turned his head to avoid the flash bomb. At the same time, Barrett Sniper shot. Yiqiang Chuanyun Barrett Sniper shot. This is his last chance. Can he hit it? Bang! The fans of Samsara in the Glory Arena have stood up. Did they win? As the settlement page appeared, the fans of Samsara sat down in their seats, as if they were exhausted. Baihua Liao won. The fans of Baihua in the arena breathed a sigh of relief, and then shouted loudly. Didn't the Barrett Sniper hit? With Zhou Zikai level. It shouldn't be. Yiqiu thought after reading it. Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning this match, and also congratulate Baihua for winning this ring match. What happened at the last moment just now? I believe that not only us, but everyone else is confused. Director, please replay it. Thank you, said the commentator Xiao Wei. He didn't see it clearly just now. When he saw the glory popping up, he was ready to congratulate Zhou Zikai. The sound of him was made by Zhou Zikai, as the replay was broadcast on the big screen. At the last moment, Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baihua Liao fired bullets at the same time. Yiqiang Chuanyun fired a Barrett Sniper, while Baihua Liao fired a stiff bullet. Yiqiang Chuanyun Barrett Sniper hit, but it was Baihua Liao arm that was hit. It turned out that at the moment when the Barrett Sniper shot, Zhang Jiala heart tightened, and he controlled Baihua Liao to fall to the right and rear by using the strong recoil generated by the stiff bullet. The bullet aimed at Baihua Liao heart had already been fired by Chuanyun. At this time, because Baihua Liao suddenly retreated, the Barrett Sniper shot hit Baihua Liao left arm. Baihua Liao health was finally locked at 1%. If Baihua Liao had not fired a stiff bullet, then Zhou Zikai would have turned the defeat into victory in this game. After the game, Zhang Jiala fell weakly on the battle seat. It was too thrilling. If he hadn't suddenly felt panic in his heart, he would have been overturned by Zhou Zikai. The young are formidable, although Zhang Jiala won the game in the end. According to the health conversion, Chuanyun shot down 99% of Baihua Liao health. If the two sides were at the same starting line, then Zhang Jiala would have lost. Chapter 70, Terrain Exploration. Samsara Reading Ability. Let us congratulate Baihua for winning this ring match. Currently, they have successfully surpassed Samsara with a score of 3.5 to 2. Can Baihua, playing at home, give Samsara, which ranks first in the regular season, a head-on blow? Let's wait and see. After the commercial, the excitement continues. After the ring match, Zhang Jiala saw Zhou Zikai waiting for him to shake hands outside the battle seat. He walked out slowly and shook hands with Zhou Zikai. Congratulations, Zhou Zikai said expressionlessly. Thank you. After that, the two returned to their respective seats to prepare for the team match. Are you okay, Captain? Zhou Yichen stepped forward and hugged Zhou Zikai and said, You should say this to Baihua. After Zhang Jiala returned to the Baihua seat, he sat directly in his seat and drank water in big gulps. The other people in Baihua didn't know how to comfort the captain when they saw him like this. After all, the captain didn't lose, but they all knew that Zhang Jiala was under too much pressure. What Zhang Jiala needs now is not comfort, but rest. He is too tired. After the whole game, he has been sweating. But Zhou Zikai is fine. Is he really old? Zhang Jiala thought while holding the water bottle tightly. As the halftime break ended, the list of the two teams' team matches has been announced on the big screen. As the two teams' team match players came on stage and shook hands with each other, they entered the battle seats. The first team match of the top 4 is about to begin. Welcome back. This is the first game of the top 4 of the 7th season of the 2022 Glory Professional League. The two teams are Baihua, ranked 5th, and Luanhui, ranked 1st in the regular season. The score is currently led by Baihua, who is playing at home, 3.5 to 2. Next, let's enter the first team match between the two sides. What does Jianbin think of this team match? Xiao Wei asked Jianbin next to him. In the regular season, Samsara won both matches. The first time, they crushed Baihua in the home map. From the players of the two teams, except Zhang Jiala, everyone else can be considered a young generation of players. We all know that young players play more passionately. So Jianbin thinks that this team match will be very intense. Yes, but at present, Samsara has a greater chance of winning. It depends on whether Baihua has any new tricks to deal with Samsara. The Samsara team sent out the most used lineup in the regular season, which was also the lineup they used last time against Baihua. Zhouzikai 1. Gun piercing the clouds, sharpshooter, Jiang Buotao. Wu Lang, magic swordsman, Zhou Yichen. He Yuxingchen, battle mage, Fang Minghua. Xiao Guzi Rua, priest, Lu Buiyuan. Yun Shan Luan judoka, the sixth player is Wu Qi. Cruel silence, assassin, Baihua still uses a double ammunition expert lineup, Zhang Jiala. Baihua Liaowan, ammunition expert, Zhou Yuan. Hua Fanchigen, ammunition expert, Mo Chuchen. Ao Fengcan Hua, priest, Tang Hao. Deli Luo, rogue, Zhu Xiaoping. Feng Ke, summoner, the sixth player is Zhang Wei. Sun Luo, magic scholar, both sides are ready. And with the signal of the referee behind them, they insert the card to enter the game. Gun piercing the clouds. Loading completed. Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Baihua Liaowan. Loading completed. Hua Fanchigen. Loading completed. Wu Lang. Loading completed. Map, Void Sand Sea. Loading completed. The overall shape of the Void Sand Sea is like a diamond. The two teams are divided into the north and south ends, and the terrain is basically symmetrical. In the middle is an oasis. To the east of the oasis is an ancient city ruins, and to the west is a sand valley. The entire map has diverse terrain and rich elements. There are many tactics that can be adopted. It is a map that requires flexibility. As the two teams finish loading and enter the map, the 10 characters on the field have been swiped at the north and south ends of the map. Baihua is very decisive. There was no pause at all. It seems that the tactics were already arranged before the fight. After all, this is their map. Hey, although the Samsara side looks more cautious, they obviously move forward with intention. Have they studied this map? Jianbin analyzed. If Samsara has studied this map, it is not good news for Baihua. Xiao Wei said. You must know that in general, the away team is relatively unfamiliar with the map. If you rashly use some tactics that rely on the terrain, it is easy to play into the opponent's hands. Therefore, the visiting team usually prefers to face off head-on. Fighting in an open space is equivalent to erasing the opponent's advantage of being familiar with the map. Has Samsara studied this map? Su Mucheng asked the same question as the commentator. Facing Su Mucheng's question, Yichio smiled. No, Samsara couldn't have studied this map. Isn't it obvious that they are rushing to travel and exploring the surrounding areas? If Samsara had studied this map, they would not have sent several people to look at other places when they knew that there were ancient city ruins ahead that would be beneficial to their performance. The truth is the same as what Yichio said. Samsara is not familiar with this map. They just want to quickly explore a piece of terrain, and then rely on the explored terrain to fight the opponent in the field they are adapted to. Yes, this is Xiao Shiqin tactic when the Thunder team encounters an unfamiliar map in an away game. Wu Lang, go to the left. After Yunshan Luan went to the right road and found fine yellow sand on the ground, they understood that no matter what kind of terrain is ahead on the right road, as long as there is yellow sand, it is likely to be a desert, a sand valley, etc., which is not conducive to their performance. Samsara is moving towards the left and their front. The ancient city ruins are on the other side. It seems that the Samsara team has a strong ability to explore the terrain. The ancient city ruins are very suitable for their formations for chaotic battles. In the process of advancing, the scattered Samsara team gradually moved to the middle, forming their more conventional 23 formation. That is, Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyan were in the front, and the other three were in the back. As the Samsara team moved along the northeast edge, what caught their eyes was the central oasis and the ancient city ruins in the west that gradually became clear in front. Baihua was very decisive and was already waiting for the Samsara team in the oasis area. Be careful of Baihua's sneak attack, and pay attention to the integrity of the formation, Jiang Buotao said in the channel. Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyan, who were some distance away from the rear, slowed down their pace and shortened the distance between them and the team. The ruins of the ancient city were full of broken walls and ruins, so they planted various places for cover and ambush. Wu Lang, enter the exploration. After speaking, Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun entered the ruins of the ancient city, looking for the figures of Baihua and others. Yu Xingchen, none. As the information exploration was completed, the people of the Samsara team quickly moved to the ruins of the ancient city, relying on the broken walls and ruins as cover, waiting for Baihua to take the bait. Fengke, no Samsara was found in the rear. After receiving the message, the Baihua people further narrowed the possible range of Samsara. No enemy was found in front or behind, which meant that Samsara should be in the ancient city ruins or the Sand Valley at this time. But the Sand Valley was not suitable for Samsara. Then, there was only one truth. Samsara was in the ancient city ruins at this time. Baihua Liaowan, summon beast. Ancient city ruins. Fengke received the captain's order and summoned the Ice Wolf to explore the ancient city ruins. However, the Ice Wolf did not find the hidden Samsara nearby, so the Baihua people walked towards the ancient city ruins. Yiqiang Chuanyun heard the footsteps of the Baihua people at this time. Here, Zhou sent a message. I interrupt for a moment. Received. The team responded. After the message was sent, Yiqiang Chuanyun walked out from behind the wall and fired a volley at the Baihua people. Baihua quickly dispersed to avoid the bullets from Yiqiang Chuanyun. Just when they were about to attack Yiqiang Chuanyun retreated to the ruins of the ancient city. But the Baihua people would not let Yiqiang Chuanyun go so easily. Delilo took the lead and caught up with Yiqiang Chuanyun. Yiqiang Chuanyun was not in a hurry and avoided Delilo's poison needle. The Baihua people followed closely behind. Something was wrong. Where are the other people in the Samsara? Baihua Liaowan, return. Delilo had to give up chasing Yiqiang Chuanyun and prepare to return to the team along the same route. Just when Baihua was about to look for Samsara, Yu Xingchen suddenly rushed out from behind Baihua. Yu Xingchen, congratulations. You are surrounded by me alone.